The National Luck Lord Challenge will officially start in 10 minutes. Each country will randomly select a lucky person and send them to another dimension to become a lord. The rules are as follows. 1. If a player successfully develops and grows in the alternate dimension, the country in the real world will also receive various rich rewards. 2. Once the player's territory is destroyed, the challenge is considered a failure, and the resources and territories of the country in the real world will be halved, and the lifespan of all citizens will also be shortened by half. 3. The National Luck Lord Challenge will be broadcast live globally, and everyone can track each player's movements at any time. 4. Players cannot see the live stream's comments and cannot receive messages. 5. The leaders of each country have one opportunity each week to send messages to the players, limited to 3 minutes. 6. After the game starts, all large-scale weapons of mass destruction in the real world will become ineffective and can no longer be used. At this moment, the player selection process officially begins. On a dirty, narrow street, the billboards are densely packed, and the vehicles are dilapidated. Pedestrians on the street stop and look around, confused and bewildered. "Did you hear any sound?" someone asked first. "It seems like something about the National Luck Lord Challenge, selecting someone randomly." Someone responded. "Probably a prank." Another person guessed. "But that voice said the challenge would bring resources." "I heard it too. It said if the player's challenge fails, the country's resources and territory will be halved, and even the lifespan of citizens will be shortened by half." "Stop talking nonsense." The crowd suddenly erupted. People all over the country began discussing this matter excitedly. At the traffic light, Yi Mu's face was full of astonishment. He was a traveler, having come to this resource-depleted cyber world just a month ago. After a month of research, he had just figured out the differences between this world and his past life, and was planning to make a big move, but unexpectedly, he encountered the National Luck Lord Challenge. What surprised him even more was, "You have been selected to become the only player of Longwa. In 10 minutes, you will be transported to the alternate dimension." Yi Mu couldn't help but wonder, I was selected just like that. Then, everyone around the world heard the prompt sound again. The players for all countries have been randomly selected, a total of 197 players. They will be transported to the alternate dimension in 9 minutes and choose a race to become a lord. After the previous experience, everyone listened very carefully this time. People rushed to call and text their friends to confirm, only to find that everyone had heard the same prompt, realizing that this was no prank, but something absolutely true. Oh my god, it's really happening. The 197 players from all the countries have been chosen. Our country must have been selected too. If it's random, what if they pick a child or an old person? That would be terrible. If they pick a powerful person, our country might prosper. But don't forget, if we lose, resources will be halved, territory will be halved, lifespan will be halved. It will be hell on earth. 10 minutes passed quickly, and Yi Mu, standing on the street, suddenly felt the ground beneath him disappear, and he instantly vanished from the spot, appearing in a white space. Everything around him was blurry, with only a screen showing some information. At this moment, the live broadcast had quietly started. As soon as the challenge began, live TV stations and internet streams appeared around the world. Countless viewers flooded into the live stream, as this concerned everyone in the country. At the national level, Yi Mu's data was quickly reviewed. It was found that he had no family, was completely alone, and only 21 years old, just the kind of orphan people often talked about. The information is too scarce, it's hard to judge if he's capable. At this point, we can only rely on him. Quick, gather more information. We only have one chance to communicate with him each week. In the live stream, the audience was discussing enthusiastically. It's starting so quickly. It's a young guy. Looking at his body and seeing there was no problem, my heart relaxed a little. This is so interesting. I accidentally clicked the wrong live stream, and saw that the player from the island country is actually blind, holding a scepter. I know him, that's Yi Mu. He's my neighbor, I never expected this. It looks like he's choosing a race. Yi Mu looked at the information on the screen. Race selection page. 5 races have been randomly generated, please choose one, cannot refresh again. Race 1, Farmer, description, basic unit of the human race, can build human race bases. Race 2, Wolf Spirit, description, basic unit of the demon race, can open up a demon race cave. Race 3, Flower Demon, description, basic unit of the plant race, can plant the life tree, and nurture plant creatures. Race 4, Undead Skeleton, description, basic unit of the undead race, can build ancient tombs, develop the undead race. Race 5, Worker Bee, description, basic unit of the insect race, can hatch insect nests. The 5 races appeared on the screen one by one, Yi Mu's gaze moved down. The live stream room instantly became lively. Human, Wolf Spirit, Flower Demon, Undead, it's hard to say which one is the strongest. The Wolf Spirit should be stronger, it reminds people of those powerful big monsters. If it were me, I'd choose the human race. Hexagonal warrior can do anything. Don't pick the insect race, the worker bee looks so ugly, it seems weak. The person above is right, don't pick the insect race, the other four races have their strengths and weaknesses. Note, in this parallel world, people know very little about the insect race. I just watched the US player, he got basic robots. This is way too unbalanced. Oh my god. Robots? Don't they quickly make a lot of troops? Suddenly, I feel Yimu's luck is terrible. What kind of races are these? Yimu looked until the end, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Worker bee. My luck is absolutely off the charts. The race introduction also had pictures, and this worker bee looked exactly like the basic unit in StarCraft. What kind of existence is the insect race in StarCraft? They are a race with the pinnacle of biological technology. They can adapt to all kinds of battle scenes, and most importantly, they have an endless swarm of insects. Whether on land, at sea, in the sky, or even in outer space, they have no problem. In the later stages, the swarm only needs a few minutes to occupy a planet, devouring the resources on it. They are not only numerous, but their combat power is also not to be underestimated. In StarCraft 2, the insect race single-handedly overwhelmed both the human and Protoss races. One is the human race from the Star Era, and the other is a more technologically advanced alien civilization, so we can see how strong the insect race is. Yimu thought to himself, this is definitely an SSR level race, and it's the SSR among SSRs. Compared to the insect race, the human race, wolf spirit, flower demon, and undead are all weak. Yimu thought secretly, raised his hand, and when he thought about leading the endless swarm of insects to overwhelm all the enemies, his heart raced, and he pressed the worker bee option without hesitation. However, the live stream room was filled with sighs. This. How can this be? Why? Why did he choose an insect? It's over, we have no hope, he actually picked an insect, I want to cry. I just saw the island country player, that blind guy actually got a demon race with all kinds of superpowers. Then look at us. Even picking the human race would have been fine, but this guy actually chose an insect, I'm speechless. Ha ha ha. Is this the dragon country player? He actually chose an insect, I'm dying of laughter. Simida. Dragon country girls, come to Simida. We will provide shelter for free. Ha ha ha. The sticks are so disgusting, come to our neon. Our neon players are demon races with all kinds of strong abilities. Our Asen country is the true world power. Dragon country actually chose an insect, this is just ridiculous. The netizens of Dragon country immediately went into a rage. At this moment, it was indeed hard to refute, after all, the only contestant from the Dragon Kingdom had chosen a bug. The people above were also stunned, their faces instantly darkened. This contestant named Yimu, is he planning to take revenge on society? The voices in the live broadcast room, of course, Yimu couldn't hear them. At this moment, he was already ready to descend into the other world. The race you selected has been confirmed, other countries can no longer obtain this race, you will soon descend into the other world. The Lord rules are as follows. 1. The player's Lord body cannot descend into the other world, and will control the tribe through consciousness, guiding its development. If no guidance is provided, the tribe will develop freely according to its own characteristics. 2. Each player's tribe is in a different other world, and the player can choose to accelerate time by 10 to 100 times, with a certain free time limit, but during the acceleration, they cannot control the tribe. 3. The player's initial territory is in a relatively safe area. After 30 days, out-of-domain invaders will arrive, and the player will directly face the threat of war. 4. Players' territories are located in the same vast space, maintaining distance from each other. This space is malleable, and players can design their environment according to their own ideas. 5. Players can communicate through the world channel and set tribe statuses such as neutral, allied, at war, vassal, etc. 6. Players should try to occupy more territories and achieve development achievements. Tribes and nations within the territory will receive special rewards. 7. If the player's territory is completely destroyed, they can choose a race again after 1 day and continue development as a lord. Yimu was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect there to be these rules. But after thinking carefully, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Although the insect race was powerful, its appearance was indeed terrifying and nauseating, with virus mutation traits. It had horns, tentacles, and slimy biological matter, giving off a dark aura. Being able to control the tribe remotely through consciousness in a separate living area, this was simply perfect. The next second, he arrived in a white, empty world. This was the player's lord space, and Yimu began to unleash his imagination. Instantly, the land, blue sky, sun, buildings, swimming pool appeared one by one, and even a few maids responsible for daily chores appeared. Everything was available. This environment, I absolutely love it. It's way better than the neighborhood I live in, I really want to participate too. Quick, look at the state of the other world's tribe. This is the key focus. The person upstairs is right, +1. It feels like our contestant, besides being handsome, seems to have no other strengths. I'm really worried about the future. Worried +1, but being handsome, at least it's nice to look at. Yimu began to check the tribe situation in the other world. He found it to be quite an amazing feeling. It was as if he were truly in the other world, able to clearly see his tribe. He saw large areas of limestone towering hundreds of meters high, giant rocks forming valleys, streams flowing gently, and lush flowers and plants in the valley. It was quite a nice area. In the center of the valley, a worker bee was lying there. It was 3 meters long, covered in a hard shell, dark purple all over, with a pair of pincers that seemed able to easily crush minerals. Several eyes were vigilantly observing the surroundings. At this moment, it seemed unsure of what to do. If Yimu didn't give instructions for a long time, it would begin to develop according to the instincts of the insect race. The terrain of this valley was quite good. 3 sides were relatively safe, so only one side needed to be defended. Yimu immediately began to issue commands. The worker bee, as the basic unit of the insect race, had 2 main characteristics. The first, to collect resources and gather various materials. The second, to hatch into insect race buildings, whether it was an insect nest or other buildings, it was responsible for hatching and generating them. Hatch an insect nest. Upon hearing the command, the worker bee first dazedly flapped its wings a few times, then started to spin in circles. Next, the shell on its back cracked open, black fungal liquid flowed out and spread quickly. I watched in confusion. What exactly is it doing? Can someone explain to me what it is doing? Over in the US, they're already building mechanical bases, and here, this silly insect is dancing. I'm speechless. Is this the ancient dragon kingdom with 5,000 years of history? Just one day, and it's already so useless. Our white flag kingdom expresses its deep condolences. Our neon demon clan is building giant ships at sea. Looks like we're about to become the new empire where the sun never sets. Yimu glanced a few times, found it boring, and then activated time acceleration. He chose 100 times time acceleration. Every player has a limited amount of free time acceleration, up to 24 hours in total. Once used up, to continue acceleration, they need to spend corresponding resources. The worker bees disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flowers and plants on the ground were quickly covered by a black fungal blanket, and a giant fleshy tumor began to pulsate on the ground. This fleshy tumor was several hundred meters in diameter, its flesh membrane continuously expanding, growing at an incredible speed. Gradually, people began to notice something was wrong. Isn't this insect nest a little too big? Even the US, Neon, the third world countries, and the White Flag Kingdom don't have bases this massive. Suddenly, an announcement appeared, and everyone around the world heard it. US Lord Chuan Deng has successfully built the mechanical race base. The US receives rewards, mechanical strength +10, all citizens technological insight +5. As soon as the notification appeared, the entire US erupted in joy. In this technological era, even though large-scale weapons of mass destruction can't be used, the importance of machinery is clear. Our great US is still the world's overlord. Unstoppable. A step ahead, always a step ahead, our great US will dominate the world for 500 more years. Next, another notification appeared. Great Ing Lord Elizabeth has successfully built the Magic Castle. Great Ing Kingdom receives rewards, all citizens mental strength +10, some citizens magic talent +5. Great Ing Kingdom instantly went wild with joy. Our great sun never sets empire is back. The end of technology is theology, and the end of theology is magic. Our great Ing Empire is the nation most favored by the gods. White Flag Kingdom, you better prepare to surrender. Our great Ying's mages will eventually level your White Flag Kingdom. The White Flag Kingdom was furious. Both sides started insulting each other online. Neon, the Third World, the Stick Country, Kangaroo Country, and others were anxiously waiting. They were all eager to see what kind of reward their own country would receive. Then, the third notification rang. Dragon Lord Yimu has successfully hatched the insect nest of the Zerg. Dragon Kingdom receives rewards, all citizens constitution +10, all citizens lifespan +5 years. As soon as the notification appeared, the live stream instantly exploded. Our Dragon Kingdom is mighty. Life expectancy increased by 5 years, so great. So satisfying. So thrilling. Just entered Sage mode, suddenly feel my body full of strength again. TCH, what's there to be proud of? What's the use of constitution and lifespan? Can strong constitution stop bullets? What's the point of a long life? You still can't beat mages. Live longer, stronger. Dragon Kingdom is naturally born to be laborers, now surrender to the US. Those who are willing to offer blood samples can even become second-class citizens. The Dragon Kingdom's netizens were furious and fiercely retorted in the livestream. But some people couldn't help feeling a little worried. Increasing constitution and extending lifespan is indeed a good thing. But as the old saying goes, when others store food, I swallow guns, others are my grain warehouse. Compared to the combat power brought by technology and magic, this still seems a bit weak. Chapter 3, Zerg Information. The insect nest was firmly rooted in the valley. It was 300 meters in diameter, more than 50 meters high, dark purple in color, and looked extremely fierce. 5 gigantic spikes stood at the edge, as if showcasing its uniqueness and dignity. Centered around the insect nest, the black fungal blanket began to spread like a tide, wherever it passed. All plants and creatures were inevitably devoured, even the soil was corrupted. This is one of the distinctive features of the star insect tribe, where the fungal blanket covers the surface and can absorb all materials, including sunlight. As long as the insect units are on the fungal blanket, they can receive supplies without needing additional feeding. Moreover, the insect units move faster on the fungal blanket, and if they burrow into it, they can even speed up their healing process. At this moment, time was accelerated 100-fold. The black fungal blanket rapidly expanded, and within moments, it covered a radius of a kilometer. Even the gently flowing stream was ruthlessly swallowed by the blanket. Hiss, this insect tribe looks a bit off. There's an inexplicable, terrifying feeling about it. I deeply agree. This huge structure, and these strange, dark things, is this what you call a fungal blanket? It looks ugly and scary. What use could it possibly have? If my country, the great United States, were to cover it with firepower and drop incendiary bombs, we could burn it all to ashes in no time. Don't get too proud ahead of time. Shooting the bird that sticks out gets it shot. Be careful, you might end up regretting it. Look, there are a lot of small bugs around the insect nest. It seems like they have turned into insect eggs. In less than a second under the 100-fold time acceleration, the insect eggs began to hatch one by one. One by one, worker bees, identical in appearance to the first one, crawled out. These worker bees acted according to instinct, gathering all resources near the fungal blanket, whether trees or minerals, and throwing them into the blanket. The fungal blanket quickly corroded and absorbed these resources, then transferred the biological essence to the main nest. The main nest relied on this essence to continuously hatch more worker bees. In just a short while, the number of worker bees had already exceeded 500. Pause time acceleration. With Yimu's command, time returned to normal speed. The insect tribe's hatching mode was completely different from other races. It did not have specialized production buildings, all units were mutated from larvae inside the insect nest. However, larval mutation required specific buildings to unlock. At this moment, information about the insect swarm appeared before Yimu's eyes. Insect swarm information. Insect nest, 1 unit. Units, worker bees *516. Essence, 1,369. Here, essence is equivalent to resources, and there are more than 1,000 points. Hatching 1 worker bee only requires 10 points of essence. Hatch the second insect nest. A worker bee received the order and crawled to an empty spot, starting to hatch right there. Still hatching insect nests? Aren't you planning to build soldiers first? It feels a bit off. Have you guys noticed, the insect tribe's numbers are growing terrifyingly fast? It can devour any resource, and they've already hatched over 500 units. I just checked the island country in A3 nation, their unit numbers have barely surpassed 100, the gap with the insect tribe is massive. Insects are still just insects, no matter how many there are, what can they do? Our Brahmin Lord will show you what true elites are. Although I don't like the cow dung country, I have to admit they have a point. No matter how many insects you have, they're still just insects. And do you only have this one type of insect? Damn! Since when has A3 nation become so arrogant, daring to show off in front of us? Someone, angered, turned to look at the livestream, unable to help but complain, Yimu, show some spirit. Come on. Yimu, however, seemed calm and unhurried. After seeing 1 insect nest consume 500 points of essence, he immediately gave the command to hatch another insect nest. Not only that, he also spent 200 points of essence to hatch a splitting pool. The splitting pool is a basic building of the insect tribe. With it, the basic attacking unit of the Zerg, the jumping bug, could be hatched. Once the jumping bugs appear, Yimu can attempt to command the swarm to explore the outside world, and then begin to conquer cities and land. Yimu once again activated the time acceleration. Still, it was 100 times faster. The 2 nests mutated at a visible speed to the naked eye. The split pool also mutated, and this change caught everyone's attention. Did you notice? The 3rd mutated building seems a bit different. Indeed, it's much smaller than the nest. Could it be a barracks to build combat units? Even the Zerg can't be without barracks. I think it must be a barracks. Why does it look more like a pool? Not long after, the split pool finished its mutation. It was several times smaller than the nest, with sharp spikes covering its edges. The center of the pool was filled with thick green life liquid, bubbling with gas. When Yi Mu saw this scene, he didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, he was filled with joy. Finally, the swarm would have combat units. After the split pool finished mutating, the larvae unlocked the second unit besides the worker bee, the jumping bug. During the time acceleration process, Yi Mu could not intervene in the development of the Zerg. Fortunately, the Zerg itself possessed a high degree of intelligence. At this point, the number of worker bees was already sufficient, and the nearby resources were continually depleting. Newly produced larvae crawled out from the edges of the nest. These larvae quickly turned into eggs, starting to hatch jumping bugs. Each egg needed 10 essence to hatch. As soon as the first egg began hatching, more eggs followed suit. The number quickly exceeded 50. Wow! I suddenly realized, isn't the Zerg's development speed crazy? The eggs can hatch independently. Other races' barracks can only produce one unit at a time. It's true. Even America can only produce one robot at a time through a production line. The father country truly deserves its name. It has so many numbers. Unlike us in Neon, where we can only find 2 or 3 demons at a time, it's so scary. Here you go again with your passive-aggressive remarks. Get lost. While the crowd was arguing, the first egg finally hatched. The 1-meter-high egg cracked open, emitting a deep, low growl. Crack! A jumping bug crawled out from inside. It was 1.8 meters long, standing on 4 legs, with a long tail dragging behind. Its hind legs possessed incredible jumping power. Its body was covered in hard bone armor, its head filled with sharp teeth, and on its shoulders, there were 2 side-like bone claws. This appearance could easily tear enemies to shreds. The 100 times time acceleration was simply too fast, and the crowd didn't even have time to react. The other 49 eggs had already all hatched. This bug looks pretty fierce, though its size isn't that big. Did you notice? The number of these bugs doesn't seem right. There are clearly more than 50 of them. It looks like at least 100. Indeed. I just counted silently in my mind. There were about 50 eggs. How could so many bugs come out? I saw it. One egg even had 2 bugs come out of it. So that means there are 100 bugs here. Those from other countries who were originally making passive-aggressive remarks or mocking were suddenly stunned. 100. It was actually double the number. The Zerg's hatching speed was already fast, and now one egg could hatch 2 bugs. This hatching speed was simply terrifying. Even though they were just bugs, and their combat ability seemed average, the old saying goes, an ant can kill an elephant, and when the numbers reach a certain point, they can trigger a qualitative change. At this point, an American said with a look of disdain. Ever since the invention of the machine gun, the tactic of swarming has become useless. No matter how many bugs there are, a single fire could burn them all to death. However, no one paid any attention to him. Yi Mu focused intently on the development of the insect swarm. The hatching speed of the 3 main nests was astonishing, and the number of jumping insects was rapidly increasing. The worker bees were also continuously collecting resources. The fungus carpet's coverage had reached its limit, constantly absorbing the Earth's nutrients to nurture the swarm, relieving the swarm from any supply pressure. But soon after, an area caught Yi Mu's attention. Several worker bees went to that area and never returned, as if they had vanished without a trace. Pause time. With Yi Mu's command, the 100-fold acceleration paused, and time returned to normal. At this moment, Lord Fongziller of the Black Cross Kingdom's warrior successfully occupied the first resource point. Reward, resources plus 1000, randomly gain 1 hero unit. National Forestry resources plus 50%, all citizens' physical strength plus 20, randomly draw 100 citizens to awaken as warriors. The world instantly erupted into a frenzy. All the citizens of the Black Cross Kingdom were ecstatic. I feel full of strength, all the chronic diseases I've had for years have disappeared. I must thank Lord Fongziller. In the desert near my home, suddenly many green plants have sprouted. Thank you so much, Lord Fongziller. I successfully awakened as a warrior, now I can easily lift an open-door fridge with one hand, then throw it 100 meters away. This is a terrifying crisis. Our White Flag Kingdom must strengthen itself and prepare to defend against the savage invasion of Japan's second man. Laughing, by the time we get there, they will only be holding up the white flag, obediently surrendering to the noble second man of Japan. Not only ordinary citizens, but also the players of the Lord's public channel were having a lively exchange. South Black, Terra, what's going on? My tribe hasn't even developed yet, and Fongziller has already occupied the first resource point. Neon Yamamoto, I just formed an alliance with Phoneziller. Through the allies' perspective, I can see his situation. Phoneziller's warriors are indeed powerful, the militia cooperate seamlessly, and they have already wiped out all the enemies at the first resource point. Beijing Elizabeth, you guys have already allied, how unfair, why didn't you take me along? USA Chuan Deng, Elizabeth, we're family. Me is one big family. I'll develop a bit more, and soon I'll take the first stronghold too. Yimu quietly observed from the side, and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. However, using farmers to participate in the battle would definitely slow down development. Even if he could get the first reward, it was inevitable. Thinking of this, he withdrew his thoughts and focused on investigating the area where several worker bees had disappeared. He found that the area was located to the west, and the fungus carpet had not yet spread there, with only a narrow passage connecting them. Let's go take a look. Yimu directed 2 jumping insects to move forward through the narrow path. Sure enough. After the jumping insects passed the passage, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A plain backed by mountains appeared before them, rich in resources, with crystal stone mines scattered across the distant ground. However, this place was also full of danger. A group of giant lizards were lurking here, numbering around 30. Each giant lizard was over 5 meters long, with black and shiny scales, looking extremely dangerous. The worker bees that had disappeared earlier were eaten by a few of these giant lizards, leaving behind only some remains. The giant lizards quickly noticed the 2 jumping insects, and more than 10 of them instantly swarmed towards them. The 2 jumping insects could not dodge in time and were killed on the spot, with Yimu's vision turning black. This should be the first resource area. If it can be occupied, there will definitely be a reward. But it doesn't look easy to occupy. These giant lizards seem very difficult to deal with. The jumping insects were no match for them at all. The giant lizard was huge, and its defense seemed incredibly strong. In comparison, the jumping insects were too small, the difference was too obvious. But soon, they realized their judgment was wrong. They saw over 500 jumping insects, dark as a cloud, filling the sky, and the ground trembled as they passed. They rushed toward the first resource point in swarms. The giant lizard's combat power was indeed strong. With a sweep of its tail, any jumping insect hit would either die or be severely wounded. Its sharp teeth bit down, and the jumping insect's shell shattered instantly, like biting through brittle bones. But there were simply too many jumping insects. Before the giant lizard had even killed the first jumping insect, more than 10 others had already surrounded it, biting down fiercely without letting go. Soon, the giant lizard's scales were torn open, its flesh shredded, and even though its eyes turned red with rage, it could only helplessly fall. So amazing. This is the Sea of Insects strategy. Damn. How could there be so many jumping insects after such a short time? I suddenly feel, the insects seem pretty strong. The sheer scale of their numbers is incredible. Even if most of the jumping insects die, they'll soon hatch again. This is just too fierce. Out of the 500 plus jumping insects, nearly 300 died. But all of the giant lizards were dead, leaving only their bodies behind. Dozens of worker bees arrived shortly after. 2 worker bees immediately began mutating on the spot, forming a bug nest base, and another mutated into a splitting pool. Every new base requires the splitting pool to provide specific materials. Yimu immediately activated the 100-fold time acceleration. Before long, China Yimu's jumping insects successfully occupy the first resource point. This message spread across China instantly. People clearly felt the changes in their bodies. Their strength greatly increased, and they couldn't help but fall into a state of wild joy. So amazing. I admit I underestimated Yimu's insect race before. The insect race's Sea of Insects strategy is forever a god. I live in the dry, water-scarce northwest. The riverbed that had just dried up is now a clear river. Increased 50% water resources, so amazing. I feel like I'm back to my 20s, and my lifespan increased by another 5 years. China's think tank was also having discussions. We indeed underestimated the insect race. That's right, from the current performance, it expands rapidly, hatches quickly, and the unit cost is low, capable of forming a massive scale. But it also has a fatal flaw, the unit strength is too low. If it encounters stronger enemies, it will likely struggle to break through their defenses. We should be able to find a solution. Let's research the situation of other countries' players and develop a suitable strategy. While they were discussing, those who had come to China's livestream not long ago to boast about their superiority were now in the worst mood. Not long ago, they were mocking China's insect race as useless, but how long had it been? China's insect race had already occupied the first resource point, and they did it much faster. Furthermore, the entire Chinese population's physical strength had increased by 20, and their lifespan by 5 years, which made them both envious and jealous. Of course, some people were bitterly making sarcastic comments. What's the use of being strong early on? Once the 1-month protection period ends, with these fragile insects, can they fight against invaders? Exactly. Our Neon Demon race, along with our allies' fighters, will develop to the strongest state. The Neon allies are right, my Black Cross nation is destined to revive and become the strongest country in the world. Meanwhile, the people of some countries were extremely anxious, like the Monkey Kingdom. The live stream was filled with cursing, and they blamed their own players for being useless, as they still hadn't been able to take the first resource point. Hu Tian, you waste. You've wasted the opportunity to revive our Monkey Kingdom. If I were chosen, we would definitely be far stronger than the Huaxia Kingdom. Maybe we could even reclaim the land of the Yangtze River that belongs to us. Trash, too scared to attack, you're just a useless piece of garbage. Chapter 5, The Path Narrowed. The race chosen by Hu Tian of Monkey Kingdom was the giant ape, a wise species with considerable combat strength. However, it also had significant flaws. It consumed a lot of food, was overly intelligent, and if it faced an unbeatable enemy, it might disobey orders and flee. Hu Tian heard the system announcement and learned that the Black Cross Kingdom and Huaxia had already successfully occupied the first resource point. At this moment, he was in great inner conflict. Should I attack or not? In space, Yimu sat leisurely in a boss's chair, resting his chin on one hand. He simply gave orders for the insect swarm hatchery to gather resources and expand continuously. It was worth noting that Yimu noticed his physical condition had changed. In addition to the body and lifespan boost from the reward in the announcement, as the number of the insect swarm increased, his body was also rapidly improving. Yimu couldn't help but imagine how strong he would become once the insect race truly flourished. It was almost unimaginable. The hatching speed of hero units is the slowest. Yimu closely watched a huge egg, 5 meters tall, dark green, in which an unknown hero unit was hatching. The star insect race has a wide variety of hero units. The strongest batch includes the ruler, blade queen, and insect ancestor. There are also some other powerful ones with unique features, like Zagara, Dihaka, Abathur, and so on. Some are good at leading the insect swarm, others are skilled at changing the insect race's genes and creating new units. Some have overwhelming personal strength, like the primal aberration Dihaka, whose size can nearly grow infinitely by devouring essence, and his combat strength skyrockets. At the extreme, tearing apart space warships with a slap would not be a difficult task. Suddenly, a prompt appeared, and Yimu received a private message. He opened it to see it was from Julia of the White Flag Kingdom. Hello, Yimu. I want to represent the White Flag Kingdom to discuss forming an alliance, to jointly fight against the Black Cross Kingdom and Neon Kingdom. Seeing this private message, Yimu appeared very calm. An ally? To him, such a possibility didn't exist. For the insect race, there are only two choices, either destroy the enemy or make them submit. So, he replied. Huaxia Kingdom Yimu, if you're willing to accept my protection, this can be arranged. The livestream viewers were all quite shocked when they saw this response. They want to be equals with you as allies, and you want to be their boss? Yimu is so domineering. White Flag Kingdom is developing pretty well, although slower than Black Cross Kingdom, but how could they easily submit? I suddenly can't keep up with Yimu's way of thinking. Ridiculous. How could White Flag Kingdom submit to you? So arrogant, they will eventually unite with others to deal with you. People debated and discussed, some doubted, some supported, and people from White Flag Kingdom came to stir up trouble. Since there were no restrictions on communication in the livestream, there were also people from Neon and Black Cross Kingdoms coming to mock and stir up conflicts. Facing Yimu's response, Julia of White Flag Kingdom was extremely angry. But being a woman, her thoughts were more delicate. Considering that the future development of Yimu was still uncertain, offending him rashly wouldn't be wise, so she replied. White Flag Kingdom, Julia, I represent the dignity and sovereignty of White Flag Kingdom. I'm sorry, we cannot reach such an agreement with you. This matter was temporarily put aside. Yimu was not surprised by this. He thought to himself, when countless space warships, like Leviathan, loaded with billions of insects. When the darkness that blocked the sun descended upon her world. At that moment, she could either choose self-destruction or surrender completely. Activate time acceleration, Yimu commanded, activating the 100-fold time acceleration again. The 4th and 5th insect nests and the split pool at the new resource point successfully mutated. The black fungal carpet continued to spread, completely covering the first resource area. Larvae kept emerging from the insect nests, quickly mutating into insect eggs. More worker bees and jump insects broke out of their shells, and their numbers surged. The worker bees dragged the bodies of giant lizards and jump insects back, disassembling and converting them into essence, fully utilizing waste. Before long, the number of jump insects had returned to 500. And it was still growing rapidly, heading straight toward 1,000. The number of worker bees responsible for collecting resources had even surpassed 1,000. All resources in the area surrounding the insect nests had been gathered by them. Whenever they encountered troublesome creatures, the jump insects would kill them, and the worker bees would drag them back. During this time, Yimu made an exciting discovery. The crystal blocks at the resource point contained high-purity energy, which could be freely converted into essence. The efficiency of collecting the crystal blocks was far higher than regular resource gathering, causing the essence to grow at a rapid pace. With abundant resources backing them up, the insect swarm's resource count expanded at an astonishing rate. Every time an insect nest hatched a new larva, it would almost instantly mutate into a jump insect or worker bee. From the moment a worker bee mutated into an insect nest, the swarm spread like cancer cells, and its growth could no longer be stopped. This spread speed is truly terrifying, it makes my heart race with fear. Same feeling +1, luckily, this is our Chinese race. Although the individual combat power is weak, the speed of expansion and the scale of numbers will definitely not be underestimated in the future. The large number is great, but don't forget. Once the industrialization of our country is complete, we will have a continuous production of mechanical legions. And we have high-tech equipment. Yimu's insect swarm is just beginning, and it's not necessarily going to lose to the mechanical race in the future. In the live broadcast room, everyone argued back and forth. During this period, many races successfully occupied the first resource point. However, there were also unlucky players, such as Hu Tian from Monkey Nation. After some hesitation, he finally made up his mind. All giant ape warriors and giant ape farmers, attack the resource point together. We must seize the resource point. The total number of giant ape warriors and farmers exceeded 120. Looking at so many giant apes, Hu Tian smiled smugly. Even China wouldn't have many more giant apes than this. A Chinese netizen happened to visit the Monkey Nation's live broadcast room and saw Hu Tian so proud, feeling a sense of superiority. Not long ago, China had been ridiculed, and some of those mocking comments had come from Monkey Nation netizens. Ah, what a frog in the well, this is so funny. My insect swarm is almost breaking through 2,000. Damn Chinese. How dare you come here and provoke us? Just wait, once Hu Tian takes the first resource point, our development speed will surpass yours. That's right. Wait and see, once our technology develops, we'll blast a whole bunch of bugs with missiles and nukes. TCH. You better take the first resource point before bragging. Ungrateful dog. Chapter 6, The First Destroyed Tribe. Chinese people, open your eyes and watch closely. We have chosen the ruler of all spirits, unlike your lowly insects, who die in hundreds just by killing a few lizards. Exactly. In the end, insects will be eliminated, and the future will definitely belong to the giant apes evolving into humans, ruling the world. When all your bugs are dead, I'll take in Chinese girls for free. As long as they are young, beautiful, and highly educated. Since the future belongs to humans, why did you choose the giant apes? This barrage, like a critical hit, was directly ignored. The story splits into two parts. Hu Tian commanded over 120 giant apes, who were carrying stone spears and stone axes, looking mighty as they advanced toward the first resource point. The resource point was a grassland, rich in mineral deposits, very tempting. However, over 30 prairie giant lizards were occupying the area. These giant lizards had grass-green scales, their appearance very similar to the giant lizards killed by the leaf pasture insect tribe, and their body length was also 5 meters. Charge! Hu Tian excitedly issued the command. Oh! 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 More than 100 giant apes were full of morale, charging toward the giant lizards. But not long after, things went wrong. The stone spears and stone axes only left shallow cuts when they struck the backs of the prairie giant lizards. When the lizard's scales were split, the blood and flesh underneath were still thick. Ah! The lead giant ape screamed. One of its hands was bitten off by a giant lizard, and blood spurted from the severed arm. Immediately, the giant lizard swung its long tail, and the giant ape's head exploded like a watermelon. How? How did this happen? Hu Tian was stunned, his mouth agape. He always thought his giant ape's combat strength should be strong. But the result of the battle was a one-sided defeat, and it was his side that was at a disadvantage. The giant apes kept falling, and from somewhere, one of them began to retreat, followed by the others, all fleeing in chaos, not listening to Hu Tian's commands. Hu Tian began to panic. Quick, retreat! Hurry and retreat! In the end, only a dozen giant apes returned to the camp in disarray. There were more than 120 when they left, but only these dozen or so were left alive. The barrage immediately erupted in curses. How could this happen? The giant lizards that even bugs can defeat, and yet the giant apes can't beat them? What made you think that just because you're Chinese, you'll be fine? Hu Tian, you're useless. You ruined our future. What trash of a species you picked, Hu Tian, I know where your family is. This is the species that represents the future? So scary, when the giant apes evolve into humans, we'll be the first to bring fruit to worship them. Stop with the sarcastic remarks, go away. Oh no! The giant lizards are charging toward the camp. Over 20 giant lizards charged toward the camp where the giant apes were. A few minutes later, the Monkey Kingdom's Lord Hu Tian's giant ape tribe is annihilated. The Monkey Kingdom is punished, national resources reduced by 50%, national territory reduced by 50%, national life expectancy reduced by 50%. One day later, Hu Tian can choose a new species and continue the Lord Challenge. In an instant, the lush mountains of the Monkey Kingdom became bare, the rivers dried up, the farmland lost its vitality, and everyone grew old. The whole country was filled with a sense of death. No! Replace Hu Tian, this useless fool. I suddenly turned into an old man, my body is so sluggish, I feel like I just want to sleep. Woo woo! We, the great Monkey Kingdom, were hoping to rise. Why did it turn out like this? The giant lizards that even the bugs can defeat. Everyone, don't lose hope, we still have a chance. Maybe next time Hu Tian can choose a stronger species? Anything is possible. Many people's eyes lit up with hope again. Yes, there was still hope. But to the people of surrounding nations, this scene was terrifying. Half the land, half the resources, half the life expectancy. It was simply terrifying beyond measure. Suddenly, I feel like Lord Yimu's choice of the insect tribe was really the right one, much more reliable than these giant apes. Exactly, add one more, at least the insect tribe has enough numbers, losing a few hundred or even several dozen doesn't matter. Lord Yimu, forever a god. We were wrong about him before. Look, that giant insect egg seems like it's going to hatch an hero. The hero unit of the insect tribe, so curious, I wonder if it'll be a horned bug or a flying insect? Yimu paused time to speed up and focused on observing the changes in the giant egg. With a pop, a sharp bone-like spike pierced through the thin membrane of the giant egg. Soon, dry hands forcefully tore open the insect egg. A creature with an enormous head appeared in front of everyone. It was over 5 meters tall, its abdomen touching the ground, supported by dozens of legs. What caught the most attention was its upper body and head. This head was just too big. It had several eyes, 6 arms, its forehead covered with a shell, and small tentacles and fangs in its mouth, capable of cutting food and swallowing it. Slimy liquid dripped from its mouth, giving off a chilling aura. Hiss, this looks terrifying. Same here, add one more, too scary. Seeing it is terrifying makes me feel secure. If it's not scary, how can it scare the enemy? But how is it going to fight? Although it looks scary, it doesn't seem like it's very strong in combat. At that moment, the creature suddenly spoke. The live stream immediately synced the translation, displaying it like a barrage of comments. Lord Abassar has arrived in a new insect nest area. Task, assist the insect swarm in growing stronger. Its voice was very stiff. The swarm's genes are currently rough and difficult to face strong enemies. They need to collect biological essence to improve the current insect swarm species. A breeding chamber needs to be incubated to study and improve the existing insect swarm genes. Yimu was overjoyed. It's actually Abassar. One of the reasons the insect species are so powerful is their ability to alter genes and mutate to strengthen themselves at any time. As long as they kill enemies and collect their essence, the swarm can gain the enemy's traits, becoming nearly invincible. Hero Abassar specializes in targeted improvements for the swarm. For example, jump bugs can undergo many changes after it improves them, to deal with different enemies. Yimu agreed to its request. He selected a worker bee and discovered it was already able to mutate into a new structure, a breeding chamber. So, the worker bee began to mutate on the spot. When Abassar saw this, it clasped its 2 hands together, and its body slightly swayed. The breeding chamber is beginning to incubate. The swarm needs to collect the biological essence of powerful creatures. It muttered a few words to itself. This scene shocked the members of the national think tank. These were all intelligent people, quick-witted. Abassar, this insect hero unit is very different from what I imagined. I feel the same. I thought it would be a combat-type unit or something like a queen bug that can hatch eggs. It can improve the insect genes and strengthen the insect units. This means the insect swarm has many development possibilities, and may even master technological power. No, we should say it has already mastered biological technology. If it can really do this. I suddenly think this insect swarm might be stronger than the 4 species Yimu picked when he chose the insect race. Looks like we underestimated him before. Meanwhile, the live stream was equally lively. Wow! This hero unit is amazing. It can directly modify the unit's genes. Awesome, Abassar is too cool. I just saw the American hero unit, it's a hero mech, and its combat power is indeed strong. But compared to Abassar, who can improve the overall strength of the race, it's clearly not as powerful. This is hilarious, a disgusting bug. How can it compare with our hero unit, the Blade Warrior? With the insect race's potential, no matter how much it's improved, what can it do? Can it grow wings and fly? We Neon also think the Blade Warrior is stronger. Look at this obedient kid, hee hee. Shut up. You're ruining our friendship with America, we will remember your rudeness. Friendship? You're just a servant country of America, and you dare to talk about friendship with us. We, the American Mecha Clan, are invincible and will dominate the world for another 500 years. This is so funny. Ha ha ha. Chapter 7, Moral Kidnapping? The mutation process of the breeding chamber took time, so Yimu decisively activated 100 times speed up. During this period, the insect swarm continued to develop rapidly. The number of insect nests increased from 5 to 7. The 2 newly added insect nests. The 2 crucial paths were cleverly blocked at 2 essential points. This way, any enemy attacking from the ground would either have to climb over massive rocks or destroy one of the 2 insect nests before they could reach the main base of the insect swarm. A baser was not only good at improving the insect race's genes, but also possessed excellent command abilities. During the time acceleration, under its leadership, an army of 1,000 jumping bugs launched an attack on the second resource point in the outer region. The defending forces at this resource point were stronger than before, with more than 60 giant lizards alone. However, in the face of the overwhelming tide of bugs, these giant lizards could only die in bitter defeat. Soon after, a prompt sound suddenly rang out. China Yimu's jumping bugs successfully occupied the second resource point. Rewards a Yesens plus 2,000, unlock a new unit. Territory plus 50%, all citizens' physical strength plus 25, all citizens' lifespan plus 10 years. This news caused a huge stir across China. Wow! Ye God is too awesome. The territory has increased by 50% out of nowhere, and it's in the hinterland, rich in resources, it's simply amazing. I feel my power has increased so much, I'm going to challenge the Tibetan Mastiff next door for a duel. Wait for my victory announcement. Lifespan increased by 10 years, huh, this is hilarious. I bet the leaders of other countries are drooling with envy. I just realized, improving physical strength like this is great, if this continues, we will all become little superheroes. Let's see who dares to provoke us. The insect swarm is developing fast early on, but our bull-headed race in Tianzhu is the real hope for the future. The bull is a sacred symbol. The superpower of the future will definitely be us, Tianzhu. Yes, the toilet of a superpower is really a beautiful sight. In the Lord's space world, Yimu lay leisurely, with a little maid attending to him, feeding him grapes. He casually glanced at the public channel. South Black, Tella, what does Yimu's insect race look like? Their development speed is too astonishing, they've already occupied the second resource point. Black Cross Country, Feng Shila, the number of enemies at the second resource point has doubled, it's not an easy fight. I'm still in the development stage, was planning to wait before launching an attack, but Yimu actually beat me to it. White Flag Country, Julia, will be able to communicate with the outside world in 6 days, then we'll find out what's going on. Neon, Yamamoto. America, Chuan Deng at Yimu, for the sake of friendly cooperation, just tell us about your situation. Is there some special strategy? For the sake of all humanity's future, you can't hide things. Otherwise, my country will have to sanction you. China Yimu, laughing out loud, are you just threatening me with words? If you have the ability, come face me directly. America Chuan Deng, you are ruining international relations. Refusing to cooperate. When my mechanical army appears before you, I will make you, the tyrant, pay a painful price. China Yimu, fine, I'll remember this, and carve your words into a stone for you later. Yimu casually closed the public channel, completely ignoring the furious Chuan Deng. Players from various countries each had their own plans, as the 2 powerful races fought against each other, which was actually a good thing for them. But Yimu had no interest in these scheming matters, he just hoped that the insect swarm would continue to devour, evolve, and hatch, until the fungal carpet covered every corner of the world. Pause time acceleration. Yimu turned off the 100 times time acceleration and began to carefully observe the development of the insect swarm. Currently, the fungal carpet of the insect swarm had covered over 5 square kilometers of area. The worker bees and jumping bugs had a much wider range of activity, with forests, mineral deposits, and various creatures all within the worker bees' gathering range. Yimu roughly estimated the situation. The number of worker bees has exceeded 1,500. The number of jumping insects has decreased to 1,000 due to just occupying the second resource point. However, with the hatch rate of the swarm, it will soon recover to its peak number. At this moment, what caught Yimu's attention the most was a baser. The evolution chamber had finished mutating, it was 100 meters long, 60 meters wide, and over 30 meters high. The overall color was dark purple, looking extremely solid. A baser was inside the evolution chamber. One by one, worker bees dragged the dead giant lizards, pulling them into the evolution chamber. Yimu's vision followed and entered as well. Inside the evolution chamber, the ground was dark-colored flesh, with the flesh walls trembling from time to time, emitting the unique blood-red aura of the insect swarm. Before long, in a research area inside the evolution chamber, a basser appeared. Half of its body was exposed outside a pit, not far away. Jumping insects were bound by mucus, neatly arranged inside the pit. A basser was tearing open the blood and flesh of the giant lizard with its hands, then swallowing it, analyzing its genetic sequence. Soon, it seemed to notice Yimu's presence, and spoke. Analysis of the target biological essence has been completed. 2 specific evolutionary mutations can be performed on the jumping insects. Begin mutating the jumping insects. Mucous membranes crawled out of the pit, completely enveloping dozens of jumping insects. The transformation speed was even faster than the hatching speed. In just a few minutes, 10 jumping insects had already mutated. Their appearance had undergone significant changes. The first evolutionary mutation, a pair of wings grew on the back of the jumping insects, and their hind leg muscles became more developed. The second evolutionary mutation, the outer shell of the jumping insect became stronger and thicker, and its size also increased by a circle. This mutation speed is too fast, it's done in just a few minutes. Amazing, devouring the giant lizard's genes to transform itself. Does this mean that the stronger the enemy, the stronger the insect swarm becomes? There will definitely be limitations, unless new units can be created out of thin air. I don't quite understand, what attributes did these 2 types of jumping insects increase? A basser's withered hands came together, as if explaining in detail to Yimu. The first type of jumping insect mutation enhances the hind leg muscles and adds a pair of wings for balance, which can effectively increase the jumping insect's speed by over 40%. This allows for quick raids and encircling the enemy. The second type of jumping insect mutation focuses on strengthening the armor protection, doubling the armor capability. This effectively reduces the casualties of the swarm and causes stronger sustained damage to the enemy. Yimu couldn't help but ask, can't we have both mutations? Because of genetic sequence conflicts, only one of these 2 evolutionary mutations can be selected. If enough biological material samples are provided, it may be possible to obtain a gene that merges both genetic features without conflict, thus retaining both mutation traits. A basser's answer basically meant that as long as more powerful creatures were killed until a more inclusive gene was obtained, both traits could naturally be acquired. Then can they be hatched separately? Hatch different mutated insect swarms. Yimu continued to ask. Adding different genetic sequences will cause the swarm's genes to become disordered. There's no need for this. You can choose one, and in different battle scenarios, you can change and hatch the corresponding evolutionary mutation type that fits the battlefield needs at any time. Now Yimu understood what was going on. Then let's choose armor enhancement first. Swarm jumping insects, begin mutation and transformation. A basser swayed its body. Almost at the same time, the jumping insects in the nearby area of the nest and on the fungal blanket began to mutate. They were once again covered by eggs, and within just a few minutes, the mutated jumping insects broke out of their cocoons, their shells now extremely tough, completely different from before. This mutation speed. Simply in love. As long as it's on the fungal blanket, it can evolve and mutate anytime, and the speed is so fast, this ability is simply outrageous. It's okay, but there are obvious problems. The coverage of the fungal blanket is limited. If a battle breaks out, the swarm must return near the nest to begin to mutate. Have you noticed a problem? It seems the swarm doesn't need supplies, like not eating or drinking at all. Chapter 8, The Black Cross Kingdom is about to have big problems. Many netizens from different countries are lurking in the Huaxia live room. When they saw Abbas possessing the ability to improve genes and mutate jumping insects, many felt envy. This ability is truly powerful. Of course, there are also netizens from countries like Neon and the Stick Nation, who are sneering on the side. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up. American Lord Chuan Deng's Hero Blade Samurai successfully occupies the second resource point. Reward resources plus 2,000, unlock a brand new production line. National territory plus 50%, national machine strength plus 25, some citizens' technology understanding plus 10. Almost simultaneously, another notification appeared right after. Black Cross Kingdom Lord Feng Zyler's Hero Fighter successfully occupies the second resource point. Reward resources plus 2,000, unlock a brand new unit. National territory plus 50%, all citizens physique plus 25, randomly select 200 citizens to awaken as fighters. White Flag Kingdom Lord Julia. Neon Kingdom Lord Yamamoto. Heavenly Nation Lord. Due to a 100-fold time acceleration, the competition among the first-line races is quite intense. However, some countries, like the Stick Nation, are both angry and helpless. After the Monkey Nation suffered a disastrous defeat, the most provocative country changed from Monkey Nation to Stick Nation. They stir up trouble in various national live rooms, sowing discord and hatred. Similar to Stick Nation, there are also countries like Chicken State and Heavenly Nation. These countries are notorious on YouTube. Yimu saw these notifications and did not feel surprised. After all, at the initial stage, the gaps between races won't be too significant. But he knew that soon, with the unique expansion speed of the insect race, they would far surpass other races. By the time the 30-day protection period ends and the invaders arrive, the swarm will have already become incredibly strong, expanding and attacking other worlds. After occupying more resources, the development speed of the swarm will further accelerate. Yimu looked at the big picture and found that mutated jumping insects were attacking everywhere, exploring the nearby terrain. Vaguely, he sensed some geological characteristics. A geology PhD stated, "This terrain is obviously meticulously designed, very interesting. I found that too. Look, behind the area where the swarm first resided, there's a barrier, unable to expand outward, only able to develop forward. After occupying 2 resource points, this shape is like a ring." Hearing the big shot say this, it's true. Does this ring-shaped area equal a beginner village, and going further out increases the danger? Quickly go check the Black Cross Kingdom. It seems something big is about to happen there. Really? Brothers, I'm going to take a look right now. I'll go check it out 2+1. Instantly, the number of viewers in the Black Cross Kingdom's live room surged sharply. When the Huasha netizens arrived, they were all stunned by the scene before them. The second resource point of the Black Cross Kingdom had already fallen, and the fighters lay dead on the ground, while a group of dinosaur-like monsters was feasting. Moreover, the fighters at the first resource point were also in disarray, at the brink of annihilation. These powerful monsters exceeded 100 in number, and the scene was terrifying. The hero fighters of the Black Cross Kingdom couldn't withstand it and could only retreat to the initial camp area. They prayed in their hearts that these terrifying monsters would not continue to attack and kill them all. What is going on? Some viewers, confused, couldn't help but click on the progress bar of the live room. Drag forward, back to before the disaster happened. In the video, Feng Shila was triumphant, occupying the second resource point with minimal casualties. My invincible warriors must not fall behind the insect race of Huaxia. Noble warriors, gather together. How can you develop slower than the insect race? The enemy is just a bunch of humble, weak crawlers. Attack! Launch an assault on the outer resource points. Occupy more resources at the fastest speed, we will build the most powerful empire. He spoke passionately. Worried that other players would get there first, Feng Shila simply activated 100 times speed up. Upon seeing this, some players felt that things were not looking good. You see, during the 100-fold speed up, the Lord cannot control the race anymore. The race will develop according to the Lord's previous arrangements or based on their own characteristics. Sure enough, the warriors drew their swords, raised their banners, and under the 100 times acceleration, they poured out from the exit like a dark tide. The enemies were indeed just a few weak crawlers, and the warriors were thrilled, killing wantonly and shouting loudly. However, soon things went wrong. Their commotion attracted some strange noises, and the ground began to shake. Quickly, the first giant beast resembling a Tyrannosaurus appeared. The warriors were overjoyed, thinking a boss had appeared. As long as they killed it, they could achieve supreme glory. But then, things took a sharp turn for the worse. The terrifying beasts numbered over 100. The warriors began to scatter and retreat, ultimately meeting a tragic end. Until Feng Shila sensed something was wrong and shut off the 100 times speed up, it was already too late. Everything was beyond saving. The giant beasts occupied the first and second resource points, blocking the entrance to their territory. In Yimu's live broadcast room. I'm back, the Black Cross Kingdom is too miserable. It feels like they will collapse at any moment. Even if they are lucky this time, it will be hard to develop in the future. Still too impulsive, the area outside the second resource point is just too terrifying. Hearing you say this, I suddenly begin to worry about Grandmaster Yimu. Grandmaster Yimu, please don't act impulsively. Oh no, how can I remind Grandmaster Yimu? The first communication still has to wait 6 days. There's no way. I can only hope Grandmaster Yimu acts cautiously and doesn't be reckless. Yimu carefully observed the terrain. With his years of experience in strategy games, he felt this terrain was definitely a novice village area. This area has relatively abundant resources, with 2 passages leading to unknown places. It can be inferred that the enemies at the other end of the passages would not be easy to deal with. I need to think of a way to scout. Yimu pondered quietly. Send a jumping bug? That seems risky. If it triggers some mechanism and attracts a counterattack from the enemy, that would be a huge problem. Yimu looked at a drone bee and checked its mutation options. The insect nest, splitting pool, evolution cavity, and a brand new building, exploding bug nest. This was a reward obtained after occupying the second resource point. After building the exploding bug nest, important units of the insect race, toxic exploding bugs, could be hatched. Toxic exploding bugs are self-destructing creatures with great lethality and destructive power. However, the mutated exploding bug nest has resource limitations. Besides consuming essence, it also must use gas mines. Toxic exploding bugs are mutated from jumping bugs and also require essence and gas mines. It seems I can only hatch them to scout first. Yimu made up his mind. He looked at an insect nest. At the edge, larvae were slowly wriggling on the fungal blanket. The larvae can mutate into drone bees and jumping bugs, and there is a third mutated unit. That is, the king bug. In starry science fiction games, the king bug is an aerial unit, having no combat ability but mainly providing population support for the insect race. But in this real alien world, the supply for the alien bugs can be realized through the fungal blanket, with no population limits. A single kingworm requires 100 essence. Under normal circumstances, there is no need for mutation. But now the situation is different. Hatch 3 kingworms. The 3 larvae immediately transformed into eggs, beginning to hatch. Suddenly relieved, thankfully, Master Yimu did not act recklessly. This little heart really can't take it, this other world is too dangerous. One mistake and it could flip. Agreed, the terrifying giant beasts encountered in the Black Cross Kingdom would surely perish if they met the insect race, even if they had numbers. What is Master Yimu hatching? The hatching time of the kingworm is relatively long, so Yimu activated a 100-fold acceleration once again. Chapter 9, The Battle Begins. Crack. The 3 chrysalises broke apart, and the kingworms successfully hatched. The hatched kingworms slowly floated up, able to freely control their height, now suspended 200 meters above the ground. The kingworm is currently the largest unit hatched by the insect race. In terms of size, it measures over 30 meters in length and the same in height, forming a spherical shape with tentacle-like claws hanging down over 30 meters long. On its massive body, there is a small head with several huge eyes, able to overlook the ground. Even the smallest details are within sight. If we don't consider its insect identity, it looks more like a floating hot air balloon. Wow! I'm stunned. It's actually a flying unit. Isn't it reasonable for our insect race to fly? The insect race can be said to be one of the earliest flying species on Earth. This size is too big, it's a bit scary to look at. I heard Master Yimu loudly say it, seems like he called it a kingworm. No. How could you have a flying unit? This must be cheating. That's right, our American mechanical race still hasn't mastered flying ability. How could the insect race fly? And such a huge size too. I'm dying of laughter. If they can't win, they say others cheat. If they can win, they feel superior. This double standard is really smooth. The kingworm floated lazily, flying at a relatively slow speed. One kingworm slowly ascended, until it reached a height of 1,000 meters above the ground, then hid into the clouds, drifting out of the insect base. It slowly descended. Finally. In the eastern and northern passages of the insect territory, the landscape of the eastern area was fully displayed. This is a hilly area rich in minerals. This vast area is dozens of times larger than the territory occupied by the insect swarm. Within the area, there is a river, with lush vegetation, and crystal mines are clearly visible. Yimu particularly paid attention to a place. In the border area near the insect territory passage, there is a continuous fissure in the ground hundreds of meters long, from which purple mist constantly emanates. The surrounding plants have also become quite different because of this. No doubt about it. This is a natural gas mine. An essential resource for the mutated poison explosion worms. This place looks like it's rich in resources. Treasures are everywhere. Don't just focus on the resources, there are many monsters too, and these monsters seem quite different. Indeed. There are giant lizards, and even lizard people. They seem to have strong combat power and perhaps organizational skills. These are intelligent high-level enemies. Their danger level is no less than those monsters encountered in the Black Cross Kingdom. Not just no less, but their danger level is even higher. Once they are discovered, the insect race will surely be completely annihilated. Even if we don't actively attack them, I feel like these lizard people would sense the insect race. Have you noticed that these lizard people are closely related to the giant lizards? Could the resource points occupied by the insect race be where they cultivate the giant lizards? The way you all say it, it really seems like it. Then doesn't that mean Master Yimu is very dangerous? Should we attack? But it seems we don't have enough strength, and if we don't attack, should we just sit still? Yimu observed the lizard people on the ground and unexpectedly discovered. These lizard men have actually noticed the kingworm. They stand 3 meters tall, looking fierce, with a robust and massive build, holding sharp metal spears, loudly shouting at the kingworm in the sky. I have a plan. Yimu instantly thought of a tactic. He first let the kingworm ascend, trying not to attract too much attention from the lizardmen. The other 2 kingworms also began to ascend slowly, quietly flying to the rear area of the lizardmen, far from the passage. Then, he called a worker bee to hatch the 8th nest at the entrance of their own passage. At the same time, the remaining 7 nests were fully hatching jumping bugs, with 90% of the worker bees all dispatched to the outer area of the passage, totaling over 1,000. Time passed second by second. When the 8th nest was completely hatched, Yimu issued a new command. The 3 king worms dispersed, descending vertically towards the ground, making noise to attract the lizardmen's attention. The king worms are huge and peculiar in shape, quickly drawing the attention of the lizardmen. From the jungle and caves, hundreds of lizardmen emerged, holding spears, chasing the kingworms while shouting loudly. Some of the lizardmen even threw their spears, almost hitting the kingworm floating 500 meters in the air, showing their incredible strength. Seeing that the lizardman's attention was successfully drawn, Yimu smiled slightly and immediately launched the second action. I understand. Yimu's move is a trick to deceive. Is this purple mist a special resource? It should be. When occupying the second resource point, the insect race unlocked new units. I just thought it was a kingworm, but now I suddenly realize, could it be that Yimu hasn't hatched new units yet? The insect race can hatch kingworms from the very beginning, but the new insect race units require special resources, so Yimu deliberately arranged this to steal the gas mines, right? Lizardmen are not stupid. Once they realize what's happening, Yuhuaxia will be doomed. Sending so many worker bees is simply reckless. Our Korean players have the strategy. You idiots upstairs. By the time they realize, they'll just come to die for nothing. The insect race's speed of spawning units, the lizardmen can't possibly withstand it. It's almost time. Yimu's eyes lit up. He immediately arranged for a worker bee to start mutating and exploding the nest. In the meantime, thousands of worker bees collected gas mines at the fastest speed. The edge of the 100-meter rift was almost filled with worker bees. The fungal blanket of the 8th main nest was also continually expanding, covering not only the passage, but stretching into the area outside the passage. Seeing this, Yimu knew it would be hard to continue deceiving the lizardmen. He simply let the 3 kingworms lower their altitude one by one, as if they were going to their doom, continuing to attract the lizardmen's attention. Soon, the first kingworm was pierced by dozens of spears and fell from the sky, causing the lizardmen on the ground to cheer excitedly. They continued to chase the remaining 2nd and 3rd kingworms. But at that moment, one lizardman heard the roar of a giant lizard in the distance. He quickly stood up tall, looking towards the source of the sound. Upon seeing it, he was shocked to find that a large area of land was covered with a strange black substance, filled with bizarre creatures. Some jumping bugs were fiercely fighting with the approaching giant lizard. Roar! The lizardman roared angrily. The sound was strange, as if calling for its kin. Hundreds of lizardmen then realized they had been fooled. These floating monsters were just to attract their attention. They are stealing our creator's breath, the leader of the lizardmen roared loudly. The gas mine is the key for them to evolve into lizardmen and grow stronger. They once wiped out a race to obtain the gas mine. Attack! Kill all creatures. Yimu immediately noticed the movements of the lizardmen. He remained calm, for everything was already too late. On one side of the 8th insect nest, the explosive nest was about to hatch. Yimu decisively issued orders. Worker bees continued to collect gas mines at high speed. The first wave of 1,000 jumping insects is charging directly at the lizardmen and giant lizards. Chapter 10 Unfair, Rematch. Kill all those thieves, leave not a single one, the lizardmen roared madly. They held metal spears, battling fiercely, showing strong combat abilities. The lizardmen stood 3 meters tall, clearly having height and arm-length advantages over the jumping insects. Just over 300 lizardmen managed to withstand the attack of thousands of jumping insects. If it weren't for a baser's targeted enhancement of the jumping insect's armor, these thousands of jumping insects would have been scattered by the lizardmen long ago. Ha! One lizardman fiercely thrust his spear into the back armor of a jumping insect, the sharp spear leaving deep marks on the shell. Then, he exerted force again, the spear piercing through a crack in the shell and directly stabbing into a jumping insect's body. The jumping insect struggled desperately, but its life was quickly fading. Before the lizardman could pull out the spear, more jumping insects surged forward like a tide. Some bit at his arms, others climbed onto his back, while still others crazily gnawed at his legs. At this moment, another lizardman shouted, pulling him back and yelled, "Quick, form up!" The battle entered a fever pitch from the start, with jumping insects falling dead one by one. Occasionally a lizardman would die from the ferocious impact of the jumping insects. At this rate, all the jumping insects will die. The combat power of the lizardmen is too strong, it takes 5 or 6 jumping insects to attack together to kill just one. Fortunately, a baser genetically enhanced the jumping insects, otherwise, most of them would have already died. This is hilarious. Insects are still insects, do they really think they can win just because of their numbers? It seems China is going to lose this time, the strongest country in Asia must be us, India. With you guys drinking Ganges water and eating cow dung every day? the strongest country in Asia, who else but us, Japan? These little devils are really shameless, disgusting. We, the South Koreans, are the strongest. 7,000 years ago, we occupied north of the Yangtze River. Right, you all are great, each one is unrealistic and just fantasizes. He. The number of the insect race is indeed staggering, and another 1,000 jumping insects have charged up. On the front line of the war, over 1,000 more jumping insects joined the battle, instantly filling the gaps left by the dead jumping insects. Even the more than 300 giant lizards in the back began to join the fight, the scale of battle continued to expand, and blood stained the earth. Not long ago, a giant lizard could easily eliminate 10 jumping insects when facing their attacks. But since the jumping insects evolved reinforced shells, the giant lizard could only kill 2 or 3 at most when facing attacks, risking its own life in the process. More and more jumping insects continued to rush from the rear, joining the battle. The lizardmen felt as if the enemy was endless. If they killed 1, 2 more would come immediately. There was simply no end to it. Yimu looked down at the battlefield expressionlessly. He realized that even without the toxic explosive insects, with the current hatching speed and resource reserves of the insect race, fully hatching the jumping insects could completely exterminate the lizardmen based solely on their numbers. The continuous influx of the insect race into the battlefield made the netizens of India, Japan, and South Korea, who had been mocking at the beginning, gradually shut their mouths. This scene was simply too brutal, too terrifying. Even the big shots in China's think tank couldn't help but exclaim, if such a race appeared in reality. We must launch the nuclear missile immediately, and it must cover the entire area, bombarding it continuously 10 times. We must not give them any chance of survival. While everyone focused their attention on the front line, Yimu turned his gaze toward the 8th insect nest. In the area near the insect nest, a massive flesh tumor was rhythmically expanding and contracting, and the frequency was increasing rapidly. Finally, puff! The explosion from the insect nest broke free from its shell. It rose high, reaching over 70 meters, far exceeding the height of the insect nest itself. The top of the insect nest emitted a faint green glow, with poisonous gas spreading everywhere. With it, the insect swarm could hatch a new unit, the toxic explosive worm. The viewers in the live stream followed Yimu's gaze and saw the appearance of the explosive insect nest, and a thought simultaneously arose in their minds: the battle is about to end. At this moment, the jumping insects could already stand up to the lizardmen. Any new force joining would be enough to break this balance. The jumping insects, which were originally preparing to join the battlefield, suddenly stopped. One by one, they crouched on the mushroom carpet, wrapped in insect membranes, turning into cocoons. The green insect cocoons shook vigorously. Only a minute passed. Puff! The first cocoon cracked open, and a toxic explosive worm crawled out. It was 1.5 meters long, and its appearance was completely different from that of the jumping insect. Its head and body were covered in thick armor, supported by 6 legs, allowing it to move quickly. The most striking feature was its abdomen, a huge mass occupying 2/3 of its body. Inside the tough transparent membrane, a glowing green liquid sloshed back and forth, emitting a strangely dangerous aura. What kind of insect is this? It looks so strange. Look at its abdomen, it feels like it could explode at any moment. Based on my understanding of biology, this insect unit must be capable of spraying corrosive liquid or venom from its mouth to harm enemies. No wonder it looks a bit clumsy. It's a ranged attack unit. More than 50 toxic explosive worms quickly wriggled, their massive abdomens carrying them toward the battlefield. The lizardmen quickly noticed these strange insects. Be careful! These insects are strange, take them out first, a lizardman shouted loudly to his companions. More than 50 toxic explosive worms lined up in a straight line, quickly crawling toward the lizardmen, their speed no slower than the jumping insects. The lizardmen immediately prepared for battle, their spears stabbing toward the approaching toxic explosive worms. However, before the spears could even touch the toxic explosive worms, suddenly, the first toxic explosive worm's abdomen rapidly expanded. The lizardman's pupils contracted, an ominous feeling surged in his heart, and he was immediately filled with terror. There were plenty of jumping insects here, it's kin, it shouldn't. Boom! The first toxic explosive worm exploded, its toxic corrosive liquid spreading out in all directions. More toxic explosive worms followed suit, exploding one after another, and the corrosive liquid covered most of the lizardman's formation. Metal spears melted instantly, and the lizardmen's bodies were also dissolved in the corrosive liquid, even their simple armor was not spared. After one wave of explosions, the ground was corroded into several meters deep pits, and the number of lizardmen was reduced by 2/3, with the remaining ones mostly injured. The jumping insects, however, were unharmed in the corrosive liquid, as they had a natural resistance to the toxic liquid of the toxic explosive worms. The remaining lizardmen were frightened out of their wits, staring in terror as more toxic explosive worms quickly crawled toward them, along with the overwhelming jumping insects, completely burying them. Gradually, the battlefield fell silent, everything became still. Even the live stream fell silent. Until a few seconds later, the live stream exploded with excitement. So awesome! So awesome! Blowing up the place. These insects are too ruthless, they can self-destruct, and the power is so great. They instantly wiped out the enemy. And this kind of insect looks like it wouldn't cost much to make, the jumping insects can mutate into them at any time. Just now, while watching the fierce battle, I was so anxious, fearing we would lose, unexpectedly. With a wave of explosions, the enemy was all gone. This is unfair. You must have cheated. How could there be such a powerful destructive unit? Our American mechanical grenades are not even this strong, there must be loopholes. This is not fair. The insect race is already this numerous, and now with these self-destructing bugs, isn't this too unbalanced? Ha, how did you mock the insect race before? Now you shout unfair, where is your face? It's just a self-destructing bug, what's there to be proud of? Once our mechanical artillery units come out, a round of cannon fire will turn those bugs into roasted bugs. There won't be any chance for you to crawl over to self-destruct slowly. Just as the live chat was in chaos, a prompt suddenly rang out. Lord of Hwasya successfully exited the novice area and occupied a level 1 zone. Gained rewards essence plus 3000, gas plus 3000, unlocked a special unit. As the first player to leave the novice village, he received a super reward, national overall resources plus 50%, all citizens physique plus 50, all citizens lifespan plus 10 years. Gained natural wonder spring of life, consuming this spring has a chance to complete gene enhancement. Chapter 11, Why the 80-year-old lady walks like the wind, please follow the read. Across the vast land of Hwasya, strange phenomena began to appear in all 9 provinces. The once desolate desert gradually transformed into a vibrant oasis, and the previously barren land became fertile and rich. Exhausted mines seemed to regain vitality, as gold and gemstones reappeared everywhere. From centenarian elders to 3- or 5-year-old children, everyone's physique underwent tremendous transformation. Look, a baby holding a milk bottle accidentally squeezed, and the bottle was easily crushed. And those elders who could not stand upright now walk briskly, their figures strong, no less than athletes on the Olympic stage. Even more astonishing is that a giant lake suddenly appeared in Hwasya. The water was clear and transparent, shimmering gently like crystal, and the surroundings were flourishing with life, even the flowers and grasses stood out. Various beasts and birds come to this place, all with a sense of reverence, drinking from the lake water cautiously. The think tank of Hwasya observed this marvelous scene through satellites. This is the natural wonder, the spring of life. Wow, the size is almost as big as West Lake. The announcement says drinking the spring water has a chance to complete gene enhancement. I thought it was just a small spring, but I didn't expect it to be so huge, completely able to be popularized nationwide. I feel my brain clearer than ever before, many things forgotten long ago have surged back to my mind like a tide. All of this is thanks to Yimu. Who would have thought the insect race would be so strong? They excitedly discussed, their words full of surprise and admiration. In Yimu's live broadcast room, every netizen from Hwasya was joyfully sharing their feelings about their physical changes. And the netizens from other countries inevitably felt a pang of jealousy. Not long ago, the race controlled by Hwasya was still regarded as the lowest of bugs, but now it had leaped to become the strongest race. The natural wonder, the spring of life, it sounds just like a plot from a fantasy story, it's too powerful. I wonder if more wonders like this will appear in the future. The insect race was indeed powerful in the early days, but I believe our nation's ginseng represents the future, we have a glorious history. Our Dangun started civilization 10,000 years ago. You, Bangzi, can you go annoy the little devils somewhere else? Don't be hated in our live broadcast room. If Hwasya had a son like you, it would truly be a calamity. Woo-woo, our monkey nation got badly beaten by that black pit. I'm really eager to join the Hwasya nation, please take me in, I have money. Money? In Hwasya, that doesn't have much use. We only welcome talents now, and they must have noble character, no bad records, and never spoken insults against Hwasya. That's right. And it must be approved by the great Yimu. Back then, you ambitious guys were brought in for 300 billion, who knows if you'll play tricks again. You are too arrogant. The technology of the United States and the magic of Big Ing are much more promising than bugs. I want to join the United States and Big Ing, who cares about Hwasya? Don't you care about our Black Cross Nation? We can barely hold on. Boo-hoo. Not long after, terrible news came from the Black Cross Nation, the last warrior was also devoured by a giant beast. The warrior tribe of the Black Cross Nation under Lord Feng Shila has been destroyed. The Black Cross Nation has been punished, national resources minus 50%, land area minus 50%, national lifespan minus 50%. A day later, Feng Shila can choose a race again and continue the Lord Challenge. After this prompt, the Black Cross Nation fell into a miserable scene, alarming the people of Europa. They secretly vowed that when they could send messages to players, they must remind others not to act impulsively and to develop steadily. The scene shifted back to Yimu. At this moment, a table appeared in front of him, with paper and a pen on it. Yimu picked up the pen and wrote a few words on the paper. Occupy level 1 area. Level 1 area, how is this level defined? Is the next one level 2? Yimu speculated silently in his heart. He did not plan to ask other lords in the public channel. After all, no other lords from other countries reached his current level. Seeing Yimu speculating about the area levels, Huaxia's think tank began to think as well, discussing and analyzing with each other. They finally reached a rough conclusion: level 1 is the lowest, and the highest level is currently unclear. But it can be confirmed that area levels are directly related to the strength of enemies in the area and the size of the area. Continue to collect relevant information, analyze and organize it deeply, and send everything to him when we can communicate with Yimu. Yimu put down the paper and pen, and the little maid stepped forward to take them away. He turned his gaze towards the bug race. The lizard men had been completely wiped out, their bodies dragged away by the worker bees. After ABA cells analysis, useful parts were retained, while useless ones were decomposed and converted into essence. The hilly area before him covered an area of up to 80 square kilometers. Yimu decisively arranged to hatch 5 insect nest bases at once, while also building a split pool and bombworm nest for each. At the gas mine of the Earth Fissure, the swarm began to hatch and absorb the cavity. This is a special building of the bug race that can accelerate the absorption of the gas mine, effectively improving gas collection efficiency and avoiding resource waste. Seeing that the war had ended, Yimu decisively activated a 100-fold time acceleration. In an instant, everything was like a fast-forward movie. Thousands of worker bees quickly became busy, 5 insect nests broke out of their shells, and the black fungus blanket spread rapidly, evenly covering a large area. A large number of jump bugs and poison explosion bugs went into action, hunting down remaining enemies, clearing all threats in the domain, until the swarm completely digested this level 1 area territory. The quantity of essence and gas resources surged at a shocking speed. The expansion speed of this bug race makes me feel a chill in my heart. I just feel my blood boiling. Wherever our Huaxia swarm goes, it will leave no enemies alive and conquer everything. Ah, my youthful spirit can't be contained. The bug army is unstoppable. Yimu took a short nap. When he woke up, he saw the bug race developing orderly, reaching an unprecedented strength. And the power contained within him also increased. Pause time acceleration. He first chose a worker bee to check, only to find that the variability of the buildings had not increased. He then checked a larva, the number of variable units was also unchanged. But the system announcement just mentioned that the insect race had unlocked a special unit. Could it be the queen? Yimu thought, quickly checking the queen's information. Sure enough. In addition to being able to hatch larvae, the queen now had a new option: hatch queen. Hatching a single queen required 200 essence and 100 gas, took a long time, and each nest could only hatch one queen at a time. A queen. Yimu's eyes lit up. In StarCraft, the queen is created by the Zerg's Blade Queen and is a ruling unit of the Zerg, akin to the secondary brain of the swarm. They have strong adaptability, each with different abilities. Some queens can directly produce larvae for hatching Zerg units, some can stimulate the hive, speeding up larval hatching, and some queens can even infect enemies, forming an army of infection. What Yimu valued most is that the queen could hatch mycelium tumors, a capability that could break the limitation of mycelium only existing around the hive. Mycelium tumors can continuously split and expand, theoretically, achieving infinite expansion of mycelium, covering an entire planet would not be difficult for the Zerg. Yimu immediately issued the order for every nest to hatch one queen. In this way, when he could not command the Zerg in real time, the queens would govern the swarm on his behalf. Yimu then turned his gaze to the evolution chamber. In the eerie chamber, the painful screams of jumpers and others echoed. Abathur was researching something new. As the swarm continued to grow and Yimu's strength increased, his influence on the Zerg deepened. For instance, Abathur could already sense Yimu observing him. He clasped his hands together, paused his actions, and respectfully said, "Great Overmind, Abathur has successfully developed a new variant of the Baneling based on the lizardman's genetic essence. Please choose one." Chapter 12, No Slaying the Nameless. "Tell me," Yimu said with great interest. "Abathur, this tech nerd, is truly amazing. The Baneling has barely emerged and already a new variant has been developed. Tech nerds are awesome. I, Abathur, do not slay the Nameless. This evolution speed is much faster than the mechanical race, they take quite a long time to develop new equipment. I'm liking the Zerg more and more. From now on, I am a loyal fan of the Zerg. No, I am a super fan of Yimu." Abathur's voice was stiff. He opened the pit, and 2 banelings crawled out. The left baneling had no significant changes to its head or front body, but its abdomen had many spikes. The right baneling's corrosive fluid turned from green to purple, otherwise, it remained the same. First variant of Baneling, Strong Baneling, enhances the activity of the internal biomass, and the explosion's impact range can increase by 50%. It deals equal damage to a wide area of enemies. Second variant of Baneling, Fission Baneling, alters the genetic characteristics of the abdominal biomass, granting it a high regeneration ability. After self-detonation, the Baneling can split into two small banelings for secondary explosive damage. Yimu immediately ordered 200 of both variants to be mutated and sent to the eastern battlefield for practical testing. You command this and take the eastern region completely. Selecting the most suitable genetic sequences for the Zerg based on practical battles is a wise move. Abathur will surely accomplish the task assigned by the Overmind, eliminating all enemies. Abathur oozed slime from his mouth, clasped his hands together, and controlled the swarm he commanded through his consciousness remotely. On the mycelium blanket, 400 jumpers suddenly quieted down. The cocoons wrapped around them, starting to hatch quickly. Yimu quietly observed from the side, not intervening. Two king worms floated towards the eastern area to scout the terrain. The strong toxic explosion worms and fission toxic explosion worms crawled towards the only passage in the eastern area. This is not what I imagined. I initially thought the insect race was made up of low intelligence beings. In the end, I was slapped in the face by reality. I don't know how smart the insect race is overall, but if Abathur were on Blue Star, he would definitely win a Nobel Prize. I watched other live streams, like in America, they are still secretly grabbing gas mines. Yimu has already prepared to attack the second level 1 area. For a battle of this scale, Yimu doesn't even bother to personally command. Ha ha. You guys are too over the top, this is excessive. I just came from the American livestream. Chuan Deng was there talking to himself, bragging that his mechanical troops numbered over 500, which made me laugh so hard. Yimu, what? 500? With just this little number of units, you still need to report to me? The mood in the livestream was high, but there was still some tension and anticipation. The kingworms scouted in the air, discovering that the east was a vast grassland, rich in soil, with plenty of minerals and gas mines. On the grassland moved a strange creature, beast-like but not quite. It was nearly 3 meters long, standing on 6 legs, with a fierce head, dark black skin, looking just like a monster from a horror movie, and there were thousands of them at a glance. Soon, more than 2,000 jumping worms poured into this area, attracting their attention. Roar! A 6-legged beast roared, calling its companions, and more 6-legged beasts appeared. Over 800 6-legged beasts faced off against the 2,000 jumping worms. Their muscles were developed, and their power was immense. A single slap could crush a jumping worm's head flat. If we don't consider tactical cooperation and weapon use, the combat power of the 6-legged beasts far exceeded that of the lizardmen. More and more 6-legged beasts joined the battle, and the battlefield was splattered with blood and chunks of flesh, with roars and howls deafening. At first glance, the 6-legged beasts seemed to have the upper hand. However, a series of plump figures quietly approached. The viewers in the livestream watched as the 6-legged beasts remained unaware of the danger coming. It's over, these beasts completely don't know how powerful the toxic explosion worms are. They are probably going to be wiped out. These beasts look quite cool, if only they could be captured and raised. Raised? They would definitely love to eat you for dinner. As 200 strong toxic explosion worms drew near, they almost simultaneously exploded. Boom! Green corrosive liquid splattered everywhere, the coverage area increased by 50%, but the power didn't diminish at all. More than 600 6-legged beasts were instantly wiped out, leaving behind white bones and mangled flesh. The remaining 6-legged beasts felt fear and wanted to escape. However, from behind crawled a number of fission toxic explosion worms, with continuous explosions following. Usually, after the toxic explosion ends, 2 small toxic explosion worms, each 30 centimeters long, would crawl out close to the 6-legged beasts and continue to explode. Until the last fission toxic explosion worm exploded, all 6-legged beasts were exterminated. In the evolution chamber, Abathur's voice was devoid of emotion. The master task has been completed, all enemies in the area have been eliminated. Please, master, choose one among either the strong toxic explosion worms or the fission toxic explosion worms as the commonly used gene for the jumping worms. Choose the strong toxic explosion worm, Yimu said. Selection successful. Starting to inject this gene into all jumping worms, they can mutate into strong toxic explosion worms at any time when needed. Collecting biological essence from unknown organisms, which can be used to improve insect race genes. Collection in progress. Abathur commanded the worker bees remotely, bringing back the remaining corpses and flesh of the 6-legged beasts to the incubation chamber. Yimu no longer paid attention to this insect race tech geek and withdrew his gaze. Almost at the same time, the jumping worms of Lord Yimu from Huaxia successfully occupied the level 1 area. Gained reward essence plus 2000. Gas plus 2000. National petroleum resources plus 50%, the physical strength of all citizens plus 30, and the lifespan of all citizens plus 10 years. Netizens from other countries turned green with envy upon seeing this announcement. It's no exaggeration to say that nowadays, everyone in China can live up to 150 years old. I don't have much time left, I must immigrate to China, a Wall Street mogul made up his mind. Staying in the country of the Black Cross has no future, I want to go to China, a scientist also made a decision. This is just a part of it. Of course, there were opposing voices, such as in the American player's livestream, where the comments were a chaotic clamor. Those who want to go to China are all fools. When technology reaches its peak, achieving immortality is easy, what does an extra 100 years matter? That's right. The mechanical civilization grows stronger as time goes on, with star-breaking bombs, space weapons, and particle weapons. Even the strongest insect swarm is just flesh and blood, how can they defend against that? Xuandeng is getting ready, soon they will be able to attack the level 1 area. My great America will once again dominate for 500 years, no, 1,000 years. China, relying on a few bugs, is definitely no match for us, the chosen people of God. Chapter 13, up there, your thoughts are quite painful. The sun rose as usual, and a day quietly passed by. Yimu sat in the boss chair and casually opened the livestream. Boss Yimu finally started the stream. I'm moved to tears. I seriously suspect that Boss Yimu was extremely busy last night. Up there, your thoughts are quite painful. Yimu observed the insect race, as if he were right there on the scene. He shut off the 100-fold time acceleration while resting, yet even so, the insect race underwent earth-shattering changes. In the novice village area, 8 insect nests stood proudly, with worker bees and jumping insects busily darting back and forth. In the east and north, 2 level 1 regions, the hills and grasslands, were completely covered by black mycelium, with no hint of green. 10 massive insect nests were evenly distributed across this area, surrounded by menacing-looking split pools and explosive insect burrows. One by one, the queen insects hovered in the air, closely monitoring the situation nearby. On the ground, thousands of worker bees were busy gathering resources, while jumping insects searched for traces of prey. Because of Yimu's order, the swarm did not step out of the level 1 area to avoid encountering opponents they could not handle. Yimu took just a cursory glance at this massive insect swarm base and discovered that the number of jumping insects had already surpassed 10,000. They gathered together like a purple-black sea of insects, creating an incredibly terrifying scene. Hiss, this development speed is just too explosive. I just saw that the white flag country, India, and America have also occupied level 1 regions. Among them, Beijing even took both level 1 regions. Boss Yimu rested for so long that he gave them a chance, if they can't catch up, that would truly be pathetic. Humph, my India is destined to become a major power in the world, the strongest country in Asia. China will become history. Third brother, the only thing I admit is weaker than you is that a motorcycle can fit a whole company into it. And drinking cow urine, bathing in cow dung, that's something I can't provoke, I'm scared, really scared. And that eating habit where everything turns into mush, just thinking about it is enough to turn my stomach. Damn Chinese people. Cows are the most sacred in our India. Everything about them is a treasure. Only our Indian cows are divine cows. Your cows are all inferior. A quarrel immediately broke out in the livestream room. Yimu turned his gaze to the insect race's new unit, the brood mother. The brood mother could both burrow underground and drill into the insect nests. Some brood mothers stayed on the mycelium blanket outside the nests, constantly hatching more larvae. The number of brood mothers was quite large, they were nearly 7 meters tall, over 15 meters long, and their abdomens were filled with a large number of eggs, capable of hatching new larvae. However, due to their enormous size, the brood mothers moved extremely slowly in the area outside the mycelium blanket. This is one of their few weaknesses. Although they move slowly, the mother bug's attack power is not weak. They have 2 pairs of sharp front claws that can easily tear enemies apart. Not only that, the mother bug can shoot bone spikes at airborne units and ranged enemies. Moreover, the mother bug has thick blood, high armor, and advantages such as recovery skills. As Yimu observed one of the mother bugs, a voice echoed in his mind. Great ruler, I feel your call. My name is Nazalus, and I will sweep away all enemies for you. Very good, pay attention to the swarm's alertness. Yimu conveyed his thoughts. Yes, great ruler. Great ruler, while you weren't paying attention to our small corner, the insect race captured an unknown enemy scout. Do you want to interrogate it? Oh. Let me take a look. Yimu immediately became interested. At your command, great ruler. It is imprisoned in the insect nest. In a nest in the northern region, the space here is about the same size as the evolution chamber. Mother bug Nazalus is here, and a creature resembling a giant ape, with hair as hard as steel needles, is tightly bound by insect webs and unable to move. This creature is huge, standing nearly 3.5 meters tall and weighing over a ton. As Yimu's perspective shifted, the live stream audience began to speak. Wow, what kind of bug is this? It's huge. It looks quite handsome. It seems to have insect eggs at its tail. Is it a mother bug? Is this inside the insect nest? What is this strange creature that got caught? Could it be an enemy from level 2 zone? Although trapped, its aura is clearly much stronger than the lizardmen. As everyone was discussing, Mother Bug Nazalus spoke up. Primitive creature, our great ruler is watching you. You dare not bow your head. Speak quickly, where do you come from? What is your race, and what is your name? Ugly creature. All beings here have been slaughtered by my steel fur tribe, how dare you capture me? My kin will surely kill all of you. Don't expect to get any information from me. Yimu assessed this creature, it seemed intelligent and adhered to the law of the jungle. Primitive creature, you dare to show such disrespect to our great ruler, but many things are beyond your control. Nazalus approached the steel fur creature, using bone claws to hold its mouth, and a 30-centimeter long larva appeared, crawling into its mouth. The girls said they can't watch anymore. So terrifying, yet a bit thrilling. There are even parasites. That's too scary. Woo-woo, the creature struggled, but eventually lost the ability to resist, even losing its memories. It was then dragged away by worker bees and thrown out towards the exit to the outside world. The scout of the steel fur tribe suddenly opened its eyes, looking around in confusion, feeling as if it had forgotten something. Right, I need to go back and report to the chief. Kill all the creatures here, these weak bugs dared to kill our servants and occupy our land. After it left, in a shadowy corner, Mother Bug Nazalus's eyes were fixed on its back. Great ruler, it will bring us information from the outside world, and soon. Yimu quietly observed. The larva was hidden in the steel fur creature's abdomen, unable to provide sight, only able to hear its voice, as well as the scout of the steel fur tribe seemed to be approaching a certain place. Poochie. The larva moved swiftly, hiding in a dark corner, discovering that it was in a simple giant building. It could see one steel fur warrior after another passing by. They were tall, supported their bodies by their arms as they moved, and wore hard fur. It could also see them occasionally carrying the heads of unknown creatures as they walked by. The larva bypassed the sentries and infiltrated the hall of the steel fur tribe, quietly observing, and discovered the leader of the steel fur tribe. The tribal leader of the steel fur clan was larger than the others, his fur a blood-red color, radiating power as he held a skull-shaped goblet, shouting loudly. Our steel fur clan is a level 2 tribe. We dominate 7 level 1 tribes. How dare the serpentine provoke us, do they want to be pierced by our steel fur? Great leader, the lizardmen have not provided us with mighty lizards as food on time, and the supplies have not arrived. Our scouts have also gone silent. Exterminate them. Bring in other slaves to develop that land. At that moment, the larva died, and communications were interrupted. Yimu thought carefully, realizing that his guess was right. A level 1 area corresponds to a level 1 tribe, thus a level 2 tribe should correspond to a level 2 area. Moreover, he learned that the level 2 tribe of the steel fur clan would soon arrive. Chapter 14, The Crafty Little Days of Living Well. From the tribal leader of the steel fur clan's casual attitude, Yimu surmised that the number of steel fur warriors in the first wave would not be too many. It shouldn't be a big issue. Just capturing a level 1 area, and the enemies from the level 2 area immediately come knocking. Isn't the pace too fast? The other world is not quite what we imagined, although the races seem loose, they are actually connected. Once a player lord develops, the natives will definitely launch an attack. Fortunately, the mother bug has the parasite trick, or else the sudden attack from Steel Fur Clan would be difficult to respond to. I have long said that your insects in Huaxia develop recklessly, sucking up resources, it will surely bring big trouble. Now karma has come. Hee. For everyone upstairs, our great Yimu not only knows the enemy is coming, but he also knows exactly who the enemy is. Do you know? As soon as this message appeared, many online users from various countries broke out in cold sweat. This is simply the one who starts the trouble has no later consequences. The situation faced by the insect tribe will certainly be faced by other races as well. Especially the Neon country. The Lord of Neon, Yamamoto, was full of confidence, gathering a large number of demon warriors to attack a level 1 island. However, he discovered that the natives of that level 1 island had actually asked for help. On the surface of the sea, a giant ship rode the waves, and only one figure stood on it. The person wore a yellow suit, glasses, and was tall, appearing very calm. What's so great about being taller? Let's take out this guy who came to die. Yamamoto was full of confidence. The man in the yellow suit pushed up his glasses and said leisurely, "Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Half an hour later, a prompt appeared, shocking everyone. Neon Country Lord Yamamoto's demon pirate group has been destroyed. Neon Country has been punished, nationwide resources 50%, territory size 50%, nationwide lifespan 50%. Due to the world's special nature, it will reset after 1 day, allowing a reselection of race, continuing the Lord challenge. The island nation was suddenly filled with whales. This punishment was truly terrifying. What's going on? Wasn't Neon's development pretty stable before? You'll know if you take a look. I just came from Neon, it was a disaster. The world he was in is too special, that enemy definitely exceeds level 2, maybe even a level 5 being. Seeing the special circumstances of Neon, I suddenly felt much more at ease, as long as our great Yimu was fine. Agree +1. Yimu also received this notification. Neon was actually destroyed? He quietly dipped into the public channel to take a look. White Flag Nation, Julia at Neon Yamamoto, how are you destroyed? Can you share your experience with everyone? South Black, Tra, agreed, thank you. In the future, if there is a chance, I will also share some intelligence with you. Big Young Elizabeth, although we are in competition, once the protection period ends and the invaders arrive, we might have to help each other. Some information is better shared. What does everyone think? America Kowadono must agree. Neon Yamamoto, sorry I'm not feeling too good right now. It was my mistake, attacking the level 1 area as fast as I could. Immediately attack the second level 1 area. Otherwise, over time, the monsters in the second level 1 area will become stronger, and may even counterattack. I failed because of this. I hope this can help everyone, so my failure can have some value. Monkey Nation, Hutian, Yamamoto, I really misjudged you before. You are truly the only good person in Neon. Yimu looked at the public channel and was suddenly taken aback. Goodness. This sneaky person is living quite well. If we attack the second level 1 area as he says, the strength of the territory will enter a period of weakness at the fastest speed. Without recovery ability like the insect race, facing attacks from the level 2 area natives, the chance of defeat is extremely high. Viewers in Yimu's live stream saw the exchanges among the lords in the public channel and started commenting. Wow! This little devil is really that sly, too treacherous. You can't trust a single word he says. To forcibly attack the second level 1 area, isn't that seeking death? Despicable Neon. Devils. This is just a game among the lords, scheming is normal. I think Yamamoto is not wrong, and he is very smart. I originally thought only Yamamoto was shameless. After seeing that comment above, I found out all the little devils are the same. Netizens from the United States, Daring, Southern Black, E3, Stick Country, and White Flag Country were furious, wanting to blow up Neon Island directly. Neon had just been punished, its strength greatly reduced, and now players were stirring up hatred around the world, shaking under the world's gaze. Yimu frowned at this sight. He was not the kind of person who meddled in others' affairs, but he couldn't tolerate the shameless behaviors of the little devils. So he posted a sentence in the public channel. Huaxia Yimu, every word spoken by the little devils must be heard in reverse. After saying that, he no longer paid attention to the chaos in the public channel. Believe it or not, let them be. In the live stream room. Indeed, we Huaxia people are upright and fair. This is the demeanor of a king. Thanks to Yimu for the reminder, love from Pakistan. Thanks to Yimu for the reminder, love from White Flag Country. Thanks to Yimu for the reminder, love from Bear Country. Pfft, a bunch of idiots. Unlike our stick country's Jean Shangli, who from the beginning never believed the little devil's nonsense. Hey, the stick above, Jean Shangli is already preparing to attack the second level 1 resource area. In an instant, the live stream room was filled with cheerful comments. Time slowly passed. Under Yimu's command, the swarm's 18 nests continued to produce troops frantically. The number of jumping worms rapidly climbed up from 10,000, and the stored resources were quickly consumed. The Steel Fur Clan's vanguard army is expected to arrive soon. At this moment, Abbas brought good news to Yimu. Great Overlord, the genetic essence of the six-legged beast has been collected and is perfectly adapted to the jumping worms, which can enhance their adrenaline and increase their attack speed by 40% during battle. Maintaining this mutation will not affect the armor mutation of the jumping worm or the speed-enhanced mutation. Upgrade all jumping worms and hatch a batch of speed-enhanced jumping worms without armor reinforcement. Starting upgrade. Tens of thousands of jumping worms were wrapped in cocoons. Within just a few minutes, tens of thousands of cocoons broke open, and the evolved jumping worms crawled out. Their body shape showed no change, but their eyes seemed to emit a glow, looking fiercer. The great battle is about to break out. In the northern region's corridor, deep roars and the crisp sounds of armor clashing with weapons could be heard. Tall silhouettes appeared, their bodies covered in hard fur, with metal armor on their head and abdomen, and a 2-meter-long spear on their backs. Steel Fur Clan warriors usually upheld their bodies with their arms, jumping and crawling quickly, at lightning speed. Not at all inferior to tigers and leopards. These Steel Hair Clan warriors number over 500. Each warrior weighs over a ton and can easily take down a lizard man single-handedly. At the forefront is a Steel Hair Clan leader clad in red armor. Clan members, today let's kill freely, wipe out all the lizardmen. These foolish creatures have long had ulterior motives against our Steel Hair Clan. Leave not a single one. Roar. Wait a minute. The Steel Hair Clan leader froze, looking at the world covered in a black fungal blanket, with strange and gigantic suspicious objects standing far away. Did I take the wrong path? Chapter 15 rounding up. What's the difference between this and sending to death? What on earth is happening here? Leader, should we retreat? No. Warriors never retreat. The Steel Hair Clan leader stubbornly insisted and immediately issued the order, all troops, attack. Eliminate all living creatures here. So, they charged towards the nearest nest, encountering sparse worker bees and jumping worms along the way, which were instantly wiped out. The Steel Hair Clan warriors became more and more excited. The creatures here are simply too weak. No, it's clearly that we are too powerful. But they do not know. The king worm in the sky was closely observing their every move. Yimu quickly made a judgment. The strengthened shell jumping worms simply could not withstand one or two attacks from the Steel Hair Clan warriors. This race is not only strong but also tough-skinned, with astonishing speed. The Steel Hair Clan warriors ran madly, getting farther from the passage, just as they were about to reach the insect nest. Suddenly, thousands of jumping worms burst out from the black fungal blanket, letting out low growls as they jumped towards the Steel Hair Clan warriors. The first wave of over 1,000 jumping worms appeared, followed by another 1,000 coming out. Like waves of a black tide, they rushed towards the Steel Hair Clan warriors. Whenever a jumping worm died, new ones would quickly take its place. Under this crazed assault, finally some Steel Hair Clan warriors began to fall. Sure enough, monsters in a level 2 area have had a qualitative enhancement in combat power. It's hard for jumping worms to break through defenses. If this goes on, even if more than 2,000 jumping worms die, these over 500 Steel Hair Clan warriors will probably not suffer too many losses. The warriors of the Steel Hair Clan must not be limited to these, this is just one team. Just then, hundreds of highly toxic explosion worms burrowed out from the fungal blanket, quickly wriggling toward the Steel Hair Clan warriors. This tactic has always been proven effective. However, the Steel Hair Clan leader shouted loudly, "Be careful of those strange worms, use hard hair to take them out from a distance." Roar! The Steel Hair Clan warriors hunched their bodies, blood surging, and the hard hairs on their backs engorged, turning into bone needles. Countless bone needles rained down towards the rapidly crawling explosion worms. In the blink of an eye, the number of explosion worms was cut in half. Next, another wave of bone needles fell. Yimu was somewhat surprised. No wonder they are called the Steel Hair Clan. The hard hairs on their backs can actually transform into bone needles to attack distant enemies. Although some explosion worms mixed in with the jumping worms still got close to the Steel Hair Clan warriors and then exploded. Corrosive venom splattered everywhere. Some Steel Hair Clan warriors' armors couldn't hold against it, their bodies were corroded, crying out in pain, falling one after another. Attack! Attack, don't let those worms get close, the Steel Hair Clan leader yelled hoarsely. However, in this vast battlefield, black fungal blankets suddenly erupted with an endless stream of jumping worms. 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. 10,000. In this massive swarm of jumping worms, thousands of explosion worms also drilled out, spreading out like a tide towards the Steel Hair Clan's vanguard. Over 10,000 jumping worms gathered into a black torrent. The Steel Hair Clan leader saw the situation and a glimmer of despair rose in the heart. With so many strange bugs, how could they possibly win? Everyone, charge with me. Break through the defense line and send the message back to the tribe. It gave its final command. Over 400 surviving warriors of the Steel Fur tribe charged forward, madly pushing ahead again and again. They tried to break through the jumping bugs' encirclement and escape back to the tribe. But every step forward was incredibly difficult. The number of bugs was still increasing, with toxic explosive bugs approaching and exploding. Even in some places, the ground would suddenly explode. In the end, the sea of bugs completely drowned them. The battlefield, filled with slaughter, gradually returned to silence. The mushroom blanket devoured the blood on the battlefield, transforming it into essence to supply the bug units. So shocking. Tens of thousands of jumping bugs attacking monsters in a level 2 area, incredible. These Steel Fur warriors are indeed strong. Despite being at an absolute disadvantage in numbers, they still killed over 1,000 jumping bugs and almost escaped to deliver the message. The bug tribe is always the strongest. Hee, just as our experts in the US analyzed, there are too many bugs. But as time goes on, it gets harder. They must be feeling the pain of having no ranged attacks in mid-high level units now. Upstairs, let your Chuan try it out first, have a battle in a level 2 area before shouting here. The Steel Fur tribe will definitely not let this go, the number of enemies next time will likely increase several times. Worker bees busily darted across the battlefield. They dragged the steel fur's blood and flesh back, organizing them one by one. A baser witnessed everything happening here through the king bug. It actively contacted Yi Mu. Great Master, the enemy steel fur's genes have great potential. If we collect all the gene essences, we might be able to create entirely new unit types. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu immediately ordered the worker bees to drag all the steel fur corpses to a baser for research. One battle came to an end. He simply estimated and counted. In this battle, over 500 steel fur warriors were eliminated. Meanwhile, 2,150 jumping bugs and 506 toxic explosive bugs were lost on our side. Rounding it off, the number was nearly 3,000. This was under the conditions of both home ground and numerical superiority. Such battle conditions made Yi Mu give up on the plan to actively attack the steel fur tribe. He activated a 100-fold time acceleration. 18 nests fully hatched jumping bugs, and the number of jumping bugs had surpassed 20,000, heading towards 30,000. The number of strong toxic explosive bugs also exceeded 2,000. With such scale of bugs, even if 2,000 steel fur warriors came, Yi Mu was confident in defeating them. As time passed, the steel fur tribe gradually sensed something was wrong. The vanguard troops they sent out, over 500 warriors, now had no news, not even the most basic reports. The steel fur tribe was already feeling the atmosphere was somewhat unusual. At this moment, the leader of the steel fur tribe was raging. The total number of warriors in the entire steel fur tribe was just over 4,000. Now suddenly losing over 500 was hard for them to accept. Especially the leader, who had already begun to send scouts, mobilize troops, and subordinate armies, actively preparing for battle. Just when the steel fur tribe was busily preparing, Yi Mu chose to deactivate time acceleration. In the evolution chamber, a baser's arms were covered in biological fluid. It wrapped some larvae, promoting their development and evolution, modifying them. Finally, it had a glimmer of green light in its eyes. Stopping its actions, thick liquid dripped from its mouth. It transmitted consciousness to Yi Mu. Great Master, based on the gene essences of the steel fur tribe, a baser has successfully created a new ground combat bug unit, the stab snake. The stab snake can attack both close-range units and long-range units. Its bony spines can also attack airborne enemies within a height of 1,000 meters, possessing extremely strong comprehensive combat abilities. Should we begin hatching the needle snake nest? Hatch. Yi Mu made the decision without hesitation. His heart was filled with anticipation. With the needle snakes, the steel fur tribe would not be a threat. This was one of the core units of the insect race. Its overall combat power was extremely strong, and it could produce various mutations, changing in many ways. A worker bee was resting on the fungal blanket. Its back split open, and mucus wrapped around it, beginning to hatch the needle snake nest. Chapter 16, Those interested can private message me. The giant flesh tumor continued to swell, growing at a rapid pace. Is this mutating into a new insect nest building? It looks different from the split pool and toxin explosion nest. It should be that a baser has acquired the genes of the steel fur tribe and developed a new insect race combat unit. You actually dare to tell me this is the insect race? This is obviously aliens, monsters. It's simply the devil of Satan. I'm dying of laughter. A bunch of bandits still call themselves civilized, talking about being the chosen ones of God, yet they have the audacity to criticize us. I even saw your ghostly filter today. We, the country of Tianzhu, are the truly great civilization, with a history even longer than Huaxia and the Pyramid Country, and we are the ones who love peace the most. Bar Iron expresses, I almost believed it. At this moment, it was under 100-fold time acceleration. With a puff, the needle snake nest hatching was complete. Its size was comparable to that of an insect nest, presenting an overall flesh-brown purple color, shaped like a fan, with sharp bone spines protruding. At the very front of the nest was a mouth shaped like a chrysanthemum, 6 meters in diameter, filled with sharp tusks that made one shudder just from looking at it. Judging from the appearance alone, the danger level of this nest was far greater than any other hatching building. The think tank of the United States was closely monitoring Yi Mu's live stream. They frowned deeply. The insect race in Huaxia is completely different from what we initially envisioned. It shouldn't even be called the insect race, perhaps alien bugs is more fitting. With such a fast hatching speed, highly unified will, and relying on the fungal blanket for supply, plus a hero unit like a baser to alter the insect race genes. At least before the birth of nuclear weapons, the insect race's advantage will be quite significant. Fortunately, there is a 30-day protection period, and each contestant is in a different alien world. When it comes to real close combat, our mechanical race's strength will definitely surpass the insect race. The advantage of technology is a dimensional strike. No matter how many they have, it won't help. As they spoke, their frowning brows gradually relaxed, even revealing smug smiles. Yimu briefly checked the needle snake nest and opened the main information page. Information page. Essence, 145,900. Gas, 95,016. Insect nests, 18, click to view more detailed buildings. Unit information. Worker bees, 3950. Hero, a basser. Insect mother, 18. Jump bugs, 26803. Poison explosion bugs, 4500. The quantity of resources is not small, but to support a large-scale war, these resources are definitely not abundant. 140,000 essence, all used to hatch jump bugs, at most just over 20,000. Considering the combat power of the steel fur tribe, if their numbers exceed 3,000, 20,000 jump bugs would definitely not be enough to compete. In a relatively small area of combat, once the quantity reaches a certain level, the advantage lies in the sustained combat capability being stronger. But relying on numbers to overwhelm the enemy will be increasingly difficult. For instance, a formation of 3,000 steel fur warriors, relying on the density of steel needles, is enough to prevent the poison explosion bugs from getting close. Therefore, the needle snake must undergo mutation. It simply can't be avoided. Yimu selected a wriggling larva and checked the information on the needle snake option. Units that can mutate. Unit, needle snake. Prerequisite, needle snake nest. Cost, 100 essence, 50 gas. Time, 120 minutes. The netizens in the livestream could also see this information. The hatching of the needle snake is too expensive. 100 essence can produce 20 jump bugs. High cost means strong combat power. As long as the combat power is strong, a high price is not a disadvantage. Is this needle snake an insect race like a snake? Like the millipede? The attack from the steel fur tribe should be coming soon, right? It's quite nice to see new units before the final battle. Yimu said. Immediately hatch 1,000 spike snakes. The 18 insect nests were already fully hatching jump bugs and toxic bomb bugs, and each nest had only a bit more than 10 remaining larvae, so at most, they could hatch 200 spike snakes at once. However, one by one, the bug queens crawled out of the nests. They aimed at the nests and sprayed a green mist containing tiny bug eggs, which attached to the surface of the nests. The tiny bug eggs hatched at a visible speed, and then, turned into one larva after another, raining down around the nests, wriggling their bodies. One nest suddenly produced nearly 50 more larvae. The larvae started to mutate, and the cocoons completely enveloped them. The cocoons rapidly expanded, the translucent flesh membrane contracted and stretched, and tendons were wriggling on the ground. One green cocoon after another quickly hatched, and in this black mushroom world, a terrifying and eerie aura spread. Yimu leaned back in his boss chair, suddenly sensing something. He muttered to himself, "Here they come." His gaze fell on the area overseen by Bug Queen Nazalis. In the passage leading to the Steel Fur Tribe territory, a large number of enemies appeared. Most of them were from the Steel Fur Tribe, but many other races were mixed in. There were red-scaled lizardmen and peculiar multi-armed creatures, leading the front of the line, clearly the servants of the Steel Fur Tribe. This passage meandered for a full kilometer. At this moment, the lizardmen in front were about to exit the passage, while at the other end, the Steel Fur Tribe were still pouring in endlessly. In the core area of the troops, 8 Steel Fur Tribe members carried a giant chair made of dark wood, covered in leather and embellished with the bones of unknown creatures. The leader of the Steel Fur Tribe sat in this chair. He wore dark red accessories on his chest, set with gems, his eyes gleaming with fierce light, exposing a pair of fangs. On one side of the giant chair, there lay a metallic giant hammer, stained with blood, clearly the weapon of the leader of the Steel Fur Tribe. Yimu was somewhat surprised. The number of Steel Fur Tribe members was more than he had expected. The estimated number easily exceeded 5,000, even close to 6,000. Hiss, that's too many. It feels like there are almost 10,000. Not 10,000, but with even over 10,000, it looks like an endless sea of black. Oh no, the number of jump bugs in the swarm is only over 20,000. Can we win? It feels difficult. The Steel Fur Tribe's combat power is too strong. Last time we defeated over 500, it was entirely due to the sudden attack of the toxic bomb bugs and our numerical advantage. If the bug swarm's numerical advantage isn't that obvious, defeat is certain. TSK, I told you before, the bug swarm is just an early game race. For the future we must rely on our Tenju. The Cowdung country still has the gall to talk about the future. The Starry Seas definitely belong to our Bangsi country. I hereby declare, I am willing to take in beautiful Huaxia girls. Interested parties contact me. Can you all be quieter, like a bunch of crows? Just watch silently. I estimate Huaxia's winning odds this time won't exceed 30%, the enemy's strength is too strong. In the area overseen by Bug Queen Nazalis, more than 5,000 jump bugs had emerged. They scattered on the mushroom blanket, but could quickly regroup, preparing to launch an assault. Roar! One jump bug stood on a high ground, its claws glimmering coldly, its 2 eyes fixed tightly on the increasingly numerous enemies. Its foreclaws scratched restlessly on the mushroom blanket, steam billowing from its mouth. When it sensed the mental command for an attack. Roar! It let out a roar and leaped up. At the moment it landed, more shadows flashed overhead. Over 5,000 jump bugs rushed out together, causing the ground to tremble faintly. Chapter 17, The Real War. Jump bugs clashed fiercely with alien warriors. Battle erupted in an instant. Time and again, the clashes were thrilling. Shadows kept leaping up, viciously biting at the enemies. The red-scaled lizard man roared, thrusting his spear fiercely into the back of a jumping worm, but in an instant, a shadow pounced out, flipping the lizard man over onto the ground. Dozens of jumping worms immediately swarmed in, drowning the lizard man, gnawing furiously. However, a shower of steel needles suddenly fell like raindrops, instantly causing heavy casualties among the jumping worms, who fell onto the corpse of the red-scaled lizard man. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, a green poison explosion worm suddenly exploded. Corrosive venom splattered everywhere. A steel-haired tribe warrior screamed in agony, dropping his weapon, covering his disfigured face with both hands, letting out a muffled roar, and finally, with a thud, collapsed to the ground. In the midst of the chaos, a high-pitched call of the steel-haired tribe leader echoed out. The explosions of the poison explosion worms came one after another, appearing without warning. Especially in certain areas, poison explosion worms had long been hidden under the fungal carpet. These sudden explosions caught the steel-haired tribe off guard. The steel-haired tribe soon realized the enormous threat posed by these seemingly inconspicuous worms, and began to pay special attention. Once a poison explosion worm was spotted, they immediately fired steel needles to kill it. Some races with special sensory abilities also successively discovered the poison explosion worms buried underground. Blood gradually stained the fungal carpet, with corpses lying in disarray upon it. In the distance, more shadows darted out, with jumping worms and poison explosion worms continuously joining the battle. And from the back passage, even more steel-haired tribe warriors rushed out, heading for the battlefield. Both sides had been locked in a heated battle from the beginning, with no reservations, and no flashy tactics. This is real war. I just finished watching the boring war in Cow Dung Country. So shocking. This is the brutal killing in real battle, death is everywhere. It makes my heart race, peace is the best. I'm so glad to live in a peaceful country. Go bug race. Take them down. Fearless of death, charging forward, the bug race truly deserves to be a hardcore battle race. Big Brother Yimu is amazing. Directly going to battle face to face, what a hard punch. Meanwhile, inside the think tank of Huaxia, over 20 various experts were seated around a long table. Unlike the excitement and frenzy of those in the live broadcast room, they appeared particularly rational, calmly analyzing the current battlefield situation. It's pretty much what we initially expected. The bug race seems to be on the offense, but in reality, they are at a disadvantage. At this rate of casualties and death speed, it won't be long before I'm afraid the bug race will become powerless. With over 20,000 jumping worms along with poison explosion worms working together, I wonder if they can hold out until the hatching of the spiked snakes is complete. The hatching of the spiked snakes takes 2 hours, and since they are spread across different worm nests, gathering them will also take time. The key is, we have no idea what their combat power really is. We can't help at all, we can't even send messages. It's so frustrating. Don't forget the spatial factor. The territory occupied by the swarm is not small, and the positions of the 2 level 1 areas are completely different. Perhaps we can use space to buy time, but that would mean. On the battlefield, the bodies of jumping worms, lizard men, and steel-haired tribe lay scattered around the fungal carpet. Only. It was clear that the bug race had suffered more deaths. The bug mother Nazalis had no choice but to withdraw. She stood high up, gazing at the distant battlefield, seeing the steel-haired tribe attacking a worm nest, with those developing cocoons being ruthlessly destroyed. An endless stream of jumping worms continued to harass the steel-haired tribe, with poison explosion worms exploding from time to time. Finally, the first main nest was completely destroyed, wilting away, having lost all vitality. Nazalis gritted her teeth and said, "Bug swarm. There will definitely be revenge." She turned and left without looking back, heading toward the next insect nest. Along her way, jump worms constantly emerged from the fungal blanket, numbering in the tens of thousands, gathering into a black tide that surged toward the steel fur tribe's army. Poison bomb worms mixed in, with explosions occasionally ringing out. It's so tragic, it feels like the second and third insect nests won't hold up either. At this rate, could the insect race really lose? I suddenly feel a bit pessimistic. Boss Yimu, stop fighting stubbornly. Quickly give up this area and set up defenses at the road junction to block their attack. Why fight in the open when you can just defend at a key road? It's really hard to understand. Do you think this is a game? With the combat power of the steel fur tribe, even if they defend a key road, they will easily be broken through. Fighting in open areas is the insect race's advantage. Besides, the stingers should be hatching soon, right? I really envy your optimism. The jumpworms are almost down to just 10,000, how pitiful. Humph. You little devils, your territory just fell, and you still have the nerve to come here and be sarcastic. TCH, that was the territory of the island nation, but now I am an American. Yimu looked over the entire battlefield. There were barely 10,000 jumpworms left, and less than 2,000 poison bombworms remained. Considering they could hardly deal effective damage to the Steelfur tribe, Yimu ambushed most of the poison bombworms in a hidden place, leaving only a few poison bombworms to attract the Steelfur tribe's firepower. On the other side of the battle, the Steelfur tribe's servant army was nearly annihilated, with only a few reconnaissance units still alive. Among the more than 4,000 Steelfur warriors, over 3,000 were still alive. The organized Steelfur warriors indeed had strong combat power. Jumpworms found it difficult to kill them, and poison bombworms couldn't get close. But Yimu's gaze turned toward the insect nest. One by one, the cocoons had swollen to their limit. With a pop, the first stinger hatched out. Immediately after the second, the third. The number quickly rose, breaking through to over 900. Yimu immediately gave the order to deploy all the stingers to the battlefield once they gathered completely. On the front lines, the Steelfur tribe leader raised his warhammer high and shouted loudly, "Warriors, they don't have much left. Annihilate them. Wipe them out." Suddenly, his pupils slightly constricted. He looked into the distance at the suddenly appearing fierce creatures. These creatures stood about 3 meters tall, supported by giant tails that resembled snakes, their skin covered in bony armor. Their upper bodies had a pair of arms resembling giant sickles, as if they could tear apart any enemy, and their heads resembled aliens with razor-sharp fangs. And these creatures were the stingers. Wow, these stingers look so cool. They are different from what I imagined. I thought they would look like snakes, but they are so awesome. They can attack from a distance, right? I suddenly have confidence in the insect race again. There are only a few hundred of them, yet you all act as if you've already won. Someone's starting to get salty. The stingers maintained a distance of 600 meters from the front lines, lined up in formation. They gazed at the Steelfur warriors in the distance, arching their backs in unison, and with a sound like a bowstring snapping, it began. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Thousands of bony spikes shot toward the Steelfur warriors like a torrential rain. Ah! These bone spikes were about 30 centimeters long, razor-sharp, instantly piercing through the sturdy skin of the Steelfur warriors, burrowing deep into their bones. Blood splattered everywhere. Steelfur warriors fell in droves. The second wave of bone spikes immediately followed, howling through the air. Chapter 18, well done. Another batch of Steelfur warriors fell. After 2 rounds of bone spike attacks, the death toll of Steelfur warriors had approached 500. This death toll surprisingly equaled half the casualties of nearly 20,000 jumpworms that had fallen to achieve this outcome. Wow! This is too fierce. This destructive power and penetrating ability is simply invincible. No wonder it's so expensive and takes a long time to hatch. It's truly worth it. The eternal god of the spine serpents. Where are those bug warriors without ranged attacks? Step up if you have the guts. No. The Steelfur clan leader's eyes turned blood red with anger. It exploded in rage, lifting a battle hammer. Charge forward, smash all those ugly creatures to pieces. The Steelfur clan leader radiated red blood energy, which quickly spread out. As soon as the Steelfur warriors caught a whiff of this scent, their eyes turned red, plunging them into a furious state. At this moment, 3,000 Steelfur warriors were like a runaway war chariot, wildly tearing through the jumping bug swarm. They swung their battle spears, launching steel needles, as the dense swarm of thousands of jumping bugs instantly created large empty areas. Yimu was truly surprised. He hadn't expected them to have this kind of ability. At any cost, all jumping bugs must block the Steelfur warriors. We cannot let them break through. The spine serpents attack with all their might. The surviving jumping bugs fought more desperately, like moths to a flame, risking their lives to block the advance of the Steelfur warriors. The spine serpent's bone spikes fell in wave after wave. Roar! A Steelfur warrior roared, with several bone spikes stuck in his body, yet still fighting wildly. Next to the battle, a baser said. Target's hormone levels are abnormal. This state can numb the nerves and also temporarily strengthen muscle tissue, giving it greater defense and explosive power. After hearing the analysis, Yimu continued to watch the battlefield closely. The number of Steelfur warriors had already dropped below 2,000 and was still decreasing. However, the defensive line of the jumping bugs was also on the verge of being broken. Some Steelfur warriors had begun sprinting on all fours towards the spine serpent's position. This is absurdly strong. They actually have a berserk state. Is that reasonable? It feels like the jumping bugs are about to collapse. Their numbers are too few. The Steelfur in this state, if they get close to the spine serpent, will definitely mean disaster. Sure enough, the battlefield situation changes rapidly. Thankfully, Huaxia didn't choose me as the lord. Otherwise, I would surely become a national sinner. Why do I feel Yimu is very calm? It seems like everything is under his control. Wow! What's going on? The worker bees. The worker bees joined the battle. Nearly 4,000 worker bees rushed in, instantly filling the gaps in the jumping bug defense line. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. The Steel Fur clan had already lost the initial momentum. Bone spikes kept falling, accompanied by cries of agony. The Steel Fur clan leader finally regained its senses. Retreat, hurry, and retreat. Quickly back to safety, it shouted loudly. After saying this, it turned around and fled with the remaining Steel Fur warriors, escaping this place of death. The jumping bugs chased from behind, but they paid no attention, as many Steel Fur warriors were knocked down and overwhelmed by the jumping bugs. We have won. The final edition of the worker bees was simply mind-blowing. So the bug race can operate like this. I've learned something. Yimu, don't let them escape. If any Steel Fur warriors get back, they will definitely inform other races about the bug race. That would be a big problem. It's too late. The number of jumping bugs is too small to stop them. The spine serpent's movement speed is even slower than the jumping bugs. The Steel Fur clan leader, along with over 300 surviving warriors, finally reached the passage they had come from, letting out a long sigh of relief. In order to escape, it had even thrown away the battle hammer in its hand, its eyes now filled with killing intent and hatred. Dirty bugs. You bugs. I will report this to the Empire and have them send an army to kill you all. Not a single one will be left. Suddenly, it heard the sound of jumping bugs pursuing from behind, and panic gripped its heart. Hurry, get out of here. With that, it led the remaining 300 Steel Fur warriors into the passage. Underfoot was a black fungal mat that covered the passage. Although this war was incredibly brutal, at least they survived. But they didn't know, a pair of eyes were coldly watching them here. The mother worm, Nasralis, looked at them with an icy expression. You will be collected as essence along with my hive. As soon as the voice fell, a pop sound was heard. Thousands of deadly poison bugs that had been buried in the passage erupted out. The Steel Fur warriors, in terror, discovered a great number of deadly poison bugs suddenly emerging beneath their feet. Immediately after, the sound of explosions erupted, echoing in the valley and completely burying all the Steel Fur warriors. Yimu witnessed all of this and commented, "Well done." The mother worm, Nasralis, crouched on the ground and humbly said, "Great master, I accomplished all of this according to your instructions. This is the foresight you mentioned to me, right?" "No, not far enough." "Yes, great master. I will always learn from you." It was not until she felt Yimu's gaze shift away that she slowly straightened up, her eyes scanning the vast battlefield. The battlefield was filled with countless jump bugs, poison explosion bugs, worker bees, and even the unhatched bodies of sting snakes. Of course, there were also the bodies of the Steel Fur and other races, presenting an extremely tragic scene. The surviving worker bees began to get busy, recycling, decomposing, and digesting the bodies. The bodies of the other races were all dragged away, delivered to Abathur for more genetic samples for his research. A brand new hive was hatching. The jump bugs and sting snakes were resting on the ground, each cocoon began to hatch new combat units. Everyone understood that Yimu was gathering strength, ready to strike at any moment to occupy the level 2 area. This war was too thrilling. The conversation of the mother worm Nasralis gave me chills. That mix of humility and ruthlessness is too terrifying. Scary feeling +1. Is it scary? I think she's a bit cute and adorable. Ha ha. I have already started looking forward to what rewards Yimu will get after conquering the level 2 area. I also look forward to it. However, I want to see the reactions of certain big countries, the Cosmic Kingdom, and the United States. Those people were mocking just now, and now they are utterly silent. They are definitely watching secretly. I'll go first. Long live the Huaxia Nation, oh long live the Huaxia Nation. Huaxia Nation has Yimu. In an instant, a wave of long live the Huaxia Nation, Yimu, comments flooded in. Netizens from India, South Korea, the United States, and other countries turned pale with anger. Meanwhile, inside the US think tank, a group of big shots gathered together. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, filled with silence. It was unclear who broke this silence. Thinking back to just now, when they confidently said the insect race had no future, and then looking at the ranged combat ability displayed by the sting snakes, as well as the wisdom of the mother worm. Although the ranged combat ability of the sting snakes is decent, these are just the basic capabilities of knowledge and technology civilization. That's right, exactly. Once the mushroom bombs and missiles arrive, justice will forever belong to us. Exactly. I agree. However, the smiles on their faces appeared somewhat stiff. Chapter 19, Eliminate all pollution. 2 hours after the war ended, during this time accelerated at 100 times its speed. The fungal tumor continued to expand its borders, and the black fungal mat spread all the way to the level 2 area, the Steelfer's main base. Dozens of king worms floated in the air, closely monitoring this vast area. Compared to the level 1 area, the area of level 2 expanded by more than 10 times, covering over 800 square kilometers. Tens of thousands of jump bugs ran wildly across this land, scattering into groups. The sting snakes guarded the worker bees and successfully occupied this area, as 10 hives simultaneously initiated the hatching process. The headquarters of the Steelfer was decomposed by the fungal mat. Transforming into essence, more worker bees mutated into new nests and division pools. At this moment, an announcement appeared in the live broadcast room. Lord of Huaxia Yimu's insect tribe successfully occupied the level 2 area. Gained essence plus 10,000, gas plus 10,000, randomly unlocked a hero unit. As the first player to occupy a level 2 area, received a super reward, cleared all pollution in this country. All citizens physique plus 75, all citizens lifespan plus 15 years. Gained natural wonder Tianling Mountain, spring water can improve river water quality, long-term drinking can enhance citizens' physique. This announcement instantly set the entire Huaxia ablaze. Oh my god, behind my house was originally a garbage dump, it was stinking every day, and now the smell has just disappeared. Pollution here has been particularly serious for these years, the river water was smelling terrible, full of floating objects, now the pollution has completely vanished, and the river water has become crystal clear. Look up at the sky, how blue it is. The smog is gone. Thank you, Big Brother Yimu. Big Brother Yimu is forever a god. I was just jumping rope and accidentally busted through the floor above. Brothers, do I have to pay for this? With the natural wonder Tianling Mountain, all those Evian bottled waters have to step aside. If our Huaxia's water is exported, a bottle would start at least $1,000. Netizens from other countries watched with envy. As Huaxia developed stronger and stronger, various voices rang out online. I even want to immigrate to Huaxia. They just had early advantages, will definitely do well later. Who can say what will happen in the future? Anyway, this green frogman wants to immigrate to the mainland, this broken island is where anyone who loves it can stay. My family has always been patriotic Chinese, we even built many schools and hospitals for free before. Today, my application to immigrate to Huaxia has been approved. Envy the person above. Envy +1. Back then, I immigrated to Maple Leaf Country, I really regret it. I just want to slap myself twice, now I can't go back anymore. Various scenes all show that Huaxia is deeply loved by its people, the country is becoming stronger and stronger. This strength is reflected not only in military, physique, lifespan, technology, and other aspects, but even the natural environment has been renewed, the entire country seems to have been reborn. Yimu's live broadcast room's popularity soared, countless people flooded in, sending thank you messages in the bullet screen. Although Yimu could not see the situation in the live broadcast room, he was focused on the development of the insect swarm. After gaining essence and gas, Yimu did not hesitate and increased investment in the level 2 area. He hatched another 20 insect nests in one go, plus the previous 10 hatched, there were a total of 30 insect nests hatching at the same time. In areas already covered by the black fungal blanket, division pools, evolution chambers, explosive insect nests, and thorn snake nests were all in intense hatching. What Yimu paid the most attention to was a nest located in the core area, it was hatching an insect cocoon, inside it was nurturing the second hero unit of the insect tribe. The first hero unit, a baser, greatly enhanced the insect tribe's strength. Yimu believed that the strength of the second hero unit would definitely not be underestimated. If he could hatch out existences like Blade Queen, Ruler, or Insect Ancestor, then the insect tribe's strength would surely explode. Of course, Yimu was just thinking about it, after all, during the period of hatching the insect cocoon, it was impossible to know the specific identity of the hero unit being hatched. Yimu quietly duffed to check the public channel, where lords from various countries were communicating. Black Cross Country, Feng Shila, the development of Huaxia's insect tribe is too strong, I really don't know what kind of race this is. Niani Yamamoto, it's just bugs, right? They reproduce quickly, have many numbers, and rely on the swarm tactics, that's all they can do. Because they reproduce quickly, they just had a little advantage early on. Hippo Country, Chara, my human tribe is developing way too slowly, I still haven't conquered a level 1 area until now. In a few days, when communicating with my fellow compatriots, I plan to ask for their opinions and simply merge into the Huaxia nation. Being a vassal state is better than developing too slowly and ultimately being wiped out, right? Baichi Nation, Julia, honestly. I have the same thought, but my country definitely won't agree. United States, Xuandeng, I must warn you, being a vassal state goes against the spirit of internationalism. What you need is not Huaxia, but the Lighthouse of Freedom. Maoxiong Nation, Dejing, I'm dying of laughter. The Lighthouse of Freedom? That's for slaves without freedom. At least by siding with Huaxia, one won't be randomly turned upside down, suddenly getting shot numerous times in the back and labeled as suicide. United States, Chuandeng, I don't know what you're talking about. I warn you, slander is against the law. Yimu took a brief glance and then closed the public channel. Player lords can form several types of relationships, including allies, vassals, ordinary, and hostile wars. Becoming a vassal state means giving up many sovereign rights like diplomacy and resources, but it also brings protection and is relatively safer. On the other hand, becoming a suzerain nation naturally brings corresponding benefits and almost no drawbacks. After contemplating for a while, Yimu felt that accepting some vassal state seemed quite good, as it could bring considerable benefits. Just then, Yimu sensed a baser calling him. As the number of insects sharply increased, a baser's own strength also greatly improved, and Yimu's sensing ability became even stronger. Now, if the hero of the insect race calls for him, Yimu can sense it. This perception is special. If Yimu does not want to pay attention, it will not cause any disturbance. In the evolution chamber, a baser sensed that Yimu was focusing on him, so he brought his hands together. Great Master, a baser has evolved the jumping bug and stabbing snake based on the enemy's biological essence. Would you like to take a look? Let's take a look at the stabbing snake first. From the pit in the evolution chamber, two stabbing snakes emerged, one with a dark brown body and the other having purple fins. First type of stabbing snake, Fury Stabbing Snake, mutated from the genetic essence of the Steel Fur tribe leader, can perform a 15 seconds overload attack during which the bone spike attack speed increases by 50%. Second type of stabbing snake, Purple Fin Stabbing Snake, mutated from the genetic essence of an unknown organism, this gene enhances the range of the stabbing snake, increasing effective range by 200 meters, and attack power can increase by 15%. I choose the second type. Mutation confirmed, Purple Fin Stabbing Snake, genetic sequence has been injected into the stabbing snake nest, all stabbing snakes are undergoing mutation. What is the mutation of the jumping bug like? Yimu asked. A baser's huge head swayed slightly. The jumping bug has two mutated forms, please check the practical performance of that first level area. The king bug can provide vision for the heroes of the insect race, and the queen bug, etc. Yimu turned his gaze there and found that a bug nest had already hatched, which seemed to have been arranged for hatching by a baser a long time ago. A baser's introduction sounded in his ears. In the first level area, the Steel Fur tribe's territory and the gathering place of the double-winged glider beast have been wiped out. The first type of mutation is about to begin testing. Chapter 20, The Insect Race Must Be a Bug. By collecting multiple biological genetic sequences and fusing them, the perfect jumping bug with various characteristics has finally been synthesized, the leaping bug. At the edge of the bug nest, hundreds of larvae simultaneously began the mutation process. 10 minutes passed in an instant. With a crack, the insect cocoons cracked open, and the leaping bugs drilled out from within. Compared to ordinary jumping bugs, they were noticeably larger, nearly 2 meters long. Their backs had a pair of translucent wings that could fold up. Leaping bug, one cocoon can hatch 2 of them, fused with the genetic essence of the speed jumping bug, can leap over cliffs with its wings, also possesses the genetic essence of the armored strengthening jumping bug, with adrenaline also enhanced. Perfectly fusing multiple characteristics, with more mutation potential in the future. The jumping insects launched an attack, wiping out the dual-winged gliding beasts. 200 jumping insects immediately began their assault. They flapped their wings and easily leaped up the steep mountain wall. In the blink of an eye, they leaped into the dwelling of the dual-winged gliding beasts and launched their attack. This leaping ability, attack speed, armor, and vitality are all so much stronger than ordinary jumping insects. If all the jumping insects were jumping insects when dealing with the steel-haired beasts, there would be no need for the spiny snakes to eliminate them all. A baser, this tech expert, is simply amazing. At just the cost of 10 essence, the combat power has increased dramatically, which is truly terrifying. With jumping insects, complex terrain is no longer a problem. In the end, the dual-winged gliding beasts were successfully wiped out. The swarm smoothly occupied this level 1 area. However, Yimu did not receive any notifications, and there were no relevant announcements in the livestream. Clearly, as the insect clan grew stronger, capturing level 1 areas no longer brought special rewards. Only attacking higher level areas can yield rewards. This is probably a new player benefit. Pretty good. So, what's the situation with the second variant? A baser's fingers naturally moved. In the level 1 area, where the steel-haired beasts had been wiped out, there lives a type of 6-legged giant rhinoceros. Now, starting to test the second variant. Collect multiple biological gene sequences, selecting the essence parts with high-speed recovery and development characteristics. Ultimately creating the latest variant of jumping insects, the fission insects. After a baser finished introducing, the king insect floated in the air, closely monitoring the ground situation. This is a canyon. The insect nest has completed hatching, and next to it, there is an insect mother. She is continually spreading more insect eggs into the nest, and a large number of larvae are slowly wriggling on the ground. At the other end of the canyon, a group of furious six-legged giant rhinoceroses stands prominently, standing 4 meters tall, with about 100 in number, massive in size and astonishing in weight. At this moment, they are desperately ramming a giant rock that is about to collapse, trying to break through the last obstacle on the road. These six-legged giant rhinoceroses have red eyes, determined only to break through the obstacles and destroy the insect nest at the other end of the canyon. Finally, boom! The giant rock was knocked away, and the six-legged giant rhinoceroses charged towards the insect nest like wild horses breaking free. The canyon is about 1,500 meters long, and at their speed, they could reach the insect nest in 2 minutes. This is bad. These six-legged giant rhinoceroses are too fast. The insect nest is in danger. With the speed of these big guys, they could reach the insect nest in just over a minute. How can we deal with this? I feel like this experiment is going to fail. Yet, Yimu and a baser calmly watched all of this. A baser spoke up, the fission insects begin hatching. As the insect mother continuously sprayed insect eggs, the number of wriggling larvae on the black fungal carpet reached 300. All 300 larvae mutated into cocoons, starting to hatch into fission insects. But, their hatching speed is astonishingly fast. The cocoons visibly swelled rapidly. In just 60 seconds. Pop! The first cocoon burst open, and 3 jumping insects emerged from inside. Each jumping insect is similar in size to an ordinary jumping insect. However, they have purple membranes that resemble fish fins growing on their backs, while the other parts are not much different from jumping insects. The fission insects, one cocoon can hatch 3, capable of completing hatching at an extremely fast speed. Equipped with adrenaline strengthening and armor strengthening characteristics, although they cannot increase their speed, they have more mutation potential. Almost in the next second, 300 cocoons burst open. 900 fission insects surged out like a tide, gathering together, appearing very crowded. The fission insects begin attacking. 900 fission insects charged towards the incoming six-legged giant rhinoceroses like a flood. Meanwhile, in the live stream, this hatching speed is simply terrifying. It completely defies common sense. To hatch 3 jumping insects in 60 seconds if there were no resource limitations, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Yimu's insect clan has built 30 insect nests in the level 2 area. After the worm mother injected the worm eggs, each worm nest accumulated 300 larvae, under conditions of ample resources. In just 60 seconds, it can hatch 27,000 fission worms. 60 seconds to hatch 27,000. I always thought the insect race's reproduction speed was fast, but now it seems I underestimated it. Don't forget, this is just a level 2 area. Once Master Yimu occupies more level 2 areas, even level 3, 4, 5. Hatching 1,000,000 fission worms in 60 seconds is not impossible. No. I protest. This is not fair. The insect race must be a bug. I demand to disqualify China from the competition. Some players from other countries raised protests. Even those who touted the invincibility of technology felt a chill at this moment. This terrifying and illogical reproduction speed is truly unimaginable. Once the protection period is over and the interdimensional war begins, countless insect races will swarm out. Who can withstand it except for a few extremely powerful national races? Citizens of some weaker countries began to waver at this sight. With such a terrifying development speed of the insect race, becoming a fiefdom of China seems to be a good choice. Moreover, this is just a different world, not equivalent to reality. Yimu pondered for a moment. The fission worm is indeed powerful. But this thing cannot display its power without sufficient resources to support it. Although the jumping worm takes 10 minutes to hatch, which is relatively slow. But it's not too slow. Moreover, its overall combat power is stronger and can adapt to more tactics. If faced with an unbeatable enemy, it can also escape by using its wings. Preserve the essence of the fission worm's genes, choose jumping worm. Fission worm genes have been stored, starting to inject the gene essence of the jumping worm into the splitting pool. All insect jumping worms begin to mutate and upgrade. On the black fungal blanket-covered land. When tens of thousands of jumping worms break free from their cocoons, they have already transformed into jumping worms. They flap their wings, and their movement speed increases by 50%. If they run on the fungal blanket, their speed can easily exceed 100 km per hour, flying like bullets. The speed is astonishing. Yimu immediately issued an order. The swarm digested this level 2 area at the fastest speed, and conquered all the level 1 areas in the neighboring region. Each time they conquer a level 1 area, they hatch 5 to 8 worm nests of varying numbers, producing worker bees at full speed, accelerating resource gathering. He activated a 100-fold time acceleration. The black fungal blanket rapidly covered the entire level 2 area, and all 7 surrounding level 1 areas were also successfully occupied. The number of worker bees has already exceeded 20,000. More cocoons are still hatching continuously. Chapter 21, The Odd and Sarcastic Cabinet. The vast northern border is completely under the control of the insect swarm. This area covers over 1,500 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to the area of 2 counties in the real world. Yimu had previously used 24 hours of time acceleration, and continuing to accelerate would require consuming resources. The amount of resources consumed depends on the range of territory occupied by the insect race, with different resource requirements for 10x to 100x acceleration. Given the current development status of the swarm, if a 100-fold time acceleration is maintained for 24 hours, the resources consumed would be enough to produce 100,000 jumping worms. Although the amount of resources consumed is considerable, it's still within an acceptable range. After all, with 10 level 1 areas plus 1 level 2 area, the resource output of the swarm is quite remarkable. At this time, the live broadcast room was bustling with excitement. Master Yimu is finally going to take action. Where will the next attack target be? Is it outside the northern level 2 area? How is that possible? The area outside the northern level 2 is probably a level 3 area. That's too dangerous. It must be an attack on the eastern area. On one hand, it can expand the strategic depth of the headquarters area, on the other hand, the difficulty is relatively low. The eastern level 1 area likely also leads to a level 2 area. I wonder if the steel hair race is there. No matter what race it is, with the current strength of the insect race, they can definitely push the opponent down in one go. No one questioned this. Even the usually sarcastic Asan, Bangzi, and Gizi obediently shut their mouths at this moment. After this round of 100-fold accelerated development, the number of jumping insects of the insect race has exceeded 50,000. Moreover, these are enhanced jumping insects, whose combat strength can easily crush 100,000 ordinary jumping insects. In addition, there are 5,000 poison explosion insects and 3,000 stinging serpents. However, the growth of poison explosion insects and stinging serpents is limited by the special gas mine. Gas cannot be converted through the collection of ordinary minerals or other resources. The only way to obtain it is through gas mines, so its acquisition speed is naturally restricted. In the eastern level 1 area, there is an extensive plain. Here, more than 30,000 jumping insects are gathered, along with nearly 3,000 poison explosion insects and 2,000 stinging serpents. At the same time, dozens of king insects are floating and moving in the air, slowly drifting towards the unknown eastern region. Previously, the insect race did not scout this area for a simple reason. The steel fur tribe leader had mentioned the flying serpent race, and Yimu worried that stirring up the grass would scare the snakes, fearing that if the king insects attracted attention, it would lead to changes in the situation. The king insects hover at an altitude of 2,000 meters, overlooking the terrain and features of this area. Indeed, this is a level 2 area. It has a vast land, with mountains and rivers interspersed, and at the ridges, huge wooden nests are built. However, strangely, despite the giant nest, there is no trace of flying creatures. The king insect slowly descends, finally discovering something unusual. At the edge of the giant nest, there are many bloodstains and large corpses. These corpses resemble snakes but are not entirely snakes, and they have wings. But at this moment, they are all dead. Hiss, what's going on? The natives here are all dead. It seems the time of death was not long ago. When the insect race and the steel fur tribe were at war, there seemed to have been a massacre here. Suddenly feeling so scary. Is the presence that can slaughter level 2 area creatures a level 3 native? At that moment, another king insect made a new discovery. It floated in the air and saw a collapsed cliff, where, in the brown giant rock, an ancient black wall was surprisingly revealed. The wall is filled with patterns, looking like it has existed for countless years, and it should have been exposed only recently when the mountain stones collapsed. From the outside, it looks like the wall of an ancient temple, and it is exceptionally tall, about 100 meters high. Even if more than half is covered by mountain rocks, it still appears extremely magnificent. At the foot of this suspected ancient temple, several red-skinned monsters are guarding. They stand on 2 feet, are large in size, nearly 4 meters high. The dark red skin surface is patterned with strange designs, and they wear rough masks, revealing only 3 eyes. Each 3-eyed giant monster carries a bundle of javelins on its back, capable of long-range throwing. They discovered the floating king insect, and one 3-eyed giant monster raised a javelin high, throwing multiple spears at once, directly piercing the king insect floating 500 meters high, causing it to slowly fall from the sky. Guarding the temple, strange creatures with long-range attack capabilities. Yimu fell into deep thought. Could it be that these 3-eyed giant monsters killed the flying serpents? At that moment, another king insect discovered a battlefield. On the battlefield, 2 races were fiercely fighting. One side is the 3-eyed giant monsters, numbering about 500. On the other side, their skin is black and covered in slime, also standing on 2 legs, with a pair of arms, and standing 3 meters tall. They have fine black scales growing on their heads. The face has no whites in the eyes, no nose, and the mouth stretches wide to the roots of the ears. Just one glance makes people feel very uncomfortable. The number of these black creatures is even more, exceeding 1,000, and they are currently attacking the three-eyed giant. If the previous giant lizards and steel-haired tribes look somewhat normal, then the appearance of these two races instantly gives a feeling that the whole world is filled with a strange and oppressive atmosphere. It feels so bizarre, even if it were on a horror movie set, it would feel completely in place. Agreed +1. Have you noticed that the world where Lord Yimu is seems more dangerous than other lords' worlds? It's just that the insect race is too powerful, eliminating all the enemies. Now that you mention it, it really seems that way. Yes, China's world has the highest difficulty, so scary, other countries' lords probably wouldn't survive even 0.001 seconds in your world. Our country is really impressive. Those foreigners just know how to talk nonsense, it's really laughable. Our Yamamoto has already chosen the tree demon race, and we have also gained lifespan bonuses. In the future, surpassing you is not impossible. When have you ever been stronger than Lord Yimu? Can you have some shame? The live broadcast room suddenly fell into a long mutual spitting contest. Until Yimu observed for a while and had come to a conclusion about the strength of these two races. They are slightly stronger than the steel-haired tribe, but still limited and not to be feared. So, he issued orders, sending out 30,000 leap bugs, 2,000 stabbing snakes, and 3,000 poison explosion bugs, bursting forth. 30 queen bugs were responsible for commanding the battlefield in more detail, trying to minimize casualties while encircling the stronger enemies. At this time, the three-eyed giant and the dark demon were still fighting fiercely. Until the ground began to tremble faintly. The dark progenitors and the three-eyed giant stopped fighting, warily surveying their surroundings. They were shocked to discover that countless, never-before-seen monsters had completely surrounded them. With the first leap bug letting out a roar and charging forward, tens of thousands of leap bugs either leaped or glided, overwhelming towards them, instantly drowning the dark demons and the three-eyed giants completely. Until all noise ceased completely. On the ground lay corpses scattered in all directions. These two warring races were utterly destroyed, with not a single survivor. The three-eyed giants that previously hurled spears at the king bug were also pierced by the poison stings of the stabbing snakes and died without a trace. Immediately afterward, more than 5,000 worker bees entered this level 2 area through the passage. Hives, splitting pools, poison explosion nests, and stabbing snake nests were evenly distributed and began to hatch on sight. Mushroom carpet tumors took root in the ground, as the black mushroom carpet rapidly spread, gradually covering this level 2 area. The Lord of China Yimu's insect race successfully occupies the level 2 area. Earns essence plus 30,000, gas plus 30,000. All citizens physique plus 75, all citizens lifespan plus 10 years. The originally quarrelsome live broadcast room suddenly became harmonious, with just one sentence continuously scrolling on the screen: the insect race is awesome. Chapter 22, Another Race in the Interstellar War. China's think tank, Future Research Institute. Compared to yesterday, the number of people here has doubled today. In the spacious room, 50 people sat around a square table. A huge screen was displaying the live broadcast images, with the bullet screen full of the insect race is awesome. What do you all think about this? Let's discuss. The man sitting at the head spoke first. He was in his 60s, with a rosy complexion, but his hair was somewhat sparse. Yimu's actions this time come with both crisis and opportunity, and I am sure that the crisis will arrive soon. I think so too. As for the native creatures in this level 2 area, the only ones known so far are the flying snake race. From the steel-haired tribe leader mentioning the flying snakes, it's clear that there is conflict between the two races, which at least indicates that the steel-haired tribe has no way to deal with them. But now, the flying snake clan has been wiped out. Based on my decades of geological experience, the unknown building exposed on the mountain should have just been revealed recently. Let me summarize briefly. The exposure of the unknown building attracted the attack of the three-eyed giant beast, leading to the complete destruction of the flying snake clan. Soon after, the three-eyed giant was also attacked by the dark demon, sparking a war. Their goals are likely the same. Since the goals are the same and only part of the races were sent in the initial phase, if no clansmen return to report, they will certainly send more troops. What do you all think about this dark demon and three-eyed giant? It's hard to say. Judging from the various resources and the number of enemies in level 1 and level 2 areas, the level 2 area basically corresponds to a county-level unit in reality. It's just that this world lacks industrial civilization, so the number of living beings it can support is relatively small. And the existence of the level 3 area is very likely equivalent to a city-level scale in reality, maybe 4th or 5th tier. At this moment, the atmosphere became more serious. The man at the forefront smiled and said, "Hey, everyone, don't be so pessimistic. There is also good news. The things they are fighting over must be extremely precious. Moreover, the insectoid race has a strong adaptability, and these enemies may bring more evolutionary possibilities to the insectoid. In fact, Yimu had thought of these analyses as well. After all, his strength was closely linked to the insectoid race. The stronger the insectoid, the stronger he would become, even his memory and thinking speed would see significant increases. In the Lord's space, Yimu appeared calm and composed. Under his watch, the massive insect swarm was mobilized in an orderly manner. More spiny snakes and poison bomb bugs began to hatch. Only 300 spiny snakes remained in the northern area, while the rest were all redeployed to the eastern battle zone. The number of jumping bugs in the eastern battle zone surged rapidly, breaking through 40,000 at once and continuously arriving. 40 insect nests were hatching the insect swarm at an astonishing speed, with 20 insect mothers gathering towards the eastern area along the black fungal carpet. Insect mother Nazalus received a special mission from Yimu. She led 100 spiny snakes, along with more jumping bugs and poison bomb bugs, to the mysterious building and spoke. The Great Master has commanded me to uncover the secrets of this strange building. Poison bomb bugs, blast a path. The poison bomb bugs rolled forward, exploding one after another. The rocks were melted and collapsed by high temperatures. A large number of worker bees then approached, starting to move the shattered boulders from the explosions and clearing the surrounding area. As the cleanup work progressed, a corner of the unknown building's lower level gradually became clear. It was even more enormous than people had previously imagined. This is a very ancient building, how strange. Nazalus's eyes flashed with a hint of confusion. She could not understand who could have built such a colossal structure. In the live stream room, the audience was also heatedly discussing. Giant insect nests continuously hatching, countless swarms, combined with this mysterious building. The scene is too shocking. Why do I feel like it resembles a temple? But why would such a high-tech civilization build something like a temple? No, I think it's some kind of beacon. Maybe it can connect to the universe or other alternate dimensions. The friend in front, I have the same idea. Perhaps the extraterrestrial invaders were attracted by this thing? You guys are being a bit conspiracy theorist. Just open it up and you'll know. Suddenly, a prompt popped up in the livestream room. The Persian nation, Euphemia's star spirit, has successfully occupied a level 2 area. Earned essence plus 10,000, gas plus 10,000. As this lord is the first to occupy a level 2 area, they randomly unlock one unit type. This lord is the second to occupy a level 2 area, receiving an additional reward of national water resources plus 100%. All citizens physique plus 75, all citizens spirit plus 15. Everyone in the livestream room fell silent in an instant. Persian nation? What is going on? Wasn't Persia just a small transparency before? How did it suddenly rise? This is not scientific. I need to see what's going on. Surprisingly faster than America, really unexpected. I heard America has been attacking the level 2 area for a while now and still hasn't succeeded. At that moment, another message appeared. Pyramid country, Michelle's ancient divine race successfully occupied the level 2 area. Gained essence plus 10,000, gas plus 10,000. Since this lord occupied the level 2 area for the first time, one random unit type is unlocked. The lord is the third to occupy the level 2 area and will receive an additional reward of national oil reserves plus 100%. All citizens physical strength plus 75, 200 people randomly chosen to awaken as ascendant apprentices. Two messages popped up one after the other, with Pyramid Country ranked third. This situation greatly surprised everyone. At first, most people thought America would become the second country to occupy the level 2 area, so it was not unexpected for a dark horse to take the third position. But the result was that America was still attacking the level 2 area, while the ancient civilizations of Persia and Pyramid Country successfully occupied the level 2 area one after the other. This is the foundation of civilization. America cannot compare. If we're talking about the foundation of civilization, our India is number 1 in the world. Ancient Huaxia even came here to learn from us. Give me a break, your India's natives have now been reduced to the lowly Dalit class, and you still have the nerve to mention civilization. America is now silent. I'm going to check the replay of the live streams from Persia and Pyramid Country. While everyone was heatedly discussing, Yimu also received a public channel notice. He didn't pay much attention to Pyramid Country's ancient divine race. Perhaps it was a powerful race, but it was still far from the Zerg. But the race of Persia caught his attention. Star Spirit race. Could it be the Star Spirit race from StarCraft? Yimu thought to himself. In StarCraft, there are 3 main races, Terran, Zerg, and Star Spirit. Since the Zerg has appeared, the appearance of the Star Spirit does not seem surprising. In the setting of StarCraft, the Star Spirit and the Zerg are enemies, and the Zerg even occupied the Star Spirit's home planet Air. But the strength of the Star Spirit cannot be underestimated. It also has another nickname, the Divine Race. The Star Spirit race has extremely strong physical quality, master psionic power, and possesses countless black technologies, making it a very powerful group. What Yimu is really interested in is that in the worldview of StarCraft, the Zerg represents pure body, while the Star Spirit represents pure essence. The combination of the two can become a true god Zarnaga. In the final chapter of the StarCraft storyline, the ruler of the Zerg, the Queen of Blades, obtained the essence of the god and ultimately transformed into the new Zarnaga. I hope it really is the Star Spirit race. Yimu's gaze was fixed on the Lord of Persia, Euphemia. At the same time, in a corner of the Lord's space, the leader of Persia, Euphemia, suddenly shuddered. She felt as if something was watching her. Suddenly feel so scared, what's going on? A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. Chapter 23, Unless I Can't Help It, I Won't Laugh. Brothers, I'm back. Persia successfully occupied the level 2 area relying on new ranged troops and tactics. However, in terms of strength, there is still a big gap compared to the Zerg. The ancient divine race of Pyramid Country can summon the doghead ancient god through sacrifice, but unfortunately, the ancient god's presence has time limits, and it cannot be used again in the short term. Ahem, breaking news, the Stick Country is under siege from enemies in the level 2 area and is about to collapse. Stick Country's lord, Jin Shengli's Huangjing tribe has been destroyed. As a result, Stick Country suffers punishment, with national resources reduced by 50%, territory shrunk by 50%, and the lifespan of all its people shortened by 50%. One day later, Jin Shengli can reselect a race and continue to participate in the Lord Challenge. Brothers, we can't laugh unless we really can't help it. Ha ha. Don't be too proud. Our country has a great history, and this little setback means nothing. A day later, we will choose a new powerful race again. However, no one paid him any attention, as if he did not exist at all. Time flew by quickly. The strength of the insect race was still growing explosively. The number of jump bugs, stabbing snakes, and poisonous explosion bugs at the eastern defense line soared. The total had already exceeded 100,000. Most of them were hidden underground beneath the fungal blanket, making them hard to detect. In the air, dozens of king bugs were constantly vigilant, monitoring the situations on the ground. Especially that one and only passage. The passage was 150 meters wide. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, and dust rose at the end of the passage. The surface of the black fungal blanket also rippled slightly. The patrolling jump bugs instantly halted, their dark golden pupils fixed tightly on the entrance. Suddenly, a large number of monsters wielding blunt weapons appeared. These monsters were less than 2 meters tall, thin, with dark skin and ugly faces, long ears and pointed noses, tightly gripping their wolf-toothed blunt weapons, as if they were limitless. They rushed forward like a surging tide. Among this monstrous wave, a few particularly striking tall dark demons stood out. They commanded these slave troops and charged aggressively towards the bug swarm. Roar! Thousands of jump bugs roared in unison, fanning their wings fiercely, transforming into shadows, fearlessly lunging directly at these enemies. The king bugs in the air closely observed everything happening on the ground. The enemies' numbers were even greater than the jump bugs on the front lines. Within that massive sea of goblin-like monsters, dark demons were directing operations, and behind them, more powerful dark demons were coming to assist in the assault. These scrawny monsters were not to be underestimated in combat strength. The specialized weapons in their hands could even break through the armor of the jump bugs. Yimu saw this scene and was not surprised. The enemy was clearly well prepared. They knew the insect race had an advantage in numbers, so they summoned a large number of slave troops. So they are using a human wave tactic, humph. Yimu sneered. He extended his right hand and gently pressed against his temple. Using his consciousness to contact Abbas. Abbas, inject the fission bug's genes into the division pool of the Eastern War Zone, and begin to hatch the fission bugs. Inside the evolution chamber. Abbas, who was gnawing on biomass, suddenly burrowed out of the pit. He brought his bony fingers together and said stiffly, "The enemy is using a human wave tactic, which triggers the jump bugs to mutate into fission bugs. This is a wise decision. Following your arrangement, Great Master, I have injected the corresponding genes into the division pool of the Eastern War Zone. Now we can hatch the fission bugs." Very good. Yimu nodded in approval. He did not summon the hidden bugs underground. That was his trump card. In 40 nests, thousands of larvae almost simultaneously began to mutate, turning into cocoons. A cocoon expanded at a visible speed, and within just 60 seconds, 3 fission bugs drilled out from inside. Their eyes sparkled with fierce light. Along with thousands of newly hatched fission bugs, they charged toward the enemy on the front line like furious tigers descending a mountain. The two races collided instantly, and a fierce battle ensued. Blood quickly stained the fungal blanket. Great Master, Abbas has successfully developed a brand new living defensive structure based on the genetic essence of the three-eyed giant and flying serpents. Let's hear it. Living defensive structure unit spine needle crawler hatched by worker bees can deal massive damage to ground units within range. Must hatch on the fungal blanket and can move freely on the fungal blanket. It is very suitable for defensive warfare. Suggest to hatch and throw into the battlefield. Yi Mu nodded in agreement. He then ordered 100 worker bees to mutate and hatch spine needle crawlers on the spot. Hatching one spine needle crawler requires 100 essence, so 100 would consume 10,000 essence. The worker bees slowly crawled into the mushroom blanket, their flesh membranes wrapping around them. Flesh tendons drilled deep into the mushroom blanket, beginning the hatching process of the spine needle crawlers. The entire hatching process takes 20 minutes. And at the front lines of war, large groups of dark demons have already joined the battle, engaging in fierce fighting with the swarm. The spike snakes also rushed into the battlefield, their bony spikes slicing the air and accurately piercing through bodies of flesh and blood. However, there are also dark demons breaking through the lines, charging into the spike snake group, causing some casualties among the spike snakes. Every minute, hundreds of fission bugs die, and the enemy's casualties are not few either. The battle has just begun, and the scale has already become difficult to control, the front lines continuously expanding. So amazing. This kind of large-scale tug-of-war, no other race could endure it. The dark demons are at least a level 3 race. It could even be level 4. Otherwise, they couldn't be so strong. Fission bugs are truly powerful. They can hatch in 60 seconds, continuously entering the battle. Breaking news, the US has finally failed to attack the level 2 area. It's so funny, both sides suffered heavy losses. It's been 20 minutes, the enemy's troops feel endless, just how many are there? A rough estimate, both sides have at least 3,000 units dead, even close to 5,000, yet the intensity of the battle continues to rise. Behind the front lines, 100 swollen flesh tumors exploded almost simultaneously. The spine needle crawlers have hatched. Their shape resembles a curved syringe, with sharp bone spikes at the end, easily piercing through enemies. The base diameter is nearly 15 meters, quite massive, as they extend 6 legs to move quickly on the mushroom blanket. In the middle area of the base, tubular bone spikes grew, rising nearly 20 stories high. The 100 spine needle crawlers spread out on the mushroom blanket, anchoring themselves 800 meters close to the battlefield. They embedded themselves beneath the mushroom blanket. The tubular bone spikes swayed naturally. Suddenly, one spine needle crawler's bone spike elongated like lightning, extending hundreds of meters, and the front bone spike instantly pierced through an unsuspecting alien monster. It directly penetrated through its chest. Blood sprayed everywhere. This was just the beginning, as hundreds of spine needle crawlers launched their attacks simultaneously. After piercing the enemies, they quickly retracted their tubular bone spikes, storing power for the next attack. After one wave of attacks, dozens of alien monsters died on the spot. The insect race actually has defensive structures similar to turrets, it surprises me so much. What is it that the insect race cannot achieve? In a frontal tug-of-war, 1 minute only kills 1 or 200 enemies, but this spine needle crawler wiped out dozens of aliens in one attack. Its combat power is indeed impressive, but the drawbacks are also obvious. It can only root in the mushroom blanket, defense is okay, but offense and agility are lacking. Yi Mu observed the performance of the spine needle crawlers, finding it quite good, all within his expectations. He did not let the worker bees continue hatching more spine needle crawlers, but closely monitored the battlefield situation. He wanted to force the dark demons to reveal more of their cards. Both he and the dark demons had long realized this was a war of attrition. Whoever loses their composure first means to fall into a passive position, and the one suffering loss would be themselves. And at this moment, Yi Mu received a message from a baser. Previously, the performance of the spine needle crawlers had not made him smile. But at this moment, his surprise was undisguised. Blade Queen. The Great Dominator, the unknown hero unit is about to hatch. Since successfully capturing the first level 2 area, the hero unit's cocoon has begun its long hatching process. The time consumed in this process far exceeds that of hatching a baser back then. And at this moment, it is finally about to break free from its cocoon. In the oldest hive of the insect race, on a black fungal carpet, the cocoon is rhythmically pulsing. It is steadily supported by a flesh throne, and the protruding bone spikes tightly secure it. This cocoon is oval-shaped, 3 meters tall, and from its flesh membrane, the strong heartbeat resonates, as if life is eagerly declaring its arrival. Waves of ethereal purple light slowly seep from the surface of the cocoon's flesh membrane, dreamlike and enchanting. Yi Mu keenly caught the rhythm of that heartbeat, and in his heart, he already vaguely guessed what great being would soon emerge. I've never seen Yi Mu so anxious before. What exactly is in that cocoon? This is the second hero unit. And look at the cocoon's appearance, it definitely seems extraordinary. Look closely, there seems to be purple energy mist coming out of the cocoon's flesh membrane, how obvious. Could the hero inside master magic? Magic? That's unlikely. The insect race itself is already so numerous, if they could also master magical powers, it would be an absurd existence. If the insect race truly mastered magic, I'd suspect you all were using cheats. Wow, it's about to hatch. Suddenly, the half-transparent flesh membrane of the cocoon began to harden gradually. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators. Crack. A tiny crack appeared on the cocoon's surface. This crack quickly spread, fracturing like a spider's web. Until... Ah! A powerful female voice suddenly resonated around. The ethereal purple energy shockwave radiated from the cocoon's center, swiftly spreading like ripples, and the cocoon's outer shell instantly shattered into powder, scattering around. Wave after wave of purple shockwaves continued to spread, reaching hundreds of meters away. The air seemed to twist and deform, taking on a strange state. Nearby jumpers and worker bees keenly sensed this powerful aura, all crouching on the ground, lowering their heads, and emitting low growls, as if paying homage to the soon-to-be-born powerful being. Abaser's already expressionless face suddenly froze. He said with a stiff voice, "Queen." Yimu's eyes were fixed on the distorted air. Through layers of energy fluctuations, he could vaguely see a graceful silver figure. As the energy shockwave gradually dissipated, the figure also became clearer. Before everyone's eyes stood an extremely beautiful woman with golden eyes, about 172 centimeters tall. She wore a silver tight-fitting phantom battlesuit, perfectly outlining her graceful body curves. Although her face was extraordinarily beautiful, her hair was not ordinary strands but rather spines with joints, creating a unique look that gave a paradoxical feeling of eerie and horrifying beauty. This scene instantly set the entire nation's netizens ablaze. What's going on? The insect race's hero unit is actually a human. Look at her hair, which has insect features, while her clothing is very high-tech. She looks like a half-human, half-insect. I'm more curious if she really masters magic? That purple shockwave just now was incredible. A big magic apprentice said that this is clearly not magic. This is an energy they don't understand, but it's definitely not magic. Am I the only one who thinks she is super beautiful? Especially her lips, eyes, and face shape, simply perfect. Beauty is beauty, but it is also quite frightening. Just this hair. Yimu carefully scrutinized her and confirmed in his heart, yes, it is indeed her. She is the infamous Queen of Blades of the Zerg. However, technically speaking, she cannot fully be considered the Queen of Blades at this moment. To be precise, she should be the ghost operative of the Terran, Sarah Kerrigan. The alien characteristics displayed in her hair stemmed from her past as the Queen of Blades, and later she returned to her current half-human, half-insect state due to the powerful impact of the Xel'Naga artifact. In the story of the stars, after Kerrigan transformed back into the Queen of Blades, she became the true ruler and leader of the Zerg. Her personality is cruel and ruthless, yet she is also strategic and thoughtful. She is a classic femme fatale, but even so, a trace of kindness still remains in her heart. At that moment, Kerrigan held tightly to her specialized sniper rifle for ghost operatives, vigilantly observing her surroundings. She stood on a black fungal carpet, with a massive Zerg nest behind her. Sensing movement around her, she suddenly turned around. A towering 5-meter-high broodmother stepped out from the nest, making Kerrigan seem particularly small in comparison. Kerrigan quickly raised her sniper rifle, aiming the red dot at the broodmother's forehead, her eyes narrowing slightly. The broodmother stopped in its tracks and respectfully said, "My queen, why have you taken on a human form?" At that moment, Abathur slowly crawled out from a nearby evolutionary chamber. It stared intently at Kerrigan and said, "Queen of Blades, transformed into human form. So weak, can be re-engineered to make you a perfect Zerg form. Don't come near me, or..." Kerrigan's words were not finished before she suddenly froze. She distinctly sensed a familiar, great, yet indescribable will quietly descending beside her. That feeling was like her father, yet also like a creator? The emotions were complex and hard to describe. She instinctively called out, "Master?" "Kerrigan, do you remember anything?" Yimu asked. Kerrigan replied with a puzzled face, "I don't know. I only remember transforming back from the Queen of Blades to a human, but my hair still retains the appearance of the Queen of Blades. I only remember a small part of the past." Yimu was certain that his guess was completely correct. Currently, Kerrigan should be in the same state as at the beginning of the Heart of the Swarm storyline in StarCraft 2. Her strength is certainly considerable, but it is just considerable. She is still far from regaining her powers as the true Queen of Blades, with psychic energies capable of unleashing storms that sweep across half a planet. Yimu continued to converse with her, "Kerrigan, I created you, you are now a part of the Swarm, second only to me." The Swarm? Transforming back into a human only to once again become a Zerg made Kerrigan hesitate. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I am not fully prepared yet, but I am willing to serve you. Do you have any tasks for me?" Yimu's mouth curled slightly. Even in her current state, Kerrigan's combat power far exceeds all of his existing units, completely on a different level. He said, "Not for now, but soon there will be a task for you. And Abathur, you are not to have any improper actions towards Kerrigan. As you say, great master. The human race, so weak, truly incomprehensible. The tech-savvy Abathur murmured as it began to retreat. It simply could not understand why the human body has limits when the Queen of Blades should not be bound by such restrictions. Why did she choose to be human? However, just as Yimu was filled with joy for the Queen of Blades, oh no, for Kerrigan's arrival, the front lines of war suddenly faced multiple crises. On that battlefield spreading a kilometer, jumpers, toxic bombers, and alien warriors were fiercely engaged in combat. On the ground, scattered fragments of incomplete corpses are everywhere, a scene of devastation. From time to time, a sharp whimpering sound pierces the air. It is the bone spire of the spine-clawing reptiles, precisely piercing through one alien monster after another. The originally fierce offensive of the dark magic servant army suddenly seems to be extinguished by an invisible force. However, a sudden change occurs. Dark balls with a diameter of 30 centimeters appear without warning, falling towards the swarm in a parabolic trajectory. These dark balls have an extremely hard surface, and the moment they hit the ground, they automatically crack open, unleashing powerful energy that floods out like a torrent, causing violent explosions. The entire battlefield shakes violently due to these explosions. Flames shoot into the sky, creating massive deep craters, even severely damaging the black fungal blanket. And this is just the beginning. More dark balls rain down like raindrops, even falling towards the rear where the spine-clawing reptiles are located. Explosions rise and fall, completely destroying the spine-clawing reptiles, one after another, dying in the explosions. The originally impregnable defense line suddenly undergoes a shocking reversal under this unexpected attack. Chapter 25, Still Say You Can't Use Magic? Yimu sensed the urgent call from the bug mother and hurriedly turned his gaze toward the fierce battlefield. He saw thick gray smoke rising, and the bodies of crushed jump bugs scattered everywhere. Numerous deep pits appeared on the ground, with burnt brown soil stretching as far as the eye could see. He clearly saw dark balls falling like raindrops into the swarm. The flames generated by the explosions surged high into the air, reaching dozens of meters. All kinds of alien insects, including jump bugs, thorn snakes, and spine-pinned reptiles, were suffering from intense attacks. In just a short while, hundreds of alien insects had perished in the explosions, and the death toll was still rising. Could this be artillery fire? It doesn't look like artillery, but the method of attack is quite similar. Long-range throwing, and the explosion radius is wide with such great power. This situation doesn't seem good with such an ultra-long range. We can't even touch or see the enemy's shadow. Yimu, hurry up and charge. If this drags on, we're all finished. Charging is just seeking death. The true main force of dark magic must be lurking behind. I said long ago that the bug race only looked strong in the early stages. You didn't believe me. Oof. Now I understand. Indeed, in this kind of modern battlefield environment, simply having numerical superiority isn't very significant. Our mechanical race represents the future. You can't even take down a level 2 area, and you still have the nerve to boast here? Yimu will definitely come up with a solution. Yimu focused intently on observing the battlefield, finding that an average of hundreds of bomb balls fell every minute. These bombs came from different directions and maintained a fixed frequency. It is clear that the launch sources of these things are not just one, but possibly 10 or even more. Due to the stretched-out front line, they are very likely hiding within that spacious passage or even in another area. Abaser, analyze what materials the explosive bombs are made of? At this moment, in the evolutionary chamber, there were not only Abaser but also Kerrigan and a bug mother. Abaser, using various methods with the king bug and others, observed from a distance and quickly began analyzing after obtaining a small sample. Great Overlord, this is a biological essence derived from some unknown creature. If we can obtain its essence, Abaser can use it to strengthen the bug race. Very good. Yimu immediately issued orders for the leap bugs and thorn snakes buried underground to occasionally break through, maintaining the balance of the battlefield. This way, the defense line won't collapse due to bombing, but we can't advance any further, creating a temporary stalemate. Kerrigan, what's your opinion on this? Yimu turned and asked her. As a half-human, half-Zerg being, Kerrigan could communicate with the Zerg and understand the real-time situation of the battlefield through the Zerg's overmind. Overlord, I discovered a level 1 area in the heart of the enemy's nearby base through the Scout of the Edge Overlord. However, the defense there is quite weak. We can try to infiltrate and hatch the Zerg there. As long as we successfully hatch a Zerg nest, we can gather the gene essence of that unknown creature, which may provide possibilities for Abathur's research. Abathur clasped his hands together and said in a stiff tone. The enemy's defense line is very strong, it's difficult to infiltrate. They also have anti-air units, and the Overlord can't get close or cross over. This tactic is likely impossible to execute. Kerrigan's golden eyes flickered with a cold light, her voice ruthless and domineering. Don't question your queen. Abathur trembled in fear, too scared to provoke this demon lord. Let's proceed with this plan, Kerrigan. If you need any assistance, just ask. This plan will take a considerable amount of time, during which the Zerg on the front lines must not collapse. I can infiltrate alone using my psionic abilities, she said with a serious expression. There are 100,000 reserve Zerg forces on this battlefield, holding out for one day shouldn't be difficult. Kerrigan nodded. Then what are we waiting for? I'm setting off now. Saying this, she picked up the specially designed Ghost Sniper rifle once again. A flash of complicated emotions passed through her eyes, as she once again threw herself into the war. She was originally a Terran Ghost Operative, a special small-scale combat unit with powerful psionic abilities, often engaged in highly dangerous missions like decapitation and assassination. Later, during a war with the Zerg, she was betrayed by her comrades, captured by the Zerg, and transformed into the powerful Queen of Blades. Now, she had returned from the Queen of Blades to her half-human, half-Zerg form, her fate full of twists and turns. Kerrigan arrived alone at the front lines of the war. The battlefield stretched for thousands of meters, with the sounds of fighting and roaring constantly filling the air. The ground shook endlessly from the explosions of rolling bombs, and the air was thick with the nauseating smell of blood. If an ordinary person were to arrive here, their legs would likely give out uncontrollably. However, she was perfectly adapted to this battlefield. She activated the psionic energy within her body, and a ghostly light appeared on the silver combat suit at her ankles, quickly spreading across her entire body. From her legs to her head, she completely vanished, entering stealth mode. This was the basic skill of a ghost operative, and with the special combat suit, she could completely conceal her presence. Only high-precision scout units could detect her movements. The Zerg could not control psionic energy, but Kerrigan was an exception. Yimu closely watched her every move. Holy crap! She disappeared. This is clearly invisibility. And you still tell me this isn't magic? It's high-tech equipment, okay? Kerrigan just said it's psionics, didn't you hear? Going in alone to infiltrate is so dangerous, but she's amazing. I have a question, even if she infiltrates successfully, how is she going to hatch the Zerg nest without worker drones? Didn't you hear the Zerg call her queen? She definitely has the corresponding abilities. In the chaotic battlefield, Kerrigan moved as if the place was empty. She easily weaved through it and quickly arrived at a dangerous passageway. This passage was quite special, narrow at both ends and wide in the middle. Only when she got closer did she realize that there were large numbers of dark demons hiding inside. These dark demons had skin as black as pitch, covered with a layer of slime, with numbers reaching into the thousands. Each dark demon held a weapon, and some even grinned with mouths that stretched to their ears, revealing sharp teeth that exuded a chilling aura. Sure enough, there's an ambush. With so many dark demons blocking the entrance, no matter how many jump bugs there are, they can't get through. I feel so anxious. If I were here, I wouldn't even be able to walk the road. Kerrigan had a bumpy but successful journey through the passage. But as soon as she stepped out of the passage, she saw an even larger dark demon army. The dark demons numbered nearly 10,000, and there was an even bigger army of dark demon servants. In the battle formation, 10 huge monsters lay prostrate, each nearly 20 meters long, resembling giant worms. Their fat abdomens were filled with many rolling bombs, and with the muscles in their mouths, they could easily toss bombs 2 kilometers away. Because there were just too many enemies here, Kerrigan had to suppress the thought of attacking. Soon, she realized there were not just 10 giant worms. In the back, there were more giant worms, nearly 20 of them, constantly gnawing on crystal ores, their bellies synthesizing more rolling bombs. As expected. She smiled faintly, the real core had defenses that weren't so tight. Although she could easily kill a giant worm, she first needed to hatch a nest. Kerrigan walked toward the quiet little path, entering this level 1 area. Enemies quickly appeared, there were more than 20 dark demons commanding hundreds of servant troops to transport supplies. Very good. She slowly raised her sniper rifle, infused her bullets with psychic energy, then pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gun was completely erased by the silencer, and a dark demon's head exploded instantly. The bullet's power did not diminish, piercing through several dark demon servants. Then, the heads of the dark demons exploded one after another. Her actions were cold and efficient. Within a few minutes, the dark demons' panic, anger, and escape were all in vain. Kerrigan walked past the corpses of the dark demons and dark demon servants, with not a single survivor. She disabled her stealth mode. Let me recall. How to create a larva. She raised her palm, gathering the genetic essence of the swarm, then catalyzed it with psychic energy. Before her eyes, a larva gradually took shape in her hand. Kerrigan created 5 larvae in succession, then threw them out. The larvae absorbed the essence contained in the dark demon's supplies and transformed into 5 cocoons, starting to hatch. 5 worker bees broke out of their cocoons. They maintained a distance and began to hatch the nest on the spot. And the dark demon's resources just happened to provide the foundation for the nest's development. Cold-blooded, efficient, simply terrifying. Who can resist such infiltration, single-handedly creating larvae, and then hatching a swarm base? The queen is amazing. I finally understand why Lord Yimu is so happy. She alone is worth an entire army. As time passed, during this period, Kerrigan killed every dark demon that entered this area, leaving none alive. Puff. The first nest broke out of its cocoon, followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth. The black fungal carpet began to slowly spread. Chapter 26, it's time to end it. In the tunnels beneath the nest, larvae continuously dug themselves out. Watching this scene, Kerrigan felt a strange yet familiar surge of emotion within her, as if everything from the past had returned. Master, there is a shortage of resources and gas here. I need to hatch a batch of worker bees first. You can arrange it as you wish. Got it. The supplies collected by the dark demons just happened to provide her with the essential essence needed for the development of the swarm. This is a level 1 area with a rather complex landscape. Black fungal blankets spread like a tide, swallowing surrounding vegetation and weak creatures, transforming them into more essence. The 5 insect nests tirelessly hatch worker bees, who work hard to gather crystal ore and resources, and even hatch siphoning chambers at the gas mines. Yimu did not turn on the 100 times time acceleration. After all, in a wartime state, any slight negligence could lead to severe consequences. He was constantly watching Kerrigan's every move. During this time, dark demons occasionally appeared, but were easily assassinated by her. It can be seen that the dark demons had not anticipated this terrifying infiltration ability of the Zerg, which had unknowingly seeped into their rear. As the clock struck 11 at night, the time in the other world synchronized with that of China, and night had fallen. At this moment, around the 5 insect nests, there were buildings such as split pools, spike snake nests, and explosion bug nests. The 3 queen bugs tirelessly produced fungal blanket tumors, or nurtured eggs, hatching more larvae. The originally developed level 1 area was gradually depleting its resources. It feels inexplicably great. In just over 10 hours, 5 larvae have developed into a swarm base. If only the dark demons had taken a glance, it wouldn't have happened. Who would have expected a fire in the backyard, and just in a small corner? No one paid attention. The Persians say, shivering, hoping that the national war won't encounter the swarm in the future. What you should be afraid of is our India. We have successfully occupied a level 2 area now. Cow dung nation, ugh. At the edge of the 5 insect nests, hundreds of cocoons completed their hatching. One by one, spike snakes and leap bugs broke free from their cocoons. Kerrigan's golden eyes swept over the dark mass of bugs, which included 50 spike snakes, along with 1,000 leap bugs, plus a reserve of essence and gas. Action can begin. She raised her sniper rifle again, and her whole being silently disappeared into the deep night, entering a stealth state. Kerrigan wore tactical goggles, advancing along the winding passage. The darkness of the night not only had no effect on her vision but instead made her more agile. The level 3 area's world was extremely vast, with a single area exceeding 3,000 square kilometers. Wide open areas were scattered with dark ones and dark servants. After a long period of war, their offensive had stalled, starting to regroup, and their vigilance relaxed accordingly, allowing fat giant worms to crawl into the edge areas, freely gnawing on crystal ore. Next to each giant worm, there would usually be hundreds of dark servants and dark warriors guarding. Kerrigan quickly spotted a relatively isolated giant worm, which was far from most of its kind. Seems like I've found the target. This mission feels quite challenging. The dark demon's rear is a bit relaxed, but there are still hundreds of enemies, along with the giant worm. It's hard not to make a sound. If there's noise that attracts the dark demon's attention, then it's all over. The night was overcast, and shadows quietly approached on the ground. The giant worm was oblivious to the imminent danger. Next to it, a dark demon sat on the ground napping, with only a few dark servants still maintaining their alertness. A shadow flickered, and the throat of a dark servant was cut by an invisible blade. Its eyes widened as it fell. The alert dark servants were quietly taken out, one after another. Next was the dark demon, until the remaining dark servants were instantly wiped out by the attacks of the spike snakes and leap bugs. The whole process was clean and neat. However, the blood smell lingering in the air alerted the giant worm. It clumsily turned its body, its round eyes seeing the dead dark demon and dark servants, revealing a look of terror. It opened its big mouth, ready to roar and shout. Oh no! It's been discovered. It's all over. No time to kill it now. What's happening? The giant worm's body suddenly froze completely, unable to move, its eyes filled with greater fear. It stared at Kerrigan in terror, as she gathered psychic energy in her palm, a small human figure that completely controlled it. Die! Kerrigan squeezed tightly, the brain matter and nervous system of the giant worm instantly shattered under the psychic shock, dying on the spot. Her breathing became somewhat heavy. In her current state, using these skills was still too much for her. Kerrigan quietly left with the swarm, the worker bees silently weaving through, making no sound, disassembling and dragging the bodies of the shadow demons and the giant worm back to the hive. They carefully buried the traces, disguising everything as normal. Abathur, I have brought back the giant worm. What do you plan to study? In the evolution chamber, Abathur's eyes flickered with a faint light. By absorbing its essence from the evolution chamber, I can gain gene information remotely, recombine it, merge it into the swarm's genes, and through *%. All right. Kerrigan listened, half understanding. The night gradually passed. Just as dawn was about to break, the shadow demons launched a new round of fierce attacks once again. Soon, the shadow demons sensed that something was wrong. It seemed a giant worm was missing. Find it. It must have run far last night. Those damned lowly servants can't even keep track of a giant worm. The little leader of the shadow demons thundered. Unbeknownst to them, the giant worm had vanished without a trace from this world. Finally, before dawn arrived, Abathur's mutation experiment succeeded. I have analyzed and extracted the essence of the giant worm. It can perfectly merge into the needle snake body, producing a specific battlefield adaptive mutant puncturer. Hatching the puncturer requires first mutating the needle snake nest. Should we start the mutation? Mutate. Kerrigan said without hesitation. She knew very well that the disappearance of the giant worm wouldn't stay hidden for long. Action had to be taken quickly. The flesh membrane completely enveloped the needle snake nest, starting to mutate and hatch. A few minutes later, with a puff, the flesh membrane broke, and a brand new spike nest appeared before them, covered with more bone spines, looking even more ferocious. Almost simultaneously, Kerrigan decided to exhaust all remaining gas to mutate 50 needle snakes. Yimu also closely monitored the situation here, as everything happening would directly decide the outcome of this war. Mutating a single needle snake into a puncturer required 100 essences plus 50 gas, which was definitely a considerable expense. But when the cocoon broke open and the puncturers emerged, Yimu found that the expense was absolutely worth it. The puncturer looked completely different from the needle snake. It resembled a fierce beast walking out from the wilds. Its size was several times larger than the needle snake, with a single length exceeding 15 meters. When 50 puncturers appeared simultaneously, the sense of oppression was incredibly strong. Even those just watching the livestream could truly feel the overwhelming pressure. Kerrigan lifted her chin. It's time to end this. Chapter 27, scared me so much I dropped my milk tea. New variant puncturer, this aura is simply amazing. You might not believe it, but I was so scared I dropped my milk tea on the ground. What is this thing? Is it a melee or ranged unit? Can these 50 really turn the tide? But there are over 10,000 shadow demons over there, all guarding the giant worm. I really don't understand. Its head is almost touching the ground. How can it attack the enemy? And you tell me it's an insect? It's many times bigger than a mammoth. Just as everyone was filled with doubt, Yimu received a report from Abathur. Mutated unit puncturer, mutated from the needle snake. The puncturer can lurk underground. Launch penetrating attacks on targets within a certain range. Can deal maximized output damage to heavily armored or heavy units. Effective attack range can reach 2,000 meters, and when submerged underground, non-scout units can't detect. 50 piercers were neatly arranged, arriving at a narrow passage. They did not rush forward but used their sharp claws to dig through the soil and rock, their massive bodies quickly sinking underground. The ground shook for a moment and then returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Even if someone walked overhead, without a reminder, they would never notice these piercers hiding right beneath their feet. On the open ground less than 2 kilometers away, tens of thousands of dark demons and their minions gathered, resembling a black lake from a distance. Among the dark demon warriors, there were elite dark demons that were larger in size and had bony wings on their backs. These creatures were bloodthirsty and warlike, and slaughter was a daily affair for them. At this moment, the elite dark demons appeared somewhat impatient. In the past, they had never failed to attack level 2 areas, but since yesterday, those strange and highly reproductive worms had blocked them for an entire day. A dark demon commander issued an order: we must annihilate them all today. Not a single one left. No more attrition battles, all giant worms launch explosive spores together. Tear their defenses apart completely. A massacre is about to begin. He raised his arms high so that his kin could see him clearly. The dark demon warriors instantly erupted with excitement, raising their weapons, brimming with murderous intent. However, in the next second, a giant worm near the dark demon commander suddenly exploded from its abdomen, with bits of flesh and blood flying everywhere, and the rolling bomb shot out, triggering a series of booming explosions. The dark demon commander was caught off guard, instantly consumed by the continuous explosions, unable to even make a sound before being shattered to pieces and dying. This death was too quick, too sudden. The dark demons were both shocked and angry, completely unaware of what had happened. Almost simultaneously, the body of another giant worm exploded nearby. This time, unlike the first, the dark demon saw clearly as a strange sharp organ burrowed up from the ground, with 6 pointed teeth at its front that could close together, forming sharp bone spikes that pierced through the target's body in an instant. This strange spike shot up dozens of meters from the ground, and the giant worm let out a wail. It hadn't even had time to escape before. Thrust. Thrust. 2 more similar bloody bone spikes shot out, piercing through its head and tail. In the midst of a chain reaction, the bombs in its abdomen also exploded, harming nearby dark demons and their minions. What is happening? Where is the attack coming from? Another dark demon commander roared in anger, his eyes wide open. 2 more giant worms came under attack. The assault still came from underground, instantly piercing through their fleshy bodies, then spinning back and disappearing without a trace. Thrust. Thrust. 1 giant worm after another perished tragically. These creatures were quite intelligent. The fear of death made them not dare to stay any longer, uncontrollably fleeing backward. But during their escape, the scythe of death, the bone spikes, kept appearing, mercilessly reaping lives. All of this was witnessed by Kerrigan, who had stealthily infiltrated to observe the battle situation. Until the last giant worm was pierced to death by the piercer, the tense situation on the battlefield instantly reversed, the pressure from the swarm dissipating, even starting to counterattack. Tens of thousands of splitting worms, mixed with toxic exploding worms, surged forward like a tide. I would never have guessed there was such an attack method. It's so shocking. My worldview is almost being overturned, lurking underground and then launching a surprise attack. It's too ruthless. Cough I cough. Although our country follows a path of technological civilization, I still have to say, this unit is too monstrous. A certain 3 will definitely think it's nothing special. The stick will probably say this originated from the big stick country. Brother upstairs, you really understand them too well. Yimu watched the battlefield, a slight smile on his lips. At this point, the situation between the attacking and defending sides had completely reversed. Having witnessed the last giant worm die suddenly, the highest commander of the dark demons suppressed the anger in his heart, his face twisted. With a single command, he declared, since we have failed in the war of attrition, let's engage in direct combat. Dark Demon Legion, Slave Legion, all forces attack. Eliminate the enemy. As soon as the words left his mouth, the dark demon army erupted in excitement, and the dark demon slaves also rejoiced wildly. In the previous battles, they had always led the charge, suffering heavy casualties. Now that the dark demons joined the fight, victory seemed within reach. At the front lines of war, the bloody battlefield had spread for a full kilometer. The fierce clashes and brutal combat erupted right here. At this moment, with the complete defeat of the giant worms, the intensity of the war, which had previously eased, surged to a new peak. Tens of thousands of slave troops and a large number of dark demons surged out like a tide, expanding the front line from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers, and it continued to grow. If yesterday's battle was like a meat grinder, then right now, this place had turned into a meat production line. Yimu commanded decisively as he watched the fighting on the battlefield, sending 30,000 jumping worms into battle again. The reach of the war expanded at an astonishing speed. The dark demons were brave and good at fighting, often forming small teams or military formations to tear apart the jumping worms' siege. The sting snakes would also be attacked by them, while the chaotic poison explosion worms occasionally managed to catch lucky dark demons for a self-detonation. The battlefield was filled with smoke, and the smell of blood grew ever stronger in the air. The Black Legion silently covered each body, devouring everything from the worm race to the dark demons, transforming them into essence, and hatching more splitting worms to throw into the fray. Unnoticed underground, one by one, fungal blanket tumors were quietly weaving through, expanding into the level 3 area, the black fungal blanket gradually covering a wider area. The scale of this war is terrifying. There must be 100,000 participating bugs, right? The enemy count is also over 30,000. I just saw the battle in Tianju, boasting extravagantly. Compared to this, it's simply a minor character meeting a major one. Both sides are tough characters. It's too fierce. Did you notice? The fungal blanket of the swarm is almost covering the level 3 area. Indeed. I didn't even notice earlier, the fungal blanket has reached the level 3 area. Doesn't this mean they can encircle the dark demons from behind? The fighting continued fiercely on the battlefield. Yimu looked down from a height, surveying the scene. From yesterday to today, the strength accumulated by the worm race was far beyond what the dark demons could imagine. The level 2 area in the north and the 10 surrounding level 1 areas continually provided massive resources to the worm race, which were all turned into powerful combat strength. On the surface, this appeared to be a grand and intense battlefield, but in reality, the worm race still had not committed all their forces. One by one, the worm mothers kept transmitting information to Yimu. If this had happened 2 days ago, such overwhelming data would have turned his head into a tangled mess. However, at this moment, he had grown alongside the worm race, and his brain operated at a speed far exceeding normal. Every message sent by the worm mothers could be analyzed and processed instantly in his mind, drawing conclusions. His mind seemed to simulate a real battlefield, clearly sensing all the changes, adjustments, and fluctuations in information. He felt as if he had entered a wonderful state. Master, I am Worm Mother Nalu. I have led the sting snakes to capture the high ground and am attacking the dark demons. Master, I am Worm Mother Nazarus. This ancient building still cannot be opened, it seems to require a special password. I am Kerrigan, the piercing creatures can only deal effective damage to heavy units. When dealing with a single enemy, the hit rate is low and attacks are slow, should they pause their attacks and hide? Yimu calmly responded to all this information, appearing to be in complete control. Even in the eyes of the live stream audience, Yimu has always been seen as slacking off. After all, he was already well aware of the battlefield situation, needing no extra planning. In the dark demon's rear, the spread of the black fungal blanket suddenly accelerated. Once the fungal blanket tumors hatch, they will silently blend into the fungal blanket, making them hard to detect. The dark demons and their army of servants gradually felt as if they were trapped in an invisible fishing net. On the surface, both sides fought back and forth, but in reality, their space for movement was unknowingly shrinking. Hundreds of spine creepers quietly crawled from behind, rooting themselves on the battlefield, piercing one enemy after another. The dark demon servant army was already on the brink of collapse. Yimu looked down at all this with indifference, calmly giving orders. Insect Mother Neris, push the prepared insect troops forward and completely crush them. Insect Mother Doom, gather the jumping insects, let them leap over the cliff, block the retreat of the dark demons and their servants, not letting a single one escape. I will carry out your command, great ruler. The jumping insects have begun to scale the cliffs, I will prevent the enemy from escaping. Almost at the same time, the dark demons were also on the edge of collapse. They were terrified to see, on the horizon, a dense swarm of new insects surging toward the battlefield like a tide. No! I don't want to die. The first dark demon soldier turned to attempt to flee, but after just 2 steps, was shot in the head by a dark demon. However, when death was unavoidable, this kind of threat only made the servants' anger erupt completely. The dark demon servant army finally mutinied. The originally barely holding dark demon legion instantaneously collapsed, their defenses breached by one jumping insect after another. Upon witnessing this, everyone understood that this long-lasting tug-of-war was about to come to an end. The Dark Demon Legion began a desperate retreat, but was met with the first wave of blocking from thousands of jumping insects led by Kerrigan. After struggling to break through this wave of obstruction, they found with despair that tens of thousands of jumping insects were already amassing, blocking their way home. Behind, the sounds of the swarm roared, the shadows of jumping insects, poison explosion insects, and piercing snakes flickering in and out of sight. Dozens of royal insects floated high in the sky, and at this moment, no dark demon or dark demon servant could shoot them down. From above, the swarm appeared as a gigantic black and purple beast, slowly devouring the dark demons, until the last dark demon vanished without a trace, like still water showing no ripples. I watched this war for dozens of hours, and it has finally ended. This is what real war looks like. Hollywood blockbusters pale in comparison. Who would have thought that the dark demon's defeat stemmed from neglecting a level 1 area defense? Now that you mention it, I suddenly have a new understanding of a 1,000-mile dike is breached by an ant hole. Ancient wisdom is indeed not wrong. I'm so bothered by those sarcastic guys, they jump out at the slightest commotion. You've known them for a long time, this is their ancestral craft, they can't change it. Ha ha. As long as you are a fan of Yimu, we are brothers. Blow it up. Blow it up. Dozens of royal insects continued to float above the level 3 area. Yimu was also carefully observing this land. Here, crystal mines, gas mines, and various resources were clearly richer than in the level 2 area. This area is probably about the size of a 4th or 5th tier city, Yimu murmured to himself. In such a vast expanse of land, even for the swarm, complete digestion would take some time. Furthermore, the Dark Demon clan has not been completely destroyed. Using the vision of the Kingworm, I gaze into the distance, where this level 3 area is divided by a great river. The swarm is fully attacking the eastern river region, while in the western river region, the Dark Demon city still exists. Breaking through will take some effort. Master, should we cross the river now and completely annihilate the enemy? A queenworm proposed to Yimu. Not yet. First, isolate that city, cover the entire area with a fungal blanket. Hatch 100 insect nests, along with splitting pools, evolution chambers, thorn snake dens, and poison burst nests. Collect resources, strengthen the swarm, and wait for my next arrangement. Understood, Great Master. The voice of the queenworm gradually faded away. The reason Yimu did not immediately attack the remaining dark demons was mainly for 2 reasons. Firstly, the insect race suffered many casualties in this war and needed to rest and recover. Injured insects were buried in the fungal blanket, merely needing to wait for a period of time to heal naturally. Secondly, Yimu was more interested in another area, which was also the true reason for the outbreak of this war. At the base of the steep cliff, a black fungal blanket had already covered the ground filled with rubble. A building engraved with mysterious patterns was embedded in the giant rock of the mountain. Even the exposed part appeared immensely magnificent. Hundreds of strange insects gathered at the root of the cliff. Queen Mother Nazalus had tried many times, but she had no idea how to open this huge door before her and could only helplessly give up. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came. She turned her head and, upon seeing the visitor, respectfully bowed. "My queen, you have arrived. I am the Queen Mother Nazalus, obeying the master's orders to open this unknown mysterious building, but I truly cannot open it." I am here exactly for that." Kerrigan raised her head, carefully observing the tightly closed giant door of this mysterious building. Just this closed giant door stood 20 meters high. This shows that the creature that constructed this building must be quite enormous. She slowly walked to the closed giant door, extended her finger, and gently touched, slowly brushing over those ancient secret patterns. "I cannot understand these writings, master. Perhaps we can try to open it with psychic energy." Then I will give it a try." Kerrigan closed her eyes, gathering psychic energy in her hands, and slowly injected it into the closed giant door. Crack! A loud sound broke the long silence. The giant door, which had been sealed for who knows how long, slowly began to open. Chapter 29, God's Perspective. Inside the open giant door was a tall grand hall. On the dark blue stone slab floor, sparse transparent crystal ores were scattered, emitting a faint ghostly glow. When Queen Mother Nazalus tried to step inside, she found an invisible door blocking her path. "My queen, there exists a special force field blocking the way. I cannot accompany you in. You stay here." Kerrigan held a firearm, staying highly alert. Soon, she realized that there was no danger here. At the deepest part of this temple-like building stood a blue crystal stone towering several feet high. Yimu's heart grew increasingly perplexed, truly unable to grasp what this was. The audience in the live stream was also abuzz with discussion. "This place does not look like a temple, nor does it look like a beacon sending area. It's too strange. Maybe it's a relic left by some advanced civilization. I think the situation may not be that complicated. For example, could it be one of the achievements of the Lord Challenge? Wow. I feel like the person above is right. It really does seem a little like that. It really isn't dangerous, and it looks like only heroic units can enter. It seems just like that." As everyone discussed, Kerrigan cautiously touched her finger to the blue crystal stone. Almost in that instant, the crystal stone activated. It radiated a pure and flawless light. The light reflected on Kerrigan's cheek. The brilliance coalesced into a screen, divided into 3 parts, with ancient characters that Kerrigan could not understand engraved on top, clearly requiring a choice from the 3 options. Kerrigan looked bewildered and hurriedly called out, "Master, are you there?" Don't rush." "Okay." She nodded. At the same time, the live stream room exploded with excitement. "Wow! This is the reward selection page, I recognize it. That brother just now was a total prophet. This is indeed the achievement reward for the Lord's Challenge. So amazing. Our Huaxia is the first to get the achievement reward. It was just good luck to stumble onto it. If it were our American competitor, Chuan Deng, he could have gotten this achievement too. You crack me up. You guys struggled twice just to succeed in a level 2 area? I have no interest in America anymore. I'm more focused on Persia and Pyramid Country." This wave of comments made American netizens' faces turn ashen with anger. Just days ago, America was still the world's superpower, the only superpower. But in the blink of an eye, Huaxia, having chosen the strongest race, the Zerg, as early as possible, took the lead and grew stronger, with national strength even surpassing that of America. Yimu looked at the screen page and smiled lightly. It seemed he had overthought things before. Achievement reward page. Achievement, Vanguard. Description: you are the earliest and fastest lord to obtain this achievement among 197 national lords. You will receive the richest reward. Please make a choice from the options below. After making a choice, other lords will no longer be able to select that option. A maximum of 3 lords can obtain this achievement. Option 1, Resource Tycoon. After confirming this option, you will receive 1 million essence and 1 million gas resources. Option 2, Light of Evolution. You can specify a basic unit. That unit will receive an evolution upgrade. Option 3, Eye of Awareness. You will gain basic information about the world and continent you are in, learning about the enemies you will soon face. During the information presentation, you will gain temporary permission to communicate with the outside world, including but not limited to sending and receiving messages to a specified official, as well as viewing live stream information. There are 3 options in total, and only one can be chosen. The live stream room instantly boiled with excitement. Option 3 is too overpowered. It's like opening up half the map visibility and being able to communicate with other countries. It really should be option 3. You can get a lot of information, as well as analysis of various countries. I protest, this is unfair and disrupts the game rules. Why can Huaxia communicate with the outside world in advance? In 4 days, everyone will be able to communicate. Choosing 3 is a pure waste, picking 1 is the wise choice, Simide. Members of the national think tank instantly perked up. The leading man excitedly said, "Quick, hurry up and prepare the materials. Send everything to Yimu immediately." Yimu is indeed clever, he didn't make a choice immediately, buying us time. Yeah, but the countdown is only 5 minutes, that should be enough. As the time was about to end, Yimu gave Kerrigan the instruction. Choose the third option. Kerrigan complied with Yimu's instruction, her finger clicked on the third option. Prompt, chosen Eye of Awareness, subsequent lords will no longer be able to select this option. The next second, the crystal exploded with a brilliant light, illuminating the vast hall. The light distorted shadows, forming a strange and splendid scene. The screen presented a vast universe, with brilliance enveloping the unknown existence, traveling through the boundless starry sky. Every time it reached a planet, it scattered endless light particles. An ancient voice slowly resonated. In the very beginning, the creatures of the world were in a state of ignorance and chaos, and the enlighteners sowed the seeds of evolution in every other world. Wars will break out between the evolved races, and when every world determines the strongest, the enlightener will descend again. Yimu listened carefully, while not forgetting to receive information from the national think tank, to understand the major events happening on Blue Star, the status of various countries, and the development of other competitors' races. A question suddenly arose in his heart: do enlighteners spread the seeds of evolution in every other world refer to different planes, or different planets within the same universe? The planet you are on is called Zealous, land occupies 47% of the planet's surface, and the ocean occupies 53%. Zealous has 3 continents and a varying number of islands. A projection of the planet Zealous appeared in the Grand Hall. It was a vibrant planet, but most areas were shrouded in black fog, clearly the fog of war. Only the continent where the insect race lived was fully revealed before Yimu's eyes. Your race lives on one of the 3 continents called the Ancient Continent, which is divided into 4 large regions. Your race lives in the Eastern Continent area. On the Ancient Continent, there are tens of thousands of races, with the 2 most powerful races. They are invaders from other continents. The race you mistakenly thought was dark magic is actually the Dark Ones. They have a strict hierarchy, and every level they rise dramatically increases their combat power and technological level. The race you mistakenly thought was the 3-eyed giant monster is actually the Ancient Demon race. They possess very strong physical qualities but are divided into pure blood and mixed blood categories. Pure blood ancient demons usually roam in level 6 and above, and their individual combat strength is extremely formidable. The world you are in has been transformed by the Enlighteners. Between levels 1 to 6, each region has geographical barriers, with only a few passages, which cannot block air units. The scene showed the territory occupied by Yimu's insect swarm, with the terrain continuously magnified. Yimu felt more intuitively that the land occupied by the insect race was truly insignificant, occupying nearly just a sesame-sized piece in the eastern continent area of the ancient continent. Yimu took a moment to glance at the live broadcast room. Chapter 30, This is how the insect race should be. This world is so shocking. It feels much larger than Earth, and the land area ratio is higher too. It turns out they are not dark magic but the Dark Ones, and the 3-eyed giant monster is the ancient demon race. Those I encountered before were mixed bloods. It feels like suddenly opening the door to a new world. In the small eastern continent area of the ancient continent, Yimu's insect race will surely dominate the entire Zealous and rule the universe. I just want to say, Yimu, my god, I want to have your children. Ahem, I also want to have Yimu's children. By the way, which hospital that transforms men into women is reliable? The insect race is forever divine. Yimu, you are amazing. Seeing these familiar bullet comments, Yimu couldn't help but smile. Indeed, netizens are still as interesting as ever. The information has ended, more information can be obtained at more achievement hub points. As soon as the words fell, all strange images vanished, and everything returned to normal. Kerrigan gradually recovered from her surprise. She never expected that the true purpose here was to disclose some information. After gaining the achievement and selecting a reward, there was no other meaning here. Kerrigan turned to leave. Just then, an announcement appeared in the public channel of the Lords. Announcement: congratulations to the Lord of China, Yimu, for successfully obtaining the achievement Vanguard. China has selected one of 3 special rewards. This achievement can be obtained by up to 3 lords. Please more lords continue to work hard. This announcement shocked 196 national lords. They had just conquered a level 2 area not long ago and thought they had narrowed the gap with the insect race, but in an instant, Yimu had obtained another achievement and received one of the special rewards. The public channel instantly became lively, with countless people at Yimu. Chuan Deng's face darkened. He felt that he might really lose his dominant position. Yimu simply popped up, and then he continued to dive. Even if he did not appear on the public channel, the topics in the channel were all centered around him. Time passed quickly, like a white horse fleeting by, and in the blink of an eye, dusk arrived, the sunset was about to fall, and the night was about to blanket the earth. In the third level area of the dark race territory, a city was plunged into unease. The black spore blanket had completely covered the earth of the entire world, dyeing the whole third level area black. Forests, grasslands, rivers, sand dunes, all turned into a black world, with only a solitary city standing amidst it. On the shabby city wall, dark race warriors and dark race slave soldiers looked fearfully at the black earth. In the dusk sky, bizarre creatures floated, their enormous eyes fixed tightly on the city. On the ground not far away, 100,000 horrifying winged bugs gathered, interspersed with many creatures with swollen abdomens glowing with emerald green light, and monsters several meters tall, hideous in appearance, capable of shooting bone spurs, numbering nearly 10,000. And inside the entire city, the defending dark race and dark race slaves combined numbered only about 30,000. Not only that, but in the sea of bugs spreading for kilometers, there were many massive and unknown giant creatures, piercers. At this moment, the dying rays of the sunset shone on their dark purple armor, and low growls echoed across the black earth, the ground began to tremble. The sea of bugs attacked like a surging storm, unstoppable. The entire city began to collapse in an instant. Suddenly, strange spikes burst out of the ground, piercing and damaging the city walls, and countless leaping bugs swarmed in like a tide, drowning this city. Kerrigan stepped on the corpse of a dark race leader, dropping her invisibility, her face cold and beautiful. In the ruins, only the low growls of leaping bugs remained. In this third-level area, the only surviving race was now the swarm. Yimu witnessed all this, his face expressionless. To the swarm, this was nothing but a commonplace scene. It would be like this in the future too, where the sea of bugs reached, only the swarm should exist. In the live broadcast room, netizens were amazed. Awesome! Directly flattened in one wave, so refreshing. This is how the insect race should be. The bug races in movies and games before were simply pathetic. My heart is still racing, it's too intense. According to the development speed of Yimu's swarm, it's estimated it won't be long before half of the eastern continent will be occupied. Be bolder. Occupy the entire eastern continent. Your vision is too small, it must be the ancient mainland. As the swarm completely attacked and occupied this third-level area, an announcement rang out across the entire server. Lord of the Huaxia Nation, Yimu's insect race has successfully occupied the third-level area. Gained essence plus 100,000, gas plus 100,000, insect race base upgraded. As the first lord to occupy the third-level area, received super reward, eliminate all diseases nationwide, including congenital diseases. All citizens physique plus 100, all citizens spiritual potential plus 10. Obtain natural wonder Purple Mist Valley, filled with dangers, but with a chance to awaken spiritual power, becoming a spiritual power adapter. As soon as this announcement came out, countless Huaxia citizens were first stunned, then some froze, and others were moved to tears. All diseases, including congenital diseases, were completely eliminated. In hospitals, cancer patients facing severe conditions suddenly opened their eyes, feeling their bodies lighter than ever before. A girl who had been blind since childhood opened her eyes and saw a colorful world, tears streaming down her face. Similar scenes unfolded everywhere. The number of viewers in the live broadcast room skyrocketed in an instant, the screen filled with comments thanking Yimu, even though he could not see it. Unlike before, this time, even the nations that usually like to provoke, such as the Stick Country, the A3 Country, the Ghost Country, and the US, did not come out to make snide remarks. Our lord in Neon Country is too weak, sigh. If only I were a Huaxia person, then I could also experience the feeling of running. Can't hold on anymore. Can't stop it now. In the Lord's domain, Yimu saw the reward in the announcement and instinctively smiled. This reward was quite good. He could already imagine the scene of the entire nation of Huaxia celebrating joyfully, as if it were the new year. After a brief moment of joy, he turned his gaze to the original insect nest of the swarm to check the newly unlocked upgrade options. Building upgrade. Building, insect nest main nest, level 2. Prerequisite, splitting pool. Cost, essence * 3000, gas * 1000. Time required, 24 hours. Upgrade. The flesh membrane enveloped the entire insect nest, beginning to expand at a visible speed, with the black fungal mat continuously providing nourishment. The insect race's technology tree is closely related to the insect nest. The higher the nest level, the more units can be hatched and the stronger their capabilities will be, covering a vast range. Once the main nest is upgraded, it can enhance the overall armor or attack strength of the insect race, allowing a large area of hatching insects to enjoy this bonus. Yimu activated the 100-fold time acceleration. After 14 minutes and 24 seconds, pop. The first main nest hatched successfully. Chapter 31, the toxic explosive bug begins to mutate. The surface of the main nest is covered with a layer of slime. Compared to the insect nest, it is several times larger. 5 giant bone spines rose high on the main nest, and the flesh tendons occasionally twisted, exuding an ancient and wild vitality. Nearby, the mother insect slowly crawled over, and the hero Abaser climbed out of the evolution chamber, arriving at the newly constructed main nest. It clasped its hands together and spoke in a rigid tone without any emotional fluctuations. After the insect nest evolved into the main nest, the strength of the insect race has been further enhanced. The main nest can hatch larvae at a faster speed and can evolve and strengthen king insect units. Additionally, it can hatch a brand new anti-air building, the spore crawler. The spore crawler not only deals high damage to airborne enemies but can also scout all hidden enemies in the area. The evolution chamber has also been strengthened, allowing the swarm to enhance the genes of the main nest insect race. By consuming essence and gas, overall enhancements to the insect race's melee, ranged attacks, and defense can be achieved. After listening to Abaser's introduction, Yimu did not feel surprised. After all, the insect race itself possesses the ability to upgrade technology, but melee, ranged attacks, and defense requires certain time and resources to truly enhance, and the upgrade levels depend on the insect nest's level. After the insect nest upgraded to a main nest, it unlocked level 1 technology enhancements for the swarm. When the main nest upgrades again in the future, it will undoubtedly further enhance the overall technology of the swarm. Moreover, after upgrading technology, the resources required for hatching the insect race remain unchanged. This means that with the same resource expenditure, the combat strength of the insect race can be greatly enhanced, which is one of the incredibly powerful abilities of the insect race. Hatch a batch of spore crawlers for anti-air defense, evolve the king insect, and simultaneously upgrade the insect race technology. Yimu issued a series of commands. Then, he activated the 100-fold time acceleration again. During acceleration, one could see Abaser return to the evolution chamber, once again engaging in technological development. At this moment, the territory occupied by the insect race includes 1 level 3 area, 2 level 2 areas, and 11 level 1 areas, covering a total area of nearly 5,000 square kilometers. In the darkness, new insect nests were continuously hatching, while some insect nests were undergoing evolution toward the main nest. One by one, spore crawlers, comparable in size to the spine crawlers, hatched. They are tubular in shape, and after crawling a distance on the fungal mat, they rooted in various crucial areas. On the black fungal mat, neighboring them are spine crawlers. The entire world looks like a unique alien world full of exotic charm. This scene looks inexplicably exciting, and several insect nests have hatched. The collection efficiency is simply terrifying. It won't be long before the resources in these areas are probably collected by the insect race completely. Even if the resources run out, it doesn't matter, the insect swarm is still continuously hatching. Just wait a few more days, when hundreds of thousands of insect troops move out, who can resist? This is simply a natural disaster, a genocide. I feel sad for the lost souls. Don't you people from Huaxia have any compassion? That's hilarious. Didn't you see the introduction? Even if the insect race doesn't show up, these races will fight each other, and in the end, only the strongest race will be left. I think we should throw this guy over to let Abathur give him a good lesson, haha. The use of it is so clever. Time flies like a white horse. Night turns into day. Here, day is the dawn of Blue Star, while the insect race, due to the 100-fold time acceleration, has actually passed 9 days. During these 9 days, the insect swarm has continued to grow, continuously seizing more resources. Most areas' crystal mines have been depleted. At the same time, the technology of the insect swarm has also made significant progress. The melee attack, ranged attack, and defensive ground units have all been upgraded, and the overall strength is renewed. Yimu paused the time acceleration and checked the population statistics. Population statistics. Essence, 7.86 million. Gas, 2.49 million. Insect nests, 197, including 5 main nests. Click to view more building information. Unit information. Hero, Kerrigan, psionic level 3, can be upgraded, Abathur. Workers, 150,000. Jumping insects, 750,000, including 250,000 leaping insects, 500,000 splitting insects. Toxic exploding insects, 100,000. Stingers, 50,000. Piercers, 2,000. When this information was revealed, not only the Huaxia netizens but also netizens from around the world were deeply shocked. On an international forum, the strength of the insect race is incredibly exaggerated, completely crushing all other races. I think the insect race is strong, but Jimu's operational ability is also crucial. He hatched multiple insect nests right from the start. Now the insect swarm's strength stands out, far ahead of other countries' races. I, from the Black Cross Kingdom, encountered a failure midway, otherwise, my development wouldn't be bad. Luckily, I now occupy 2 level 2 areas. The gap between level 2 and level 3 areas is too large. Euphemia from Persia has already occupied 5 level 2 areas but still dares not eye the level 3 area. Julia from the White Flag Kingdom is lucky, having received an achievement reward. Our country has developed quite well too. We're on the technological civilization path, and we already have Air Force units. However, after a few minutes, the embarrassing thing is that no one paid attention to the words of the American netizen. Yimu muttered to himself, "It's time to expand." During the time acceleration, he had issued a ban, ordering the insect swarm to refrain from expanding to more areas and instead focus on developing and growing. Only after the time acceleration stopped would he decide on new expansion targets. Just then, Yimu sensed a consciousness transmitted by Abathur. He followed the direction of the consciousness and saw Abathur in a brand new, supersized evolution chamber, where the environment was damp and dark, sitting in a pit. Upon sensing Yimu's will, Abathur looked somewhat excited. "Great Master, I have developed several evolutionary variants. Please make your choice." "Let's hear it." The basic unit of the insect swarm worker, combined with the genetic essence of the splitting insect, has produced a new variant, splitting worker. The splitting worker consumes 15 essence for a single cocoon, but can hatch 2 splitting workers at once, with the same effect as an ordinary worker. This means that it originally took 10 essence to hatch 1 worker, now with 15 essence, you can hatch 2 workers, which is very beneficial for the insect race to rapidly expand its military strength. Yimu agreed to this mutation. The fission worker bee genes have expanded to all insect nests. Abbas clasped his hands together and continued his introduction. Based on the biological gene essence collected from the battle days ago, Abbas has mutated the poison explosion insect, and has successfully selected 2 of the most perfect poison explosion insect variants. However, due to the excessive genes carried by the jumping insects, it will have a negative impact on the poison explosion insects, so one of these 2 variants must be chosen. Start your experiment. Yimu knew that Abbas must have been prepared. Beginning field test. The target area is one of the 3 level 2 regions adjacent to the level 3 area of the dark race. This area is mostly hilly, inhabited by a creature called the dark feather bird. A single eye bug circled overhead, observing the area. The eye bug is a variant of the king bug, also capable of flight, its size larger than that of the king bug. It is covered all over with many giant eyes that can monitor a wide area from the air and discover hidden units. From the perspective of the eye bug, Yimu saw that the terrain in this area was indeed complex, with giant birds living in the hills and cliffs. They stood 4 meters tall, cloaked in dark feathers, capable of launching bone spines for long-range attacks, numerous, and able to jump flexibly on the complex terrain, serving as slaves of the dark race. These black-feathered birds are not easy to deal with. Poison explosion insect, begin mutation. At the entrance of this area, in an open space, a puff sound echoed as 5,000 strong poison explosion insects drilled out from the ground. They transformed into insect cocoons on the spot, and 1 minute later, they burst out of the cocoons. From their appearance, there wasn't much difference compared to ordinary strong poison explosion insects. The first variant of the poison explosion insect, rolling explosion insect, begins field test. 5,000 rolling explosion insects moved forward together by rolling. Their movement speed was almost double that of crawling, even slightly surpassing the fission insects. The black-feathered birds in the mountains spotted the rolling explosion insects and, from high above, spat bone spines down at the ground. Suddenly, the first rolling explosion insect leaped high into the air, its jumping power incredible, soaring dozens of meters high, crashing directly into the nearby black-feathered bird flock, exploding, as strong corrosive venom erupted, leaving behind carcasses. More rolling explosion insects began jumping among the hills and mountains. The black-feathered birds sensed danger. They couldn't fly due to their large size and could only move by jumping. In the end, amidst the continuous rolling, jumping, and exploding of the rolling explosion insects, the last black-feathered bird also met its demise. This level 2 area was successfully occupied by the swarm. Abbas explained. One of the variants of the poison explosion insect, the rolling explosion insect, possesses the genetic characteristics of the strong poison explosion insect, capable of rolling on the ground and attacking enemies by jumping. Chapter 32, The Age of Firearms. The live broadcast room was bustling with excitement. Previously, the jumping insects had 2 obvious problems in battle. One was slow movement speed, and the other was difficulty in making contact with targets. I didn't expect all of these to be solved now. This rolling explosion insect is incredibly strong. All of the explosion insect's shortcomings have vanished in an instant. Directly upgraded to illusion god level. With a sea of explosion insects plus a sea of jumping insects, who can withstand it? Abbas, this tech nerd, is forever a god. Isn't my Queen Kerrigan charming either? Yimu spoke, next. In the dim evolution chamber, Abbas's eyes sparkled with excitement as he shifted his gaze to another dark purple eye bug. This eye bug floated amidst the clouds, the mist unable to obstruct its line of sight at all. Below, an area of about 400 square kilometers of level 2 region, lay fully visible in its eyes. Beginning field test. The target area is one of the 3 level 2 regions adjacent to the level 3 area of the dark race. This place is a plain landscape, where dark race slaves are carrying out a massacre against the indigenous people. In the riverside area, Yimu saw those sharp-eared, long-nosed, ugly dark elves and slaves. There were nearly 5,000 of them, wielding spears, cruelly stabbing one indigenous creature after another to death. Blood dyed the river red, and the last indigenous creature did not escape, dying right there. Yimu fell into deep thought. The appearance of these dark elves meant that the Dark Ones were likely not far away. A conspiracy against the insect race might be brewing in the shadows. The toxic explosion insects began to mutate. In the only entrance area leading to the insect swarm base, 1,000-strong toxic explosion insects suddenly emerged from the flat greenland. They turned into cocoons right there, and this commotion immediately caught the attention of the Dark Elves. When they discovered it was the insect swarm, the Dark Elves raised their weapons and rushed forward together. At this moment, more insects burst out from the ground, 5,000 jumping insects leaping into battle against the Dark Elves, and a fierce melee began. After the main nest of the insect swarm upgraded, its overall strength indeed improved a lot. 2 or 3 jumping insects could take down a Dark Elf. That being said, the insect swarm was still at a disadvantage in numbers, and there was no fungal blanket here, so they couldn't heal their wounds by burying underground. These jumping insects might not make it out of here. Just as the jumping insects were battling the Dark Elves, the 1,000-strong toxic explosion insects completed their mutation at the back. Their size remained the same, but the toxin in their abdomens turned light green and glowed faintly. The second type of toxic explosion insect variant, the healing explosion insect, joined the fight. Healing explosion insects can roll and move, but their speed while rolling is 20% slower compared to rolling explosion insects. At this moment on the battlefield, many jumping insects had sustained heavy casualties, and the defense was on the verge of collapse. The roars of the Dark Elves echoed around, and some of them noticed that 1,000 healing explosion insects were rolling toward them, feeling faintly worried. Boom! The first toxic explosion insect exploded, and the front row Dark Elves couldn't dodge in time. Their arms and faces were instantly corroded into liquid. The Dark Elves had no long-range attacking means, and could only watch as more healing explosion insects rolled toward them, helpless. In the ongoing explosions, the number of Dark Elves decreased rapidly. The remaining Dark Elves were terrified. They turned and began to flee. Meanwhile, the jumping insects, covered in the corrosive toxin of the healing explosion insects, healed their wounds at an astonishing speed, quickly returning to their peak state. The swarm of jumping insects surged forward, pouncing on and tearing apart the fleeing Dark Elves, ultimately engulfing them. The war ended. One of the 2 types of toxic explosion insects, the healing explosion insect, possesses the genetic characteristics of the strong toxic explosion insect, able to roll move on the ground, and the explosion's toxin can heal the insect units. The tests for the 2 types of toxic explosion insects have been completed. Please choose one to inject into the jumping insect gene sequence. Yimu hesitated little. The insect race needed healing abilities. Choose rolling explosion insect and store the gene of the healing explosion insect. The master makes the choice, Obaser executes the order. After saying this, Obaser burrowed back into the pit, continuing its tech-savvy life. Yimu surveyed the battlefield where the healing explosion insects had fought. Since the Dark Ones wanted to break through here, the insect swarm should first occupy this area. He immediately commanded more than 20,000 worker bees to stream into this area. Without Yimu's restrictions, hundreds of fungal blanket tumors surged in as well. Under the gaze of the eye insects, the black fungal blanket consumed the greenland at an astonishing speed. One huge flesh tumor after another appeared, and brand new insect nests began to hatch. Backbone crawlers and spore crawlers also began to hatch in the junction area. Jumping insects and thorn snakes swiftly traversed over the fungal blanket, eliminating all creatures that threatened the worker bees. This is so thrilling. Every time I watch the insect race expand, I feel inexplicably satisfied. This method of occupation is too brutal, too inefficient. We, the lords of Tianzhu, raise spirit cattle on the grasslands. The cattle eat grass, the grass can grow, and it can also bring us rewards. This is the wisdom of a superpower. Keep raising them. When our swarm arrives, we will definitely enjoy them well. It seems the Dark Ones won't easily give up, and they're not lacking in intelligence, quietly infiltrating the surroundings. The invaders from the alien continent of the Xeris planet could become one of the strongest races of the ancient continent, so high intelligence is not surprising. I suddenly became curious about the native races of the ancient continent. Why do they have such a low presence and status? Just then, Yimu suddenly frowned. He thought he had misheard because he received a message from the broodmother. Master, I am the broodmother Nazalus. Our swarm has been defeated. The enemy is destroying our swarm nest. Yimu stopped his actions, directing his gaze towards the area indicated by the message. The location of the war outbreak was in the Level 2 zone, which was originally the territory of the Steelfur tribe, later occupied by the Swarm. Due to the war between the Swarm and the Dark Ones, attention shifted from the northern battlefield to the eastern battlefield. Because the threat from the Dark Ones still looms, over 90% of the Swarm's army is concentrated in the eastern battlefield, with some in the core area of the Swarm, leaving only a small number of troops to defend the northern battlefield. The eyeworm overlooked this battlefield and indeed discovered an army nearly 30,000 strong. The spineworms and sporeworms had already been destroyed by them, and even some hidden stingers underground were besieged. This army seems capable of sensing and detecting hidden enemies. This is a race similar to the Steel Fur tribe, standing over 3 meters tall, resembling humans, dressed in armor, wielding fine weapons, with a somewhat silly demeanor on their faces. Yet this seemingly silly race wields flamethrowers, rifles as thick as baby arms, and even some are carrying cannons. They are fiercely attacking the leap bugs and stinging snakes and other swarm units. This race even has the ability to fly, with hundreds of flying ships floating in the air, occasionally dropping soldiers and bombs. Yimu observed the battle situation, and the live broadcast room instantly erupted. What is going on? How did we suddenly enter the era of firearms? It feels so steampunk. There are even flying ships, truly amazing. Musketeers, flamethrower troops, artillerymen, and scouts. I'm impressed. The seemingly silly indigenous race is quite capable. You have encountered your nemesis. The swarm's development comes to an end, and Huaxia is about to fall. My great Baishan Republic is about to rise. Technology is the future. How pitiful it is that some people clearly live in a technological civilization but still don't understand, thinking they can dominate the world just by relying on bugs. Chapter 33, The era has changed. Some people are starting to feel sour again. Just wait to see the slap in the face. On the battlefield, the attacks from this unknown race are becoming more and more intense, with several swarm nests already destroyed by them. Yimu watched all this, and his emotions were not greatly stirred. After all, with the hatching speed of the swarm, even if the entire level 2 zone is almost destroyed, it wouldn't take long to fully recover. Nazalus, why didn't you detect them earlier? Yimu asked the broodmother Nazalus in one of the swarm nests. The broodmother Nazalus's body trembled slightly. She thought the master was going to hold her accountable. Great master, they came too suddenly. Moreover, before this, I confirmed that area was a level 4 zone. According to your instructions, the swarm is not allowed to enter. Yimu remained silent. This was indeed his order. During the 100-fold time acceleration period, if one rashly interferes with level 4 areas, it could easily lead to war. A slight negligence could cause serious consequences. Great master, I captured an enemy commander. Would you like to interrogate it? All right. Yimu was quite interested in this batch of enemies, and he cast his gaze towards the nest of the mother bug Nazalus. In the dim insect hole, the walls were a dark red flesh, still covered in slime. In front of the bug mother Nazalus, a pillar was bound with captives she had caught, which was the commander of that race. It stood 3.5 meters tall, dressed in dark red armor. Its weapon was nowhere to be seen. It had a square face, with round glasses, a round nose, round ears, and even a round mouth, looking quite foolish. Yet it stubbornly raised its chin, appearing extremely arrogant. Yimu couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his eye, instantly associating it with Minecraft. Thinking in his heart, this must be a variant of the block people. Let's just call them round block people. Foolish creature, our great master is watching you. Why don't you kneel and tell us your name and your tribe's information? Nazalus swung the bony claws on her arm in front of it. If your dirty claws hurt my handsome face, all the heroes of the Steelback Empire will be angry. You will die a terrible death. I am the most handsome man of the Steelback clan. Get to the point. Yimu didn't want to waste any time. The viewers in the live broadcast room also looked speechless. Where did this guy get his confidence? Steelback Empire, I heard the Steelhair clan leader mention the word empire. Nazalus guided it to speak. Now you know fear, right? We are the best Steelback clan. That group of Steelhair guys are all fools. It opened its mouth and started to talk non-stop. You ugly bugs helped us defeat the Steelhair clan, but you will also be killed by us, not a single one left. The Steelback clan is the greatest race. Our great Steelback clan, after enduring for many years, has finally developed firearms and artillery, and we can even fly in the sky. Even the strongest dark clans have been destroyed by our army of artillery. Just recently, we captured their level 3 tribe. Bugs, the times have changed. This is our era. Our Steelback Empire has millions of soldiers. We are about to become a level 5 empire. Hearing this, Yimu's expression became quite interesting, whispering to himself, I seem to suddenly understand why the dark clans have not attacked us. Pfft, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. Don't you think it looks very familiar? Like a stick and a third party. What the heck? What nonsense are you talking about? Our great stick country is the greatest country. We had Tengen 7,000 years ago. India is one of the few great world powers. How can you compare us with a stick? I'm also convinced. A level 4 tribe developed firearms and immediately got so inflated without knowing the sky or the earth. They just destroyed the level 3 tribe of the Dark Clans, and now they come to provoke the bugs. Weakness has never been a barrier to survival, arrogance is. The eternal god of the three-body problem. After a simple interrogation, Yimu lost interest in it. Nazalus, let it go. Ah. But great master, why not kill it? The bug mother Nazalus looked confused. I understand, Master. The Steelback commander looked bewildered, completely at a loss. It walked out of the insect nest, surprised to find that there were no insect swarms blocking it, leaving smoothly without obstruction. Walking on the fungus blanket, it gradually realized, thinking to itself, surely they fear the Steelback Empire. They fear us. Foolish bugs, even if you let me go and beg for mercy, I will still kill you all. The Steelback Empire never accepts any weaklings. Bang! A dull sound came, and its steps suddenly stopped. It saw its neck suddenly burst, and its head flew off, rolling several times. Kerrigan emerged from her cloaked state. Her face was cold and beautiful, completely indifferent to the life and death of the commander. The steel-backed commander was filled with confusion in his final moments of life. He saw countless insects seemingly pouring out from the cliff, dense and endless. Hundreds of thousands of leaping insects surged over the 100-meter-high cliff, like a raging torrent, sweeping towards the steel-backed army. In this torrent, there were also tens of thousands of rolling explosive insects, crossing the complicated terrain, landing on the mushroom blanket, rolling forward toward the steel-backed gunman. Here are insects we've never seen before, burn them. Aha! Hundreds of thousands of insects surged in like mad, shaking the earth, and causing ripples on the surface of the mushroom blanket. A strong aura of death filled the air. Dozens of eye insects slowly drifted from the eastern battle zone to this area, their shadows elongated as if the Grim Reaper was approaching step by step. A massive army of 30,000 venomous snakes stretched for miles, rushing toward the small level 2 area. In an instant, storm clouds gathered, and a bloody wind rose. The steel-backed general raised his arm and shouted, "Everyone gather together. With cannons and guns, they cannot break our defenses." Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of thousands of leaping insects had encircled the entire steel-backed army at speeds exceeding 100 kilometers per hour, cutting off their retreat. When tens of thousands of venomous snakes lined up in formation, extending for miles with countless bone spurs appearing before the eyes of the steel-backed people. The left-handed revolver in the steel-backed general's hand fell with a clatter, and he muttered, "God, we're done for." The sounds of gunfire and artillery gradually faded until the flames of explosions also disappeared. The floating airship slowly turned to escape, but was shot to pieces by the bone spurs of the venomous snakes, exploding one by one in midair or plummeting to the battlefield, trailing thick smoke. Until the last flickering flames were covered by the black mushroom blanket, this utterly predictable crushing war was declared over. The live streaming room was immediately filled with chatter. This is truly asking for death. Why provoke the insect swarm? Can't they just live well? Originally, the great Lord Yimu was still wary of the Dark Ones. Oh man, turns out he attracted the Dark Ones' attention away. I'm dying of laughter. The Dark Ones just wiped out a level 3 tribe with the insect swarm, probably preparing to send troops, and then this big genius went and eliminated another level 3 tribe. Where are those who mocked the insect swarm just now? Come out and take a slap in the face. Don't bother with them, watch how Lord Yimu solves the problem. Let it go back and destroy them all. My lord, times have indeed changed. But, this is the era of the insect swarm. Chapter 34, 100,000 troops? Where did the 100,000 troops come from? In the northern region, the sky was clear as a wash, with floating clouds drifting high in the miles above. The rolling mountains lay across this fertile land, with crystal mines and gas vents scattered everywhere. This land made many races drool with desire. This is the Steelback Empire. It is nestled amidst the surrounding mountains, covering an area of 11,000 square kilometers. Since the Enlightener came to this world, bringing evolution and transformation, the races on the continent have fallen into endless wars, which has become the creed upheld by the Steelback Empire. Because of this, they have been attacking cities and seizing lands, and to this day, they have occupied 3 level 3 regions, more than 10 level 2 regions, and countless level 1 regions. Through plundering resources and extracting nutrients, the Steelback Empire has continued to grow stronger. Although, according to the notions of many races on the ancient continent, a level 4 region can only be regarded as a small kingdom, far from the title of an empire, the Steelback Empire is still ambitious. In this country, whether male or female, all are warriors, without exception. Now, they possess a mighty army of millions, determined to conquer even more fertile lands and capture a level 5 region. One could say they were filled with ambition. However, all of this was the Emperor of the Steelback Empire's thoughts 3 days ago. At this moment, he was in a state of utter panic and headache. What is the situation of the battle? Your Majesty, the Dark One's offensive is too fierce. They have recaptured, no, they have seized our level 3 area, Boldest City. Now, the Sunny City is also in imminent danger, ready to fall at any moment. No. This cannot be allowed. Sunny City is our inherent territory, how can it be taken by the despicable Dark Ones? The Steelback generals below were speechless. Wasn't this all due to your Majesty's excessive confidence, insisting on attacking the Dark Ones, which resulted in the current situation? With the Dark One's style of action, they will not rest until the entire Steelback clan is completely destroyed. Send out the troops, we must repel the Dark Ones and defend Sunny City. The Steelback Empire will last forever. By the way, how is the army attacking those bugs? Everything is going smoothly. Your Majesty, don't worry, we have already eliminated 100,000 bug troops, victory is in sight. A Steelback general confidently boasted. The Steelback Emperor lightly tapped the chair. How could there be so many bugs in a mere level 2 area? After all, they are low-level creatures, 100,000 bugs gathering together must be quite spectacular. I have never seen that before. Your Majesty, they are about to be eliminated by our legion, there cannot be 100,000 bugs anymore. The Steelback general widened his round eyes, overflowing with confidence, but inwardly full of disdain. Just some bugs, how could there possibly be 100,000? Even if there are 10 or 20,000, that would be impressive, 100,000? Where do they come from? The hall was filled with laughter and cheer. Dusk quietly descended. In the southern region of the Steelback Empire, a black substance silently appeared. Its surface was sticky, quickly covering the plants completely. In front of the entrance watch, Steelback warriors had long fallen in pools of blood. Kerrigan stood upon the fungal blanket, gazing into the distance, where a city loomed 10 kilometers away. Behind her, the infestation surged like a tide, pouring through the wide passage and onto Steelback Empire territory. This expedition sent out a total of 300,000 infestation bugs, plus 150,000 leap bugs, 30,000 spiked serpents, and countless rolling exploders. As the night began to cover the land, the movement of the bugs became even faster. Yimu overlooked the advancing bug horde, hundreds of thousands of them, seemingly endless. Even though the passage was over 100 meters wide, it still took some time for them all to pass through. More than a dozen bugs drifted quietly in the air, surveying this land. Yimu grew increasingly satisfied with this region, it was truly a level 4 area, rich in resources far beyond that of level 3. Just the isolated parts bordered by mountains could compare to the entire territory that Yimu's bug horde had occupied up to now. I see so many crystalline mines exposed on the surface, this place is too rich. Many resources in Yimu's territory are nearly depleted, this wave will surely be a feast. Thanks to the Steelback Empire for sending this level 4 territory. Thank you. As expected, the Dark Ones are attacking the Steelback clan, their rear is currently vulnerable. This is a great opportunity. The Steelback territory is quite interesting, divided by complex terrain, effectively splitting the level 4 area into 2 parts. Isn't this perfect? The bug swarm can first occupy half of the land, defend the canyon, absorb some resources, and then attack the other half. We cannot delay too long, otherwise, the Dark Ones may take action first. If we can't capture these resources, the bug swarm might face dire straits and even risk a setback. Many netizens who had previously looked down upon the Steelback Empire suddenly realized indeed. The bug swarm was facing a potential crisis. Yimu had a clear understanding of this. If the insect race does not exploit resources, how can they develop? Night fell completely. The insect army finally gathered. Yimu decisively issued orders. Kerrigan, Nazalus, and all the brood mothers, attack the city ahead. Block the canyon area to prevent enemy reinforcements. Hatch 150 nests, and gather resources from this area. Under the darkened sky, on the silent land, suddenly. Boom! A violent sound broke the silence. The soil was overturned, and over 100,000 jumping bugs and more fission bugs burrowed up from the ground, their purple-brown exoskeletons still coated in dirt. They gathered under the night sky into a sea of insects, the stones on the ground jumped as if an earthquake was coming. The only city in the southern region of the Steelback Empire instantly fell into chaos. 5,000 Steelback soldiers guarded the entire city. The Steelbacks had a certain night vision capability, and with the aid of lights, they could see the entire battle situation. Countless soldiers tightly grasped their firearms, set up cannons, and launched fierce attacks at the encircling insect swarm. The massive cannons spewed fiery flames, bombs dropped into the sea of bugs, exploding with a loud bang, sending jumping bugs flying. Large numbers of piercers lurked underground, their sharp spikes instantly piercing the city walls, launching attacks on the city's defenses. Bomb the bugs hiding underground. The Steelback general shouted angrily. They had a special detector that could detect hidden units. On the chaotic battlefield, rolling explosion bugs climbed up the city walls and then detonated. This war had lasted for several hours. Although the Steelback clan knew about the insect race's attack, they could not send reinforcements due to the numerous insects guarding the canyon. When dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight fell on this land once again, the Steelbacks in the city were already at their last gasp. They saw the ground had turned black, and strange-shaped giant insect nests were evenly distributed in different areas. From the cocoons, large numbers of fission bugs occasionally emerged, and these fission bugs mutated into rolling explosion bugs. The number of insects not only did not decrease but instead continued to grow, being constantly hatched. As the enemy kept increasing, how could this battle continue? The steelback defense line completely collapsed, and their morale followed suit. In the end, this city was completely submerged by the sea of insects. The ruins were filled with blackness. Jumping bugs scurried through the ruins, heading straight toward a stronghold of the steelback clan in the canyon. Chapter 35, A Million Army. Yimu comfortably leaned against a soft chair, with several young maids attentively serving beside him. He chewed on dried fruit, savoring the taste, and watched with great interest as the steelback city gradually fell. Since the canyon passage was successfully blocked, this area of over 5,000 square kilometers had actually fallen into the control of the insect swarm. 100,000 worker bees frantically gathered various resources, crystals, gas, plants, ores, and more, not missing a single one. 150 nests were continuously hatching jumping bugs and piercing snakes. Thus, when Yimu checked the insect swarm statistics in this area, he found that the number of jumping bugs reached 152,000, fission bugs 269,000, and piercing snakes 32,000. Goodness, the number not only didn't decrease, but actually increased by several tens of thousands. After fighting all night, the number of bugs keeps increasing. This is unique. Why do I feel like Yimu is doing this on purpose? Deliberately dragging it out and not taking this city down. Bold guess, it's intentional. The steelback army isn't small. If the offensive here is weak, they will definitely prioritize resisting the Dark Ones. The more intense the fight with the Dark Ones, the smoother Yimu's progress will be. This operation is brilliant. The country of Persia Euphemia's starlings successfully occupied the level 3 area. Gained resources plus 100,000, gas plus 10,000, because the Lord has occupied a level 2 area for the first time, randomly obtains a hero. The Lord is the second to occupy a level 3 area, receiving extra rewards of territory plus 100%, national physique plus 100, and national spirit plus 20. As soon as this notification appeared, the live stream room instantly became lively. My wife is amazing. A goddess like Euphemia can only be matched by the Great Yimu. Isn't that right, Great Yimu? The sycophants upstairs, the Great Yimu can't see your flattery. I suddenly realized that the Star Spirits race is indeed powerful, with strong individual strength, advanced technology, and mastery of psychic energy. It was no coincidence. The American Lord Chuan Deng's mechanical race successfully occupied a level 3 area. Obtained. The two occupied the level 3 area almost simultaneously, which made the live stream room even more active. Especially for netizens from America and Neon countries, they were so excited that they could barely contain their celebrations like fireworks. Technology is the future. Our American mechanical race can now produce self-destructing drones. The new era is ours. Objectively speaking, the mechanical race truly represents the future, coming from the love of Neon. You guys should praise in other live streams. The insect race's million-strong army is almost formed. Isn't it embarrassing to boast here? This matter attracted the attention of Yimu's think tank. After all, in just 2 days, the Lord would be able to communicate with the outside world for 3 minutes, so gathering information for Yimu was their current task. 5 minutes later, in the conference room, the think tank began to discuss. Euphemia's Star Spirit race took down the level 3 area because they dug up several ancient pieces of equipment called immortal ones. Although they cannot be mass-produced, they are quite good for attacking. This Star Spirit race is a bit special. It seems there are numerous Star Spirit relics in Euphemia's surroundings, which can yield ancient war machines. What's the situation on Chuan Deng's side? Not worth being afraid of. Chuan Deng's tactics are too aggressive. He simply gives orders and opens 100 times speed for the whole duration, including the state of war. Wow, this is like gambling, and the chance of failure is extremely high. Once it fails, it cannot be undone. I think there is a country worth paying attention to. Although it's a human race, their technological development level seems quite good. While they were consulting, they kept their eyes on the livestream video of the insect swarm on the big screen. On the screen was the canyon area of the Steelback Empire, which connected the southern and northern territories. Currently, the southern territory has been completely swallowed by the insect swarm. The Steelback race is naturally unwilling to surrender, continually attacking the insect swarm in the canyon, trying to repel them and reclaim their cities. If it were in the past, they might really have a chance to do so. But now? Backed by dark-skinned raids, the number of insects in the southern territory has already exceeded 500,000. 100,000-strong Steelback army has no chance of defeating the insect race. The two sides have thus fallen into a complete stalemate. The Steelback race could not break through the insect swarm, while the swarm also found it difficult to capture this heavy city in the canyon. This heavy city of the Steelback race was built extremely solidly, forged from a mixture of giant stones and steel, measuring 1,298 meters long, 18.7 meters high, and 16.5 meters wide, equipped with defense designs like moat towers, making it easy to defend but hard to attack. Especially the giant defensive cannons mounted on the walls, with a range far exceeding 3,000 meters, even the piercers could hardly get close to launch an attack. The swarm could only charge forward under the bombardment of cannon fire. But unfortunately, the space in the canyon area is narrow, and the numerical advantage of the swarm could hardly be utilized. Moreover, this heavy city in the canyon is guarded by 100,000 steelback troops, with inner and outer city structures being multi-layered and complex. Since morning, the insect sea plus toxic bombs, piercers, and stabbing snakes have all been subjected to firepower suppression strategies. The swarm has tried all sorts of tactics in turn, but each time it ended in failure and has consistently been unable to succeed. Even Yimu couldn't help but wonder what the steelback race was truly afraid of, that they would build such a massive city. This city is built too solidly. No matter how many bugs there are, they can't withstand the enemy's overwhelming firepower. Unless there is an air force to launch attacks from the sky or there are troops capable of withstanding artillery fire. It's completely a deadlock. There is no way to break it at this stage. Boss Yimu is continuously hatching more bugs. It seems he plans to launch a direct attack. If it were us in America, we could win with continuous bombardment using self-destructing drones. Can you stop bragging? Those so-called toy drones would take a month to capture a level 3 area if we didn't speed up time by 100 times. Cough, cough. A Persian netizen passing by said, if there were Protoss immortals, they could withstand the damage. Hundreds of bug nests are still frantically hatching alien bugs, and the number of fission bugs and stingers continues to climb. Yimu has a clear goal. He sensed Kerrigan's call, and his will immediately descended beside her. My lord, do you really plan to break this steelback tribe city with a swarm tactic? Their city walls are indeed strong, but as long as the swarm is large enough, there's nothing to worry about. When the war enters a heated stage, I might be able to destroy some city defense artillery, but first, I must deal with the steelback tribe scouts. They can detect my stealth. I'll make sure the swarm mothers keep an eye on this. At that moment, Yimu suddenly heard a public announcement, and not just him, the livestream chat and the Lord public channel simultaneously displayed the message. The bug race of Huaxia's Lord, Yimu, has successfully surpassed 1 million combat units at the same time. Reward essence plus 500,000, gas plus 500,000, unlock a basic combat unit. As the first lord to achieve this, he receives a super reward, overall national resources plus 50%, all citizens constitution plus 125, all citizens psionic potential plus 10. In the public channel, Persia's Euphenia exclaimed, 1 million combat units. I must be seeing things? Chapter 36, Roach Greenhouse. Black Cross Kingdom, Feng Shila, it's absolutely true. I never thought that breaking through 1 million units could unlock an achievement. America Chuan Deng, so what if there are 1 million bugs? They can't compete with a real lion. Digging at Elizabeth, I agree with my ally's view. Pyramid Kingdom, Michelle, some people's jealousy is almost drowning the channel. Hippo Kingdom, Chara at Yimu, please help us out, big boss. Persia Euphemia at Brother Yimu, please protect us. White Flag Kingdom, Julia at Yimu, from now on, I'll be your loyal fan. Stick Nation, Jean Shengli, where did your backbone as lords go? Huaxiat Yimu? Stick Nation, Jing Shengli at Yimu, you may have misunderstood me. Our Stick Nation has been the closest ally of Huaxia since the Ming Dynasty, the most steadfast supporter of Ming. White Flag Kingdom, Julia, the backbone of the lords. Everyone quickly copied this phrase, as if they were taunting Jean Shengli. Jean Shengli was so angry his face turned green, but since Yimu was present, he dared not vent his anger. Everything happening over here was fully presented in Yimu's livestream. The backbone of the Stick Nation, you made me laugh to death. Being a follower of Ming in my lifetime is an honor. I feel like something is about to awaken within me. Am I going to become a psionic adapter? Brother in front, I feel the same way, it's faint but present. I'm not your brother, I'm a diehard female fan of Yimu. Yimu, I will love you forever. What a coincidence, everyone in our dorm is a fan of Yimu. Yimu's fan count had surpassed that of any celebrity in the country. At this moment, Yimu was checking the main nest, wanting to confirm what the newly unlocked unit for the million-unit achievement would be. There are many types of bugs in the starfield, so he wasn't sure which one would unlock. He first selected a larva and found that the hatchable units were still the king bug, worker bee, jumping bug, and stinger, with no new units added. It seems that it can't be hatched through the larva. Yimu chose another worker bee to examine its mutable buildings. Sure enough, a brand new insectoid structure appeared, Cockroach Greenhouse. The moment Yimu saw it, his spirit lifted, just in time. This cockroach was not like the ones in reality but an important combat unit for the insect race. It had a massive body, capable of long-range attacks, extremely strong vitality, and multi-layered light armor on its body. Most importantly, its recovery ability was incredibly strong. In the interstellar setting, a heavily injured cockroach could dive into the underground covered by the fungus carpet, and in just a few seconds, it could recover to half health or even full health. Though real cockroaches might not recover that dramatically, they definitely possessed this characteristic. Mutant Cockroach Greenhouse. At the same time, in various areas of the insect swarm territory, a worker bee stopped crawling, lay down on the fungus carpet, and its back shell cracked open, beginning to mutate into the cockroach greenhouse. 6 hours later, the constantly expanding and contracting flesh membrane suddenly ruptured, splattering mucus everywhere. The mutation of the cockroach greenhouse was complete. It was nearly 100 meters long, with ivory-colored bone spines rising at the edges, emitting a bizarre dark red glow from the hatching greenhouse. The middle area of the hatching greenhouse cracked open, releasing a non-toxic white mist that could provide the nearby larvae with the genetic essence of cockroaches. Almost at the moment the cockroach greenhouse mutated successfully, a baser crawled out of the evolution chamber. After carefully observing with its several eyes, it spoke in a stiff voice. Insect Race Combat Unit, Cockroach, adapts to harsh combat environments, perfectly adapts to various genetic essences, possessing high mutation adaptability. It was clear that a baser held a high opinion of the cockroach. Yimu selected a larva to check the conditions required to mutate into a cockroach. It needed 150 essence points, 25 gas points, and a hatching time of 30 minutes. Compared to jumping insects and other units, this price was not cheap. However, Yimu checked the resources currently stored and found 7.4 million essence points. 2.69 million gas points. He immediately sent a mental command to hatch cockroaches at full speed. The command quickly spread to every nest of the swarm as well as the main nest. One by one, the insect mothers crawled out of the nests, spraying the eggs inside the nests, rapidly hatching more larvae. The wriggling larvae on the fungus carpet all transformed into cocoons and began to hatch. Yimu surveyed the entire scene. Within thousands of square kilometers of territory, over 400 nests and more than 30,000 larvae almost simultaneously began hatching cockroaches. In an instant, 5.1 million essence points and 850,000 gas points were consumed. Wow, this capability to spawn troops is simply terrifying. I'm trying hard not to curse, this is just too shocking. Instantly consuming millions of resources while hatching combat units, other races simply cannot do this besides the insect swarm. Persian netizens remarked that Protoss definitely cannot, their troop production speed is super slow. White Flag Kingdom netizens asked, "Can Yimu boss bring our silly lord along?" 30 minutes passed in what felt like the blink of an eye. Yimu focused on the first cocoon that began hatching. It stood a whole 5 meters tall, the exterior shell of the cocoon had completely turned white and was gradually hardening. Crack! A crisp sound came, and sharp bone spines pierced through the cocoon until it completely broke open. A brand new insectoid appeared in the world. It looked like a heavy armored vehicle. 4 meters tall, over 7 meters long, nearly 5 meters wide, clad in dark brown armor, with a very orderly arrangement of bone spines rising from its back. 6 strong and sturdy legs supported its body, and its shoulders resembled those of a jumping insect, wielding a pair of dangerous bone sides that could tear apart nearby enemies. What impressed the most were its head features, with 7 ghostly green eyes spread across its skull and its gaping mouth full of sharp teeth. Crucially, its head was wrapped in a layer of muscular tissue, covered by a hard shell and long fangs, and astonishingly, there was even another layer of armor on the outside. Not only that, but its head could also retract into its abdomen, protecting itself from lethal damage. It moved swiftly, making sharp cooing sounds, echoing across the black earth. Coo! More sharp cries suddenly sounded, and around it, hundreds of insect cocoons burst open, and more cockroaches hatched. Hundreds of large creatures squeezed together, looking rather crowded. When they gazed into the distance, they could see more insect nests, where a massive number of their kind appeared. More than 32,000 cockroaches had hatched, and their screams echoed across the black earth. Yimu saw this and only uttered 2 words. War begins. 600,000 jumping insects, 100,000 poisonous explosive insects, 30,000 thorn snakes, and 2,000 stingers. At this moment, they all gathered at the entrance of the canyon, and the air was thick with a deadly atmosphere. More than 30,000 cockroaches arrived at the battlefield. They scattered into groups, their 6 legs holding up their bodies, just enough to block danger for the jumping insects and poisonous explosive insects beneath them. The insect swarm cleared a path, and Kerrigan and the insect mother Nazaluris moved forward along the path, their eyes fixed on the heavily fortified stronghold ahead. Attack! Do not stop until we break the city and wipe out the enemy. Kerrigan ordered loudly. The insect swarm immediately erupted into a frenzy. Chapter 37, I must lead the charge myself. Tens of thousands of fission insects charged forward like a surging tide. However, before they could get close to the giant city, shells rained down like raindrops, exploding on the pockmarked ground. The powerful shockwave from the explosions scattered the fission insects, sending them flying in all directions, dust flying and smoke filling the air. Through the spreading smoke, flashes of fire could be seen on the city walls. Each flash of fire meant another large group of insectoids was being killed by the artillery fire. After one wave of fission insects fell, another wave charged forward. The Steelback clan general on the city walls shouted loudly, "Fire! Fire! Eliminate these bugs, we will surely win." He looked into the distance, and suddenly, he noticed a large number of insects in the swarm that he had never seen before. These insects were several times larger than the jumping insects, armored, and their appearance was both strange and terrifying. They advanced firmly, pushing forward despite the artillery fire. The 300mm shells were incredibly powerful, and the sound of gunfire was deafening. However, when the smoke slightly cleared, the cockroaches near the explosion center, though their bodies were torn apart, missing half of their bodies, their legs gone, and their shells shattered, were still alive. The broken bodies quickly burrowed underground. With the insect swarm's attack, a black fungal blanket spread like a tide toward the city walls. The cockroaches that had burrowed underground received nutrients from the black fungal blanket, and their wounds began to heal. The missing flesh, shells, and legs slowly regrew. They emerged from the ground again, just like hundreds and thousands of cockroaches on the battlefield, diving underground and emerging again and again, pushing forward despite the artillery fire. The dense cockroach swarm gradually approached the city walls, successfully drawing the enemy's fire. The once impenetrable city walls, which had caused countless jumping insects to meet their doom, were now within reach. The cockroaches opened their large mouths and sprayed corrosive liquid onto the city walls. Almost simultaneously, rolling explosive insects hidden in the cockroaches' abdomens emerged and jumped onto the city walls, exploding instantly. The incredibly strong defenses of the heavy city were torn open with small cracks. More insect swarms surged into the canyon like a flood. Looking out, almost every corner of the vast canyon could be seen filled with the shadow of the insect swarm's crazy assault. The heavy cannons on the city walls, once thought to be impregnable, occasionally exploded without warning or were twisted out of shape by some force, rendering them useless. It turned out that Kerrigan, hidden in the chaotic battle, had caused the heavy cannons on the city walls to lose their power one by one. This new unit's recovery ability is simply insane. Even after being hit by heavy artillery, it doesn't die, and its recovery ability is so strong. No wonder they're called cockroaches. Successfully triggered my fear of cockroaches. People from the north say, "So this is the power of southern cockroaches, I'm scared, really scared. This wave seems to be a sure win. If all goes well, we might end the battle tonight." Not so easy, this city is too complex, and there are 100,000 station troops, we probably have to wait until tomorrow morning. However, the situation took a sharp turn, and the troops collapsed like a landslide. Blood stained the heavy city, and in the sky, bugs floated, overlooking the mountains of corpses piled up in the canyon, some belonging to the bug swarm, and some to the steelback tribe. Tens of thousands of steelback warriors, seeing this, no longer resisted, all abandoned the heavy city, rushing madly towards the main city 20 kilometers away, afraid of being left behind. When the bug swarm completely occupied this city, many cannons hadn't even been used before they were abandoned. 300,000 jumping insects chased and hunted down the steelback army like a gust of wind across the wasteland. When the tens of thousands of steelback soldiers were close to their main city, there were less than 3,000 left. They climbed over a steep slope, standing on the grass of the slope, filled with the emotion of having survived a catastrophe, looking towards the main city, and couldn't help but shout in despair. "No! How could this happen? God!" The main city, located near the river and backed by a great mountain, was heavily surrounded by over 100,000 Dark Army troops. In the distance, countless Dark troops were rushing towards this side. In the air, Dark flying servant troops circled and flew. On the ground, giant beasts ran back and forth. Further away, giant siege machines were being slowly pushed, shaking the earth under their footsteps. The steelback soldiers turned around, and the world behind them was filled with bugs, endless, until it completely submerged them. More than 300,000 fission bugs and jumping bugs mixed together, stretching out visibly for more than 10 kilometers. And several kilometers away, stood over 100,000 Dark Army troops. The steelback tribe seems to be facing extinction. This is the outcome of having no strength yet daring to provoke death. I care more about what Boss Yimu will do. Will he retreat to defend? With more than 300,000 jumping insects against over 100,000 Dark, they probably won't win. It's too difficult, it feels like it's easy to flip over. Yimu supported his chin with one hand, curiously observing the Dark Army. A slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, then he gave the order. "Since we've met, we can't pass up the chance to send a big gift. 200,000 jumping insects, encircle from the side. The rest, let's give them a big surprise." The tremor of the ground caught the attention of the Dark servants and the Dark troops. The deputy commander of this Dark Army, Naris, was currently stationed at the front line. It stood nearly 4 meters tall, almost its entire body wrapped in thin black armor, with only a pair of cold eyes exposed. Only at the center of its helmet, there was a faint purple line, representing that it commanded a level 4 tribe of the Dark, with a force including servant troops, capable of controlling a million-strong fighting force. And such a powerful being was merely the deputy commander, which shows the extraordinary nature of this Dark Army. Naris heard the noise, and upon seeing countless fierce bugs surging from the distance, it was instantly enraged. Those bugs! How could they appear here? Quickly, prepare to resist the impact. The battle was about to begin, and the bug swarm and the dark army instantly collided together. The 20,000 steelback soldiers who survived in the steelback main city looked in bewilderment at the battlefield ahead. What kind of play is this? The bugs and the dark are actually fighting. Seeing this, the emperor of the steelback tribe felt invigorated, filled with joy in his heart. While the clam and the snipe fight, the fisherman benefits. Quickly organize the troops. Once they are fighting more fiercely, we will launch a surprise attack on the dark from behind, disrupt their formation, then eliminate the bugs and reclaim everything. 2 hours passed, and the emperor felt the time was right, shouting, "Now is the time, I will personally lead the charge. Strike! Eliminate these invaders." Saying this, he donned his armor, armed with firearms and a war knife, leading 50,000 elite troops towards the battlefield. The battlefield situation became increasingly chaotic. Yi Mu saw the scene and ordered, "It's better to act early than wait for luck. 100,000 rolling explosion bugs, go." Actually, Yi Mu had already separated 100,000 from the 300,000 jumping bugs to mutate into explosive bugs. Just after hatching the cockroaches, the gas reserves were even more abundant, and mutating 100,000 rolling explosion bugs posed no pressure. Oh my god, 100,000 rolling explosion bugs, so shocking. This steelback clan, doesn't it feel good to be alive? How could they still personally lead their troops? I truly admire this. Awesome. Awesome. Yi Mu's operation this time is 66,666. In the chaotic battlefield, even the Dark Ones struggled to organize an effective defense. 100,000 rolling explosion bugs rushed in as if entering a no man's land, bouncing recklessly on the battlefield, and detonating wherever there were many people. Half of the battlefield was instantly covered in purple poisonous liquid. Both the Dark Ones and the Steelback clan suffered, their forces instantly decimated. The emperor of the Steelback clan was corroded by the poison, disappearing without a trace in terror. The Dark One's deputy commander, Neris, also lost an arm and fled in a panic, barely preserving his life. At dusk, the setting sun cast its remaining light. Only a few Dark Ones remained by Neris's side, gazing at the battlefield far away, riddled with wounds and resembling hell. In this battle, the bug swarm achieved a great victory. Chapter 38, How can you sleep at this age? Yi Mu looked satisfied and slowly withdrew his gaze. He decisively ordered to retreat the remaining fission bugs and jumping bugs back to the canyon area. The originally vast swarm of 300,000 bugs had now shrunk to less than 5,000 upon returning. This round of casualties is simply too heavy, only a few thousand jumping bugs are left. Isn't it a huge loss? Loss? It's actually a huge profit. Over 100,000 Dark Ones were virtually wiped out, the reinforcements that came later suffered heavy casualties as well. Does the Steelback clan's emperor not deserve a name? Speaking of which, we should really thank those foolish Steelback clan. If they hadn't disrupted the Dark One's formation, the explosive bugs wouldn't have been able to achieve such a glorious victory. Yi Mu is decisive. If it were me, I would have retreated early. Yi Mu is the eternal god. At the Huaxia think tank, the bespectacled leader excitedly slapped his thigh, loudly cheering. Beautiful, this round was truly stunning. According to our analysis, the recovery ability of the bug swarm is extremely strong. The real key to victory does not lie in how many died, but in how many resources were seized and how many resources were consumed by the enemy. Yi Mu understands this better than we do, which is why he used the low-cost jumping bugs to raid the Dark Ones. After this battle, even if the Dark Ones have more troops later, it will take them a day to reorganize. In this time, the bug swarm can fully recover to their prime state. And it was indeed the case. After completely annihilating this wave of Dark Ones, Yi Mu noticeably relaxed a lot. With the Steelback clan's main city as this crucial nail and the Dark Ones needing time to redeploy their forces, he had ample time to prepare for the next matters. Successfully seizing the canyon meant that the bug swarm's influence could expand to the entire level 4 area, no longer restricted by the north-south barrier. Night had already fallen. The bug swarm's fungal blanket tumor slowly spread towards the northern region under the starlight. Wherever the black fungal blanket covered, the bug swarm could move quickly, thus obtaining a significant advantage. For example, harassing the Dark Ones became much easier. As for more detailed specific harassment tactics, Yi Mu confidently left them to the bug mothers to handle. He shut down the livestream, planning to get some good sleep first. After all, after several days of continuous combat, he, as the ruler, also needed to rest well. In the morning, Yi Mu awakened leisurely in a spacious bed. Suddenly feeling refreshed. The personal maid carefully helped him into his clothes. After enjoying a delicious and hearty breakfast, Yi Mu came to his office chair. He looked around and thought that the style of this office chair seemed a bit lacking, so he waved his hand grandly. In an instant, the office chair transformed into a throne full of insectoid style, with decorative bone teeth embedded at the top. He sat down to try it out and found it quite comfortable. Yi Mu first took a glance at the status of the swarm. Sure enough, The swarm had been safe and sound all night long yesterday. On the contrary, the Dark Ones and Steelback tribe were on edge all day. Because the harassment from small swarms had never stopped. After confirming everything was fine, Yimu reopened the live broadcast room. Yimu has finally started the broadcast. I was almost out of battery waiting. Battery is running out, count me in. As long as I can't see the broadcast, can't see the swarm, I feel so empty inside. What should I do? Could this be the legendary swarm syndrome? I don't mind not seeing the swarm, but not seeing my male god Yimu makes me so sad. Mom, I really want to marry my male god. The swarm is developing quite well. It seems there wasn't a large-scale war yesterday. The Steelback tribe has been devastated, and the Dark Ones were severely taught a lesson by Yimu yesterday. Without recovering, how could they have the strength to launch an attack? Just then, a sudden announcement appeared. The mechanical city of the American Lord Chuanden has been destroyed. The United States has suffered punishment, with national resources reduced by 50%, land area cut in half, and all attribute bonuses revoked. A day later, Chuanden can choose a race again and continue participating in the Lord Challenge. Note, it feels like there's an issue with the lifespan punishment, and it will be modified later to recover all the attributes of the citizens. The destruction of the Lord City, a significant decline in national power, and the halving of land. Even the previously acquired attribute bonuses have been fully revoked. Countless American citizens are wailing everywhere, furious, with gunfire ringing out. They practically want to execute Chuanden on the spot. After all, the United States is an old empire, and there is still a considerable discussion heat in the live broadcast room. Aren't those Americans from Huanchi and Laohua 2nd Street? How come after just a few days away, they've suddenly become so weak? I'm dying of laughter. Is this the so-called mechanical tribe that was previously hyped up to be invincible? As a Neon person, I have always believed that the hope of humanity is Yimu. It is the swarm. This is the sincerest admiration from Neon. Wow, your little life is just too miserable. The US has just fallen, and you're here to lick. Why did the US suddenly fall? It seemed fine before. Let me take a look. Some enthusiastic netizens hurriedly ran to the US live broadcast room, pulling up video replays to check. They found that the process of the US destruction was extremely short, lasting less than 2 hours in total. Before the destruction began, the mechanical tribe activated a 100-fold time acceleration, racing against time to collect resources and continuously produce without stopping. But at that moment, Chuanden couldn't hold on any longer after staying up late continuously. He yawned. Everyone, I'm going to take a nap. There aren't any battles right now, everything is very safe, let the time acceleration continue. He mumbled to himself, the competition is too fierce now, I must maintain the 100-fold acceleration, that's right, that's the plan. I'll sleep for at most 2 hours. After saying that, Chuanden went back to sleep. And he actually didn't turn off the live broadcast. He remained blissfully unaware until the mechanical tribe was completely destroyed, still lying in bed, snoring away. The live broadcast room was instantly filled with curses. Useless Chuanden. You have completely let down your country. What is your identity now? What kind of responsibility are you shouldering? How can you still sleep? F***K. When you wake up, I'll be the first to execute you. Even the most powerful swarm, Yimu doesn't dare to initiate time acceleration while resting. You're really something, opening up now, and the country is already gone, yet you're still sleeping. The enthusiastic audience shook their heads, their faces filled with helplessness. Just a day ago, these people were still talking about the adventurous spirit of free nations. The moment this adventurous spirit faltered, they immediately shouted to annihilate the Chuan people. Yimu had just woken up when he suddenly received a notification, learning about the news of the American nation's fall. He couldn't help but laugh, teasing, as expected of a free nation, the beacon of humanity, ringing the alarm for other countries so early. That's too harsh. Please, leave some bamboo shoots for the pandas. Ha, I'm laughing so hard my stomach hurts. Yimu definitely knows that America always comes to stir trouble in the livestream. Probably discovered it when achieving something last time. The annihilation of the demon tribe of Yamamoto in Neon Country. Neon Country is being punished, resources nationwide reduced by 50%, territory shrunk by 50%, retract all attribute bonuses. Due to Yamamoto's consecutive failures, all citizens can vote on whether to retain his lordship. If voted out, that player will be erased and can vote to choose another player for the game. Another announcement glaringly appeared. And this time, it was Neon that faced annihilation. Yimu was taken aback, thinking how coincidental this was. He couldn't help but sigh, as expected, fatherly love and filial piety. Yimu is definitely the big boss of my yin-yang sect. We Neon are not America's ciphers. We are an independent nation. Little daily life is devastated. I can't believe we can still choose a lord again, that's a surprise. This function is completely useless to us Huaxia, after all, Yimu is invincible. In the Lord's public channel, Yamamoto shouted in despair, "No. I don't want to die." As soon as Yamamoto finished shouting, he fell silent. Seeing Yamamoto disappear so suddenly, some lords from other nations shivered in fear. Once glory fades, the life and death of lords are in the hands of their citizens. It's like a knife hanging over their heads. At this moment, many lords began to waver. For instance, Julia from the White Flag Nation. She fell into deep thought, recalling the seemingly excessive demands when she wanted to ally with Yimu. Seeing Yamamoto's tragic end, she suddenly felt those demands didn't seem so hard to accept after all. I need to think about it, but I must decide quickly. She nodded to herself. Chapter 39, Not everyone can be my vassal. Julia was still hesitant, but some people were already impatient. Yimu received a private message from a lord. Hippo Nation, Chara wrote, "Respected Lord Yimu, hello. My heart is filled with gratitude, and I wish to form a brotherhood alliance with you, if possible." After reading this private message, Yimu simply replied with 2 words. Huaxia Nation, Yimu, refuse. Seeing the word refuse, Chara was not surprised. After all, many lords wanted to ally with Yimu, yet not a single one had succeeded so far. He was just making a polite attempt. At this moment, Chara steeled his heart. Since he couldn't become a brother, why not have Yimu be his father? So, Hippo Nation, Chara sent another message. Great Lord Yimu, I am your most loyal fan. I and my fox person tribe are eager to become part of you in the swarm. Now, I formally apply to be your first vassal race. As soon as the message was sent, Yimu was very surprised when he saw it. He never expected that, before the swarm even started conquering the world, and before the Lord players had their first communication with the Blue Star, someone would already be determined to become the swarm's vassal. Instantly, the live stream room burst into chaos. He actually took the initiative to be a vassal. This brother is decisive. Suddenly having a son nation feels a bit strange. This fool? How foolish to willingly become a subordinate. The insect swarm is a greedy race. Those who rely on the swarm end up with nothing left. Our Tianju kingdom is the best choice. This is a serious violation of freedom and democracy. I express strong concern on behalf of the United States. However, right before Yimu's eyes, a prompt appeared, saying, yes/no. Without hesitation, he clicked yes. Immediately after, the announcement appeared. The Hippo Kingdom Fox People tribe has become a subordinate tribe of Huaxia insect race. The relationship contract has been established, and the following contract rules will be followed. 1. The highest command authority of the Fox People tribe belongs to Huaxia Yimu, and the tribe's diplomatic status must align closely with the insect race. 2. The Fox People tribe cannot attack the insect race, cannot betray the insect race, and cannot unilaterally terminate the subordinate relationship. If the race perishes, this relationship will automatically terminate. If the insect race perishes, the Fox People tribe perishes as well. 3. 50%, which can be increased to 100%, of all achievements and rewards obtained by the Hippo Kingdom belong to Huaxia. The achievements and rewards obtained by Huaxia can allow the Hippo Kingdom to receive 10%. This does not affect Huaxia's share. Those who do not acknowledge the suzerain country cannot obtain this attribute bonus. 4. The Huaxia Lord can view the status and race conditions of the Fox People tribe at any time. The Hippo Kingdom Lord cannot view insect race information without authorization and cannot privately spread negative information without permission from the Huaxia Lord. 5. A trading system is open between the Huaxia Lord and the Hippo Kingdom Lord, allowing both sides to trade or gift supplies. Live animals cannot be traded. A 1% transaction fee will be charged. 6. In the Lord's space, the areas of the two lords will be infinitely close. Whether to open the two spatial passages will be decided by the Huaxia Lord. 7. This subordinate race contract will be valid for a long time. If the subordinate country and the suzerain country go to war in reality, all related rewards will be revoked. The 7 clauses of the agreement were displayed, visible to Yimu, Chula, and all lords. Not only that, but each lord's livestream room could also display this information, causing a stir around the globe. In the Hippo Kingdom's livestream room, various voices rose and fell. Damn Chula! This is outright treason. Haha, choosing to be a dog for others instead of being human. Is this your Hippo Kingdom? I, a redneck from the US, look down on you. I think it's pretty good. The insect race is so powerful, it's better than ending up extinct. And we can still get 10% of Huaxia's rewards. If I were from the Hippo Kingdom, I'd rather die in the desert than take that 10% reward. That's why your US was just destroyed recently, losing half your resources and land, so tragic. Now Huaxia is the world's #1 power. Huaxia's Lord Yimu successfully signed the first subordinate country contract. As the first subordinate country contract, he received a super reward, national water resources plus 100%. All citizens' physical fitness plus 100, and all citizens' lifespan plus 15 years. Gained natural wonder Taiwu Mountain, exercising nearby will grant additional enhancement effects. Ding. As a subordinate country of Huaxia, received the reward, water resources plus 10%, all citizens' physical fitness plus 10. All citizens' lifespan plus 1.5 years. Gained natural scenery Xiaowo Mountain, effect weakened by 90%. Once the announcement came out, the tone of the livestream changed instantly. Whoever dares to insult Huaxia from now on will be my enemy. I love Huaxia. I love Lord Yimu. I love the insect race. The doctor said I might only live for another month, but I just got another year of life. From now on, I will be the most loyal fan of the insect race. Our village has water now, we have water. It's just a 10% reward. Just one word, sour. As soon as this announcement reward came out, the tone changed dramatically. Especially in Yimu's livestream, many netizens from small countries were envious of the Hippo Kingdom's reward. During this time, Yimu checked the operational status of the Hippo Kingdom, Fox People tribe, and found they hadn't even occupied a level 2 area. No wonder they wanted to rely on him. However, when Yimu saw the Foxeer's girl from the Fox race, he immediately felt that this vassal state was worth it. At the same time, he showed the Hippo Kingdom the battlefields of the swarm in the level 4 area, of course, limited to this area only. When Chala saw the land covered by a black blanket of fungi and the shocking scene of hundreds of thousands of ferocious swarms, he almost instantly surrendered, feeling that his choice was incredibly correct. On the public channel. Hippo Kingdom, Chala excitedly said, God. You can't imagine how great the mighty Yimu is. His swarm is so powerful, so invincible. It's magnificent. Persian Kingdom, Euphemia asked, so, what is it like? White Flag Kingdom, Julia also said, I'm curious too. Please tell us in detail. Hippo Kingdom, Chala replied, I cannot tell you without the great Yimu's permission. At this time, a new lord from Neon Kingdom spoke up. Neon in New Circle Yui said, hello everyone, I am the new lord of Neon. I hope we can interact kindly. At Yimu, my idol, I'm your loyal fan. I watch your live streams every day. The citizens of Neon were all bewildered, not expecting the top-voted new lord to be a fan of Yimu. What was even harder for them to accept was. Neon New Circle Yui continued, what a pity, I came a step too late, but I can't fall behind others anymore. The next second, Yimu received a prompt. Neon New Circle Yui, fairy race, apply to become your vassal race. Do you agree? Yes/no. Seeing this prompt, Yimu was momentarily stunned. Neon? As he pondered, in Yimu's live stream, hundreds of thousands of Neonians were crying out in despair. No. You traitor. Damn delusional fan, we demand her lordship to be revoked. How can our noble Neon become someone else's vassal state? Aren't you pretty much that already? This was simply a critical hit. After thinking for a few seconds, Yimu decisively clicked. No. Chapter 40, Subterranean Movement with Rapid Healing. When he witnessed Yimu reject the Neon that had come to him willingly and declined their status as a vassal state, the entire live stream room of Neonians completely collapsed. He really thinks he's too high and mighty, which is why he clicked no. The Yamato people are indomitable, he knows this in his heart. Daddy Nation is worthy of being Daddy Nation, really embracing the world and looking down on little Neon. So many little devils in our live stream room, no wonder they are always so sarcastic. Yimu's no just broke all their defenses. I'm dying of laughter. Yimu, I don't want this ungrateful rebel. The India nation is also a great power. Do you Neon want to become our vassal state? We will protect you. Drink cow urine together with you? Heh, you think you're worthy. The public channel of the lords also became lively. Neon New Circle Yui said, at Yimu, my idol must think I'm still too weak. I understand. I will definitely make my race stronger and then request to become your vassal race. Black Cross Nation, Fong Sheila responded, fanatics, really too terrifying. Pyramid Nation, Michelle remarked, this all has to be credited to the United States and Neon, if it weren't for their messing around, it wouldn't have come to this. Persian Kingdom, Euphemia added, this hits too hard. The discussions in the public channel grew more intense. At this moment, Yimu felt a baser calling for him. So, he closed the public channel and turned his attention to the swarms. After all, the war with the dark race was not over, there was no room for carelessness. In that damp evolution chamber, the dark red flesh walls were covered in slime and occasionally twitched. Inside, the painful and ferocious cries of the bugs could be heard from time to time. Not a single bug mother was willing to approach this place. A baser usually loved to stay cooped up in the pit. Sensing Yimu's arrival, it said, Great Master, we have extracted the genetic essence of the Steelback clan and infused it into the cockroach body, ultimately giving the cockroach two different traits. However, these two enhanced traits cannot coordinate with each other, and we need you to make a choice. Introduce them to me, Yimu said. A baser's hands came together, and a dark green liquid dripped from its mouth. A pit behind it slowly unfolded, revealing a cockroach resting above the hole. The originally dark brown armor had now completely turned pitch black, glowing faintly. A baser continued, the first type is the burrowing cockroach, born from the fusion of multiple genes from the Steelback clan and the Dark Servant. This cockroach can move while burrowing underground, making it very advantageous for hiding and able to evade most of the enemy's attacks. Moreover, when the cockroach burrows beneath the fungal mat, its movement speed can increase by 50%. The second type is the fast-growing cockroach, greatly enhanced through the infusion of the Dark Servant's special genetic essence. When the life force of this fast-growing cockroach drops below 50%, it gains additional armor enhancement, while also speeding up its healing rate. Currently, these two cockroach traits cannot be unified, please choose one, Master. Yimu pondered the current battle situation and said, choose the burrowing cockroach. The burrowing cockroach is highly adaptable. The choice has been confirmed. Start mutating all cockroaches. In the canyon area, over 30,000 cockroaches were stationed, resting on the fungal mat, wrapped in cocoons' thin membranes. 10 minutes later, they tore through the hardened cocoons and emerged, their once dark brown shells transformed into pitch black, exuding a strong aura of slaughter. Yimu transmitted his will to the swarm, and 10,000 burrowing cockroaches quickly lined up and crawled out. They gathered together, resembling a fleet of heavy armored vehicles. Each cockroach was spaced 10 meters apart, the first row containing 300, spanning a full 4 kilometers long. The number of this swarm was so vast that, even in a level 4 area, it seemed somewhat unwieldy. These cockroaches swiftly burrowed into the ground beneath the fungal mat. In just a few seconds, tons of heavy bodies had completely sunk into the soil beneath the mat, leaving only a few bone spines and one eye observing the outside. They resembled earth dragons, moving through the soil without hindrance, as if swimming comfortably through the mud. At an astonishing speed, they headed towards the Steelback clan's main city. After a night of organization and rest, the Dark Army launched another attack. This time, their numbers exceeded 300,000, with over 80% being Dark Servants and 20% Dark Warriors. The enormous Steelback clan's main city shook under the assault of the Dark Army, and its fall seemed only a matter of time. In the gloomy sky, a large number of Dark Servants, the venomous mosquito tribe, circled above. This is a special group, resembling humans, with 4 mosquito-like wings, standing around 3 meters tall. Their huge abdomens can shoot poison arrows, attacking enemies on the ground or in the air. They are numerous, with nearly 10,000 in total. The venomous mosquito tribe did not join the attacking army against the Steelback clan's main city but circled the flanks. Their main aim was to guard against the continuous harassment of the swarm, especially the leaping and rolling explosive insects. These two types of insects are highly mobile and elusive, having consistently attacked the Dark Army since last night. Because the Steelback clan's main city serves as a nail, the Dark Army remains in a defensive state. If they pursue the swarm, they would face the main force of the swarm, which would be a definite death trap. If they abandoned the Steelback clan's main city to prioritize attacking the swarm, they feared that the Iron Fool from the Steelback clan might rush out and launch a rear attack. The Dark Ones found themselves in a dilemma, and in the end, they simply divided a ground force of 50,000, along with nearly 10,000 poison mosquitoes, to suppress the leaping bugs and other enemies from the air. It must be said, this tactic worked quite well. The leaping bugs had not attacked for over an hour. However, this Dark One slave army had not yet truly relaxed. General, many strange things are appearing on the ground, and they are moving towards our area. A soldier reported. Aren't the poison mosquitoes stopping them? The general asked. Their attacks are useless, they can't kill the bugs hiding underground, the soldier replied. How could this be? The general of the Dark One slave army was stunned. What he saw was a cluster of protruding bone spines rushing toward the Dark One's army, like waves rising from a black fungal carpet. Individually, they might seem insignificant, but this was a gathering of 10,000 cockroaches, not to be underestimated. Prepare to attack, the general shouted hoarsely. Soon, he discovered that these strange beings completely ignored the Dark One's slave army. They charged straight through the ground, passing directly through the Dark One's army. Bad news, stop them quickly. The Dark One's soldiers frantically used spears, hammers, and even guns to launch fierce attacks on the cockroaches hiding underground. They broke open the cockroaches' shells, splattering green blood everywhere. But the cockroaches lurking underground, especially those covered by the fungal carpet, had an absurd recovery ability. Often, before the Dark One's soldiers could inflict serious damage on them, the wounds were already healing back to normal. Only true Dark Ones, when attacking, carried a special energy that could deal considerable damage to the cockroaches. But there were too few Dark Ones to form an effective blockade. Under the main city of the Steelback tribe, over 200,000 Dark Ones were attacking, and the battle was exceptionally fierce. Just at a relatively weak point in the internal defenses of the Dark One's army, nearly 10,000 underground cockroaches suddenly emerged. They were huge, with thick armor, wielding a pair of bone sickles, slaughtering the enemies that came near. At the same time, they didn't forget to spit corrosive venom, attacking everywhere and wreaking havoc on the rear lines of the Dark One's army. This made the Dark One's army, which was originally gaining momentum in the siege, suddenly slow down, and the entire army began to panic. The nearly 10,000 cockroaches, after causing widespread destruction, would quickly bury their bodies underground to heal before dying. The higher-ups of the Dark Ones were furious and quickly mobilized reserves to surround the cockroach army, but these cockroaches, however, entered the ground and swaggered away right under their noses. This cockroach tactic is too ruthless. But I like it. So impressive. Burrowing underground combined with rapid healing, this combination is simply invincible. I think the Dark Ones will find it very difficult to take this steelback main city. Instead, they will have to pay an even greater price here. Chapter 41, Worship of Magic Energy. This is clearly a plot. Using the characteristics of the underground cockroaches is meant to make the Dark Ones pay a greater price at the steelback main city. Not only that, have you noticed? The swarm has been expanding, constantly occupying level 1, level 2, and level 3 areas. The longer it takes, the more resources they control. The resources in the hands of the Great Yimu must be considerable. The number of swarms is also growing wildly. In fact, their speculation was correct. Yimu had already allowed the swarm to commence expansion. In level 1 areas, hundreds of leaping bugs could easily take control. In level 2 areas, 1,000 leaping bugs along with some exploding bugs could also conquer them. Level 3 areas were relatively troublesome, but there were not many level 3 areas to begin with. Mobilizing a swarm of 50,000 insects, combined with ongoing hatching and transformation, the difficulty of conquest was not too great. After the underground cockroaches launched effective attacks, they had already retreated. The Dark One's army had just begun to relax when they unexpectedly. On the distant ground, more black spikes arose, like a black wave crashing in. They were more subterranean cockroaches, numbering over 20,000. At this moment, Yimu lay peacefully in a chair, leisurely watching the cockroaches continuously harass the Dark Ones, as if the enemy must be suffering greatly. This special tactic did indeed resemble a bug in a game. Similar to tunnel warfare, it left the enemy bewildered and likely caused their mentality to collapse. Kerrigan, I leave the command to you. Continue the repeated harassment. Understood, my queen. I will ensure the mission is completed. Yimu no longer paid much attention to the front lines. With Kerrigan, the future Queen of Blades, commanding, leading a star war was no problem. In contrast, he was now more concerned about resource reserves and the expansion of the swarm's territory. Large numbers of bugs scattered in the air, overlooking the ground, perfectly piecing together the terrain map. From a high altitude, the black-covered land was the area occupied by the swarm. With the initial novice village at the center, the black area expanded and spread in a fan shape. Levels 1, 2, and 3 areas were all included, and even the level 4 area was already covered by the black fungal blanket. Yimu activated 100 times time acceleration. Considering the current battle situation, there would not be much change, so speeding up wouldn't hurt. Next to the areas occupied by the swarm were forests, grasslands, and swamps. From above, these areas were gradually being consumed by blackness until completely covered by the black fungal blanket. Thus, in the Eastern War Zone, besides the territory of the Steelback Empire, which was in the midst of war, and the unknown level 4 area, all regions bordering the swarm had already been occupied by the black fungal blanket. The total number of nests had exceeded 700, with hundreds of thousands of worker bees frantically gathering resources, the accumulation of essence and gas skyrocketing at an incredible speed. It's giving me goosebumps, both excited and a little scared. Now, all the places that can be occupied have been taken by the swarm. The frantic resource gathering feels like fishing the pond dry. These places' resources will soon be exhausted. When the resources really run out, the swarm will probably start attacking the level 5 area. Hippopotamus country netizens say that Yimu Dad is too amazing. In about an hour, it can produce 100,000 essences, equivalent to 20,000 leap bugs. 20,000 in an hour, for 24 hours, that's 480,000. This power is too confident. Yimu saw the resource page in front of him, with large amounts of essence and gas coming in every moment. In the 100 times accelerated state, time passed quickly, with day and night shifting back and forth. Until dawn arrived, Yimu paused the time acceleration. The war had lasted another day and night, and under the constant harassment of the cockroach army, the Dark Ones still had not retreated. It seemed the opponent must have some hidden cards. They would likely be revealed today. As expected, just as he anticipated, Yimu sensed a message from Kerrigan, and he directed his will to the battlefield where Kerrigan was located. On the battlefield near the Steelback main city, tens of thousands of cockroaches were prepared to use the same old trick again to harass the Dark Ones. The low roar of the swarm echoed over the vast battlefield. After the previous battle, the Dark Ones had also figured out some battle experience. They eliminated the fungal tumors in the area where the army was located, allowing the land that was once covered by the fungal blanket to gradually be exposed. The uneven soil was already stained with various colors of blood, emitting a stench that made any creature feel uncomfortable. A cockroach emerged from the ground, 6 legs supporting its body, raising its head to roar, exposing its full set of fangs. At that moment, a huge black shadow completely engulfed it. The cockroach looked up, staring at the terrifying giant shadow in the sky. It was a battleship more than 500 meters long, oval-shaped, like a huge island floating in the sky. The surface of the giant ship was composed of dark magical giant rocks. Emitting a faint glow, the giant ship was equipped with massive deep purple cannons, the gunmouths looking incredibly fierce. It hovered 700 meters above the ground, just floating there quietly, giving an overwhelming sense of invincibility. When Yimu saw it, he couldn't help but be stunned. He was not mistaken, this giant ship was truly enormous. It was indeed the trump card weapon of the dark race. My god, how big must this floating giant ship be? Looks to be at least 1 mile long, that is over 500 meters, it's terrifying, much bigger than an aircraft carrier. How could the dark race possess such advanced technology? Clearly, this is not an ordinary high-tech weapon. Look at its power, it resembles some form of ghostly energy magic, likely controlled only by high-level dark beings. Do you remember the achievement hint? The dark race has a strict hierarchy, and each level controls different resources and technology, so its appearance makes sense. This does not seem like a war weapon that a level 4 dark being could control. Could it be that level 5 dark beings are supporting it from behind? It looks like the truth is becoming clear. It's likely that level 5 dark clans are directly or indirectly involved in the war. As everyone guessed, this giant ship was named Demonic Energy Warship, and it indeed belonged to the level 5 dark clan. However, it was not built by the dark race themselves but originated from an ancient ruin. Due to the great passage of time, it was initially unusable, but later underwent simple modifications by the dark race to make it operable. The dark race did not know how powerful this giant ship was in its original version, but after the modifications, the demonic energy warship could float at a height of 3,000 meters. It could maintain 24 hours of combat time and could bombard the ground, with terrifying power, almost impossible to block. Of course, corresponding to that, its energy consumption was also extremely exaggerated, so under non-essential circumstances, the dark race would not deploy the demonic energy warship. At this moment, the demonic energy warship hovered in the air. Although there was only one, its presence was already enough. Hundreds of 350mm caliber cannons on the ship simultaneously aimed at the cockroaches lurking on the ground. The gunmouths glimmered with ghostly light, accompanied by a deafening roar that shattered the sky. 100 demonic energy cannons fired at the same time, the shells falling like a meteor shower, crashing toward the group of cockroaches on the ground. On the ground, the cockroaches roared at the sky, their eyes wide open as they watched the meteor-like shells fall rapidly. The dark race servants were frightened and panicked. No, no. Don't fire. We are still here. However, the shells did not care about friends or foes, plunging down to the earth with destructive power. Before the demonic energy shells even touched the ground, the earth began to collapse, with mud flying everywhere. The air seemed to freeze for a moment, and then, bright lights burst forth one after another. After that deafening explosions erupted, the ground seemed to be torn apart. Purple flames leaped up from the ground, soaring tens of meters high, and instantly bloomed into purple mushrooms on the ground. The terrifying shockwaves swept out in a radius of several kilometers. Some dark beings who could not escape were knocked to the ground by the shockwaves, their insides shattered, dying on the spot. The power of the demonic energy warship's cannons was truly terrifying, as in the center of the explosion area, the cockroaches had no chance of survival. The bombardment continued incessantly. The demonic energy warship flew at a relatively slow speed. As it bombarded, the front end of the ship began to accumulate demonic energy with a 900mm main cannon. 1 minute later, the main cannon roared to life. The demonic energy beam instantly penetrated 10 kilometers, shooting straight towards the steelback main city. A mushroom cloud nearly 1,000 meters high soared into the sky, and a quarter of the steelback main city was instantly annihilated. Reduced to rubble, the steel melted into molten iron from the high temperature, flowing everywhere. Countless Steelback clan soldiers turned to ash and vanished. Yimu witnessed all of this, gaining a deeper understanding of the strength of the level 5 regional enemies. From level 4 to level 5, this is undoubtedly a qualitative leap. Master, our swarm is being bombarded, suffering heavy losses, and the enemy is still relentlessly pursuing us. What should we do? A mother insect anxiously asked Yimu. Scatter and retreat. The Steelback main city has fallen, and continuing the harassment is meaningless. With no other choice, Yimu decided to withdraw all his troops. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. This thing is simply OP. Are you telling me this is a level 4 area war? The power of this main cannon, calling it a small nuclear bomb is not an exaggeration. Saying it's a level 6 area weapon, I would believe it. The swarm is about to face a tragic defeat. How about those loyal dogs in the hippo country? Are they feeling sorry now? With such a massive warship, ordinary anti-air weapons can't even penetrate its defenses, let alone shoot it down. Even if the swarm has 2 million, being bombarded by this thing in turns, I reckon there won't be much left. I fully support Master Yimu. Master Yimu is forever a legend. In the past, Master Yimu always won, this time will surely be no exception. Many strategists from various countries were shocked by this scene. The combat power displayed by the magical battleship far exceeded everyone's expectations. Record this, send a message to the Lord tomorrow, and be extremely cautious when attacking level 4 areas. It's best not to provoke powerful races, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Better give up the idea of becoming a vassal of Huaxia, level 4 and 5 dark races are already this powerful, and there are still unknown ancient demonic races yet to appear. On the battlefield, the magical battleship slowly moved, like a demon from hell, ruthlessly reaping lives. Wherever it went, beautiful arcs of shells fell, but behind this beauty was a massive amount of death. The number of cockroaches on the ground decreased more and more, following the magical battleship was a dark army of 100,000. This was only a part of it, more than 200,000 dark soldiers were working hard to eliminate the last Steelback clan. The magical battleship advanced all the way, gradually approaching the canyon. In the vast canyon, over 500,000 swarm troops were stationed. Many insects could not retreat in time, once they retreated, the magical battleship would speed up its advance. With the narrowest part of the canyon being 150 meters wide, the magical battleship nearly filled the entire canyon until it reached a relatively open area. It fired its cannons all the way, leaving destruction in its wake. The supreme commander of the Dark Army observed from behind. Standing beside him was the one-armed deputy commander, Narrowus. His emerald green eyes were fixed on the canyon that was about to be reached. The swarm has extremely strong mutation ability, adaptability, and breeding ability, all of them must be exterminated, every main nest destroyed, and every worker be killed. Looks like you know them well. This is already my second time fighting them. Very good. Then I'll leave this to you. The disturbances from the ancient demon clan are becoming more frequent, I must go back and organize a decisive battle against the ancient demon clan. The supreme commander continued, the magical battleship can be used for a maximum of 24 hours, after that, it needs resupply. However, I have prepared a second one for you. 2 magical battleships, plus an army of 500,000 dark soldiers, and more reinforcements will continue to arrive. Do you have confidence? I will kill them all, burn them all. I promise you. Narrowus confidently clenched the only remaining hand, looking at his vanished left arm, eyes filled with hate. Then I'll take my leave. The 2 dark commanders finished their conversation. Meanwhile, their enemy, Yimu and Abaser, were also in discussion. Yimu looked toward the evolution chamber and asked, Abaser, is there any way to improve the attack power and range of the spore crawlers? The spore crawlers are mainly used for defense, but they cannot defend against massive floating battleships. Modifying genes takes time, and it has poor mobility, and it is not recommended to waste time and resources on the spore crawler. Abaser's body naturally swayed, and as it spoke, slime dripped from the corner of its mouth. It continued. The magic warship moves slowly, has limited flight height, clumsy maneuverability, and consumes a lot of resources, it is actually quite impractical. After hearing Abaser's description, Yimu asked, so, it sounds like a useless thing flying in the sky. If that's the case, do you have any way to bring it down? Based on the captured poison mosquito tribe during the war, by extracting its genetic essence and mutating it with the toxic explosive insect, Abaser has created a brand new unit, the explosive mosquito fly. As long as the explosive mosquito nest is mutated, it can hatch explosive mosquito flies. It can cause huge damage to airborne enemies, and if there are enough of them, they can bring down this seemingly powerful giant ship. The corners of Yimu's mouth slightly lifted, thinking that he really didn't choose the wrong person. No, he didn't choose the wrong insect. Mutate all nests in the area into explosive mosquito nests immediately. He pressed his finger against his temple, transmitting his mental will to every corner of the swarm. Worker bees lay on the fungal blanket, starting to mutate the explosive mosquito nest. Meanwhile, the live streaming room was buzzing with excitement. 666, the tech geek is saving the world. That magic warship does have many issues, but it can fly, is huge, and has powerful firepower. I thought Abaser might have a way, but I didn't expect it really would. Explosive mosquito fly, the name sounds quite similar to the toxic explosive insect. 5 hours later, in the level 4 area, the magic warship slowly emerged from the canyon. Behind it, the black fungal blanket vanished, the earth scorched black, and even formed glass crystals from the burning, with countless deceased insects. But at this moment, in the core area of the swarm, on the edge of a main nest, a giant flesh lump rapidly contracted and expanded. Until with a puff, the insect membrane broke open. The explosive mosquito nest appeared for the first time in this world. Chapter 43, Commander, you really are insightful. The appearance of the explosive mosquito nest resembled the head of a giant beast crouching, about the height of 15 floors. At the bottom, huge tubular organs were intertwined, and soft tentacles grew at the top of the fierce head. At this moment, it seemed to be sleeping, occasionally wriggling, causing those who watched it to feel a sense of dread. This structure looks so imposing. It seems much larger than the apartment I live in, and this is just a head. It really looks a bit scary. Finally, the hatching is complete. Just waiting for the explosive mosquito flies to appear. That dark corrupted giant ship looks like a thorn in flesh. It just bothers me. Hurry and destroy it. So many insects died under its bombardment. Will the swarm ever have such giant ships in the future? It's unlikely. After all, the swarm is made of flesh and blood. They can't bear such a large spaceship, and how would they drive it to move? Fortunately, Yi Mu was unaware of their discussion, otherwise, he would surely ask, have you heard of the Leviathan? You see, the swarm, as an interstellar race, considers the Leviathan as their sturdy fortress for traversing space. Just a single Leviathan can reach a length of 7 kilometers. Such a massive size could easily accommodate 1 million insects. Even 10 million insects would not be a problem. Wherever the Leviathan goes, it is as if a natural disaster brought by the swarm descends. Master, the explosive mosquito nest has completed hatching. We can now start hatching explosive mosquito flies. I got it, a baser. Yi Mu checked the hatching cost of the explosive mosquito fly. Each explosive mosquito fly requires 50 essence points and 150 gas points, which is indeed not cheap. However, its hatching speed is quite fast. It only takes 5 minutes to hatch. Yi Mu took another look at the information related to the swarm. Race statistics. Essence, 3.9 million. Gas, 3.2 million. Hives, 907, including 15 main hives. For more building details, please click to view. Unit information. Hero, Kerrigan, Psionic level 4, can be upgraded, Abathur. Worker bees, 290,000. Jump bugs, 660,000. Toxic bomb bugs, 120,000. Stingers, 75,000. Cockroaches, 32,000. Piercers, 2,400. Hatch 10,000 bomb mosquito flying bugs. The larvae in the main hive instantly transformed into cocoons and rapidly swelled up. Yi Mu stared intently at the changes in the cocoons, watching them grow larger almost every second, and when 5 minutes was up. Crack! The cocoon broke open, and out flew a bomb mosquito flying bug. This bomb mosquito flying bug had a dark color all over, its wings spread nearly 8 meters, and its body was 4 meters long. It looked just like a glider. Its head was covered in sharp teeth, looking very fierce. Kai! A sharp cry echoed in the air. The first bomb mosquito flying bug soared into the sky. Before long, thousands of bomb mosquito flying bugs were swirling in the sky, their sharp cries rising and falling in this area. Yi Mu looked at the swarm of bomb mosquito flying bugs that seemed to cover the sky, knowing in his heart that the Dark Race's giant ship would not escape this time. The bomb mosquito flying bugs gathered together, like a large swarm of locusts, rushing toward the battlefield. In the territory of the old Steelback clan, in the canyon area. The Dark Race's magic warship slowly sailed out, emitting an extremely strong sense of oppression. The attacks of spore crawlers and stingers could only leave some minor marks on its armor. Even the armor and magical energy shield could not be breached. Once out of the canyon area, the view ahead suddenly opened up. In the distance, amidst a vast black fungal carpet, numerous hives stood tall. The largest one was undoubtedly the main hive. The highest point of the main hive was nearly 100 meters tall, 5 giant bone-like structures raised high, looking particularly ferocious, with flesh tendons continuously writhing. On the ground, a large number of larvae were slowly crawling. First, blow up the biggest hive. Narcissus issued the order. At this moment, he commanded the Dark Race army, the battle flag fluttering in the wind, looking quite confident of victory. Commander, shouldn't we be a bit more cautious? Once the magic warship leaves the canyon, the swarm won't be limited by the terrain. No need. After the bombardment from the magic warship, I firmly believe the strength of the swarm has greatly weakened, and maybe there are only 200,000 left, not even 100,000. Narcissus became increasingly excited as he spoke. The magic warship is invincible. Tell me, can those bugs even fly up to the sky and gnaw down the warship? Moreover, I have already dispatched a second magic warship. Absolutely foolproof. Look, it has come out. The second magic warship slowly emerged from the canyon, appearing on the battlefield. 2 giant warships appeared simultaneously, dominating the sky, making Narcissus swell even more. He grinned widely, his mouth nearly stretching to his ears. As Narcissus gazed into the distance, he suddenly noticed many small black dots appearing on the horizon. Those small dots were getting closer, and growing larger. It turned out to be a swarm of flying bugs. They flew at a high speed, densely packed, their wings slicing through the air. Commander, the enemy is launching an aerial attack. Don't panic, with their teeth, they absolutely cannot gnaw through the warship's defenses. Hundreds of bomb mosquito flying bugs opened their jaws, viciously biting at the magic warship's armor. Although the metal on the armor began to twist and deform, the warship was not harmed in substance. Commander, you truly have foresight. What can biting do? At that moment, a bomb mosquito flying bug bit down hard on the edge of the warship, and then, a burst of green light erupted from within it. Boom! The bomb mosquito flying bug exploded. Under the terrifying shock of the explosion, corrosive liquid splashed on the warship's armor. A hissing sound emerged, and to everyone's surprise, that incredibly strong armor actually started to corrode. Large amounts of molten iron flowed down the armor, with white smoke billowing up. How could this happen? Narcissus was utterly shocked. Boom! The continuous sounds of explosions rang out. The Magitech warship was continuously dripping corrosive molten iron, with thick smoke rising. However, it still floated steadily in the air, showing no signs of falling. Just as I thought. Narcissus' lips curled up as he confidently said, "The armor of the warship is over 10 meters thick, they could never bring it down." Before he finished speaking, his subordinate cautiously whispered, "Commander, could you please stop talking for a moment? Are you questioning me?" At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from the clouds high above. Narcissus and his subordinate both looked up, instantly shocked by the incredible scene before them. In the mist, thousands of exploding mosquitoes surged down like a waterfall, charging towards the top of the Magitech warship. The thunderous sounds of explosions continued. 10 seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. Under the continuous bombardment, the entire top of the Magitech warship was completely shattered, and explosions erupted inside the ship as well. Flames shot high, thick smoke billowed. The Magitech warship fell towards the earth like a collapsing mountain, causing the air to emit a cracking scream. Booming. After the Magitech warship sank dozens of meters into the ground, it exploded completely, scattering scrap metal and magic energy everywhere, with smoke filling the air. Narcissus' face instantly changed drastically. His brain went blank. How could all this happen? The Invincible Magitech warship had actually crashed like this. The sharp cry rang out in the air again. No! Quickly order the second warship to retreat. Narcissus suddenly came back to his senses. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The Magitech warship's maneuverability was simply too weak. Before it could really complete its turn, the exploding mosquitoes had already launched a wave of self-destruct attacks, sending corrosive liquid splashing up, creating large clouds of smoke. On a distant hillside, Kerrigan and the mother of bugs, Nazareth, stood side by side, gazing at the last Magitech warship being bombarded, with nowhere to escape. Exchanging 5,000 exploding mosquitoes for a Magitech warship is still a good deal. Yes, my queen. Against the master, they ultimately can only die at the hands of the swarm. Under their watch, the exploding mosquitoes surged continuously, crashing and exploding one after another. That once invincible Magitech warship swayed and teetered. Even though it had hundreds of powerful shipborne cannons, at this moment, it was powerless and could not escape its doom. Finally, it exploded in the air, and the instant burst of light covered half the sky. The invincible warship ultimately still fell to the earth. Chapter 44, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. Narcissus' eyes widened as if they were about to burst, the intense light from the explosion blurred his vision. In a hazy way, he caught sight of countless dark warriors being struck by the falling giant warship. The ensuing explosions caused massive casualties. The falling giant ship violently lifted the fungal blanket, sending yellow sand flying all around, forming a brief dust storm. Amid the haze of the sand, the wreckage of the giant ship flickered. The Lord's public channel was bustling with activity. From Hippopotamus Country, Chara excitedly sent several messages. "This is unbelievable. So glorious. I feel like my blood is burning. Dad Yimu's swarm is simply invincible." From White Flag Country, Julia asked in confusion, "So, what exactly happened?" From Neon, New Circle Sayaka said a bit regretfully, "I kind of regret it. So boring, after becoming a lord, I can no longer watch the live streams of my idol Yimu." Michelle from the Pyramid Country urged anxiously, "I advise you not to keep us in suspense any longer, don't tease us." Euphemia from Persia quickly agreed, "I completely agree." Chuan Deng from the United States said sarcastically, I saw through you at a glance, you're trying to market, right? You want to help Yimu gain traffic in topics, enticing others to sign unequal treaties. I see right through you." Chara from Hippo Country responded angrily, "Old Maisie, if you're not honest, don't expect everyone to be like you. Lord Yimu's swarm is invincible." Chara continued, "Everyone, I have received permission from Daddy Yimu to tell you. Just now, Lord Yimu's swarm destroyed 2 enemy war giants. Each one is over 500 meters long and has armor more than 10 meters thick." Chuan Deng from the United States was dismissive, 500 meters long warships, armor more than 10 meters thick, if I'm not mistaken, they should be space warships. Considering the current situation of the swarm, if they can bring it down, I won't say much more, everyone understands. Elizabeth from Bigging scoffed, don't treat everyone like fools, don't you think your words are too ridiculous? I'm a PhD from the Royal Academy of the Bigging Empire, I absolutely do not believe it. I swear on my IQ. Chara was momentarily speechless. He suddenly realized that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it would indeed be hard to believe, everything was just too beyond imagination. Daddy Emu is so strong. He once again sincerely marveled. Chara then closed the public channel, turning his gaze back to the battlefield in the level 4 area where the swarm was located. He had a strong intuition that the decisive battle for the ownership of this level 4 area might be coming soon. And indeed it was. When the sandstorm caused by the fall of the energy warship gradually settled, the Dark Army did not retreat but instead quickened their pace. Narcissus stood high, continuously issuing one command after another, determined to launch the entire army into battle. More than 300,000 troops directly engaged in combat, while the 200,000 reserve army in the gorge also set off to join the battle, trying to determine the outcome with one strike. Narcissus' face was as dark as if water could drip from it. The crash of the energy warship was something he could not explain to the higher-level Dark Ones. If he could not annihilate the swarm today, he would fall from the position of a level 4 Dark Commander to a Dark Servant, which was almost worse than death. Moreover, he had his own calculations in mind. The number of the swarm was definitely not just the 100,000 or 200,000 he mentioned before, but it should not exceed 400,000 at most. And the Dark Army had more than 500,000 troops, with individual combat power clearly stronger. Looking at it, 500,000 against 400,000, the advantage was on his side. Commander, shouldn't we reconsider? A subordinate cautiously suggested. No. Narcissus waved his hand, decisively saying, just now in the gorge, the warship bombarded for more than 5 hours, killing at least hundreds of thousands of swarms. Now the swarm is like a rickety old house, just a gentle kick could knock it down. The servant army will hold the front line and wait for the follow-up troops to arrive. Narcissus' powerful voice echoed through the 4 directions. He stood up straight, his posture exceptionally strong. Gazing at the land covered in a black mold blanket, he raised one arm high and shouted, in this battle, those who achieve military merits may be promoted to honorary dark lineage. Hearing this, the servant army's eyes lit up, their morale instantly boosted. The Dark Army flooded out of the gorge continuously, such a massive scale made it no easy task to deploy fully in this area. So, the follow-up troops had not all arrived yet. The Dark Army ahead has already engaged in small-scale fighting with the swarm. Yimu looked down at the battlefield, resting his chin in one hand and pondering. The Dark Ones are about to have a decisive battle with the swarm. The winner will definitely take the entire level 4 area and even have a chance to attack more places. He felt a surge of emotions rise within him. The swarm had been growing wildly, collecting resources at a furious pace, leading to rapid depletion of territory resources, and he simply could not resist territorial expansion. Since the other side wants a battle, then let's fight. He pressed his fingers to his temples and issued commands to the entire swarm. All fighting units of the swarm, including spine crawlers, spore crawlers, and the mother creature, gather at the eastern battle zone. The decisive battle is about to begin. All worker bees, speed up your collection. The hive will hatch more cockroaches and stingers at full force. Kerrigan, you are in charge of commanding the front line. Mother Nazarus, organize a mobile swarm ready to intercept any dark escapes or seize the opportunity to penetrate their flanks. All units, be alert and stay hidden. Don't let the Dark Ones find you. The entire swarm began operating like a precision machine, swiftly getting into action. Nearly 700,000 leap bugs/fishing bugs, 120,000 rolling explosive bugs, over 60,000 stingers, and more than 30,000 cockroaches. Totals more than 900,000. After continuous battles, the number of fighting units in the swarm had decreased. Even so, this number was still astonishing. So much so that relevant information appeared in the live streams of many lords on Blue Star. God, the swarm of Huaxia is about to launch a great decisive battle. The scale of the war exceeds 1 million. Oh, Huaxia must be cheating. They have gathered nearly 1 million swarm creatures to prepare for battle. Quick, go to Yimu's livestream in Huaxia. If the swarm loses this battle, Huaxia will be in danger. In an instant, the winds shifted. The online viewers in Yimu's livestream surged sharply, breaking new records. Watching this gives me goosebumps, the number of swarm creatures is just too much. You all missed the thrilling parts, go watch the replay of the fallen magic warship. I just finished watching the replay and can only say, it was so shocking. By comparison, our Green Luo Lord is simply useless. If this battle is won, Huaxia will occupy the level 4 area, and the power gap with other countries will widen again. The swarm is truly formidable, even I, a Huaxia person, have to admit that. Thanks to Yimu's foresight back then. In the Huaxia think tank, everyone watched Yimu's calm expression, but they were all extremely tense. After all, every war is full of high uncertainty, especially against opponents as formidable as the Dark Ones. The Dark Ones are one of the two most powerful races on the ancient continent, and reinforcements appearing later is not impossible. The room was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, as everyone quietly watched, waiting for the true great battle to arrive. Similar scenes were playing out all over the world, including in the United States. It would be best for Huaxia to lose, they are too powerful now. If Huaxia loses, reclaim everything, and the world will still be ours. Countless eyes were fixed tightly on Yi Mu's livestream. Watching small-scale battles spread across dozens of kilometers, witnessing more swarm creatures hatching out of their cocoons, seeing existing hives starting to be destroyed by the Dark Ones. At the same time, the Dark Army also began to suffer casualties. Using this black land as the chessboard, both sides were like pieces on a board, their numbers rapidly increasing while also constantly consuming each other. Chapter 45, The Swarm should be out of troops by now. On this black land covering an area of 5,000 square kilometers, the war has already begun. Almost every inch of the area was witnessing fierce battles between the swarm and the Dark Ones. The fungus blanket seemed insatiable, greedily sucking the fresh blood flowing from the dead bodies. With a thunderous roar, a nest of bugs sitting on the hill was severely damaged. Its skeleton was exposed, lifeless, and the fungus blanket surrounding it began to lose its vitality. It turned out the Dark Ones had launched a surprise attack. Before long, thousands of splitting bugs appeared like a storm, racing across the black fungus blanket with greatly increased speed. Those fierce dark purple eyes locked tightly onto a group of enemies, a pack of dark servants. Dark servants is just a general term, further divided into different races. This time, the splitting bugs were chasing and attacking a group of four-armed beasts. The four-armed beasts were large, generally 2 meters tall, armed with explosives and other weapons, possessing considerable destructive power. After the war broke out, this group of four-armed beasts had successfully destroyed several bug nests. This group of four-armed beasts, numbering over 100, was originally sent by the Dark Ones to act as bait. They carried a large amount of explosives, planning to quickly retreat after the surprise attack. However, on this battlefield covered in black fungus, both sides had deployed too many troops, making any action easily unnoticed by the enemy, and battle was almost inevitable. The four-armed beasts were far slower than the splitting bugs, and when they realized they were about to be overwhelmed by the tide of bugs, they found there was nowhere to escape. The leading four-armed beast made up its mind and ignited all the explosives. The amount of explosives they carried was astonishing. As the fuses burned out, all the explosives exploded in succession. In an instant, the fire soared to the sky, the power shocking everyone. The vibration waves from the ground even reached over 10 kilometers away. The explosion here successfully drew the attention of the Dark Army. More servant troops were dispatched to this area, but when they arrived, they found thousands of splitting bugs emerging from underground at the explosion site, along with spike snakes appearing further away. Large numbers of bone spikes fell like rain, instantly taking down many from the servant army. We've been tricked. Quickly request support. Signal flares rose into the sky, and more dark servant troops surged towards this area, with deployed forces exceeding 10,000, trying to exterminate this group of bugs. In this series of chain reactions, the number of bugs in the area began to increase dramatically. The battlefield of slaughter no longer remained confined to just the splitting bugs and the four-armed beasts. Until the true Dark Army arrived, cockroaches, spike snakes, and rolling poison exploding bugs all began to converge towards this area. Centered around this, a great battle fully erupted. 100,000 Dark Vanguard troops lined up in a neat black formation, steadily advancing towards the bug swarm. Most of them were servant troops, mainly using melee and throwing weapons. Behind them, there was a real Dark Legion of 10,000, occasionally cutting in like a sharp blade, trying to tear apart the bug swarm's tough defenses. At the back of the battlefield, Kerrigan witnessed all of this. She did not plan to continue adding troops but instead let the 150,000 bugs continue to hold off the Dark Servant army, allowing the front line to gradually retreat. Seeing this, the Dark Army's morale surged, and they sent another 100,000 servant troops into battle. At the very front line of the war clash, hundreds, even more, lives were lost every minute. Kerrigan appeared extremely restrained. She also dispatched a bug swarm of 150,000 to engage in a tug-of-war with the Dark Army. Such a large-scale battlefield could no longer be managed by one person. It required numerous secondary commanders to collaborate in battle. Yi Mu surveyed the entire battlefield, with almost every area embroiled in fierce battle, and neither side had yet deployed their real main forces. It's too brutal. Just one small battleground would be enough for other lords to turn it into a life-and-death war. Why are they being so restrained? Shouldn't the bug army charge all at once? It must be to first wear down the enemy, then launch a fierce attack. I have a hunch that with Yi Mu's vision, we definitely cannot guess his true purpose. The Dark Ones have increased their troops again. At the rear of the battlefield, the Dark One's commander, Neris, observes the entire situation. He keenly notices that while the swarm seems ready to collapse, it stubbornly withstands the attack of the Dark One's servant army. At this moment, the number of the swarm on the battlefield has approached 300,000, which means they have little surplus force left. Neris raises his chin, looking strategic and confident. The swarm is inherently warlike and bloodthirsty. Back then, they did not hesitate to exchange 300,000 swarms for our over 100,000 troops. Stupidity comes at a cost, and they now no longer have a significant numerical advantage. Relay my order, the remaining 200,000 servant troops, push forward. Crush the swarm in one go. The Dark One's army obeys the command, and the remaining 200,000 servant troops rush out in full force. The front lines of battle are already fierce, and the newly joined troops can only seek another area. Thus, the front lines of the war begin to expand, affecting an increasingly astonishing range. From the far east to the far west of the level 4 area, new clashes unfold everywhere, and lives are lost every moment. The newly joined Dark One's army attempts to flank the enemy. Just then, Yimu gives the order to deploy another 200,000 swarm troops. There is no need to crush the enemy, they merely need to hold them back, buying time. Time flies quickly, and soon, Commander Neris is shocked to discover that the number of swarms on the battlefield, after accounting for the dead, still exceeds 400,000. How can there be so many swarms? He can hardly believe his eyes. By estimation, it would be reasonable for the number of swarms to remain between 200,000 and 400,000. Yet now, their actual scale appears to have reached 500,000. Neris suddenly feels fortunate that he was cautious enough to call in 200,000 reinforcements ahead of time, otherwise, he could indeed fall into a dilemma of insufficient troops. The swarm surely has no remaining strength. Neris has a gut feeling that the end of this war might come even quicker than he expected. So, he issues the final command. All remaining Dark One's troops, attack. Destroy the swarm. On this battlefield, the army formed by 100,000 pure Dark Ones is the true core power of the Dark Ones. They are larger in size compared to ordinary servants, and their weapons and armor are refined with magical energy, making their individual combat power extremely formidable. Compared to the Dark One servants, they can often take on 5 or even more. When such a powerful race gathers into a legion, it is like a sharp blade unsheathed, unstoppable. Since the war began with the Dark Ones, the number of deaths for both the Swarm and Dark One servants has exceeded hundreds of thousands, yet the actual death toll for the Dark Ones is no more than 20,000. At this moment, the Dark One's main force rushes out, like a peerless weapon, striking fiercely at the Swarm army. Chapter 46, It's time to reel in the net. On the Black Earth, the originally continuous Swarm defense line is instantly torn apart, and the morale of the entire Dark One's army surges, seizing the moment to advance. Those anxious Dark One servants also roar, waving their weapons, and fight fiercely, charging deeper into the Swarm defense line. The splitter bugs are scattered by the violent impact, and nest after nest is destroyed, losing all vitality. The tumors on the fungal carpet are crushed, and the black fungal carpet, like withered vegetation, gradually recedes like a tide. Neris wields his weapon with one hand, deftly killing a spiked snake that has drilled out from the ground. Listening to the roar echoing through the battlefield, he feels increasingly proud. He believes the swarm has begun to crumble, and everything is developing as he envisioned. Unknowingly, his charging steps become more urgent. Neris witnesses the Dark One's army besieging a main nest, though the swarm fights back fiercely. Yet it could not stop the fierce onslaught of the Darklings. One by one, the swarms of insects died in the attack. The number of swarms on the battlefield is down to less than 200,000. Naluz looked at the overwhelming black army charging forward. In terms of numbers and combat power, his side had an absolute advantage. However, in an area he never anticipated, a one-sided slaughter was taking place. That was in the gorge at the rear of Naluz's forces, where originally 2,000 Darkling troops were stationed, but now they were on the brink of collapse. Countless leaping insects and rolling explosive insects surged forth like a tide, and finally the last Darkling was consumed by the jumping insects. Nazalus slowly stepped out and commanded, "Pass my orders, the worker bees will begin to hatch the nests, and the spine-climbing insects will move quickly to completely seal off the gorge." The war continued from day to night. On the surface, the number of swarms on the battlefield was already very few. In the Lord's space, Yimu remained calm, quietly witnessing the nests and swarms continuously disappear. At the same time, he saw the Darklings step by step approaching the danger zone. They appeared to be high-spirited and confident of victory, but in reality, their stamina was being steadily consumed. To be smug before the war is over invites a heavy price. The Darklings are finished. There's no saving them, really no saving them. Don't the Darklings realize that the swarms have mostly been made up of fission insects and explosive insects, and that the jumping insects have hardly appeared? These are all low-cost soldiers, and even the number of cockroaches hasn't exceeded 15,000. It's not that they haven't noticed, but the Darklings have misled themselves. They thought that the battleship bombarding them was hitting the main force of the swarms, not realizing those were just bait. The Darkling army still has over 400,000 left. Their numbers haven't really decreased, but their stamina consumption is too great. Once they receive a heavy blow, they can easily collapse. This tactic of using the swarm as resources to exhaust the enemy can only be carried out without burden by the swarms, who are not worried about any rebellion, as they are absolutely loyal. The nests in the gorge are about to hatch, and there are spine-climbing insects. They even began hatching venomous serpents and cockroaches. It's time to net them. Once this battle ends, the swarms will be the first race to occupy level 4 areas. Yimu looked over the whole situation. The number of living swarms on the battlefield was less than 50,000, mostly scattered cockroaches and venomous serpents resisting the siege. But beneath the fungal blanket at the rear of the battlefield, there were hidden 200,000 jumping insects, 120,000 fission insects, 80,000 rolling explosive insects, along with 45,000 venomous serpents, 30,000 cockroaches, and 1,500 piercing insects, totaling nearly 500,000. These may seem to be a small number, but they contained many high combat units that had not yet entered combat. They were enough to catch the Darkling army off guard. Moreover, there were continuous resource outputs in the rear, with the hive larvae constantly hatching more jumping insects, cockroaches, and so on, strengthening the swarm's power. Yimu pressed his fingers against his temple and gave the order. Kerrigan, Nazalus has sealed the exit. It's time to begin. The moment of final battle has arrived. No enemy will leave alive. Kerrigan's voice was cold as she stared at the battlefield ahead, conveying orders to the queens of the swarm. The orders were quickly relayed down through the ranks. Swarm army, drown our enemies. One queen excitedly issued her command. She had been holding back for too long. In the seemingly desperate rear of the swarms, suddenly 50,000 jumping insects bursted forth from beneath the fungal blanket, charging toward the battlefield under the night like tigers pouncing on their prey. Then, 120,000 fission insects surged forth, crashing toward the Darkling army like a mountain avalanche. No, how can there suddenly be so many insects? They're rushing at us. Kill them all, they're just low-level insects. Put. The piercing insect's sharp spines broke through the ground, instantly tearing the target into a blood mist that exploded. This kind of attack wasn't isolated, hundreds or thousands launched simultaneously. In the chaos, a Darkling slave general looked in terror toward the distance, only to see countless bone spines coming toward them like a storm. Oh, no! Under the rain of bone spines falling down, the massive four-armed beast was instantly killed, a sight too horrific to bear. The shadow servants, with limited vision in the deep night, could only see within 100 meters, but had already sensed the swarm of insects surging toward them. The true shadows had better vision at night, able to see further into the darkness. Narcissus stood high above, moments before still excitedly commanding and inspiring morale, but the next moment, when it looked toward the black earth in the distance, it saw the ground rising with black bone spikes, spaced dozens of meters apart, quickly burrowing beneath the surface, extending up to 10 kilometers, like a rolling black tsunami approaching. And on that trembling ground, over 80,000 rolling explosive insects surged forward like waves, charging straight toward the battlefield. A chill instantly rushed through Narcissus' body, its muscles trembling uncontrollably as it struggled to widen its eyes, hoping this was just an illusion, yet everything was starkly real. It had witnessed a similar scene before, when 20,000 cockroach creatures moved underground together, but the scale before it was more than double that time. With the defensive capabilities, regenerative powers, and tearing battlefield strength of these cockroach creatures, once the front line was torn open, the consequences were unimaginable. Narcissus instantly understood that the swarm had never vanished, and the Shadow Army's numbers had never surpassed theirs. Purebred Shadow Legion, quickly resist the insect swarm attack, quickly form battle formations, defend. It shouted hoarsely, but it was already too late. The Shadow Legion had long been scattered, with shadows and shadow servants mixed together, and it was utterly impossible to rearrange battle formations in such a short time. It could only watch helplessly as countless cockroaches burst forth from the ground, forcibly splitting the Shadow Army, more than 80,000 poisonous explosive insects jumping and exploding one after another. With the cover of cockroaches and stinging snakes, the Shadow Army had no place to shield themselves. In the constant explosions, the Shadow Army vanished in pieces, in formations. When the last rolling explosive insect detonated and disappeared, the numbers of the Shadow Army had been cut in half. More swarms quickly closed in, but they did not completely surround the Shadow Army, instead leaving an escape route. Chapter 47, The Arcane Energy Adapter. Do not retreat, hold fast. That is a trap. Narcissus shouted loud, but on the chaotic battlefield, its voice had no effect. Soon, what seemed like a hopeful escape route turned into a channel for the Shadow Servant's chaotic flight. The resisting purebred Shadow Legion received focused attention from the swarm. Narcissus' desperate cries caught the attention of a figure. Suddenly, Narcissus felt an invisible force tightening around its throat, lifting its entire body into the air. Its eyes bulged wide, struggling desperately but to no avail. Arcane Energy Adapter. Narcissus was terrified. Arcane energy adapters were extremely rare, even among the noble shadow race, only a few could awaken. Once awakened, they would surely start from level 5. How could such lowly insects have an arcane energy adapter? Narcissus could not make sense of it at all. It felt its life force rapidly fading, its body growing colder. The swarm is a great calamity. As the last spark of vitality faded, Narcisse dropped to the ground. Hidden nearby, Kerrigan withdrew her hand. For her, assassinating a commander was merely a piece of cake. She moved alone through the chaotic battlefield. Wherever she went, as soon as she spotted a strong shadow, she would strike to kill, either with psionic power or with a single shot from her gun. Whenever she passed by, the swarm would willingly part to make way for her, and once she walked through, they would continue to attack the trapped enemy. The air was thick with the pungent scent of blood, and in Kerrigan's pupils, a deep purple glow gradually gathered and radiated outward. She sensed that she had broken through, becoming a level 5 psionic adapter, and many sealed memories were awakened along with it, including skills mastered at level 5. She deactivated her invisibility, and soon, hundreds of shadow warriors noticed her. There's a strange bug here. Kill her. They surged forward. Kerrigan lightly tapped the ground with her toes, and her whole body seemed to float, dense purple ghost energy swirling around her, exuding a terrifying aura. The Dark Warriors showed terror upon seeing this. Yes, it's the magic energy adapter, quickly escape. However, just as they turned to flee, they witnessed a burst of blinding purple light. Kerrigan shot through a distance of 200 meters like a comet, and in the 50-meter range she passed through, all living beings were torn apart by ghost energy, exploding instantly. All of this took just 2 seconds, and the scene was horrific. Yi Mu, observing the situation, was not surprised. With Kerrigan's potential, he would not be shocked if she single-handedly wiped out an army of 1,000,000 in the future. The live stream instantly erupted. Wow! This is totally cheating, right? Kerrigan is too strong, instantly annihilating hundreds of enemies. The magic energy adapter that the Dark Ones talked about, is it someone like Kerrigan? They seem to fear the magic energy adapters. If it were me, I'd be afraid too, indeed the queen. Wise and brave. The expression on her face while killing reminded me of my wife. Feeling for the upstairs gauge eye. This battle should end before dawn. The Dark Servant army began to flee in chaos. Gradually, the Dark Legion also started to retreat in an organized manner. When they escaped to the canyon, they found a black fungal blanket appearing beneath their feet again. A clever little leader of the Dark Servant army looked up with fear on his face. No way. He looked up and saw towering black shadows appearing in the canyon, blocking their way. Despairing emotions instantly spread among the crowd. We're done for. The weapon in his hand fell, and he completely lost the will to fight. The swarm swept across the entire battlefield like a fierce wind blowing away leaves. Until 4:30 in the morning, at dawn, the battlefield was littered with corpses. The black fungal blanket once again covered this area, with the fungal tumors extending towards outside the canyon. In the light of dawn, the black fungal blanket uncontrollably began to cover the entire former territory of the Steelback tribe, including the now ruined main city, up to every corner. The Steelback tribe had long since vanished without a trace, and the sound of the Dark Army was completely gone before dawn. On this land, hundreds of thousands of insect swarms gathered together, densely packed, as if to cover the entire world. Hundreds of insect nests began to hatch simultaneously. This prolonged war that lasted for days and annihilated a 1,000,000-strong army finally came to a close. Yi Mu stretched. Finally won. This sea of insects looks so shocking. Shocking +1. The Lord of Huaxia Yi Mu's insect race successfully occupies a level 4 area. Obtained essence +1,000,000, gas +1,000,000, randomly unlocked a hero unit. As the first player to occupy a level 4 area, received a super reward. The national biotechnology faces a surge. All citizens physique +150, all citizens spiritual potential +25. Obtained natural wonder, starry sky giant nest. A nest of a starry sky giant beast, with a probability of attracting the descent of starry sky giants to inhabit. Starry sky giants can greatly promote the development of biotechnology. The announcement caused the barrage to explode instantly. This battle attracted netizens from various countries to watch the livestream. Seeing the insect swarm ultimately achieve great victory and receive such generous rewards, many foreign netizens felt envious. Biotechnology faces a surge. The scientific community has always believed that biotechnology is the key field of the new era. Now, Huaxia will undoubtedly gain the most core technological results, whether in medicine, medical beauty, or aspects of physique enhancement and lifespan extension. It will bring immeasurable huge benefits. Moreover, there is also a natural wonder, starry sky giant nest, attracting the descent of starry sky giants, something humanity never dared to think about before. Yi Mu, the great man, is forever a god. Awesome. I now feel like I can kill 10 cows. Thank you, Yi Mu. Please, don't harm the cows anymore. Ha ha. I broke through and awakened to become a magic energy adapter. Just awakened, and I flipped the roof of my house. As usual, hello, great Yi Mu from the Huaxia country. Making those foreigners drool. The internet user from Hippo country expressed, Dad country is the best in the world. I'm already learning Chinese, I love Huaxia. Password correct. Just as everyone was heatedly discussing, an announcement appeared in the public channel. Pyramid Country, Michelle, oh god. The swarm is so powerful. I had previously scouted the level 4 area, and there are a million races there, with at least 500,000 combat units. White Flag Country, Julia, brother Yimu is amazing. Neon Xin1Gia, Yimu is the strongest. I want to see Yimu's live broadcast, y equals 0.0 equals. Hippo Country, Chula, I told you before, you didn't believe me. In fact, the real war is even more intense and exaggerated than this. Communication time is coming soon, only 3 minutes left, everyone hurry up and ask questions. He. America of Chuan Deng, no matter what you say, I still don't believe there are 500-meter-long giant ships. Hippo Country, Chula, as long as you're happy, that's enough. Chapter 48, isn't this too belligerent? Yimu examined the current situation of the swarm. In the newly captured level 4 area, the southern nest of the swarm suffered heavy damage, with half of the nests destroyed by the dark race, including a main nest. The split pools, mosquito nests, and exploding worm nests also did not escape damage. The loss of swarm numbers was even more severe. Sustained combat left Yimu's resources nearly depleted, but the newly acquired 1 million essence and gas greatly relieved his pressure. He used the continuously produced essence to hatch more nests, so as to gather more resources from the newly occupied territory and help the swarm recover quickly. He glanced over the existing swarm. Among the 300,000 swarm units, there were over 200,000 junk bugs, and the numbers of cockroaches and thorn snakes had also significantly decreased. Seeing this, Yimu issued the order, hatch 5,000 exploding mosquitoes. As soon as the words fell, 5,000 larvae quickly transformed into cocoons, beginning to expand and contract rhythmically. What is going on? I'm confused, why hatch exploding mosquitoes? Confused +1, exploding mosquitoes consume too much gas resource, and only target aerial units, what's the use in hatching them? Unless there's a possibility. Oh my god, Yimu is going to continue the attack. That's why he is hatching exploding mosquitoes. Isn't this too belligerent? The swarm's combat units only number over 300,000. Only over 300,000, the White Flag Country probably wants to cry with envy. The fighting units of India have also increased several times. We are no weaker than the swarm. Cow Dung Country, stop trying to seek attention. With your race's battle power, you probably can't even defeat a splitting bug. The barrage instantly sparked a fierce debate. The Huaxia think tank observed this scene, and several people's expressions changed slightly. Isn't this too radical and irrational? No, I think he has a plan. The Dark Race army has just been wiped out, and their defenses are definitely very weak. But the Dark Race is not limited to just one level 4 area. There are level 5, 6, and even higher level areas with their presence. Once they notice. Maybe Yimu is simply making exploding mosquitoes to guard against the Dark Race? Okay, forget what I said. After this, the person was speechless. Everyone stared wide-eyed as over 300,000 swarm troops poured out, and even watching through the live broadcast, one could feel the overwhelming aura like the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. In the air, dozens of bugs floated towards the next area. The leaping bugs, with the fastest movement speed, rushed through the only passage like a gale, heading towards the Dark Race's territory. The view suddenly opened up. Here was the terrain of the level 3 area, where 10,000 Dark Race slave soldiers were stationed, completely unaware of the impending danger. How could there be bugs here? A small Dark Race leader shouted angrily, "What are you all doing? Hurry up and get rid of them." While it was frantically shouting, it suddenly heard a deafening sound of the ground shaking and a deep roar. When it turned around, what was reflected in its pupils was dozens of thousands of leaping bugs charging like a surging tide. From the earth emerged monstrous creatures with hideous faces, and bone spines filled the sky, raining down like raindrops towards their location. Tens of thousands of dark-skinned slave soldiers were instantly wiped out, with no chance to even send a message. As the dripping blood flowed on the parched land, dozens of worker bees quickly crawled over. They evenly spread out, split open their backs, wrapped themselves in mucus, and then began to thump and expand, hatching a nest of insects. This battle ended far too quickly. The think tank witnessed the entire process. When the tide of insects comes, it really makes one feel hopeless. Luckily, there are no swarms of insects in reality. There certainly won't be swarms of insects in reality, but there are in the Lord's space. Fortunately, Yimu chose it and didn't give other nations a chance. I think you are worrying too much. Besides Yimu, who would think the insect race has potential? After all, it started off as just an ordinary worker bee. It seems Yimu has no intention of stopping. The insect is still flying towards the next area. The leading man suddenly laughed wickedly, raising a cup of tea and taking a sip. The speed at which the swarm collects resources is too fast. Even in the level 4 area, plus the newly occupied places, the swarm will soon drain the resources. The most important thing for the insect race is to occupy territory. This is just another form of the strategy Mongolians use to sustain war with war, right? Exactly. But, the next area is level 4, and it is also the territory of the dark-skinned race. Will he really take action? In the room, over 40 experts from Huaxia, some firmly believed Yi Mu would act, while others held a skeptical attitude. Until suddenly, screams echoed in the sky, and 5,000 explosive mosquito insects circled above the swarm. Immediately after, a massive wave of insects surged forward like a flood, recklessly charging towards the next level 4 area. Yi Mu supported his chin with one hand, closely watching the battlefield situation. This was undoubtedly a gamble, but for the swarm, such a gamble was absolutely necessary. An individual level 4 area generally covers an area of 10,000 square kilometers, which is about 1,000th of Huaxia's territory. Such vast land, investing 300,000 insects into it, actually does not seem very noticeable, especially when the local terrain is complex. The eye insect carefully observed the terrain and environment of this area, discovering that mostly it was flat land, with some hilly regions, lush vegetation, and many scattered dark-skinned cities. Within the cities, many temples were built to worship the deities of the dark-skinned race, like the god of war. In front of the temples, dried blood could always be seen, which was left behind after the dark-skinned race captured other races for live sacrifices. In the past, this area was silent, and no race dared to provoke it. After all, the entire dark-skinned world has over 500,000 troops. However today, because Narcissus led his army away, the defense of this level 4 area was empty, with the remaining total troop strength not exceeding 30,000. In a city located among the forests, above the city gate, an officer of the guarding army frowned deeply, anxiously asking, "Has there been no news from Commander Narcissus?" "None. I always worry that something unexpected will happen." "Don't worry, Commander. Think about it, how could the swarm possibly be a match for over 50,000 dark-skinned troops? Besides, there are 2 magic warships. The Lord probably has already turned the last insect to ashes." "That's true. Ha ha. Just a bunch of insects." It laughed heartily. But soon, a small point floating in the sky caught its attention. "What is that?" "It looks like the eye insect from the swarm." Suddenly, a thick smoke surged from afar, the ground shook violently, and the smoke rose, towering hundreds of meters high, as if a great disaster was about to arrive. As the thick smoke drew near, everyone was horrified to find that it was a tide of insects overwhelming the sky. How could this be? No, no. The insect tide effortlessly engulfed the entire city. Without any pause, they continued to charge towards the next dark city. The sea of bugs surged like roaring waves, overwhelming one city after another, slaughtering all enemies completely. Finally, as the last dark city was breached, a warship powered by magic energy had just taken off. It was destroyed by 5,000 explosive mosquitoes and crashed within the city, turning this last stronghold of the dark into ruins. This level 4 area was even more fertile than the Steelback tribe's territory, possessing a large amount of crystal ores and gas mines, all crucial resources for the swarm. Hundreds of worker bees followed the army of bugs to this place, dispersing to mutate into nests on the spot. The number of nests hatching in this area quickly surpassed 300, and it continued to grow. A large number of worker bees surged into this area, frantically collecting all kinds of visible resources. The speed of expansion is astonishing. This is what a vision looks like. If it were me, I would definitely restore development first before occupying land. It seems my vision is still too small. By the time the restoration is done, the Dark Army will probably also arrive. Anyway, this matter can't be hidden, so it's better to occupy more resources and hatch more bugs. Suddenly, an announcement echoed throughout China. Lord of China Yi Mu's insect race has successfully occupied a level 4 area. Gained essence plus 1 million, gas plus 1 million. Gained national rare animals plus 100%. All citizens' physicality plus 150, all citizens' mental energy potential plus 25. As the announcement was made, miraculous changes appeared all over China. Rare animals seemed to no longer be so rare. For example, in a small village in a bamboo forest province, 3 giant pandas suddenly appeared. In the northeast mountains, among the snowy landscape, several northeastern tigers majestically emerged, their patterns particularly striking. Roar! One of the northeastern tigers spotted a drunken man in the forest and pounced over fiercely. Then, bam bam bam. The man threw 3 punches, drunkenly cursing as he left. "If it weren't for you being a protected animal, I would take you back to roast. How come I feel my strength has increased? Yi Mu is awesome." Meanwhile, the northeastern tiger lay on the ground, fainting from the encounter. Chapter 49, Has the Western Holy Mother Syndrome struck again? Time passed quickly, like a fleeting horse, and the swarm enjoyed a peaceful period without disturbances from war. Yi Mu decisively activated 100 times time acceleration. As a result, the territory occupied by the swarm has exceeded 30,000 square kilometers, with the number of nests breaking the 1,000 mark on this vast land. These two level 4 areas acted like two treasure troves, constantly supplying countless resources to the swarm. The swarm followed a cyclical pattern of producing worker bees, gathering resources, and then producing worker bees again. The number of worker bees soared and has now surpassed 500,000. In terms of the quantity of a single unit, no country among the 196 nations worldwide could match the total number of their races. The direct result of the vast number of worker bees was an explosive growth in resource quantity. These resources rapidly transformed into an astonishing expansion of the swarm. Now, the total number of jumping bugs and fission bugs exceeded 1.9 million, the total number of exploding bugs surpassed 200,000, and the number of stinging snakes reached 150,000, while the cockroach count also hit 150,000. Thanks to a baser's in-depth development and research, the amount of gas required for hatching exploding mosquitoes drastically decreased from an initial 150 points to just 50 points. Seizing this opportunity, Yimu hatched another 30,000 exploding mosquitoes all at once. These flying insects circled above the swarm like an unbreakable defense line. Any enemy air force daring to approach would face utter destruction. Even so, Yimu still held a large amount of backup resources that had not yet been used. The entire swarm was vibrant and its development momentum grew even stronger. All of this was accomplished in just over a day. Despite the aid of 100 times time acceleration, the Dark still occasionally launched assaults on the swarm. Thus, Yimu did not keep the 100 times time acceleration on continuously. During this period, Yimu allocated a small amount of resources to the vassal lord, the Fox People tribe, to help them successfully break through the blockade of the Unicorn Tiger, smoothly occupying the level 2 area, achieving a leap from level 1 to level 2. What surprised Yimu was that after the Fox People tribe occupied the level 2 area, they not only received corresponding rewards but he also gained something as well. Vassal race, Fox People successfully occupied level 2 area. Received rewards essence plus 10,000. Gas plus 10,000. Received rewards for all citizens, constitution plus 75, attractiveness plus 15. The reward for increased attractiveness also applied to Yimu, but from his perspective, the change seemed not obvious. Everything was progressing steadily according to plan. During this time, Yimu remained focused on one question: when exactly would the cocoon of the new hero unit hatch? Its hatching speed was extremely slow, already taking longer than Kerrigan's hatching time, which further fueled Yimu's curiosity. Which hero needed such a long time to hatch? It was just another ordinary day. Yimu comfortably lay in his chair, while a little maid gently fed him cherries. He pleasantly overlooked the development of the swarm, occasionally glancing at the cocoon of the hero unit. This hero must be extraordinary, taking such a long time to hatch. Could it be stronger than Queen Kerrigan? Queen Kerrigan is already powerful enough. I can't imagine anyone stronger than her. Maybe there's something unique? By the way, why haven't the Dark Ones attacked the swarm yet? According to the timeline of this other world, a month has already passed, right? The Dark Ones are not invincible. There are two strongest races on the ancient continent. The other ancient demon race might have driven the Dark Ones away? If that's really the case, then Yimu must act quickly. Seize a few good spots while the Dark Ones are retreating. I'm not afraid of getting hurt while stealing food from a tiger's mouth. Yimu is obviously waiting for the new hero to emerge, then planning an attack. The northern battle zone has reached a bottleneck. Further attacks would lead to the level 5 area. With the current strength of the swarm, the odds are slim. It is more suitable to attack the eastern battle zone. The eastern battle zone is also the territory of the Dark Ones, and it is a level 4 area. There are over 500,000 Dark Ones troops ready for battle, and reinforcements can arrive at any time. It won't be easy for the swarm to take it. While everyone was discussing eagerly, Yimu sensed the consciousness sent by a baser, and his gaze fell on the evolution chamber. Compared to the beginning, this evolution chamber had expanded a circle. The internal space was spacious, providing ample room for a baser's modification research. Great Master, after studying the essence of various biological genes, the evolutionary mutation of the cockroach has made significant progress. Through testing, 2 perfect cockroach variants have been selected. Let's hear it. Yimu was very interested. It had been a while since a baser last developed a reduction in the production resource consumption of the exploding mosquitoes, in the other world's time. These 2 cockroach variants perfectly combined the characteristics of the subterranean cockroach and the fast-growing cockroach. The practical test site is also ready. Should we begin the practical test? Let's start. In the eastern battle zone, the bug crossed the swarm's territory, floating toward the level 4 area occupied by the Dark Ones. This passage had been opened and occupied by the swarm long ago, but the swarm did not rashly advance against the Dark Ones. The reason was that the Dark Army in this level 4 area excelled at long-range attacks and frequently used bombs and other weapons, causing the swarm's multiple attacks to end in failure. Eastern Battle Zone, level 4 area, currently occupied by the Dark Ones. The fortress at coordinates 495.968, the enemy is changing shifts, preparing to launch an attack. The iBug's vision was clear, and it saw numerous fortresses distributed along the long defense line of the Dark Ones. Each fortress could accommodate 300 Dark Servants. The first infected cockroach begins to mutate. Suddenly, 20 cockroaches burst out from the ground. Although not many in number, they were immediately wrapped in cocoons and entered the hatching mutation stage. Crack! The first infected cockroach broke out of its cocoon. Its body shell had a strange color, showing a mix of gray-white and dark green, making one feel a chill, as if infected with some malignant disease. 20 infected cockroaches uniformly dug underground, quietly approaching the transitioning Dark Slave army. That was a four-armed beast army, equipped with firearms. Their combat power should not be underestimated. Facing 300 four-armed beasts, the 20 cockroaches seemed to have no chance of winning. Look over there. There are cockroaches with a swarm. The four-armed beast warriors discovered the approaching cockroaches. Having long confronted the swarm, the dark race knew the insect soldiers like the back of their hand. They are few in number, prepare to fight. Put. 20 infected cockroaches emerged from the ground, spraying corrosive liquid at the four-armed beasts. However, faced with the siege of numerous four-armed beasts, the cockroaches quickly suffered heavy injuries and fell into a disadvantage. Even though rapid-growing cockroaches had a trait of reducing life by 50% to gain external armor and accelerate healing, they could hardly withstand the enemy's assault at this moment. Just when the morale of the four-armed beasts was high, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Put. From the corpse of a four-armed beast, two small cockroaches, only 80 centimeters tall, crawled out. They moved swiftly and had decent attack power, and in addition to being able to infect enemies, they also possessed all the characteristics of the infected cockroaches. What are these things? They crawled out of a dead body. No, there are too many of them. We are surrounded. Before the words finished, the voice suddenly stopped. The four-armed beast army was wiped out. A baser introduced in a stiff voice. This is one of the two mutated types of cockroaches, the infected cockroach, combining the characteristics of the burrowing cockroach and the rapid-growing cockroach. During an attack, it can infect enemies, and after enemies die, they can hatch quickly. Each time, two small cockroaches hatch, but to pursue rapid hatching, the small cockroaches cannot survive for long. Since this world doesn't have the movie Alien. The scene just now, where the small cockroaches crawled out of the corpse, caused a huge shock in Yimu's live broadcast room. It makes me feel uncomfortable all over. I was so scared. Protect our eyes. The hatching speed is simply comparable to the fission worm. If they deal with slightly weaker races, wouldn't the infected cockroaches just multiply? Theoretically, the number of small cockroaches could increase infinitely. This race is too evil. From both a God's eye perspective and a humanitarian perspective, swarms should not exist. The Western Virgin Disease has struck again. Everyone gathered to watch the fun. After the experiment with infected cockroaches ended, a baser continued to introduce. Eastern Battle Zone, Level 4 area, still occupied by the Dark Race. At the coordinates 485.468, there is a training camp for a special operations team, the four-armed beast rapid-fire artillery team, consisting of 500 people. This team has the combat characteristic of high-speed attacks. The eye insect observed the area described by a baser, and sure enough, in a high hill area, there was a training camp for a special forces team of four-armed beasts. They were equipped with an experimental rapid-fire cannon, firing at extremely high speeds, causing great casualties to the swarm during this time. A baser said. The second type of polluted cockroach is starting to mutate. Suddenly, bone spurs emerged from the ground. After the bone spurs retracted, 50 cockroaches broke through the ground and began to mutate on the spot. Yimu couldn't help but marvel. A baser always seemed to come up with ways to send cockroaches into the Dark Race's training camp. This infiltration ability was indeed formidable. Chapter 50, Can Fear of Death Still Be Called a Swarm? The number of polluted cockroaches was more than twice that of infected cockroaches. However, considering the powerful combat force of the four-armed beast rapid-fire artillery team, this number was actually not large. With an equal number of infected cockroaches, if faced head-on with this elite Dark Slave army, the chances of winning were extremely low. Soon, the 50 polluted cockroaches completed their hatching. Their originally black shells turned into a purple-black color. Thick purple liquid clung to the shell. Then, these cockroaches burrowed underground, stealthily heading towards the four-armed beast rapid-fire cannon special forces. Before long, their actions were detected. What is that thing? Captain. A group of cockroaches is approaching us. Cockroaches? Just in time. Quickly, prepare to blast them into dust, then go claim credit. The leading captain shouted excitedly. It was not its first time dealing with cockroaches. Although cockroaches had strong vitality and recovery abilities, they were ultimately lightly armored and could be easily wiped out by continuous artillery bombardments. After all, the elite team it led consisted of 500 soldiers, equipped with 500 rapid-fire cannons. Moreover, they held advantageous terrain. Even in an open confrontation in the wilderness, 500 rapid-fire cannons firing simultaneously could not possibly lose. When the two sides were 300 meters apart, the first round of rapid-fire cannons boomed out, followed quickly by the second round and third round. The shells exploded the contaminated cockroaches' shells, spilling blood, but they still fought forward with all their might. They sprayed pollution venom from their mouths, showering the four-arm beast rapid-fire cannon special forces ahead. This pollution venom was very unique, dark purple in color. Once it hit the enemy, it would form a special sticky substance. The attack rhythm of the four-arm beast rapid-fire cannon special forces was instantly disrupted, and the frequency and speed of artillery fire visibly decreased, with some cannons even unable to fire normally. What the heck is this? I'm stuck. Ah, they're charging at us. The cannons can't fire quickly. In the end, the contaminated cockroaches successfully occupied the high ground, and the four-arm beast rapid-fire cannon special forces were completely wiped out. A baser introduced. This is one of the two mutated cockroach variants, the contaminated cockroach, which possesses the traits of both underground cockroaches and fast-growing cockroaches. Enemies attacked by them are hindered by the contaminated sticky substance, reducing attack and movement speed by 20% to 50%, with the effect gradually weakening over time. The two variant genes cannot coordinate. Please make a choice. The choice was presented to Yi Mu. He decisively said, choose the contaminated cockroach. Confirming the choice of contaminated cockroach, the infected cockroach genes have been stored. The swarm of cockroaches is beginning to mutate. At the same time, in various areas of the territory, 150,000 cockroaches began to mutate. When they broke out, they were no longer recognizable. Yi Mu pressed his temple and issued new orders to the swarm: gather the swarm army, prepare for battle. With the contaminated cockroaches, the threat from the weaponry of the dark races would be significantly lowered. Thus, capturing the level 4 area in the Eastern War Zone would no longer be difficult. The territory of the swarm in the Eastern War Zone was level 3, the space in each area was limited, unable to accommodate too many swarm armies. But even so, the swarm was still rapidly assembling. Countless leap bugs, fission bugs, as well as 100,000 thorn snakes, 100,000 cockroaches, explosive mosquito flies, and the rolling poison explosion bugs hiding underground rushed over. The scale of the assembled forces far exceeded any previous war. And Yi Mu's goal was merely a level 4 area. I thought we were going to attack a level 5 area. Why such a big deal for just a level 4 area? It's too much. Don't underestimate the level 4 area, especially the dark races level 4 area. It's not easy to fight. The swarm previously took down those two level 4 areas largely due to luck. First, the Steelback tribe dug their own graves, then the dark races fell into traps. Defense is much easier than offense. Last time the dark races were on the offensive, this time it's the swarm attacking, and the attacking side needs at least several times the manpower to have an advantage. Since it's that hard to fight, why not deploy more troops? Aren't there still a lot of cockroaches and thorn snakes? Can't deploy more, the level 3 territory is too narrow, and right now these troops can't fully spread out, some can only burrow underground. Even if there are more forces, they can't be utilized. Not only can't they be utilized, but the defense line of the other side's level 4 area stretches for several kilometers. As soon as the war breaks out here, if the Dark Ones launch a sneak attack, losing the level 4 area will lead to big trouble for the insect swarm. After all, the resources in the level 1, 2, and 3 areas have basically been harvested. The swarm is now relying entirely on these two level 4 areas. This kind of strategy feels very risky. If the resources fall short, it can collapse in an instant. You're overthinking it. The reason it feels dangerous is that the swarm started developing late. How long have others been developing? To have gotten this far, that's already pretty impressive, okay? At this moment, the eye bugs in the air began to act, closely monitoring the situation in the level 4 area. Preparations before the war are essential, and it is inevitable to be discovered by the enemy. This passage is over 100 meters wide, which doesn't seem narrow on its own. But considering the vast number of the insect swarm, it feels extremely narrow. Thousands of polluted cockroaches mixed in with the leaping bugs and rolling explosion bugs surged out from the 1,000-meter-long passage. If viewed from above, the entire passage is densely packed with swarms of insects. As the first wave of insects was about to rush out of the passage, bang boom. Shells imbued with magic energy fell, instantly reducing a third of the leading insects. However, more insects surged out like a tide, with thousands of them rushing recklessly toward the enemy. Along the way, the gunfire continued, with countless insects falling. Yi Mu turned a blind eye to the deaths, continuing to order the swarm to advance. As long as a few fortresses are taken, and areas to gather troops are opened up, subsequent battles will become much easier. Previously, the swarm made several attempts to attack this area, all ending in failure. The main reason is that the cockroaches struggled to withstand heavily concentrated artillery fire. This level 4 area has no less than 500,000 dark troops, and reinforcements are on the way, with upgraded weapons and equipment. Under normal circumstances, level 4 Dark Ones cannot use firearms extensively, but the Dark Ones here can equip them in large numbers. Fortresses are closely linked, numbering in the thousands, like nails firmly driven into the earth. With thousands of cannons bombarding continuously, almost no living being can endure such fierce attacks. Polluted cockroaches, disregarding casualties, kept pushing forward, surrounded by their kind. Until the first batch of polluted cockroaches was 500 meters from the artillery, they sprayed thick toxic liquid at those cannons in front. The pace of the Dark Army's attack instantly slowed, allowing more polluted cockroaches to rush forward. Some dug underground, while others drew fire, creating opportunities for more toxic explosion bugs. Finally, the first fortress began to fall, followed closely by an eruption of white smoke from one fortress after another. Kerrigan hid in the shadows, occasionally launching attacks on uncovered areas. The psychic energy she unleashed was astonishing. Sometimes, she could take down a fortress all by herself. After sacrificing tens of thousands of insects' lives, the swarm finally seized the foothold to gather their forces. Yimu did not care about the number of insect casualties. After all, if they feared death, could they still be called a swarm? Too ruthless. Without polluted cockroaches, it would be too difficult to take this foothold for gathering troops. Yes, polluted cockroaches are simply the nemesis of these cannons and powerful enemies, truly a divine race. They can withstand damage and control the battlefield. But there are still many fortresses behind, and the Dark Ones will definitely call for reinforcements. The Dark Ones in the level 5 area have not made any big moves. I think they don't have extra strength to deal with the swarm. That's not necessarily true. They may temporarily tolerate the swarm's existence, but if the swarm wants to expand, they will definitely not sit idly by. Just then, Yimu first frowned tightly, then relaxed, a joyful expression appearing on his face. His change in demeanor caught the attention of many, with lots of his fans in the live stream. Great Dominator, I am the insect mother Nazalus. Just as you predicted, the northern battle zone is under fierce attack by the Dark Ones. They have advanced weapons and fierce attacks. However, our swarm can still hold on. Hatch more spine crawlers, spore crawlers, and spires, organize the defense. Understood, Lord Ruler. Almost at the same time, in the core area of the swarm, a Basser crawled out of the evolution chamber, no longer huddling inside. He reported a message to Yimu. Great Ruler, according to your instructions, the hero cocoons we hatched have shown signs of life. I have come to inform you. Good. Yimu's eyes brightened. Finally, they are about to hatch. The hatching time for this third hero has been too long. Sometimes he doubts which hero of the insect race will eventually emerge. Chapter 51, is it Neza? Why is it taking so long? Next to the towering main nest, on the black fungal carpet, there is a white cocoon that has been here for a long time. This cocoon is over 7 meters tall, pure white and lustrous, occasionally trembling slightly. Under normal circumstances, the hatching speed of the swarm is extremely fast. Even for hero units, it shouldn't be so slow. Yimu stared intently at the cocoon. That immaculate white cocoon occasionally bursts with a green light, vibrating violently before quickly calming down. Just a few seconds later, it began to shake violently again. Yimu couldn't help but frown. This hero is truly strange. It must have something extraordinary about it. Perhaps its combat power is incredibly strong, or it might possess some special abilities. Yimu tends to believe the latter. After all, in his eyes, Kerrigan should be the strongest of the insect race heroes, even though she presents in human form. How much longer does it need to hatch? Yimu asked. Facing Yimu's question, a Basser moved his hands naturally. It is impossible to predict the exact time for breaking out of the cocoon, but it can be confirmed that the creature inside has completed the hatching. Only for some reason, it cannot break free. Then let's wait a bit longer. Yimu didn't intend to forcefully intervene in this process. Why do I feel like I'm watching Nezet at Chentang Pass, taking 3 years to be born? Same feeling, Neza vibes +1. I hope it's a powerful character. The current situation of the swarm's war is quite tense. Don't worry. The northern battle zone has 50,000 stab serpents and 50,000 cockroaches, and they are still hatching, not to mention the eastern battle zone. The Dark Ones can't just descend from the sky, right? This brother upstairs, you are cursing us. May I ask your name? I am Huang Laoxian. This is based on scientific deduction, definitely no problem. Just as Yimu was about to withdraw his gaze because the unknown hero in the cocoon has yet to break free, he suddenly sensed a message from a Queen Mother. Great Ruler, I am Queen Mother Inasha. In the level 2 area far from the battlefield, a large number of aerial units have appeared. Spore crawlers cannot destroy them all, there are too many enemies, and they are coming this way. This was an unexpected situation, but Yimu was not surprised. After all, it would be strange if there were no unexpected events on the battlefield, just like there are always some variables in every war of the swarm. Just then, he sensed the voice of Nazalus again. "Ruler, I am Queen Mother Nazalus. The Dark One's offensive is getting fiercer, and they have deployed heavy weapons that have never appeared before. However, they have been destroyed by the spires. I worry they will attack the swarm from other directions. Should we consider splitting our forces?" "No need, just hold that defense line. No matter what, we cannot let the defense line be breached." "Understood, ruler." With Nazalus organizing the defense at the northern line, Yimu was not worried. In recent days, she has learned a lot from Kerrigan and has made significant progress. What truly deserves attention is the aerial units that Queen Mother Inasha mentioned. Yimu directed his gaze toward a level 2 area. Here, resources are already exhausted, but there are still 30 nests, continuously hatching swarm units for the front lines. There are a few spore crawlers distributed among the nests. The situation is tense. Yimu's focus is in the sky. There, more than 20 flying vehicles are hovering, carrying dark-skinned combat troops, resembling the warships of magical energy, perhaps sharing the same origin. Each flying vehicle is nearly 50 meters long, capable of holding 300 fully armed dark-skinned warriors. Several spore crawlers are continuously spraying corrosive bombs into the sky, with explosions occurring. One flying vehicle suffered multiple hits, smoke billowing from its rear as it lost balance and crashed into a nest. More flying vehicles chose to descend vertically. When it was 30 meters from the ground, the rear door of the flying vehicle opened. Yimu saw dark-skinned warriors emerging. These dark-skinned warriors are over 3 meters tall, clad in specially made black battle armor, with only their necks and faces uncovered. The armor seems thin but has impressive defensive capabilities. Most importantly, they carry very special weapons, like long combat guns, with energy-firing ports at the sharp ends, capable of launching magical energy. This is the main force of the dark-skinned warriors in the level 5 area, the dark-skinned conquerors. They jumped down from the rear compartment, landing from 30 meters without a scratch. In a short time, more than 1,000 dark-skinned conquerors had gathered. The dark-skinned conquerors hold magical energy battle guns, their blades incredibly sharp, easily capable of launching attacks. They occasionally rotate their guns, releasing magical energy to strike the nest, leaving deep, charred wounds. Destroy the nest. Their leader bears a dark purple mark on his armor. Hundreds of dark-skinned conquerors simultaneously aim their guns at the energy matrix behind the nest. The entire nest is on the verge of collapse, tainted blood and flesh exposed, lifeless. The Queen Mother, Inasha, begins to hatch fission bugs. Despite the destruction by the dark-skinned conquerors, a batch of fission bugs have still been hatched and engage in combat with the dark-skinned warriors. This airborne tactic is too treacherous. There's no defense against it. The fission bugs can't defeat them, they're definitely elites from the level 5 area. Only a large number of leaping bugs, combined with other types of troops, might have a chance to eliminate them. These are just the most basic troops. The level 5 area is indeed ridiculously powerful. I don't think it's a big deal. As long as a batch of exploding mosquito flyers is hatched to keep watch, we can blow them up when they come over. You're thinking too simply. Lord Yimu has already deployed bugs and exploding mosquito flyers, but they haven't spotted them. What does that mean? They must have special means. Are they using magical energy for short-range teleportation? Teleporting would be cheating, brother. I suspect they have invisibility capabilities, avoiding detection from the bugs. Yimu also thought of these possibilities. But the most important thing right now is to deal with this group of dark-skinned conquerors. Just then, he received another message from a Queen Mother. Great Dominator, I am Queen Mother Lulu Shah. Dark-skinned flying vehicles have appeared above my level 1 area. They suddenly appeared after turning off their invisibility, and my nest is under attack. Soon, another Queen Mother conveyed information to him. Many areas are under attack by dark-skinned conquerors, far from just one area. From the descriptions of the Queen Mothers, Yimu understood why the dark-skinned warriors could avoid the bugs and exploding mosquito flyers. Those non-combative flying vehicles have incredibly strong instant propulsion. Flying at full speed in invisible mode easily bypasses the blind spots of the bugs, while the exploding mosquito flyers cannot catch up at all. Yimu thoughtfully rests his chin on his hand. Currently, the number of dark-skinned conquerors behind is not many, totaling no more than 2,000. But if he ignores them and lets the nest be destroyed, it will severely impact the ability of the swarm to hatch combat units. Especially, he cannot allow the dark-skinned warriors to establish a foothold behind, otherwise, they will act like nails, easily causing problems at critical moments. Just as he decided to draw troops from the Eastern Theater, Abathur delivered good news. Great Overlord, the chrysalis has broken. Yimu was immediately filled with joy. This news came at the perfect time. The battle situation in the Eastern Theater was tense, and drawing troops suited the dark entity's intentions perfectly. It was most suitable to send the new hero to deal with these dark entities. Yimu immediately issued the order. The mother of bugs would continue to hatch the mutation bugs, delaying the dark invaders, while he turned his gaze toward the main nest in the core area. Sure enough, the white chrysalis had broken open significantly. Sharp claws gradually tore through the chrysalis's resilient shell. With a hiss, the chrysalis completely ruptured. The third hero of the swarm had been hatched. She was undoubtedly the largest hero of the swarm. Standing nearly 6 meters tall and over 9 meters in length counting her abdomen, she was an incredibly massive mother bug, exuding a powerful aura. She donned sturdy dark gray bug armor, with emerald green eyes flashing with wisdom. She was the mother bug, Zagara. The strongest mother bug of the swarm, without a doubt. After Kerrigan left in the stars, she became the new queen of the swarm, controlling the entire swarm. Zagara's emerald green eyes swept around and found Abathur staring at her. Ah, Abathur, so you are also here. I struggled hard to finally break free from the chrysalis, as there was a strange thing blocking my way out. Abathur spread his arms, his voice serious. Zagara, how could you not bow to the great overlord first? Overlord? She was momentarily taken aback, then sensed a great and irresistible presence looking down on her, to which she must pledge infinite loyalty. Great overlord, I feel your presence. I am the mother bug Zagara, and if you have any enemies, I will eliminate them all. She assumed a respectful and submissive posture. Mother bug Zagara? Though she looks quite impressive, she shouldn't have taken so long to hatch. I agree +1. One shouldn't judge a bug by its appearance, she might be very powerful. Look at Abathur's attitude toward her, then compare it with Abathur's attitude toward Kerrigan. It's clear that Kerrigan's status is higher and stronger. Chapter 52, What do you plan to do? Zagara, you said there was an unknown thing blocking your hatching? Yimu asked. Zagara nodded. Yes, Overlord, I could have come out long ago, but it blocked me. However, I don't think it was with malice because it brought my swarm to me. Yimu was very surprised. Every hero of the swarm has their own swarm, but why does only Zagara have one? He didn't think too much and issued the order directly. Zagara, I grant you command of the swarm. Now, you and your swarm go eliminate all dark invaders. Understood, Overlord. What? These despicable creatures dare to attack the nest. Seeing Zagara so angry, Yimu remained calm. He would no longer participate in this battle but rather observe the whole situation to see how Zagara would display her swarm. Not just Yimu, but also the think tank of Huaxia felt puzzled. This hero called Zagara was clearly alone. Where was her swarm? Through the observation of the eyebugs, Zagara confirmed the positions of the dark invaders and discovered that more areas had dark invaders appearing, who began attacking the swarm as well. My children, kill all these lowly creatures. Go! She called out. In distant level 1 and level 2 areas, the ground suddenly shook violently. The dark invaders found it difficult to maintain their balance. A batch of hundreds of dark invaders that had just completed their drop looked around in shock, clearly with no enemies nearby. What's going on? Suddenly, a deep growling sound came from under their feet, as if an ancient giant beast was awakening. Boom! The ground was suddenly broken open by a giant beast. When it charged out, the dark invaders stared in shock at this terrifying presence. Its height surpassed even that of the bug nest. The diameter was more than 50 meters, resembling an extremely large worm with wrinkled skin, soon retracting back. This was the tunnel worm, a special organism of the swarm, capable of creating underground passages and swiftly transporting troops. The tunnel worm opened its massive mouth, crazily spewing out fission jumpers, toxic blast bugs, and a type of giant four-legged insectoid unit over 10 meters tall. This four-legged giant insectoid unit was called the Aberration, its head resembling a human, its back swollen with countless slime balls, its appearance fierce. Yimu looked down over many areas and found that almost simultaneously, tunnel worms appeared in every attacked region. A massive swarm poured out, with the enormous aberrations leading the way. Their skin was tough, comparable to any armor, and the attacks from the dark progenitors had little effect on them. No! How is this possible? A captain of the dark progenitors looked around as the other dark progenitors fell one after another. The aberration's giant hand struck out, sending him flying, rolling to crash into a huge rock and die instantly. This war was almost one-sided, the dark progenitors were completely wiped out. Zagara said proudly. This is the fate of opposing the swarm, leaving not a single survivor. Zagara, the war is not over. Go to the northern battlefield, Kerrigan is waiting for you there. Upon hearing Yimu's voice, Kerrigan? My queen. She regained her calm. Yes, great overmind, I will immediately go to support my queen, and my swarm will temporarily protect the rear of the swarm. Just then, Abathur suddenly joined his hands and said, Zagara's swarm, the aberrations, are genetically simple, rough, and inferior but very practical. They can be considered for practical combat. But suddenly realizing, Abathur is quite Sundara. This is definitely a tech geek way of thinking, pursuing intricacies in everything, but some things, though simple, are just practical. Just like the F2. The new hero Zagara seems quite impressive, being able to summon tunnel worms and even bring her own swarm. The tunnel worms she summons must have limits, surely she can't use them forever, there must be fixed numbers. I bet the swarm numbers are also limited. Am I the only one paying attention to that giant aberration? It really doesn't look like an insect. Its head and arms clearly resemble a human. Especially the head, it's very obvious. Although it's over 15 meters tall. When I first saw it, it really startled me, so terrifying. Having such a swarm means that they must have once been enemies of humans, and then mutated based on humans. The person sending this message couldn't help but shiver, not daring to think further. Meanwhile, in the main hive, Zagara was very dissatisfied with Abathur's evaluation. If you think my creations are so rough, then you don't have to use them. After saying that, she ignored Abathur again. Immediately, the ground in front of her began to tremble, rising high as a tunnel worm burst through the earth. The tunnel worm opened its gaping mouth, and Zagara used her 6 legs to brace her tail, crawling into its mouth. The swarm units could rapidly shuttle and move within the tunnel worm, moving at incredible speed. However, the tunnels had many restrictions, making them relatively easy to destroy. On the eastern front, the war was still fiercely ongoing. Dark progenitor fortresses spewed flames, shells flying out continuously, bombing the charging swarm. From afar, the battlefield was chaotic. Those already fallen fortress areas had gathered quite a few swarm units, ready to rush to the front lines to replace their fallen companions at any moment. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and a tunnel worm drilled up from below, emitting a deep roar, catching the attention of the mothers on the battlefield, and Kerrigan also noticed it. She couldn't help but feel surprised. Tunnel worm? When did the swarm develop this thing? This big fellow held extremely high strategic and tactical value. Due to a lack of suitable genes, Abathur had been unable to mutate it before, but unexpectedly, it has now appeared. The tunnel worm opened its large mouth, and the hero Zagara walked out. She carried the halo of the queen of the swarm, sensing that one by one, the brood mothers either greeted her with kindness or spoke with respect. Zagara's emerald green eyes scanned the battlefield, amazed to see the jumpers, rolling bombers, and polluted cockroaches among the units. These units indeed each had their own strengths, even stronger than her own race. Zagara? Kerrigan appeared before her. Zagara respectfully bent over and saluted her. My queen, I have come to assist you in eliminating the enemies of the swarm as per the Overmind's arrangement. Also, my queen, how have you become such a weak human? If you were still the Blade Queen, you could easily eliminate these enemies by yourself. I don't want to talk about that, tell me, what do you plan to do? After meeting, the two heroes began discussing tactics. And Zagara's unintentional mention of the Blade Queen caught the attention of strategists from various nations on Blue Star. Chapter 53, You have an old saying in Huaxia. From the swarm's perspective, the already powerful Kerrigan now seemed somewhat weak, which was truly terrifying upon closer thought. Of course, for Huaxia, the situation was completely the opposite. Zagara carefully observed the situation on the battlefield. My queen, it is not easy for our swarm to break through the enemy's encirclement. However, as long as we can tear open their defense line, these enemies will fall apart. But it will be very hard for us to do this in a short time. Can your tunnel worms dig directly to the enemy's rear? Kerrigan asked with high hopes. No, my queen. The underground network of the tunnel worms is pre-constructed, and it would take a long time to extend it further. Furthermore, the existing tunnel worms are overloaded. New ones need to be hatched. Upon hearing their conversation, Yimu suddenly realized. So Zagara's hatching time is so long, it's because of this. The entire underground world of the territory, along with her race, is slowly migrating to the ancient continent of Xeris. But, my queen, I have a way to tear open their defense line, the swarm will surely achieve victory. Zagara's emerald eyes revealed utmost confidence as she waved her right hand, looking proud. Oh? Tell me more. You will know soon, just gather more of the swarm and launch a fierce attack, without worrying about casualties or failures. The rest will be left to me. Alright, but if you mess up, Zagara, I believe Abathur would be quite willing to optimize you. No. I won't give him that chance. On the eastern defense line, the swarm's assault suddenly became more intense, even to the point of recklessness. Regardless of how much artillery fell, the swarm continued to launch attacks without pause. In the canyon passage, a large number of swarm units passed through, and the tunnel worms were also transporting more swarm units. Before long, this area gathered over 50,000 cockroaches, needle serpents, and more jumpers, rolling bombers, and so on. The corpses of the swarm piled up like mountains, mixing with the dirt, as the battlefield filled with a strong smell of blood and emitted a dead aura. 1,000 fortresses made up the defense line, still as solid as rock, resisting wave after wave of the swarm's assaults. Yimu gently raised the corner of his mouth, watching the battlefield trapped in a stalemate with continuous swarm casualties. He actually revealed an expectant smile, as if he had seen through the future direction and knew the ultimate outcome of this war. Yimu is smiling. I have a feeling that the Darkborn's defense is about to collapse completely. Although it seems unlikely, no matter how strong a hero is, they cannot destroy an entire defense. But I am a loyal fan of Yimu. I also believe we will win. You have an old saying in Huaxia. A proud soldier must lose. You Huaxia people are becoming more and more arrogant. This is a sign of failure. The future belongs to our Tianju country. I think the key still lies with Zagara. Does she still have some powerful trump cards? Her tribe, apart from those giant monsters, has little combat power and won't have much effect in this large-scale war. On the battlefield, the number of the swarm is already enough. Zagara respectfully said. My queen, we can launch a full-scale attack now. Zagara, don't let everyone down. Kerrigan gave the order. All brood mothers obey orders. From now on, all swarms must attack with all their might at any cost. Charge into every fortress we encounter. The only tactic is to tear apart all our enemies. One of the advantages of the swarm is absolute obedience to commands. On the battlefield, even in the rear gathering place of the swarm, all the swarms fell into madness and launched the most ferocious attack. This scene was like moths to a flame, seemingly glorious, but actually almost suicidal. The artillery fire of the Dark Ones became more and more intense. Have these insects gone crazy? Don't care if they are crazy or not, kill them all. Ha, we are sure to win. Large numbers of swarms fell down. Seeing this, Zagara opened her arms and shouted excitedly. Now is the time, my children, the swarm army, descend from the heavens. Above the bloody battlefield, the sky suddenly darkened for no reason. If one looked up at the sky, they would be shocked to find a terrifying giant beast blocking the sky, hovering in midair. Its body was covered with dense, hive-like flesh pits, each flesh pit containing a giant tumor. With Zagara's call, tens of thousands of giant tumors detached from the flesh pits and fell toward the battlefield, like countless meteor showers. These tumors dragged meat thread tails, smashing down on the battlefield, in the wilderness, and even crashing into the Dark One's fortresses. The tumors landed, creating deep pits. When the tumors burst, sharp sounds echoed, and out crawled countless polluted cockroaches. Each tumor contained 3 cockroaches, totaling 30,000 polluted cockroaches airborne onto the vast battlefield. It turned out that those tumors were actually the Zerg's airdrop containers. Zagara's ultimate skill, darkening the sky, summoned 30,000 cockroaches to drop onto the battlefield. This cockroach army caught the Dark Ones off guard. Zagara's eerie green eyes scanned the battlefield, piercing shrieks emerged. The sound waves spread across the entire battlefield, like a key, instantly awakening the swarm. Whether it was the weak jumpers or the powerful cockroaches, spike snakes, etc., a ghostly purple gas enveloped them. Their pupils emitted a ghostly light, becoming increasingly mad. Their combat power, speed, armor, etc., saw astonishing enhancements. The dense artillery bombardment had trouble hitting too many jumpers. They flapped their wings and easily leaped onto the fortresses. Aha, kill them! Are they crazy, or am I crazy? Run! The explosion bugs are coming in. Continuous explosions of rolling explosion bugs occurred, and the sturdy fortresses crumbled, turning into ruins, while the sounds of artillery bombardment faded away. The frenzied swarm surged across the entire battlefield like a tide. The fortress defenses of the Dark Ones, like thin paper, were instantly pierced and torn apart. After an hour, the frenzy of the swarm dissipated, but the fortress defenses of the Dark Ones had been completely destroyed. Continuously surging swarms rushed into the battlefield. The number of swarms broke through 1,000,000 scale, and the black fungal blanket began to spread. This is too abnormal. Summoning tens of thousands of airborne cockroaches at once, and with collective frenzy skills. I think Zagara is much stronger than Queen Kerrigan. The Dark One's defense was torn apart so easily, far beyond my imagination. It's confirmed. You must be cheating. How could there be such an abnormal hero? I, the American, protest. Although it seems exaggerated, long live the fatherland of Huaxia. Long live the swarm. The defense line of the Dark Ones has collapsed, and in this battle, at least 300,000 Dark Ones have been eliminated. In the entire Level 4 region, only the last stronghold of the Dark Ones remains. As the last Dark One warrior fell, this war came to an end. The entire process was as swift as a bolt, decisive and clean, even faster than Yimu had expected. On a high ground, Kerrigan and Zagara stood side by side, gazing at the ever-expanding swarm rushing under the sunset. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, carrying a hint of warmth. Zagara, can you still summon the swarm army and use the mass frenzy skill? My queen, I can only summon the overwhelming army of cockroaches once. If we want to use such tactics again, we must have our own Leviathan to build our own swarm army. The burden of the mass frenzy skill is too great. I will need a week to recover before using it again. Kerrigan nodded, unsure whether to consider this situation good or bad. For now, in the upcoming battles, Zagara may be more suitable to command, but she can no longer unleash that kind of abnormal power. Kerrigan pressed her fingers against her temple, trying to contact that important figure. Overlord, we have destroyed the defense line of this level 4 region, and the remaining Dark Army is cowering in their main city. What should we do next? Chapter 54, Execute Orders. Reorganize the swarm, advance to the Dark One's main city, we must seize this area today. After Yimu issued the order, the previously chaotic swarm quickly gathered. Among the 1 million jumpers, 100,000 fission bugs mutated on the spot into rolling explosion bugs. As the rolling explosion bugs finished hatching, they rolled forward like an ocean, charging toward the last stronghold of the Dark Ones in this area. The polluted cockroaches lurked underground, moving forward alongside them. A sharp screech pierced the air, as tens of thousands of exploding mosquitoes circled above. More than 70,000 stinging snakes surged forward, stirring up clouds of dust, heading straight for the Dark One's main city. This was the final war. Before them stood a massive city, its walls towering 30 meters high, housing more than 200,000 troops. The great city was designed with multiple layers, with an outer city wall, a higher inner city wall, and the innermost wall. Each city wall was equipped with numerous artillery weapons, standing ready. One could even see 2 magical warships docked in the open space of the massive city. The Dark General defending the city ordered. Fire! Blast these bugs to death. We only need to hold for 1 day, and reinforcements will arrive to completely eliminate these filthy bugs. He stirred up their morale. The smooth and steep 30-meter-high city wall made it difficult even for the jumping bugs to climb over. Only by destroying the walls or breaking through the main city gate could they possibly conquer this massive city. Yimu observed the architectural style of this massive city, noticing details carved from Dwarven and other races. It was clear that this great city was not built by the Dark Ones, they were the invaders, and the original owner of this great city had likely long been exterminated. The polluted cockroaches formed a meat shield in an attempt to breach the city defenses but were ruthlessly mowed down by the concentrated artillery fire. Zagara watched the cockroaches fall one after another, gracefully resting her right claw on her left claw. My queen, while the cockroaches have strong recovery abilities, they are merely lightly armored, unable to withstand such dense artillery bombardment. However, we need not worry. The aberrant skin is equivalent to heavy armor, and these artillery cannot stop them. The great overlord began hatching aberrants long ago, they will soon join the battlefield. Aberrants? Kerrigan looked puzzled, she did not recall such units existing. Could it be that her related memories had not yet recovered? Oh, my queen, look! They are coming. Kerrigan turned to see terrifying giant shadows appearing in the dim night. They intertwined, standing on 4 legs. The twin pupils flickered with a ghostly light. The jaw of the aberration suddenly split open, sharp fangs curling upwards. With Kerrigan's familiarity with the swarm, she could tell at a glance that this so-called aberration contained the essence of humanity. However, it had very little direct connection to humans. This aberration was roughly equivalent to a 7-story building, both in height and length. It seemed to have no extra armor, but its skin was thick and tough, comparable to heavy armor. Especially its 4 twisted legs, which had the strongest defense in its entire body, no less than an actual shield. Just one aberration could bring an immense sense of oppression, making cockroaches seem incredibly small in comparison. Yet now, over 5,000 of these huge creatures had appeared. This showed just how abundant the swarm's resource reserves were. They stared tightly at the giant city, emitting low growls, their massive shadows shrouding the polluted cockroaches and rolling explosive bugs below, launching fierce attacks on the Darkling's main city. Shells exploded on them with a thunderous boom, or explosive spears and other weapons whistled towards them. An aberration was covered in scars but still survived stubbornly. Its back bore holes of varying sizes, each storing purple slime, wrapped in transparent membranes on the outside. This wrapped slime could quickly integrate into its body. While it could not heal wounds rapidly, it could prevent them from worsening. Roar! The aberration swung its shriveled arm, smashing its forepaw against the city wall, immediately causing a shower of rubble as a large area of the wall shattered and caved in. Concentrate fire, take down this monster first. Hurry! Kill this monster right now! The leader of the Darkling army yelled in panic. When the aberration first appeared, its enemies were Darkling warriors, with the swarm providing support at that time. Due to the relatively small size of the enemy, although viewers in the livestream had an impression of it, they did not have a clear and accurate judgment of its defense and combat power. Not until they witnessed the aberration's performance with their own eyes at this moment. I can hardly believe it. This is simply a giant tank combined with a bulldozer. The defense is incredibly strong, and is it really a creature of the swarm? It looks more like a sci-fi monster. The power of the swarm lies in genetic modification. I wouldn't be surprised by whatever bizarre things they can create. This is simply a blasphemy against God. How can you casually modify living beings, and it even contains human genes? Someone upstairs from America, can't you have a bit of dignity? I'm too lazy to talk about you. When did Americans become so sensitive and fragile? Maybe it's because the new race chosen by Chuan Deng is the slime. Just mentioning this makes me laugh. Not every race that looks weak has potential, slimes really are weak. Yimu watched the progress of the war, not expecting that someone in the livestream would turn the topic to himself. Even if he knew, he would likely choose to ignore it. He looked at the performance of the aberration and felt very satisfied. The combat power of the aberration was much stronger than he had anticipated, justifying the resource cost of 250 essence and 150 gas for a single unit. To hatch 5,000 aberrations, Yimu spent 1.25 million essence and 750,000 gas, with a hatching time of 3 hours. He immediately gave the order, Abathur, you arrange it, hatch another 5,000 aberrations. Once hatching is completed, send them straight to the battlefield. Executing order. In every corner of the nest, larvae transformed into cocoons, each one set far apart from the others. During the hatching process, the cocoons rapidly expanded. The aberration is one of the most unique units of the swarm, it does not need any building facilities to hatch. 3 hours later, the 5,000 newly hatched mutations arrived at the forefront of the war through the Wormway network. At this time, the Dark Race main city was already on the verge of collapse. The first city wall had completely fallen, with jumping bugs and toxic exploding bugs rolling and darting along the stone-paved road. Polluted cockroaches crashed through houses, climbing to higher places. Shells in the air traced arcs, landing on the outskirts of the main city, triggering a series of explosions. Seeing more and more mutations appear, the Dark Race officers completely lost their composure. The number of bugs was truly too many, as if endless. A city being attacked by a million-strong bug swarm was already terrifying, and yet there were all kinds of troublesome and terrifying bugs. Lift the mana warships. All lift off. Destroy them all. No, Commander, the bug swarm has ways to destroy the mana warships, we cannot lift off recklessly. Shut up. Lift off immediately. Chapter 55 I want to become the male god's follower. On the 2 giant helipads behind the Dark Race main city, the mana warships slowly took off. 2 battleships started simultaneously, ascending into the air, their cannons firing madly at the mutations on the ground. The mana cannons were incredibly powerful, the mutations could hardly withstand it, their bodies collapsing and crushing more houses. The main cannon at the front of the mana warships began to gather mana, and Kerrigan knew its power well. If it completed the launch, just one shot would be enough to wipe out a large swath of the bug swarm. Even the mutations could not resist such a powerful bombardment. Master, we need support from exploding mosquito bugs. Kerrigan called for help. As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a faint hissing sound. She looked up at the night sky and saw the fog drifting and the deep night being torn apart, as tens of thousands of exploding mosquito bugs dove down towards the 2 mana warships. The first exploding mosquito bug landed on the back deck of the warship, followed by a deafening explosion. Then countless exploding mosquito bugs descended frantically, explosions occurring in succession, as the giant warship swayed precariously. The main cannon gathering mana also gradually went out of control, rising smoke. 1 mana warship crashed down, slowly falling. The out-of-control main cannon released all its magic power, boom, a small mushroom cloud rose, with fierce winds and shockwaves wreaking havoc, as the second mana warship also fell towards the main city. The 2 giant ships completely crushed the defenses of the Dark Race main city, causing the entire Dark Race to collapse. The million-strong bug swarm pressed in like a tide, and gradually, only the figures of the swarm remained on the battlefield. As dawn came, the last batch of Dark Race warriors was eliminated. Like always, hundreds of thousands of worker bees surged into this land of 13,000 square kilometers. They spread out, their backs splitting open, beginning to hatch the bug nests. More worker bees were already gathering crystals and other resources. The territory occupied by the bug swarm suddenly increased by 1/3, and the resource growth was even more impressive. A black fungal blanket covered the ruins, declaring the total victory of the bug swarm. The bug swarm of the Lord of Huaxia, Yimu, has successfully occupied a level 4 area. Gained essence plus 1 million, gas plus 1 million. Gained national rare resources plus 50%. All citizens' fitness plus 150, all citizens' lifespan plus 20 years. Yimu closed his eyes, feeling carefully. The increase of 150 points in fitness made him feel quite obvious. He was in sync with the power of the bug swarm, and with the support of 1,000,000 bugs, Yimu no longer knew just how strong he had become. Even the Blade Queen Kerrigan appeared inferior in front of him and absolutely could not be his opponent. In the public channel, the bug swarm of the Lord of Huaxia, Yimu, has successfully occupied a level 4 area. The news instantly sparked heated discussions among various countries. Hippo country, chala, wow. Dad Yimu is so amazing. I feel stronger, like I can punch a hippo to death. In Dustin Country, Milhan, are you sure you're not cheating? How is it possible to take down the third level 4 area in such a short time? Pyramid Country, Michelle, I'm telling you, Asan, during the last 3-minute communication. Did you not receive the information about Lord Yimu's bug race? Tianju Nation, Milhan, there were too many messages, I only briefly remembered part of it. My homeland told me that as long as we believe in our Tianju god, the bug race is nothing to fear. Persia Nation, Euphemia, your optimistic spirit really has deep roots. America, Chuan Deng, I am developing a new tactic for slimes. Once I finish, it will definitely not lose to the bug race. Big Young Elizabeth, I am considering whether to sever the alliance with Chuan Deng. Big Young should not be this fallen. At this moment, Yimu suddenly received a private message. White Flag Nation, Julia, brother Yimu, can we become one? I want to be your most steadfast supporter. Huaxia Yimu, speak directly. White Flag Nation, Julia, brother Yimu, I want to sign a contract with you, letting your bug race become the suzerain of our elf race, can we? Poor big-eyed cute expression. Yimu looked at the message and briefly recalled. He remembered seeing Julia's message during the last 3-minute communication of various countries. She is 19 years old, a college student from White Flag Nation, blonde and blue-eyed, recently pursued by young people in her country, known as the goddess of White Flag Nation. Because of this concern for college students, he decided to accept this subordinate race. Yimu made up his mind, but the live broadcast room of White Flag Nation was in an uproar. No. I am a Gallic rooster, how can you sign a subordinate country? Think of the glory of our White Flag Nation. If we had joined earlier, we would have been able to receive some rewards sooner. Receive rewards sooner, ha! This is the spirit of White Flag Nation. It cracks me up. Indeed, no one can raise the flag before White Flag Nation's capital falls. Damn Big Yun Island, can't we be friends with Huaxia? White Flag Nation elf race has become the subordinate race of Huaxia bug race. The relationship contract has been established, and the following contract rules will apply. 1. Elf races. After a series of prompts, netizens from Blue Star were shaken. This time, unlike Hippo Nation, which lacks presence internationally, White Flag Nation is a proper European power, actually becoming a subordinate race of Huaxia, which truly surprised many. This also made some small countries think. All the great powers have leaned towards the bug swarm, and as a small transparent, isn't it reasonable for me to lean over too? Someone thought secretly. Consequently, Yimu's private messages instantly increased. He took a brief glance and then closed them all. I am tired, speak if you need something. He lay on the long bench, enjoying a little mate massaging his shoulders. At the same time, the public channel was bustling with activity. White Flag Nation, Julia, God. Brother Yimu's bug swarm is so powerful, those soldiers are all so big. Suddenly I feel so lucky. Neon New Circle Yui, Buhu Yimu, the male god, does not reply to my private message, I want to cry, I also want to be a subordinate of Yimu, the male god. White Flag Nation, Julia, to correct, it is the race becoming the subordinate of the race, not the lord personally. Neon New Circle Yui, is there a difference? Julia was left speechless. Stick Nation, Jean Xingli, Shiba. Why don't you reply to my message? At Yimu, Huaxia's development cannot be separated from our help. Are you so ungrateful? South Black, Taylor Julia, on account of me once being your nation's citizen, please say some good words in front of Lord Yimu, thank you. I would be forever grateful. America, Big Young, and several other nations looked at the messages in the public channel, some felt disgusted, others terrified. The influence of the bug swarm is truly too great. Once the future protection period ends, a war among the lords will break out. How troublesome will the bug swarm become, and how strong will they grow? As time passed, in the newly occupied level 4 area, hundreds of bug nests burst open from their cocoons, undergoing mutations. The resources stored by the bug swarm were rapidly increasing, as were the numbers of battle units. Yimu focused on external reconnaissance. The bug swarm territory has developed to its extremes. The northern and eastern battle zones are both level 4 areas. The places that could be occupied have basically been taken, and to further develop, the only option is to scout outward. In the northern battle zone, hundreds of eyeworms scattered, drifting towards the level 4 area, heading for places that the swarm had not yet explored. Not only that, in the eastern battle zone, hundreds of eyeworms also floated up, crossing the border to scout new unknown areas. Abathur, Kerrigan, Zagara, and Yimu were observing the scouting situation together. Before the eyeworms could drift away from the sprawling mountainous region, suddenly, a sharp whistling sound erupted. It was a several-meter-long black object, resembling a war spear, that pierced the skin of an eyeworm, drilling inside and exploding in mid-air, turning the entire eyeworm into fragments, with the vision disappearing immediately. Similar attacks kept occurring, and in just a short while, the northern battle zone went from hundreds of eyeworms to less than 20. The eastern battle zone faced the same situation, with eyeworms also under continuous attack. When the eye worms from both battle zones finally leapt over the cliffs of the remote area, what appeared before everyone was an unbelievably vast world. This world was so expansive, filled with mountains, rivers, and lakes, housing giant buildings of the dark race, some over 100 meters tall. The buildings were spaced far apart, and flying vehicles and enormous flying beasts could be seen moving among them, astonishing everyone. Chapter 56, Data Statistics. This was still just a remote area. The true grandeur of the dark race's defense line had yet to be seen. Undoubtedly, this was the level 5 area. A sharp roar sounded, and the eye worms in the northern battle zone spotted a flying, snake-like race appearing. They were over 10 meters long, flapping their wings, known as feathered serpents, one of the dark race's servant species. The feathered serpents were numerous, dancing in the air by the hundreds. They spat bone blades, killing all the surviving eye worms, plunging everyone's view into darkness. When Yimu and the others looked towards the eastern battle zone, they were shocked to find that it was also a vast world, with feathered serpents appearing there, effortlessly exterminating all the eye worms. Kerrigan's expression grew serious. Both sides are level 5 areas. Master, the Queen, since the level 4 area exceeds 10,000 square kilometers, the level 5 area must be even more expansive. Such a vast area, could it be adjacent to our 2 level 4 areas? Zagara analyzed. The aerial flying unit, Feathered Serpent, observed to be the same species. Zagara's analysis is reasonable. Abathur clasped his hands and said, "The Feathered Serpent has a special gene. Collecting the genetic essence of this creature can mutate into a brand new aerial unit for the swarm." Abathur added. Listening to their analyses, Yimu basically expressed agreement. With this situation, Boss Yimu, everything suddenly opened up. The so-called Northern Battle Zone and Eastern Battle Zone are reasonable settings, because both are adjacent to the Dark Race, so they will face attacks from them. Think about it the other way, isn't it that Boss Yimu's 2 level 4 areas are surrounding the Dark Race's level 5 area? It's not that simple. I estimate the level 5 area to be at least 100,000 square kilometers. With such a large territory, how many Dark Race members must there be? The difficulty of complete occupation will be immense. Am I the only one concerned about the Feathered Serpent genes that Abathur mentioned? As all the eye worms perished, this scouting mission was declared over. The 2 areas faced the same enemy, both belonging to a single level 5 area. Yimu rested his chin on his hand, pondering, and thought of the most critical point, the underground tunnel network of the swarm. The newly conquered level 4 area had no swarm tunnel network. Once the pressure in the north increased sharply, they would be unable to provide swift reinforcements. If the eastern battle zone was in danger, they would similarly be unable to quickly deploy forces. Yimu inquired, Abathur, how long will it take to develop the tunnel worms? We already have existing tunnel worms, no research is needed. We just need to make simple modifications, and we can start hatching the nests for the tunnel worms. Abathur clasped his hands and said, "This task is assigned to you, to quickly clear the underground tunnel network between regions. Before attacking the level 5 area, the tunnel network of the swarm must be repaired. The tunnel network will take 3 days to fully clear." Yimu activated 100 times time acceleration. 43 minutes later, 3 days passed in the other world. In many places in the northeast combat zone, the ground bulged, and a deep, muffled roar came from underground. Bang boom, the ground was completely broken open, and several tunnel worms burst out, slowly descending, indicating the final section of the tunnel network was complete. During these 3 days, the Dark Ones and the swarm had repeatedly probed with attacks, but both had limited gains. Yimu became increasingly certain that the Dark Ones must have some hidden truth, but it remained unclear. They could never truly muster the strength to deal with the swarm. Watching the tunnel worms emerge, Yimu temporarily cancelled the 100 times time acceleration. He opened the swarm information page. Race statistics. Essence, 11,850,000. Gas, 6,950,000. Nests, 1,498, including 35 main nests. For more buildings, click to view detailed information. Unit information. Hero, Kerrigan, Psionic Level 5, Zagara, Abathur. Drones, 750,000. Jumping worms, 1,950,000, leaping worms 750,000, fission worms 1,200,000. Toxic explosive worms, 400,000. Spikers, 164,000. Cockroaches, 176,000. Abominations, 15,000. Impalers, 5,000. Exploding mosquitoes, 50,000. 2,740,000 swarms. The underground tunnel network is complete, the battle can begin. Yimu's finger pressed against his temple. Kerrigan, Zagara, start organizing the swarm, be ready for war to break out at any moment. Understood, Commander. I will lead the swarm to attack from the northern combat zone. Kerrigan responded. Great Commander, I, Zagara, will tear open the enemy's defense line from the eastern combat zone, never retreat. Zagara said. Yimu felt as if he were in the midst of the battlefield, his will, his consciousness fully covered the northern and eastern war zones. He clearly witnessed the swarm begin to mobilize in an orderly fashion. Jumping worms, toxic explosive worms, cockroaches, spikers, abominations, each of their movements were perfectly coordinated, presenting a spectacular and grand beauty. Overlooking this million-strong swarm as an extension of his will, he seemed to hear the dull thud of the earth responding to the swarm's movements, and the whole world became solemn and reverent. The swarm was continuously accumulating even more powerful explosive force, waiting for that moment of eruption to arrive. Oh my god. You guys are too fast, you're going to attack again so soon. But that's a level 5 area, experts estimate at least 100,000 square kilometers. How many enemies could be inside? How can your swarm have that many troops? This is too risky. I can only feel the blood boiling in my body right now. I wish the swarm a victorious start, and I also hope that Stukov, who is attacking the level 4 area, can achieve victory. Much love from Bear Country. Bear Country is attacking the level 4 area? What race are you? How did you develop so rapidly all of a sudden? Did you not check the forums? Bear Country started as a group of homeless nomads with nothing, but then they discovered a spaceship. It turns out they are exiled criminals, and afterward, relying on the technology of the spaceship and cloning techniques, they are now very powerful. Although they are powerful, they are still far behind the swarm. Attacking the level 4 area, Bear Country is only advancing by building fortifications and gradually encroaching. It can't compare to the grand spectacle of the swarm. Our Persian goddess Euphemia also tried to attack the level 4 area, but unfortunately, she lacked the troops and had to retreat for now. You are already attacking the level 5 area, that's truly amazing. At this moment, I can't help but add a san, what so-called world power is currently attacking which level area? The live room instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. And on the real battlefield, relying on the underground tunnel network. The swarm led by Kerrigan and Zagara, although clearly divided in labor, was closely connected and fully capable of swiftly supporting one another. As long as the queen, hero units, or overseers were within the effective range of the main nest, the queen, or the overseer, they could communicate remotely through mental power. At this moment, a mysterious purple light emerged from Kerrigan's eyes. Zagara, you initiate a feigned attack first and test their strength. Understood, Your Majesty. Children, let those enemies experience the power of our swarm. In the eastern war zone, 50,000 banlings and leap units formed a mixed unit that took the lead in the attack. This number was not very high in the entire swarm, seemingly unremarkable. However, when thousands of insects surged forward, the gathering malice seemed as if it would crush everything. The leap units let out low roars, surging like a tide through the only passage leading to the level 5 area. This was a winding and twisting road, the widest part several kilometers, while the narrowest area was just over 100 meters. A dense and dark swarm mixed with purple surged out from the narrowest point. At last, the view ahead suddenly widened. Chapter 57, Abathur carries out commands. The leap swarm spread rapidly like a tide. In front of them was the line of the Dark Army. This line was carefully built and fortified, appearing quite special. At the very front, many deep pits were dug, and even metal netting and other obstacles were set up to block the path. The real defense line consisted of continuous diamond-shaped fortresses. These fortresses could maximize the advantages of long-range attacks and were extremely difficult to handle. Each fortress cleverly utilized the terrain, with the lowest parts reaching up to 30 meters, illustrating the Dark Army's deep expertise in fortifications. What drew the most attention were the giant gun emplacements built behind these fortresses. Each gun emplacement only installed one cannon. This cannon was a double-barreled type, easily recognizable in overall appearance, and its unique style was very similar to that of the mana warships. Yimu fell into thought. He had seen many weapons made by the Dark Army before, mostly in deep black, without complex ancient patterns. However, these double-barreled cannons were different, possessing a unique style difference. Where did these Dark Ones get this equipment, along with the previously seen transport aircraft? Yimu silently noted this point, planning to investigate further after capturing this area. He scanned the battlefield, where a large number of Dark Servant troops were stationed on the fortresses, and besides ordinary Dark Servant troops, he could also see some Dark Warriors. They were the standard troops of the level 5 Dark race. The leap swarm continued to spread, beginning to explore the weak points of the entire defense line. The Dark Army was also quite clever. They did not use cannons but instead used conventional weapons to attack the leap swarm. This Dark Commander is pretty good. Actually, they've always had some skills, it was just that the swarm's probing didn't yield results, so they launched a full-on attack directly. Wow! They're starting a total attack already? Truly, the swarm is domineering. Amazing. Only the swarm can play this kind of strategy. On the battlefield, Kerrigan and Zagara almost simultaneously issued orders, and the swarm launched a fierce charge. The army surged forward like a roaring tide. Among the leap swarm, the polluted roaches and aberrations charged angrily towards the fortresses. The thousands of cannons on the fortresses immediately fired furious flames. The attacking swarm stumbled for a moment but then became even more ferocious. The aberrations roared, their forelimbs racing across the battlefield, charging towards the fortresses, swinging their long arms, causing bricks and stones to fly, creating considerable destruction. But at this moment, the previously silent double-barreled cannon activated. Its 370mm diameter cannon barrels began to compress and gather mana. A purple light burst forth, compressing for 30 seconds. Boom! A loud sound echoed, and the cannon hole actually produced a sonic boom. A heavy cannon infused with magical energy landed among the swarm, instantly exploding, rising a mushroom cloud over 100 meters high, with power that could crush all. Within a 50-meter explosion radius, the mutated creatures struggled to withstand it, almost instantly dying. And within 100 meters of the blast radius, jumping worms, stinging snakes, and others fell dead in an instant, and the cockroaches were left barely alive. With just one magical energy cannon, a large vacuum zone was cleared in the attacking swarm. Immediately after, a second magical energy cannon fired, bringing forth another mushroom cloud. On the long battlefield, such explosions occurred roughly every 500 meters. The fierce attack of the swarm seemed to be choked at the throat, instantly falling into stagnation, with numerous creatures dying every 3 seconds. Fortunately, after the bombardment ended, the magical energy cannon began to cool down, although the exact cooling time was unknown. Kerrigan and Zagara sensed the danger of this magical energy cannon. If allowed to continuously bombard and strangle the swarm's attack, even with vast numbers, it would be difficult to tear through this defense line. Even if they barely tore through the line, they would pay an unbearably painful price. This is the dark type of the level 5 area. The combat power is indeed formidable. Is this really artillery? It's almost as powerful as a missile. The power is indeed outrageous, even mutated creatures cannot withstand the explosion zone. This artillery is too strange, similar in style to the magical energy warship, not quite like something made by the dark type. I deeply agree. The artillery's attack frequency is not high, building an army guarantees a win, yet the casualties will definitely be significant. As everyone's gaze focused on the battlefield, no one noticed the steep cliff nearby. There stood a giant figure, with dark gray eyes, quietly observing everything, watching how the swarm would respond to this situation. The war continued. Yimu commanded from a distance, not directly participating in frontline command but rather surveying the entire situation. Although the magical energy cannon was fierce, the swarm's numbers were immense, and only a few had truly perished. Behind, nearly 1,500 insect nests were ready to hatch more swarms for battle. As long as there were enough resources, there was no need to worry. Yimu sensed Abathur's call and shifted his gaze to the evolution chamber beside the main nest. In the dark, damp environment, Abathur squatted in its pit as usual. When it sensed Yimu's will descending, it said, "Great Overmind, Abathur has modified the genes of the mutated creatures, granting them." Let's hear it. Completing the enhancement of the mutated creatures in such a short time. It was evident that Abathur had not lied before. The mutated creatures were indeed relatively rough and simplistic and had room for improvement. Abathur brought its hands together, and from a pit behind it emerged a brand new mutated creature. Compared to the initial mutated creature, its outward appearance did not change much, with the size and structure still the same, but there were noticeable differences in areas like its back. The initially swollen purple biological material had turned green, and there were slight changes in its legs. Its dual eyes glimmered with a fierce and violent light, staring intensely at its surroundings, suppressing the desire for battle and killing. This is a variant of the mutated creature, integrating the genes of the healing explosion bug and the violent stinging snake, granting it even greater ability. It is named the violent mutated creature. The biological material on its back can not only prevent wounds from worsening but also accelerate healing. The mutated creature can consume the biological material on its back to enter a violent state. In the violent state, the mutated creature's back defense weakens, accelerating life force depletion, but it will gain tremendous destructive power and possess jumping ability. Able to leap over enemy defenses. However, this jump puts great strain on its leg bones and flesh structure, requiring 30 minutes to repair damaged tissues before it can jump again for surprise attacks. Yimu's eyes suddenly brightened after listening to the introduction. He did not expect that the aberrant creatures could mutate in this way, which was a capability not possessed by the aberrants in interstellar space, showing the strong adaptability of the swarm in different environments. Abathur, well done. Everything is for the swarm. For the master. You arrange for all the aberrants on the front line to mutate and hatch more furious aberrants. Abathur, execute the order. Abathur transmitted the command to the warfront through mental communication. Chapter 58, Ancient Demon Clan. There are two ways for the swarm to mutate. The first is like the jump insect, which carries the gene of the explosion insect, The second is like the aberrant creatures, which need to reach the vicinity of the hive or areas with fungal blankets to obtain new biological essences before they can truly mutate. Although the battlefield is covered by flames of war, black fungal blankets have already spread extensively. In front of the Dark Fortress, there is a large area of black fungal blanket. The aberrant creatures attacking suddenly stopped their movements, curled up, and were wrapped in cocoons, beginning to mutate rapidly. Wow! Mutating directly on the battlefield. This operation is quite fierce. This defensive line of the Dark Ones is definitely going to be finished. The furious aberrants are tailor-made for this situation, jumping over the defense line and attacking the magical energy cannons directly. This defensive line appears to be set up by the Dark Ones to wear down the swarm's numbers, but now their plan is about to fall apart. In the blink of an eye, 60 seconds passed. Tens of thousands of aberrants broke out of their cocoons on the battlefield, having completed their mutation. Roar! A furious aberrant roared, emanating a ghostly purple mist from its body, resembling the reaction when Zagara's ability group goes berserk. Its speed suddenly surged, and with 4 long legs it leaped, shaking the ground, as this massive creature soared into the sky, jumping more than 30 meters high. The Dark Ones watched the scene in terror, unable to believe it. Such a huge creature could jump so high. After it leaped over the city wall, it pounced directly at the magical energy dual cannon. The same scene continuously played out across the battlefield. Outside, there are large numbers of swarms launching attacks, while inside, furious aberrants caused massive destruction, causing one magical energy dual cannon after another to fall silent, being smashed into scrap metal. In the northern and eastern battle zones, the swarm almost simultaneously pierced through the fortress groups of the Dark Ones. When the fortress groups could not respond to each other and were attacked from both the front and back, defeat was inevitable and irreversible, unless the real Dark One's army arrived. On the vast land, the swarm had committed over 2 million combat units. The sea of bugs frantically gnawed at the Dark One's first line of defense. These fortresses were built very solidly, and the total military strength stationed here exceeded 300,000. It would still take some time to completely break them. We won, it feels so easy. With more than 2 million bugs, even one bite each would be significant, feeling easy is normal. What exactly are the Dark Ones fighting against? This is a level 5 area base, and they seem so careless. I think they are doing it on purpose. What if they want to lure the swarm into the level 5 area and catch them all at once? Impossible. If the Dark Ones had that capability, the previous area wouldn't have fallen. Then, with the level 5 nest almost breaking under the swarm's attack, is it still meaningful for them not to defend? The crowd began to quarrel over this. In fact, Yimu also received information sent by the Lord of the White Flag Nation, Julia, whose race was affiliated with Yimu. White Flag Nation, Julia, brother Yimu, I watched the process of the swarm attacking the level 5 area and felt it was unreasonable. Are the Dark Ones hiding some big trick? Or have their main forces already perished? Huaxia Yimu, you are quite clever. White Flag Nation, Julia, of course. I'm a 19-year-old master's student. Huaxia Yimu, which possibility do you think is greater? White Flag Nation, Julia, hard to say. But no matter the situation, the swarm still needs to attack quickly. As long as they take down the level 5 area, no matter what the Dark Ones are hiding will not matter anymore. Huaxia Yimu, I understand. Yimu ended the chat with her, witnessing the swarm rapidly devouring the defenses of the Dark One's slave army. In no more than 2 hours, there would not be a single living enemy left in these fortresses. Time slowly flowed. Finally, night fell. The last fortress was reduced to ruins, thick smoke rising, with shadows of aberrations, cockroaches, and jumpers lingering around. The northern and eastern battle zones of the swarm had completely merged into one, with no divisions remaining, all part of this insect race's army. The front line was set in this vast level 5 area, rich in resources such as crystal mines and gas. The swarm had only gained a preliminary victory in the first phase, occupying over 30,000 square kilometers of land, about the total area of 3 level 4 zones, so rich in resources that even Yimu felt a twinge of greed. However, he had not begun to hatch the insect nests, the level 5 area was too vast. While the swarm seemed to occupy a significant amount of land, it was just a tiny part compared to the entire level 5 area. Most importantly, this place had no defensible terrain. If he hatched a large number of insect nests, the Dark Ones could launch surprise attacks on them from anywhere, leading to endless troubles, making it not worth the cost. To hatch insect nests, he at least needed to wait until half of the level 5 area was under his control before he could safely gather resources. In the central region of the swarm, Kerrigan, Zagara, Narad, and other brood mothers gathered to discuss the next course of action. At that moment, only Kerrigan suddenly sensed a threat approaching. What is that? She awakened, shouting loudly, her arms instantly gathering dark energy, ready to fight at any moment. I am not your enemy. A somewhat stiff voice sounded. From the unseen shadows, a tall creature emerged. It stood 4 meters tall, its body dark blue, with small scales in some areas, standing on 2 legs, dragging a long tail, and its muscular arms looking powerfully strong. Its face resembled a type of monster, with grayish-white eyes, a small beard on its chin, and sharp fangs peeking out unintentionally, exuding a sense of danger. Yimu also sensed its appearance and carefully observed the creature before him. This strange creature had a humble demeanor, speaking in a halting manner. "Swarm, I am one of the chieftains of the ancient devil clan, Hark. No matter who you are, as long as you are not a part of the swarm, you are an enemy of the swarm, children." Zagara was about to summon the swarm when Kerrigan stopped her, observing the creature claiming to be Hark. "You say you are of the ancient devil clan? The invaders from another continent, said to be connected with the 2 strongest races on the continent of Guqing? What you say, some, is correct. Ancient devils are native species of Zerg, just like the swarm. The dark ones are the invaders, they are the refined essence of mistakes." Hark shook his head, the small beard on his chin swaying like a goat's. Hearing his introduction, Yimu instinctively clenched his right fist. Indeed, he finally understood why this creature gave him a sense of déjà vu. Its features were too similar to the primal Zerg leader from StarCraft, Heart of the Swarm, Draka. The primal Zerg were the earliest, oldest Zerg, they had self-awareness, fought among themselves, and the victors devoured the losers to evolve, with Draka being one of the best. This planet is Zerg, which should not be a coincidence. Other races' planets also have some items related to their races, like Euphemia's star spirits. Yimu felt he might have grasped some originally vague key clues. Chapter 59, Yin-Yang person upstairs, wish you bad luck. The initial star planet of the player lord was given special significance, as the think tank had mentioned to Yimu. Like Euphemia from Persia, her star spirit clan had discovered ancient ruins multiple times, and the weapons and equipment in the ruins were very similar to those of the star spirit clan. Many lords had similar situations. Yimu pondered some possibilities. Therefore, I became increasingly interested in the newly emerged ancient demon tribe leader, Hak. I paid attention to Hak's conversation with Kerrigan and others. Kerrigan narrowed her eyes. She asked, "Are you saying that both the ancient demon tribe and the Zerg are the native inhabitants of this planet, while the dark ones come from another world and later arrived on Xeris, right?" "No, that's correct," Hak replied. The dialogue between the two left Zagara confused. "My queen, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." Zagara had never experienced the awakening eye and knew nothing about this continent and planet. Naturally, it couldn't comprehend the details about the planet and the ancient demons that the two described. Zagara seems a bit adorably silly. "I have a question, why does this ancient demon leader say the swarm is native? How does he know? Wasn't the swarm a sudden appearance? Wow. This thought is terrifying. Could it be that the Zerg originally existed on Xeris? If there really are Zerg on Xeris, the entire planet should already be ruled by the swarm. He might be lying, misjudging, or perhaps have some indirect evidence. Why do you believe this monster? He must have ill intentions, trying to deceive the swarm, maybe even planning an ambush. Something unusual must have a cause, his sudden appearance definitely has its reason." This matter also drew the attention of the Chinese think tank, who listened carefully. They did not immediately analyze but planned to first record the entire conversation between the ancient demon tribe leader and Kerrigan. "Zagara, be quiet," Kerrigan said. "Yes, my queen, I will listen to you." Zagara replied respectfully, quietly standing aside, but remained vigilant towards Hak in front of him. Kerrigan stared intently at Hak. "Tell me, what do you want to do? If you dare to lie, I won't let you leave alive. Your threats are useless to me. But I won't leave, I want to stay with the swarm. I want to witness your transformation." When Hak spoke, it sounded like he had phlegm stuck in his throat, making it quite strenuous. However, once you got used to it, it strangely had a rhythm to it. "The swarm won't take you in unless you prove your worth," Kerrigan said with a smirk. "I know some things you don't know. You won't survive for long. Right now, the Dark Abyss's Narluck is fighting against Steeltide. Once the war ends, the swarm will be the first to be exterminated." When Hak spoke, his head swayed back and forth. "Dark Abyss, Narluck, Steeltide, what are those?" Kerrigan pressed for more. This was a suitable moment, Hak wouldn't refuse to answer. The Dark Abyss is adjacent to here, it's a level 6 area of land. There are ancient ruins there, and Arluk is the leader of the Dark Ones, and Steeltide is one of the leaders of the ancient demon tribe. Yimu rubbed his temples, listening to Hak was truly exhausting. Fortunately, he finally understood. It turned out there was a level 6 area called Dark Abyss outside of the level 5 area. There were ancient ruins there that must conceal something highly valuable, which sparked the war between the Dark Ones and the ancient demons. Both sides were incredibly powerful and capable of crushing the current swarm. "Kerrigan, ask him what Narluck and they are fighting over and when the war will end," Yimu instructed. In response to Kerrigan's inquiry again, Hack answered, "A chance, there's a rumored weapon in the ruins that can instantly annihilate millions of troops, but I'm not completely sure. There may also be some form of information hidden there." After saying this, Hack added, "You don't have much time. If you're too slow to conquer here, I will leave the swarm." After saying all this, Hack was unwilling to say more. After all, as one of the leaders of the ancient demon tribe, he had his status. "This information is giving me a headache, did you all understand? I think I get it. Simply put, you just wait for me to go back and get my shovel to bash you. Is that the right understanding?" The brother above nailed that analogy. The Dark Ones are competing with the ancient demons for weapons in the level 6 area. Once successful, no matter how many bugs there are, they will be quickly wiped out. I can only think of mushroom bombs. Big Ivan. Although it was accidental, it is pretty similar to the previous analysis. The bug swarm is like a war madman, just keep charging forward. Right? It seems to be correct. The bug swarm of Lord Yimu is starting to gather again, preparing to attack the next area. Since the bug swarm needs to attack quickly, the Dark Ones will definitely find a way to buy time. The defense line will only get stronger, and may even launch a counterattack. The bug swarm began to gather. In the deep of night, over 2 million bugs rushed across the land. This level 5 area covers 120,000 square kilometers. The Dark Ones did not just build one defense line or city on such vast land. The terrain here is complex, with high mountains, big rivers, lakes, and forests, all having giant cities built by the Dark Ones. Bugs float in the air, transmitting the detected situations in real time to Yimu and Kerrigan. After a brief look, Yimu commanded, "Kerrigan, Zagara, Nazareth, you lead the main forces. Break through the Dark One's armies in these 3 regions and wipe them out completely. I will arrange the other places." "Understood, Master." "Great Master, I will kill them all." "Great Master, I will certainly complete the task perfectly." Even if the bug swarm is scattered, each batch still numbers between 300,000 and 500,000. Some bug swarms are more than 10 kilometers apart, yet can still hear the thunderous roar of the bug tide moving, shaking the ground. Artillery fire instantly lit up the dark night, and the black shadows of bugs surrounded the giant cities of the Dark Ones, layer upon layer. Frenzied aberrations led the charge, taking countless attacks. Some fell dead, while others approached the Dark One city defenses. Not long ago, Yimu was only commanding a handful of jumping bugs, and now the multiple bug-tide army strike. He even directly descended his will, commanding 500,000 bugs to engage the Dark Ones in a head-on clash. This is a giant dark city, housing powerful dark soldiers. The defending force is 200,000, even if the attacking side is 5 times larger. It might not necessarily win, not to mention that this city has exceedingly strong walls and weapons like the magical dual cannon. The bug tide repeatedly launched assaults, only to be met with a barrage of fire, causing piles of jumping bugs to die. Cockroaches moved underground, taking the damage for the rolling explosive bugs. As night passed and dawn arrived, the giant city still stood tall. Though it had endured devastation, it was marked with various scars, some from aberrant impacts and arm strikes. Yimu once considered using the jumping aberration tactic to leap into the city, but this city garrisoned the elite of the Dark Ones. A 6-meter-tall Dark One, called the Dark Titan. They are heavily armored, wielding war hammers and handheld cannons. Their power is even stronger than the aberrations. The aberrations that leap over the city walls would instead be ambushed and killed. What troubles Yimu even more is the enemy's number keeps increasing. The Dark Ones have summoned many slave soldiers from who knows where. Since the war broke out, every so often, an additional 10,000 dark reinforcements appear, engaging in battle with the bug swarm. The situation is not looking good. The dark reinforcements keep coming. Could it be that the Dark Ones gained an advantage at the front lines? The other few cities still haven't been captured. We might really have to switch between attack and defense. The scale of the dark reinforcements may still increase. Not possibly, but definitely. Look far away, my goodness, so many dark monsters. And cavalry. If we don't withdraw our forces soon, things will really collapse. Don't be scared, didn't they say the bug swarm is invincible? Drown the enemies. I believe in you. Upstairs, Yin Yang people, I wish you good luck. Chapter 60, I have found the weakness of the bug race. In the distance that everyone gazed upon, the flat fertile land, jungles, and highlands were shrouded in rolling thick smoke coming towards them. A great army is approaching. In the rolling clouds of thick smoke, flying monsters swirl densely, almost all feathered serpents, numbering more than 20,000. The feathered serpents themselves are not weak in combat power, with numbers exceeding 20,000, it equates to 100,000 ground units in tactical value and other aspects. Once they join forces with the defending army of the Dark Race, the total force will reach 1 million, making the probability of completely defeating the swarm extremely high. When this great army appears magnificently, almost at the same time, Yimu hears the call of various mother insects in his consciousness. Great Master, the enemy's reinforcements have arrived, should the swarm retreat? My reconnaissance units have found that there are a large number of special magical energy cannons hidden behind this enemy, with great power. Great Master, this reinforcements number over 600,000, and with the support of the Dark Race City, what should we do? Master, the morale of the Dark Race servants has increased, and it will be very difficult to break through these solid cities in the short term. Hearing the news coming one after another, Yimu glanced at the resource reserves, with essence exceeding 10 million, and gas quantity also above 6 million. He pressed his finger on his temple while issuing orders to the more than 2 million swarm on the battlefield. Is it time to retreat? That's a bit of a pity. If we retreat and then think about attacking the enemy, that would be dreaming. The Dark Race's strength will increase. I've already seen the weakness of your Huaxia swarm, the future does not belong to the swarm. Just like this war, when the enemy is numerous, the swarm is finished. Is the upstairs idiot? How many races can win against more with less? Why do I feel that with Yimu's personality, he should be a battle fanatic? Directly launching an attack on the enemy. The Huaxia think tank watched the barrage flashing quickly, some frowned. What do you think? Not very realistic, that's a Dark Race army of over 600,000, encircling would take at least a day, or even longer. During that time, if the Dark Race inside the city comes out to attack the back of the swarm will be instantly crushed or even hunted down. That's true. That's why throughout history, wars revolve around cities. If the city is not taken down, the enemy will cut off the army's supplies, falling into a desperate situation. But why do I feel that the swarm's movements seem off? No way, he can't be, this is a battle fanatic. A madman. In the Lord's space, Yimu held a glass of fizzy ice cola, taking a refreshing sip. He appeared calm, watching the complex and anxious, ever-changing battlefield, sensing the responses of heroes and mother insects. Kerrigan, the swarm will surely win. Destroy all enemies. Master, just give the order. Zagara, this land will be filled with their corpses, the swarm is the only victor. Narishol, I will do my utmost. A million swarm began to boil. The northern and eastern battle zones, the two level 4 areas of the swarm also stirred. Those 50,000 various troop types reserved as backup surged into the level 5 area like a flood, shaking the earth. Kerrigan, Zagara, Narishol, and other heroes of the swarm completely ignored the giant city that had been attacking for a long time, leading the swarm to maneuver around the giant city of the Dark Race, rushing towards the distant Dark Race reinforcements. Such a scene left the Dark Race generals in the giant city stunned, unable to believe it. Are these bugs insane? Don't they know that charging like this is death? Over 2 million swarm, although numerous, cannot fully deploy, only a part can truly engage in combat. To eliminate over 60,000 elites, the swarm is simply dreaming. Prepare to fight outside the city. Attack the swarms back at any time, we cannot let them escape. Anyone with common sense seeing the swarm's movements would think it's madness, yet feel an exhilarating rush in the craziness. Countless swarm gathered together, charging towards the powerful enemy, the Dark Race's reinforcements. When over 2 million bugs rushed forward together, it seemed as if the Black Earth was moving, or perhaps the swarming bugs had turned into the embodiment of the land itself. The dust kicked up from the ground gathered into a sandstorm, within which was countless deadly swarms of bugs. I feel my blood boiling. Charge! I once thought I was a war fanatic until I met the great Yimu. Yi the mad god. Number 1 in the world. Do you people from Huaxia know what this means? If this wave of bugs fails, it will be a massive blow. They can only drag on in misery afterwards. Charge! 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 I just regret not being on the battlefield, this is true war. Although I'm filled with passion, I still want to ask, can we really win like this? The bugs seem to be many, but they seem more like cannon fodder. The Dark Ones still have plenty of magical cannons. Behind the passionate barrage of comments, countless people were terrified. Everyone knew in their hearts what it meant for Huaxia if the bug swarm failed. From the elderly in their 70s and 80s to elementary school students, everyone nervously watched this fierce battle. Time seemed to stretch tight, every second felt like torture. But after 1 second passed, they hoped time could slow down even more. The 60,000-strong Dark Army had stopped advancing, forming layer after layer of defense lines. The defense line stretched for 10 kilometers, with layers interlocking, equipped with numerous heavy cannons, and many pure-blooded Dark Warriors as well. Leading this army was the Dark Commander, Gruss, who was well experienced and had recently been fighting against the ancient demon clan. Gruss stood 4 meters tall, clad in dark armor, with an imposing figure, coldly gazing at the swarming bugs that kicked up the sandstorm. The pressure was palpable. Though they are brave and fearless of death, it is destined to be futile, they are just here to die. Gruss snorted coldly, war is not a blood-fueled game, but a grim game of death. Mere passion is of no use. With that, it ordered, prepare cannon fire, form a defensive formation to withstand the bug swarm's charge, they will soon be defeated. The Dark Advisor's eyes sparkled with admiration, understood. Soon, hundreds of cannon muzzles aimed at the incoming bug swarm. The number of cannons seemed small, but among them were rapid-fire magical cannons, their power unmatched by ordinary weapons. Everyone's heart raced anxiously. The thick smoke rolled closer, only 2,000 meters away. The sandstorm suddenly slowed down. After a brief minute, it pushed forward again. Fire! Shells tore through the dust, falling into the swarm of bugs. The flashing red light of explosions constantly flickered in the sandstorm, as if the entire storm was filled with red lightning. The silence was broken, the shadows in the sandstorm grew clearer. Roar! Thousands of mutated creatures burst forth from the swirling dust, their massive bodies charging. Roaring, they withstood the bombardment of magical cannons, beneath them a sea of leaping bugs. Tens of thousands of cockroaches and thorn snakes followed closely behind. With every round of shelling, many bugs were killed. The Dark Commander Gruss watched this scene, revealing a cruel smile. Such enemies, it had seen many, some even stronger, but their fate was all the same, destruction and death. However, when the shockwaves from the shell explosions tore through the veil of dust, an army of 1,000,000 bugs gradually unfolded. Among the massive swarm of bugs, astonishingly, half were rolling explosive bugs. They were extremely fast, rolling and even jumping, surging forward like a raging river. Chapter 61, Will you not use some women's tricks? No. How is this possible? Gruss's pupils dilated sharply. It understood the bug swarm, these creatures known as rolling explosive bugs. Once they approached a target, their power was terrifying. At this moment, the number of rolling explosive bugs in front of it exceeded 1,000,000. Yimu gazed down at the battlefield with a unified will and a commanding presence. Watching the rolling swarm of bugs surge like a tide, he knew that no further commands were needed. Facing the million-scale poisonous rolling bugs, the Dark Legion was destined for extinction. Shells fell continuously, but could only take out a small number of rolling bugs. When the 1,000,000 of them spread across the land, all resistance appeared pale and powerless. More than 40 members of the Chinese think tank were either uplifted in spirit or trembling with excitement. They witnessed 1,000,000 rolling bugs surging forward like a flood. The president of the Future Research Institute, as the leader of the think tank, suppressed his racing heart and said calmly. He chose to exhaust all gas, presenting a splendid fireworks show for the Dark Legion. Indeed, this was a beautiful fireworks show for the Dark Legion. 1,000,000 rolling bugs surged forward, rushing through the artillery bombardment zone, rolling past the deformities, straight toward the Dark reinforcements. If this were not a wild area battle, the Dark Army could have relied on city defenses to resist the poisonous bugs. However, at this moment, they had no support. The rolling poisonous bugs jumped into crowded areas of Dark or Dark slaves, landing and instantly exploding. The horror of their power was so great that even pure-blooded titans of the Dark could hardly withstand it. The purple poisonous bugs rolled forward, viewed from above. 1,000,000 poisonous bugs swept away enemies like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves, corroding the ground and changing its color. Deformities, cockroaches, and stinging snakes followed closely behind the poisonous bugs, harvesting those dark warriors who had not yet died. In the air, more than 20,000 feathered snakes were concentratedly attacked by over 100,000 stinging snakes, falling in droves, their blood splattering onto the ground. The fate of the 600,000 Dark Army was sealed. How can I die here? The Dark Leader, Gruss, roared in anger, holding a battle spear, but before it could break free from the encirclement of the bugs, it saw a half-human, half-bug creature appear. Compared to its size, this creature appeared small, but this did not lessen the sense of oppression it brought. Get lost, ugh. Gruss' throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, its eyes bulging, and then it explosively died in the air, being hurled away by Kerrigan. The leader of the Dark Army perished just like that. Kill, my children, charge. Kerrigan shouted loudly, using her skills to summon dozens of stinging snakes, fiercely attacking a small area of enemies. Those dark armies that had originally tried to attack the bugs' rear saw this, abandoned the plan, and continued to shrink back into the giant city. They had already fallen into despair. The strength of the bugs was beyond imagination. More than 600,000 reinforcements were easily annihilated like this. Worse yet, they would soon face a new round of attacks from the bugs, and the Dark had no strength to support them anymore. This was a slaughtering battlefield, where many Dark warriors fell, with very few remaining. This ended too quickly. It felt like it was barely a moment, and the Dark were already in dire straits. Just now when the bugs kicked up a dust storm, and the 1,000,000 rolling poisonous bugs appeared, that rush was overwhelming. It was so shocking. The 1-minute pause of the dust storm definitely meant that the jumping bugs were mutating. Boss Yimu was amazing, unbeatable. When the Dark Army appeared just now, I was almost in despair. I didn't expect there would be such a desperate strategy, truly worthy of being the ruler of the bugs. The thrill of battle is bliss, battle on, battle forever. This is a slap in the face. Where are those who said the bugs would lose? Come out quickly. Please don't take offense like my pet Wonkai, it's not easy for it to learn to type. In Yimu's livestream, a large number of internet users from various countries had been lurking. Some of them were his fans, but more felt a sourness in their hearts. At this moment, witnessing the extinction of more than 600,000 dark reinforcements, someone couldn't help but sigh. Are all Chinese people big demons? I'm a bit curious, does the gas of the bugs really suffice to mutate so many poisonous rolling bugs? It's definitely not enough, but the swarm originally has hundreds of thousands of poison explosion bugs, adding about 700,000 more would be just right. Dad Gui is so amazing. Congratulations in advance to Yi Mu's dad for conquering the level 5 area. The netizens from Hippo Country and White Flag Country flooded the screen, making many netizens from other countries envious. After all, the vassal state can receive 10% of the profits, which is no small amount. In contrast, some countries not only gain nothing but also face the crisis of extinction and must even give up territory and resources. Yoshiyuki Aragaki is useless. You can't even sign a vassal contract with Lord Yimu, can't you use some womanly means? Little Japan, can't you have some self-respect? The perspective shifts back to Yimu. He checked the rough statistics of this battle, over 2 million bugs attacked, and still, 1 million remained. It seemed like the casualties were severe, but most of the sacrifices were cannon fodder types like jumping bugs and poison explosion bugs. The real main forces, like cockroaches and thorn snakes, did not suffer many losses, they were still within an acceptable range. What truly pained Yimu was the essence. After a wave of attacks, the remaining essence was still 10.65 million, but the gas had only 500,000 left. He pressed his finger against his temple, directing his mental power to 1493 bug nests, issuing orders, hatch 400,000 jumping bugs, plus 1.2 million splitting bugs. This would consume a total of 6 million essence, leaving Yimu with 4.65 million essence. He already had a plan for the use of these essences, which was also one of the reasons he launched this fierce attack. In the northern and eastern battle zones, hundreds of thousands of worker bees swaggered into the level 5 area. This was supposed to be the most dangerous area, but at this moment, it was completely different. They began hatching nests from the originally controlled area of the swarm, spreading all over. The level 5 area was vast and boundless, with 500 nests scattered everywhere, looking still unremarkable. At the same time, some worker bees mutated at the gas fissure geysers to harvest chambers, speeding up the collection of gas resources. The black mycelium blanket expanded into the level 5 area without any restraint. For giant cities still occupied the center of this area, sealing off most regions. The dark-skinned generals and warriors on the city walls looked on helplessly as the swarm expanded its power. The black mycelium blanket covered more and more areas, and some nests began to mutate just outside their artillery range. One dark-skinned city lord furiously exclaimed, "These bugs are too arrogant. I must make them pay. How dare they hatch nests in front of my giant city, it's simply unforgivable. My lord, once our main army returns, these swarms will be insignificant." That's right, the number of swarms seems large, but they are not that formidable. We have over 3 million troops, just a part of them can completely annihilate the bug race. The city lord sighed deeply. Fortunately, we still have a strong defense at the rear, the swarm dares not act recklessly for now. As he spoke, the anger in the city lord's heart gradually faded, and his breathing calmed down. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Chapter 62, How to Lose with a Dragon Rider. Looking into the distance, he saw a swarm of worker bees darting outside the range of the magic energy cannon, circumventing the giant city. The level 5 area was just too vast, more than 100,000 square kilometers, and the dark-skinned forces were still far from their last line of defense in this area. So, the dark-skinned city lord could only watch helplessly as the worker bees circled to the back of the giant city, evenly distributing themselves across different resource points. The backs of the worker bees split open, unfolding flesh membranes to envelop the resource points, beginning their mutation into bug nests. Looking around, hundreds of worker bees began mutating into bug nests at the same time, and there were surely more in the distance that he couldn't see. Watching the area behind his giant city being shamelessly used to hatch bug nests made the dark-skinned city lord livid. I can't tolerate this humiliation. Assemble the army. Eliminate these nests. More than an hour later, he watched his army suffer defeat in the wild, with 80% of the troops exterminated by the swarm, leaving only a few to escape back to the giant city. The city lord fell silent, as if he had lost all light in his eyes. In the live broadcast room, netizens began to speak. Lord Yimu was so ruthless, directly laying nests and fungal blankets behind the Dark One's giant city. This is not just killing, but also striking at their hearts. This is the right way to operate. The Dark Ones are unable to attack the swarm in the short term, so they must quickly gather more resources. I can't help but drool, these resources already exceed the total of 3 level 4 areas. And there's still a lot of gas. Yimu activated a 100-fold time acceleration. In this level 5 area, 1,000 nests were completed. This consumed a significant amount of essence, gas, and worker bee resources, but it was all worth it. Essence and gas were growing at an unprecedented speed, along with the resource output from the previous 3 level 4 areas, accumulating to an astonishing number. The 4 Dark One's giant cities were covered by fungal blankets, monitored by countless eye bugs, with no movements escaping their gaze, while the nests remained very safe. In just one day and night, the swarm's resources had gradually recovered vitality. The essence number surpassed 8 million, and the gas number surpassed 1.95 million, showing the vigorous vitality of the insect race. Yimu observed the situation overall, still contemplating what to hatch. At that moment, he sensed the call of the hero Zagara. "Great Overlord, why not let me lead the swarm to destroy those 4 Dark One's giant cities? The timing is not yet right." "Oh. How much longer do I have to wait?" Zagara couldn't help but question. She regarded all foreign races within the territory of the swarm as thorns in her side. Especially those 4 Dark One's giant cities, she found them utterly intolerable, even though she herself was a latecomer. Yimu sensed the call of a baser and couldn't help but show a smile. "Soon, just wait for my command." "Understood, Great Overlord." Not far from the core main nest of the swarm, there was an evolution chamber comparable in size to the main nest. It was dark and damp. A baser crawled out from the pit. She sensed Yimu's arrival and displayed rare emotional fluctuations. "Great Overlord, based on the feathered serpent's genetic essence and other factors, I have mutated a true aerial combat unit that belongs to the swarm according to your instructions." "Let me see." The Dark One's magical warships, transport aircraft, feathered serpents, and other aerial units had always made Yimu covetous. This world's terrain was special, as only aerial units could freely cross various barriers. Starting the display, an aerial unit mutated from the foreign insect alien dragon. The pit slowly unfolded, and suddenly, a flying alien dragon flapped its wings and took off into the sky. It was massive, with flesh membranes on both wings spread nearly 20 meters, and bone spurs growing on its head, looking menacing. Notably, its tail was curved, with the tip able to launch bone blades or venom at enemies, capable of attacking both aerial and ground targets. Yimu carefully observed the alien dragon before him, knowing it would become the core transformative force of the swarm. The alien dragon had another name, Flying Dragon, and it came with the famous saying, "How could a flying dragon lose on a face-off?" highlighting its power. A baser's thin hand naturally closed as she introduced. "The unit is named Alien Dragon, the aerial unit of the insect race, lightweight armor. It possesses exceptional mobility and is capable of attacks on both air and ground. Their genes are incredibly perfect, having a strong ability to adapt and mutate, and in the future, more powerful similar races can be mutated out. If you want to hatch alien dragons, you must first hatch a spire, only then can the larvae mutate into alien dragons." Yimu extended his spiritual force to cover the entire swarm. Wherever there were upgrading main nests, they instantly mutated into buildings, spires. Mutating the spire required a staggering 1,000 essences, plus 300 gas. The cost even exceeded that of nests, with a mutation time of 12 hours. The flesh membranes of the insect cocoon enveloped it, rapidly expanding, growing at a visible speed. Until the end of 12 hours, with a pop, the first tower mutated and appeared before Yimu. It stood over 100 meters tall, in gray-brown and dark purple, overall circular in shape. Multiple fleshy tubes anchored the floating tower to the base, ensuring it would not drift away. After the tower mutation was completed, Yimu selected a larva and, sure enough, discovered the option to hatch an alien dragon. Hatching a single alien dragon required 250 essences, plus 100 points of gas, and took 3 hours. Hatch 10,000. No wonder it's Yimu, rich and generous. Hatching tens of thousands at once, abundant resources. I understand why Yimu doesn't attack the 4 giant cities of the shadow race. He treats them as experimental grounds for alien dragons. This is the scale, this is what scale means. Those hundreds of thousands of enemy troops become experimental grounds. I'm still curious about the combat power of the alien dragons. They look a bit strange from the outside. Yimu activated the time acceleration 100 times again. 3 hours in accelerated time passed like a brief moment. One by one, the cocoons broke open, and the newly hatched alien dragons emerged, flapping their fleshy wings and flying into the sky, their slightly sharp cries echoing in the air. After a brief test, Yimu concluded that the speed and attack power of the alien dragons were indeed extremely strong. Yimu issued commands to Kerrigan and Zagara through mental force, and the swarm boiled again. Meanwhile, in the 5-level area, 2 of the completely isolated giant cities began to panic. Kerrigan and Zagara, each leading a swarm in superior numbers, surrounded the 2 giant cities, and the siege battle immediately began. The furious aberrations charged to the front, taking the brunt of the magic cannon attacks and bombings. Countless jumping insects became cannon fodder. Kill them all. These bugs will never occupy our giant cities. Hold the line, be careful of the poison exploders over there. The general of the shadow race commanded, issuing order after order. Until a shadow blocked the giant city, and a sharp sound suddenly echoed. The general slowly raised his head to look at the sky, witnessing an astonishing scene: 5,000 alien dragons circling above the giant city, their figures entwined as they dove toward the city. The venom sprayed from their tails and the bone blades fired swept through the last defense of the giant city, crushing the last psychological defense of the Shadow Race's servants. The giant city attacked by Kerrigan quickly fell completely, the swarm overwhelming it like a tide. Following closely, the swarm led by Zagara also flattened another giant city. The alien dragons circling above made the remaining 2 giant cities of the Shadow Race tremble. They stood ready but were filled with fear of the swarm. Zagara had doubts in her heart. She found Kerrigan and expressed her concerns. "My queen, why not continue the attack? With the strength of the alien dragons, they could completely crush the enemies in the last 2 giant cities. The Overmind is waiting for the mutated form of the alien dragons. These 2 giant cities are just the venues for the next experiment." Kerrigan replied lightly. The mutations of the alien dragons are truly something to look forward to. Chapter 63, Is the bear so powerful? No need to wait too long. Kerrigan's memory gradually restored, and she gained a deeper understanding of the mutation and evolution of the Zerg units. Currently, the optimization mutation of the alien dragons is underway, rather than a fundamental evolution of the unit, and Abathur would soon complete this task. As she expected, half a day later, dusk fell. In the vast clear sky, the evening glow fell upon the black fungal carpet of the swarm, illuminating the massive hive. 5 giant bone spines rose menacingly from the hive, standing more than 50 meters tall. If anyone were to stand here, they would feel their own insignificance and fear deeply. In the air floated a large number of royal larvae and flying serpents, and occasionally, units flew by quickly. After a wave of 1,000,000 poison exploders battle, though half of the units were lost. But the swarm has already regained its strength and has even become stronger. On this vast land, there are over 2 million various jumping bugs scattered about. There are also large numbers of cockroaches, venomous snakes, and mutated units, which are relatively advanced units. The Dark Servant army in the 2 giant cities has become increasingly desperate. This place is like hell. All familiar sights have turned strange, even the earth is covered with a layer of fungus, becoming pure black. These 2 lonely giant cities look so miserable. The Dark Ones appear to have gone into a state of isolation. Once these 2 cities are taken down, the swarm will be able to develop further, right? Level 5 area is too vast, over 130,000 square kilometers. What does that even mean? The province I am in is only 140,000 square kilometers, and we have over 40 million people. I am from a large province in central China. Before the great leader Yimu appeared, our province was 160,000 square kilometers, with a population close to 100 million. Now the swarm's development is far from its end. I didn't feel much before. Hearing you guys say this makes it seem that the number of Dark Ones is ridiculously small, equivalent to the scale of 2 level 4 areas. The Bear Lord Stu Kufu's human race successfully occupied the level 4 area. Gained resources plus 1 million, gas plus 1 million, randomly unlocked a hero unit. Because it's the first time conquering a level 4 area, national resources plus 100%, all citizens physical fitness plus 150, excluding Valley Dirt Formation E25. A sudden announcement popped up, interrupting the discussion in the live stream. Is the bear country that strong? It actually surpassed Persia and the pyramid country in speed. This speed is a bit scary. I'm going to check what's going on. A passionate netizen ran to the bear country Stu Kufu's livestream, directly pulling up the live replay. Before the decisive battle ended, the human race of the bear country was controlling mechanical power, but it was different from ordinary mechanical races. The human race of the bear country was more equipped with a kind of exoskeleton armor and machine gunners. Paired with medics and engineers, they built small metal fortresses, steadily advancing and gradually gnawing at the level 4 area. However, the situation quickly changed. The level 4 area race goblins that were being devoured by the bear country erupted. They actually mastered technological power and launched a counterattack, destroying a large number of fortresses. The bear country's defeat was already certain. When they decided to withdraw their troops, the goblins that were attacking them inexplicably erupted into internal conflict. The goblins in internal conflict slaughtered each other, and the new weapons they had replaced turned into tools for mutual massacre. When the bear country's army came to a close, the goblins already suffered heavy casualties. Wow, this is possible. It seems also normal. When the great leader Yimu took the first level 4 area, it was also while the enemy was being besieged. In the Lord's space, Yimu saw the announcement and did not expect that the bear country would be the first to take down the level 4 area. According to his initial estimate, the swarm had the leading power, and there were only a few top lord players. Like Persia's Euphemia, Pyramid Country's Michelle, at most adding Big Ying's Elizabeth, they had not yet taken down the level 4 area, but the second-rate bear country took the lead. Yimu glanced a few times at the public channel. Persia country Fiki, God. This is simply a disaster. How could the bear country take down the level 4 area? Bear country Stu Kufu, fool, do you want to be hit? Black cross-country Fong Sheila, I can team up with you, are you willing? Big Ying's Elizabeth at Stu Kufu, how did you manage to take down the level 4 area so quickly? Hippo country Chara, my father's country has long conquered the level 4 area. Bear country Stu Kufu, don't compare me to the swarm, I'm not worthy. Actually, it's simple, I attacked the level 4 area where the race had internal conflict, and they killed each other while I took advantage of the situation. Persia country Euphemia, envious. The level 4 area I attacked had no internal conflict, but instead, there were many hidden cards. That race is too capable of hiding. Quite frustrating. Pyramid country Michelle, the level 4 area I attacked, its lord is a close friend of some level 5 area lord. I just found out. Seeking for advice. What should I do? I'm so anxious, afraid that the level 5 area will come for revenge. United States at Chuan Deng, God must be testing me, we are God's chosen people. We cannot give up. Yimu watched until the end and suddenly felt that Chuan Deng had become a bit fanatical. If he fails again, he will face a national referendum to decide whether he should continue as Lord. Given the people's nature in the United States, if he's not ousted, that would be strange. Maybe, in the future, they will even make a movie about him. At that moment, Yimu suddenly felt a baser's call. His mouth curled up, it's finally done. He turned his gaze toward the evolution chamber. A baser stretched out his arms. Great Sovereign, the alien dragon has merged with multiple genes, enhancing its characteristics. After selection, 2 beneficial mutations for the alien dragon have been obtained. Slash. Behind it, the evolution pit opened, and 2 alien dragons flew out. The alien dragon on the left had little change in appearance, except for many green tumors on its back, with slime swaying inside, resembling the back of a mutant. The alien dragon on the right had no changes to its wings, head, or back, but the tail at the end of its abdomen was noticeably larger, with more bone spikes growing. First mutation, self-healing alien dragon, merged with the essence of healing genes, granting the alien dragon powerful recovery abilities. After leaving combat, the alien dragon can absorb the essence from its back, quickly healing wounds and returning to its optimal state. Yimu glanced at the self-healing alien dragon and thought it was not bad. The alien dragon's vitality wasn't strong, and its armor wasn't high. It would easily be killed in aerial combat. Being able to quickly recover vitality was indeed a good enhancement for the alien dragon. What about the second one? Second mutation, split alien dragon, merged with the steel fur tribe's genetic traits. It allows the bone blade shot during attacks to split into 3 pieces, and the bone blades can bounce, greatly increasing the attack effectiveness. The 2 genetic traits cannot be merged. Forceful fusion will produce huge side effects. You must choose one mutation. Yimu lightly tapped the armrest of his chair, one enhances survival, the other enhances attack. Considering the characteristics of flying units and the survival ability and numbers of the alien dragons, choose the self-healing alien dragon. All the alien dragons of the swarm, begin mutation, will mutate into self-healing alien dragons. The mutation of the alien dragons took place in the air, with cocoons wrapping them, forming black air sacs, floating in the air. Until the first alien dragon broke out of its cocoon, its back was covered in tumors, accelerating wound healing. On the ground, Zagara looked up and saw the self-healing alien dragons complete their mutation. Children, begin the attack, eliminate the enemies in front of you. The swarm army immediately surged, rushing toward the Darkborn's giant city like a raging wave. In the air, thousands of self-healing alien dragons swooped down, unafraid of enemy attacks. Some alien dragons were hit in vital spots and fell, smashing buildings and dying, but more alien dragons with damaged shells and torn flesh membranes quickly flew off the battlefield. Injured flesh and tissue healed rapidly, growing new membranes, and the cracked shells were restored to new. The essence consumed on their backs quickly synthesized and stored, to be used for healing wounds next time. On the ground, violent mutants and other forces attacked, while in the air, self-healing alien dragons launched fierce assaults. The giant city that had once resisted for so long finally collapsed and fell. The second giant city nearby was also shaking and on the verge of falling. The sounds of gunfire gradually faded away. In the pitch-black night, only the screams of the swarm and the glowing eyes of the creatures remained. The black fungal blanket began to spread, covering the 2 fallen giant cities, and more worker bees mutated into hives on the spot. In the accelerated time of 100 times, by the next morning, the traces of the Darkborn had been completely erased. The swarm's territory connected into one, occupying half of the level 5 area. In a 130,000 square kilometer area, the swarm had already occupied more than 60,000 square kilometers. Over 1,000 insect nests and more than 700,000 fish and worker bees continuously gathered more resources. Essence. Gas. The swarm's numbers are rapidly increasing, especially the jumpworms that only consume essence, with the hatch rate reaching a new height. At this hatching speed and gathering efficiency, Lord Yimu's swarm will soon capture the level 5 area. It's hard to say, after all, it's a level 5 area. Although the Dark Ones have lost many cities, the heavily guarded passage remains. That defense is indeed very solid, but it's not very useful. The swarm's numbers have already exceeded 3 million. I feel the same way. The Dark Ones don't really have much hope for those 10 lines of defense. The meaning of the defense is just to slow down the swarm's expansion. The 10 layers of defense in the middle area are indeed like this, but the final stronghold in the level 5 area will definitely not be that simple. The swarm's challenge to occupy the level 5 area still lies ahead. You should learn from the wisdom of our heavenly bamboo and actively trade with the local species. Now we have already stabilized our foothold in the level 5 area. Hey, do you have any shame? The human race is a chosen race, yet you are relying on local species and bragging about it. Where's your pride? You're just jealous. Our heavenly bamboo is already mixed with the middle class, soon we will reach the upper class, and by then, we will be the undisputed boss. You can only say this after drinking 10 or 8 pounds of cow urine. Seeing the live broadcast room erupt in argument again, the Huaxia think tank felt a bit of a headache. It was good at first, they could hear some different opinions. There's nothing wrong with what the bullet screen said. The 10 layers of defense in the middle area are indeed to buy time and exhaust the swarm's strength. The real difficulty is the Dark One's final stronghold. They can tolerate the swarm's expansion, but they absolutely cannot allow the swarm's influence to spread beyond the level 5 area. That's right. Once the swarm expands beyond the level 5 area, they will directly face the war of the level 6 abyss, and at that time, the situation will be even more chaotic. What do you think Mu will use in terms of tactics? It should be multi-unit coordination, first breaking the defense line, otherwise, what else can they do? In the battlefield of the central area of level 5, there are steep mountainous landscapes and narrow passages. The Dark Ones have set up 10 lines of defense. After breaking through one line of defense, there is still another one, endlessly repeating until all 10 lines of defense are broken, hence the name 10 layers of defense. Considering the impact of the terrain and the weaponry of the Dark One's army of slaves, aerial units like the alien dragons are not invincible. To break through these 10 lines of defense, the time can vary, but it will certainly take a very long duration, with an optimistic estimate of at least 2 days. In the accelerated state, one can see hundreds of thousands of fission worms and jump worms mixed together, with some of them charging towards the Dark One's first line of defense. Cannons are booming continuously, the somewhat scattered positions of the swarm still suffer heavy casualties, but the follow-up jump worms keep approaching the defense line. There are no toxic explosive worms, cockroaches, or spiked snakes here, not even support units. Jump worms keep dying, but new jump worms continually replace them. Until the first Dark One's defense line becomes increasingly riddled with holes, ultimately collapsing, the army of jump worms floods in, gradually eliminating the Dark One's army of slaves within the defense line. Before the smoke-filled ruins of the front line, there stands the second line of defense. I don't understand, what's going on? Why are there only jump worms? Where are the other units? I don't understand either. +1, if this keeps up, when will we break through the 10 lines of defense? Lord Yimu must have a deep meaning in doing this. Could it be the burrowing worms? I was wondering, what would happen if the burrowing worms pass underground through the defense line? Impossible, the burrowing worms are too slow. It took them 3 days to connect the level 4 area, and this is a level 5 area. By the time they dig through, they would be better off overwhelming it with sheer numbers. It makes sense to hatch more nests and convert resources into the swarm. But it doesn't have to dig far. Just digging a little segment would be enough, right? Wow! There's really this possibility. I understand now. Just then, the live broadcast screen switched, showing behind the 10 lines of defense of the Dark Ones. A desolate area of shattered stone can be seen far away. Here the ground rises high, then. Boom! With a dull roar, the burrow worms drilled out. Not just one, but several burrow worms emerged from many areas of the continuous mountain range. A large number of cockroaches, venomous snakes, and worker bees surged out, directly bypassing the 10 defense lines. One by one, worker bees mutated into nests in the enemy's rear area, hatching on the spot. A sharp cry of strange dragons rang in the air, circling above, guarding the hatching nests, totaling in the thousands. Many people felt their scalps go numb. More jumping bugs and splitting bugs drilled out from the burrow worms, circumventing to the rear of the 10 defense lines. They surrounded it, then attacked just like the previous tactics. Simply launching an attack with a sea of jumping bugs, but now more advanced units joined from behind. So ruthless. My heart is racing. As expected, the burrow worms only drill a small area. The Dark Servant army is still defending, and as a result thousands of new nests opened behind them. Attack from the back, amazing. Only the insect race could come up with such a tactic. I still don't quite understand, why only use jumping bugs? Isn't any other bug good? The reason for only using jumping bugs is simple, because only jumping bugs do not consume gas. The essence of the swarm is too much, can't be used up, using jumping bugs to consume the enemy's thousands of defense lines is most appropriate. If I were in the Dark Servant army, that would be terrible. Not only did we fail to block the enemy, but the result is that the enemy uses worthless cannon fodder to bury me little by little. Terrible, terrible, terrible. I actually feel pretty good. The insect swarm's tactic is just brilliant. 100 times the time is still accelerating. Thousands of nests hatch, not escaping the Dark One's eyes, but because there are large numbers of swarms guarding them. The Dark Ones did not dare to take risks, nor did they dare to leave that solid defense line, only able to watch the nests hatch completely. The black fungus blanket began to spread in this level 5 area, the entire 130,000 square kilometers of the level 5 area, over 95% covered by the fungus blanket. At the 10 defense lines, the attacks from the jumping bugs continued. Yimu no longer focused there, leaving it to a few brood mothers to command. The annihilation of the Dark Servant army inside was just a matter of time. What truly interested him was to completely occupy this level 5 area, then extend the insect swarm's power to the Black Abyss realm mentioned by the ancient demon tribe leader, Hack. A burrow worm leading to the front line opened a passage, and the acceleration of 100 times stopped. Kerrigan, Zagara, and broodmother Nazculus successively walked out into this world that had been completely controlled by the insect swarm. Right after, the ancient demon tribe leader, Hack, also emerged from the burrow worm, his grayish-white eyes flashing with wisdom, his voice halting as he said, "Insect swarm, change, very interesting. Burrow worms, simple yet very useful." Though his voice was still a bit stiff, it was much better than at first. "Hack, ancient demon tribe." Kerrigan responded warmly. He shook his head and said, "Ancient demon tribe, pursuit, power, stronger, larger." No, such burrow worms. "But why do I see you're not that large?" Zagara said next to him, quite cutting. In the live broadcast room. "Why do I feel their conversation is a bit interesting? Hack's rhythm of speaking is quite fun. I think Zagara makes a point. Is this Hack really the leader of the ancient demon tribe?" Hack shook his head. No, strength, power is a trap. The leaders of the ancient demon tribe, one by one, all fell into it pursuing stronger, greater power. If you don't pursue power, how can you survive in this world? Zagara asked in confusion. I pursue change, gather essence, and I can change. Change allows adaptation, adaptation allows survival. Stopping change means not being able to adapt, and not being able to adapt means death. Kerrigan suddenly understood. So you came to the insect swarm to gain change, right? Yes, that's right. But the swarm is still weak and unable to change me. It has no hesitation. Chapter 65. How could it be conquered? Brothers, I am completely stunned. The ancient demons you imagine, huge in size, fierce and brutal, full of evil schemes. The real ancient demon, as soon as it opens its mouth, it speaks of life philosophy, just like a successful mentor. I actually find what it says incredibly reasonable. As the saying goes, survival of the fittest, this logic is not wrong. Even the great Yimu was stunned by it. It's really impressive. After the live broadcast started, Yimu's image was always calm, composed, like a strategist. With a wave of his hand, millions of insects attacked, and hundreds of thousands of enemy troops turned to dust. To have Yimu show any change in expression, even for a moment, this ancient demon is indeed something special. But the reality is, Yimu indeed froze for a moment, but it wasn't because of Hark's reasoning, it was because he had heard similar words before. Those were the famous words of Dhaka, the leader of the primal swarm, and his original intent in joining the swarm. The appearance is similar, the thinking is similar, and the way of speaking is also similar. Though there's no necessary connection, just thinking of Dhaka's combat power and its powerful primitive tribe. It can be counted as one of the ceilings of swarm combat power. If Hark could awaken a primal alien insect, distinctly different from ordinary alien insects, Yimu's strength as a lord would surely increase greatly. Hark hasn't joined the swarm and can't perceive Yimu's consciousness arrival. It warns Kerrigan, you will face a powerful enemy. There will be Dark Ones, the Naralak tribe there. It is the existence of the 6th level area you talk about. The swarm is not afraid of any 6th level area or Naralak. As long as they are there, the swarm will surely drown them. Zagara said proudly. I am waiting in anticipation. Hark does not plan to join the swarm's war. You will witness the power of the swarm. The greatness of the master. Zagara kept flattering Yimu. The swarm left 1,000,000 jumping insects at the tenfold defense, making them continuously attack this area. Meanwhile, the real main force of the swarm has gathered under the leadership of Kerrigan, Zagara, and others, heading toward the final battlefield. Where the greatest obstacle in conquering this 5th level area lies. This batch of swarm is extremely powerful, gathering 1,000,000 various jumping insects, 150,000 rolling explosive insects, 150,000 polluted roaches, 150,000 stinging snakes, and 20,000 aberrations. In the sky, more than 20,000 flying dragons circle, their flapping flesh wings block the sun. The eye insects and smaller explosive mosquitoes hover among the flying dragons. At the very center of the swarm, on a high ground, Kerrigan and Zagara stand quietly, as if bathed in an ocean of insects, gazing at the last fortress of the Dark Ones in the distance. That giant fortress has a very special terrain, built relying on gray-black mountains, made of a special alloy, radiating a dark luster, extremely magnificent. Rather than calling it a fortress, it is better described as a war stronghold. The stronghold is divided into 3 layers. The outermost layer is an open area that should have no defensive measures, but due to the special terrain, there is a wide lava belt nearly 80 meters across, which flows from the black abyss. Passing through the lava leads to a natural black stone body, not small in size, with a hollow bottom that allows lava to flow through, constantly being washed by lava yet remaining undamaged, showing that this black stone body is indeed extraordinary. If one wants to attack the outer layer of the fortress, they must pass over this stone body. However, once stepping on the black stone platform, the terrain ahead suddenly becomes steep, and the attacking side can only mount a strong offensive by stepping on the steep terrain. The second layer of the war stronghold has defensive structures generally 20 to 30 meters high, presenting a complex and interlocking pattern, making a quick breakthrough almost impossible. Even if they see some areas, in the 1,000-meter deep direction, the Dark Ones can counterattack and reclaim at any time. And at the end of this complex defensive line is a fortress body resembling a giant city. Standing hundreds of meters tall, its width even more astonishing, it is equipped with a large number of weapon systems that completely seal off the passage to the level 6 area, the Black Abyss realm. Most weapons in the fortress are targeted at aerial units, and even if 100,000 alien dragons charge together, most would fall bitterly on the spot, blood spilling across the sky. The iBug observed the entire war fortress and found that there were no darkspawn servants inside, the station troops' strength temporarily unknown. It estimated that there are at least over 200,000 troops, all subordinates of the level 6 area darkspawn Narek. With the advantage of terrain, it would be extremely difficult for a million swarm to break through. The iBug had repeatedly conducted long-distance reconnaissance of this fortress, but when it actually looked at it from the perspective of the ground swarm army, the entire fortress felt unbreakable, impregnable. Yimu felt a significant pressure when he saw it. If the giant cities and fortresses attacked by the swarm before were still manageable, this war fortress is at least a product of the information age or even the interstellar age. Can it really be breached? I am starting to doubt. Do they really have to be this ruthless? Magma isolating, only the black giant rocks can pass, that's bearable. What is that fortress behind? Stationed with 200,000 darkspawn troops, even if 5 million swarms fiercely attacked, it would probably still be very hard to take. All stationed in the fortress are darkspawn. The combat power of darkspawn is 5 to 6 times that of darkspawn servants. 200,000 elite darkspawn easily have combat power surpassing 1 million darkspawn servants. Rational analysis, the number of swarms is okay, and the resilience of aberrant forms is also decent. But ultimately, the swarm is still a swarm, not a high-tech legion. They definitely can't break through, it's impossible. You guys from Huaxia have too high expectations of the Lord, the pressure is too great. How could they possibly breach such a dangerous fortress? Huaxia does not deserve Yimu, you are harming him. Lord Yimu can't even see the live stream comments, how are we putting pressure on him? Stop spreading rumors, okay? Bro upstairs, it's useless to reason with such people. Spirits of deception, worthless stuff. Among the netizens, there are many who understand military affairs, some even from the military. A lieutenant general of the army shook his head after seeing this war fortress. You can't bomb it with missiles, there's no fire support for frontal attacks, how could we take it down? In his view, this was not a question of how long it would take to conquer, but one that deemed it outright impossible to take. Many shared similar thoughts. With the current strength of the swarm, it's hard to succeed, it definitely won't succeed. A military representative in the think tank said helplessly. Then what do we do? If the swarm can't break this fortress, it means they will be locked down here, and the situation behind will be dangerous. Yeah, if what Hack said is true, once the Darkspawn take the Black Abyss realm, the first to be eliminated will definitely be the swarm. I think we shouldn't be too pessimistic. Look at Yimu still so relaxed and calm, not scared at all. Our Lord can randomly select Yimu, it truly deserves to be called national luck. So fortunate. In the Lord's space, Yimu carefully observed this fortress through the perspectives of Kerrigan and others. After gaining a deeper understanding of it, his first reaction was not how to conquer it, but to take a glance at the resource reserves. Essence, 19.7 million. Gas, 4.5 million. Occupying the entire level 5 area, 130,000 square kilometers of land, plus 3 level 4 areas. Yimu calculated the swarm's current resource output simply, an average of 1.9 million essence and 650,000 gas every hour. Converted to 24 hours, that's 45.6 million essence and 15.6 million gas. The output still hadn't truly reached its peak, the bounty of the level 5 area far exceeded Yimu's initial estimates. In terms of resource collection, the swarm can be said to be continuously fishing without restraint. With such an astonishing output, they can hatch a massive number of swarm units every day. Holding such abundant resources, Yimu remains completely unfazed. He sensed Kerrigan's call. Chapter 66, Do you know how many resources I have? Master, we have arrived at the Darkspawn Fortress. How should we arrange the assault on this fortress? Just attack as you see fit. Don't think about winning right away, the swarm must learn to create opportunities, moments to change the situation. I understand, my queen. Kerrigan's eyes shimmered with purple psychic mist as she issued the command. All broods, prioritize letting the jumpers launch the main attack, suppress and observe the battlefield, find the enemy's defensive weaknesses. Swarm army, commence the attack. Millions of jumpers charged fearlessly toward the war fortress. At the same time, over 3,000 hatcheries behind the swarm's army began to hatch new swarm units. Especially the jumpers, with 1.2 million fission bugs, costing only about 4 million essence. With the current resource output of the swarm, as long as there are no mass casualties among aberrations, polluted cockroaches, or spine snakes, the jumpers can quickly replenish and restore their combat power after dying. Above the flowing magma, countless fission bugs and leaping insects surged up the dark giant rock, hundreds of meters wide. Inside the fortress, shells launched out, exploding amidst the swarm, scattering flesh and shells everywhere. Numerous jumpers died instantly, yet some managed to reach farther, only to face even fiercer attacks. Jumpers continued to surge in waves, endlessly crashing against the war fortress. This assault persisted for several hours without pause. Surprisingly, the black giant rock remained undamaged, serving as the strongest passage. The entire battlefield was littered with corpses, charred from the shelling. With the red glow of the surging magma, the scene resembled hell. Kerrigan and Zagara gazed at the battlefield, Zagara showing signs of anxiety. My queen, why doesn't the Overmind let us launch a full attack? This is just wasting resources, we can't defeat the enemy. Do not doubt the Overmind. I do not doubt the great Overmind, I just don't understand. Zagara bowed respectfully, fearing the omnipresent Overmind's wrath. Zagara, you must learn to look at the bigger picture. Even if we put all our forces in, we wouldn't capture this fortress, the swarm could be completely annihilated instead. I think I'm starting to understand. Zagara lowered her body and spoke no more, directing the swarm to launch relentless attacks. Amid the sea of jumpers, there were occasional cockroaches, aberrations, and others, but none could break through any line of defense of the fortress. I'm confused, really confused. I can't understand, what's the point of this attack? It can only mean that they want to exhaust the enemy and find an opportunity to defeat them. No matter how many swarm there are, we can't afford to deplete them like this. In just 1 hour, at least 100,000 jumpers died. Maybe even more. The great Yimu just said not to think about immediate victory, the swarm must create opportunities. That's what they're doing now. But can the swarm withstand such losses? We can't run out of resources. This is the swarm's weakness, numerous but lacking in siege units. The human race in bear country still has potential. The bear people say there's nothing they can do in this situation, whoever started the mess better not let me cross paths with them. Gradually, a day passed, the swarm's offensive not only continued but intensified. In the sea of jumpers, more aberrations, toxic bombers, cockroaches, and spine snakes appeared, with occasional alien dragons flying low to attack. In the outer regions of the war fortress, the swarm's numbers didn't decrease but increased. There were over 2 million jumpers, and they kept arriving from behind, having to wait in line to charge to the front lines. With time accelerated 100-fold, in just 48 hours in another world, the cannon fire of the war fortress never ceased. But the number of the swarm was also climbing. For the Blue Star people, this scene was deeply shocking. Countless swarms charged, even after death, new swarms took their place. Yet in Yimu's eyes, this was the norm for the swarm. With endless numbers, the swarm's offensive often grew stronger over time until the enemy completely collapsed. Yimu calmly watched the battlefield. Enjoying the massage from the little maid's shoulders, he received a private message from Julia of the White Flag Nation. Julia, brother Yimu, with the swarm attacking continuously, will it drain your resources? And if this keeps going, won't the swarm fall apart? Julia, shouldn't we change tactics? There must be other ways. Yimu, do you know how many resources I have now? Julia, huh? Can they balance out with the resources lost from the fallen swarm? But resources will eventually run dry. Yimu, 6,700 plus 2,400. Julia, what does that mean? Cute expression. Yimu, the first part is essence, the second part is gas. In the end, both units are in 10,000. Julia? Julia, brother Yimu. I beg you. Wah! Infatuated expression. The private message was not blocked in the live stream, wanting to convey some information to Huaxia. When they saw the amount of resources Yimu mentioned in the Unit 10,000, the entire livestream went wild. Those who were previously sarcastic instantly fell silent. The amount of resources was too terrifying. One should know that hatching a foreign dragon only consumes 250 essence plus 100 gas. This resource could hatch 240,000 foreign dragons. Julia, brother Yimu, why don't you hatch a lot of explosive mosquitoes and directly charge the enemy's war fortress? Even if 90% were taken down, they could still destroy the fortress, right? Yimu, no need, I have other plans. Let's not chat for now. He closed the private chat and turned off the 100 times speed boost. During the speed up, the swarm leader's message could not be conveyed to Yimu. When the speed up stopped, he immediately received a message from a baser. Great master, according to your instructions, I have found suitable creatures. Shall we begin the hunt? Clearly, he caught the timing just right. Yimu stopped the speed up just as a baser contacted him. Where is it? Take me to see. Understood. Begin transmitting the footage captured by the eye insect. The target is in a level 4 area, far from the swarm's territory, in a terrain of rainforest swamps, where a special creature lives, the mother. The genetic essence of this creature can be used on the swarm. The view zoomed in, and sure enough, it was a world of swamps, inhabited by giant crocodiles, giant lizards, and other creatures. But the true ruler of this area was something else. Yimu observed carefully and soon noticed something. It looked like a giant flesh tumor. Incredibly huge, covered in spikes, a hard shell, and mucus. Even those giant crocodiles fled in fear before it. This spiked mountain of flesh couldn't move, and more similar creatures were scattered around it, varying in size. The largest one was comparable to the main nest, and who knows how long it had existed. Suddenly, it split open a long mouth on its back, and hundreds of strange wasp-like insects, covered in shells, swarmed out, heading toward the marsh. Giant lizards and giant crocodiles fled in panic but were caught and torn apart by these insects, with their flesh and blood dragged back into that strange creature, making gurgling sounds. Exotic creature, mother, can hatch units similar to the swarm, and its hunting method for obtaining food is efficient. The essence collected can merge with the swarm. A baser reported back. The foreign dragons have arrived in this area and are starting the hunt, collecting genetic essence. A baser issued commands, and hundreds of foreign dragons charged at the largest mother, spewing acidic liquid and bone blades from their tails, enraging the mother and releasing shield-like insects to counterattack. I understand. This is what Brother Yimu means by finding opportunities. Using the eye insect to cross the area barrier and find suitable genetic essence to modify the swarm, it truly is the swarm style. Does that mean the war at the fortress is about to end? It depends on what a baser can research. Hopefully soon, the Dark Ones and the Ancient Demons don't know how long they will fight. If they finish first, it will be dangerous here. I think we can let the foreign dragons bring some worker bees to hatch swarm nests in these areas, expanding the swarm. Accompanied by wails and roars, that mother, comparable to the main nest, died suddenly, slumping into the swamp. Hundreds of strange dragons nod, after collecting enough essence, flapped their fleshy wings and flew back to the insect swarm's territory. They took a longer route, encountered no dangers, and successfully brought the essence back to the swarm. Chapter 67, America? Just a second-rate small country. Essence of the insect mother clan leader has been obtained, starting to attempt fusion with the swarm. A baser burrowed into the pit, continuing to plunge into his tech geek style of research. Yimu activated 100 times time acceleration, focusing his gaze on the battle of the war fortress's offense and defense. The swarm has been attacking for over 2 days, yet the fortress remains as steady as a mountain, showing no signs of weakening. The army charged forward fiercely against the relentless assaults. If they were human, after such prolonged fighting, they would have been at their last breath, even cannons would break down. But the Dark Faction's defensive firepower showed no signs of weakening. Clearly, there were internal shifts in shifts, consistently maintaining the strength of the frontline defense. Yimu's gaze crossed the first and second lines of defense of the fortress, firmly locking onto the core of the fortress embedded in the mountains. Its smooth walls glistened with a dark luster, the entire fortress towering over 100 meters, and given its already high elevation, its visual height seemed to double or more. The fortress had no windows, completely sealed by dark glowing metal, only revealing weapons like cannons and defense turrets that hid annihilative power. The entire fortress sprawled for several kilometers, its structure intertwined and incredibly solid. A glint flashed in Yimu's eyes, a thought emerged in his mind, envisioning a way to destroy this steel tortoise shell. Though it seemed unconventional, as long as it was effective, that was all that mattered. He watched the night fall, then greeted the dawn breaking. All this took just over 10 minutes. Yimu closed the 100 times time acceleration, turning his gaze towards a baser's evolution chamber. Yimu was really getting inflated, using 100 times acceleration more and more frequently. Daring to use 100 times acceleration in wartime shows that the swarm's power is unbeatable. The Dark Faction can only passively endure the beating. Laughing to death, the last one who perished from 100 times acceleration, Chuan Deng, has grass several meters high on his grave. The slime pit of the American Lord Chuan Deng is destroyed. America has been punished, national resources reduced by 50%, land area reduced by 50%, all attribute bonuses revoked. A nationwide referendum was launched to decide whether to let Chuan Deng continue in office or select a new lord to continue participating in the Lord's Challenge. The territory of America, already reduced by half, was again cut down by a third. Water resources, forestry resources, mineral resources, fishery resources, and so on were a sight too grim to behold. For a moment, all of America fell into wails, with angry curses towards Chuan Deng reaching a peak. Amid overwhelming opposing votes, Chuan Deng screamed as he was erased and disappeared. The search for a new lord of the United States began. Meanwhile, in Yimu's live stream room. Will the new battle units of the insect race be like the mother body? Don't you care about America? Aren't you mourning for America's tragedy? Too inhuman. America? Just that second-rate small country in America? Don't delay me from watching Yimu's insect race. America? Laughing to death, its area isn't much bigger than my hometown Tonlio. The new insect race is about to emerge. The comments in the live stream room abruptly changed tone, refocusing on the dynamics of the swarm. American netizens fell silent, the rednecks fuming with anger, while netizens from other countries deeply felt, the world has changed. In the evolution chamber, a baser crawled out of the pit, having sensed Yimu's consciousness descending. Great Master! The mother body's genes fused with the swarm's genes, after various attempts, ultimately birthed a brand new insect race battle unit, the host. As it spoke the word host, the largest pit among the many behind it opened, the flesh membrane unfurled, and the meat wall presented a dark red color, as the host crawled out from inside. Its first impression was huge. Especially enormous. Standing nearly 15 meters tall, even longer in body, its shape resembled a giant worm carrying a nest, yet still somewhat different. Support for its body came from jointed limbs, covered with brown chitin. Its head was sharp and elongated, with two 1-meter-long fangs pointed upward. In the dark golden eyes, a fierce light shone. What was most unique was its back, which resembled a tortoise shell and a honeycomb, shaped in an arc. The entire fleshy tissue on its back naturally rippled like a lake, and among those rippling flesh, dark green insect eggs of various sizes filled it, rising and falling with the ripples. So dense that even those with trypophobia would feel their scalp tingle, it gave a terrifying feeling far beyond that of a distorted being. A bass spoke in a stiff voice to introduce. New unit of the swarm post, can quickly hatch flying locusts on the battlefield. Locusts have high attack power and armor, but due to rapid growth, they have a flaw, they can only survive for 30 minutes. After locusts die, the host can continue to hatch new locusts. Requires nest structure, infection abyss, larvae can only mutate into hosts. Yimu carefully observed the host and found it even larger than expected. I am covered in goosebumps right now, I want to turn off the live stream but also want to see what happens next. Scared but want to watch +1. What's there to be afraid of? I think it's super cool. Especially those tusks and fierce eyes, so awesome. Being able to hatch locusts on the battlefield, isn't this just a mobile nest? Can the hatched locusts really break through that fortress? Their size probably can't be that big. We'll know when we see it in action. I think it will definitely work. In the swarm territory, in all the adjacent areas of the main nests, worker bees began to mutate infection abyss on the mycelium blanket. Infection abyss is costly to build, requiring 3,000 essence and 2,000 gas, and the mutation process takes 8 hours. As time passed, the flesh membrane swelled, with a pop, dark sticky liquid splattered out, and the infection abyss mutation was complete. Its size could even rival that of the main nest, overall fan-shaped, dark red, with bone spurs embedded at the edges. Yimu selected a larva, and a new host option appeared in the hatchable units, requiring 300 essence and 300 gas to hatch. Yimu hesitated not at all, hatching 30,000 hosts in one go, spending 9 million essence and 9 million gas. The hatching process took 60 minutes, 2 hours faster than a distorted being. On the black mycelium blanket, white giant cocoons were spread out, almost breaking open at the same time, as the newly hatched swarm hosts drilled out. When 30,000 hosts appeared in the swarm, the jumping insects at their feet seemed particularly small, and the scene at the swarm base dramatically changed, as if entering an age of giants. The host's forelimbs were the strongest, supporting its body as it crawled toward the target area. The 30,000 hosts gathered toward the level 5 area, stepping on the mycelium blanket, reaching the final war fortress. On the high ground occupied by the swarm, Karrigan and Zagara were there, witnessing the arrival of the hosts. They have finally arrived, we can completely destroy this hard shell and eliminate all the dark beings inside. Zagara couldn't hide her excitement in her tone. The final assault is about to begin. In a region far from the battlefield, the leader of the ancient demon tribe, Hark, observed everything. In these few days of the swarm attacking the war fortress, the strongest wave of assault had already begun. A massive wave of jumping insects, pollution cockroaches, thorn snakes, and distorted beings charged forward amidst the artillery fire. Fearlessly stepping on the corpses of the swarm, artillery shells continuously fell around them, shockwaves swept across the battlefield, as if the center was about to be torn apart. Rolling explosive insects kept jumping, trying to get closer to the dark being's defense line. A sharp sound was heard in the air, and hundreds of alien dragons spread out, flapping their 20-meter-long fleshy wings and diving low toward the battlefield, like fighter jets. This was the fiercest attack, with the swarm being endless and inexhaustible. And behind the swarm army, more than 30,000 hosts lined up closely to the battlefield, spreading thousands of meters away. Due to their massive size, most of the hosts buried their bodies into the ground, only their backs exposed. The tissues on their backs rippled, spitting out glowing green insect eggs. These insect eggs hatched incredibly fast. Before even landing, they had broken and emerged as locusts 1.5 meters long and plump in shape. The locusts were clad in dark shells, with 2 pairs of thin wings flapping quickly as they flew toward the distant battlefield. After a host continuously laid out 20 eggs, it stopped moving. 20 grasshoppers flew at different heights, their sizes equal, their thin wings buzzing. And there were still 30,000 more groups of such grasshoppers. A total of 600,000 grasshoppers gathered to form a storm, easily soaring over the flowing dark red lava. Chapter 68, an indivisible part of Huaxia. The sea of insects on the ground exploded continuously, countless dying, but the grasshopper wave easily avoided, with only a few hit by shells and perishing. They did not roar, they were pure war weapons, only able to survive for 30 minutes, with no abilities beyond basic attacks. The compound eyes on the grasshoppers' foreheads fixed on the dark line of defense, facing a dense rain of bullets. Many grasshoppers had their thin wings shattered, but more grasshoppers took the initiative to swarm down. They sprayed corrosive liquid at the close dark defense line, the corrosive fluid hiding sharp bone spurs. Looking across the entire defense line area, grasshoppers were nearly everywhere. My goodness! This number is too outrageous. 30 minutes to hatch a batch, 20 each time. This host is simply a mobile barracks. That's quite ruthless. Truly a way to kill enemies without injury. The host is buried underground, remotely hatching grasshoppers, and can wear down enemies to death. The key is they can fly. They directly soar over the bombardment. Even if shot down by anti-air fire, they were originally ground attack units. This is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The dark defense line is about to collapse. Crack! The war fortress that had remained unmoved for several days cracked open. A massive swarm launched a fierce attack, with large numbers of swarms dying every second, while the cracks in the fortress continued to expand. Behind the swarm, an endless stream of jumpers, polluted cockroaches, and stinging snakes joined the siege. After one batch of 600,000 grasshoppers died, a new swarm flew in from behind. The war fortress was forcibly torn open. The second line of defense began to collapse and fall. Within a kilometer depth of the second line of defense, the swarm constantly pushed forward. The smoke of war spread from day to night, the black silk-like night sky dotted with billions of star-like fragments. Finally. Roar! The roar of the aberrant body sounded, raising its fierce arm, shattering the last barrier wall. At this point, all outside barriers of the war fortress had fallen, leaving only the grand yet isolated fortress embedded in the mountain. Large numbers of hosts began to advance, moving along the black stone roads. The sky-darkening grasshoppers charged at the fortress's anti-air artillery, or burrowed into the gun barrels, blocking the fierce attacks of the anti-air guns with their bodies. This was an unorthodox tactic. The ground attack forces, clearly the main force, did not target the ground cannons, but instead focused on the anti-air guns. In the Huaxia think tank, some military personnel suddenly realized. It seems Yimu wants to use air units to end this war, destroying these fortresses. Air units? The aberrant dragons? Can they do it? The corrosive liquid and bone blades of the aberrant dragons are not very effective against buildings unless. Could it be? You guessed it. In the night sky, the sound of piercing air grew louder. It was a swarm of 100,000 explosive mosquitoes. They were densely packed yet scattered, nearly covering the entire night sky, arranged neatly like programmed self-destructing drones, charging towards the fortresses that had lost their outer protection. Half of the anti-air artillery's firepower was blocked by grasshoppers. Numerous explosive mosquitoes fell from the air, but more grasshoppers still charged towards the fortress. The anti-air firepower net of the war fortress weakened by a full 70%. When the first batch of explosive mosquitoes fell and exploded, the terrifying destructive force instantly tore apart the solid walls. The war fortress was attacked on all sides, blooming everywhere with explosions. The anti-air firepower completely collapsed, and more explosive mosquitoes began to crash into the buildings. The raging flames ignited everywhere in the fortress. The war fortress that the dark side had high hopes for was destined to fall. Hero units Kerrigan and Zagara began to lead the swarm into the fortress, completely annihilating the dark forces inside. It's just a matter of time. This wave of explosion mosquitoes and flying insects is too fierce. It directly swept away the entire war fortress. I thought it would take longer to capture the fortress. After all, the terrain is complex and defenses are tight, but unexpectedly. This is why wars often end in devastation. With the outer defenses of the fortress gone, it can't withstand the siege at all. Then why didn't we use the explosion mosquitoes and flying insects to launch a surprise attack from the start? The explosion mosquitoes and flying insects have too low a defense. The war fortress has strong anti-air firepower, without locusts to block, and having not broken through the outer defenses, even 200,000 wouldn't destroy the fortress. The self-detonation can only destroy the outer defenses. If the inner layer and the second defense line are intact, the swarm cannot break through either. This plan is already optimal. I have to say, Yimu is amazing. The swarm is the best in the world. When dawn arrives, the raging fire of the war fortress has turned into small flames. The dark warriors inside have been completely cleared out by the swarm led by Kerrigan. This area, originally belonging to the dark race, has changed hands. Yimu raised his eyebrows. By now, he has claimed nearly 200,000 square kilometers of land, and the swarm has begun to show its size. The Lord of Huaxia, Yimu's swarm has successfully occupied a level 5 area. Gained essence plus 5 million, gas plus 5 million. Received special reward, hero hatching pool, fitting template. Since he is the first lord to occupy a level 5 area, he has received a super reward at Ghost Academy, can cultivate psychic adapters. All citizens body plus 175, all citizens psychic potential plus 30. Obtain natural wonder eye of the universe canyon, which can observe more cosmic information, with extremely high viewing and research value. The announcement appeared in every lord's live broadcast room and communication channel. White flag country, Julia, wow. Brother Yimu is so amazing. Hippo country, Chara, Daddy Yimu is awesome, the swarm is awesome. At Julia, why do you call Brother Yimu Daddy? Aren't our generations wrong? White flag country, Julia, hate it, I just want to call him brother. Neon, Shin Koryui, Wowo, Yimu, my male god is so strong, wronged expression. Persia Euphemia, impressive, I've only captured a level 4 area, and Big Brother Yimu has already taken a level 5. Pyramid country, Michelle, just the rewards alone have 5 million essence and 5 million gas, that's so much. I'm so envious. America, Little Rofu at Yimu, congratulations on capturing the level 5 area, this is a great honor, and also our Blue Star people's honor. I hope to talk privately, Chuan Deng does not represent every peaceful and friendly American. Begging Elizabeth, Little Rofu is allied with me, and I also hope to work hand in hand with everyone. Maple Leaf Country, Duterte, that's right. Working together is the future. White Flag Country, Julia, ha, the Angsa robbers have gathered? I will tell Brother Yimu that you all hide knives behind smiles. Yimu looked at their exchange content, pinched his brow, good grief, it's another round of bickering between countries. However, this is also fine. Before, there were always people being sarcastic to him. Although he had no interest in getting involved, it still bothered him. Now with Julia, Chara, Shin Kuryui, and others helping to retort, it saves him a lot of trouble. Seeing Shin Kuryui fiercely scold the 4 countries of Angsa, showing strong fighting power, and having submitted a letter of loyalty while breaking ties with America, Yimu accordingly agreed to her application to become a vassal country. Neon Fairy Clan has become a vassal race of Huaxia Bug Clan. The relationship agreement is established, and the contract rules are as follows. 1. The highest command authority of the Fairy Clan belongs to Huaxia Yimu. Huaxia's live broadcast room boiled. Heavenly longevity. America's eldest son has consumed his master. We Neon are not America's son, we belong to the Huaxia civilization in the East Asian cultural circle. Some stick country is truly America's son. Damnable Neon, our stick and Huaxia are meant to last forever, you are sowing discord. Seeing Shin Kuryui finally sign a contract with Daddy Yimu, I breathed a sigh of relief, I can comfortably be a homebody now. The think tank of Huaxia watched this scene, feeling both dreamy and a little bitter at the corners of their mouths. Countless people's hard work over 100 years, Yimu and his swarm easily surpassed in such a short time, even reaching heights they could not imagine. Once upon a time, there was a glorious era of the Tang dynasty, and now, they seem to feel that because of Yimu's swarm, the prosperity of Huaxia would be unprecedented. The middle-aged man at the forefront, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, said, collect the representative information from the live broadcast room, as well as our words of thanks. In a few days, when we contact Lord Yimu again, we will send it together with the materials. Okay, I will definitely gather the most exciting and profound information. It must be done well and naturally, so that Lord Yimu does not feel greasy, like a spring breeze. The man's expression stiffened. Like a spring breeze? That's too hard. He glanced at the live broadcast on the big screen. Yimu ruled over the millions of insects like an emperor, deciding the fate of countless beings. Chapter 69. I want to write a poem to describe. Yimu rubbed his chin, pondering the special reward for conquering the level 5 area, the Hero Hatching Pool Convergence Module. This module is similar to the split pool in many ways, allowing worker bees to quickly mutate into a hero hatching pool. Units with the potential to become heroes can complete their evolution and inheritance within it, inheriting from one of the swarm's heroes. Which hero to inherit depends on the traits of the evolver. If the qualifications are insufficient, the evolution may fail. Yimu already had a suitable candidate in mind. He pressed his fingers against his temple to convey information. Kerrigan, find Hack, I have something to say to it. Hack, right? Yes, Master. Kerrigan did not hesitate. She was a psionic adapter with strong perception, plus the eye insect scouting. Soon, she discovered that Hack was at a high ground, observing the war of the swarm until it ended. Hack, our master wants to speak with you. Kerrigan arrived alone at the high ground. Hack's gray-white eyes narrowed slightly. It had heard of the swarm master long ago but did not know its location and had never communicated before. To be able to converse with such a great unknown presence, Hack did not feel repulsed. Joy, extremely happy. Very well, the master's will is about to descend. As soon as Kerrigan's words fell, a great, vast will as irresistible as the sun descended, and Hack felt it, shocked in its heart. This was the most powerful mental will it had ever sensed, bar none, even as the leader of the ancient demon tribe. It instinctively wanted to bow down, even the most powerful and ancient demons could not compare. What it did not know was that Yimu carried the will of millions of insects, and this will would strengthen with the swarm scale, making him destined to become even more powerful in the future. Insect swarm, master is strong, I, Hack, one of the leaders of the ancient demon tribe, greet you. I know of your existence, and I know you have come seeking change. Yimu's voice echoed in its ears, like an ancient god whispering, I will give you a chance to choose, to accept, or to give up. Regardless of the outcome, you have free will, and this is your only choice. Make your decision. Hack's eyes glimmered with cunning. It knew that such an existence would not joke, and the temptation of evolution was irresistible. If free will exists, I choose to accept. And I am willing to serve the swarm for a while. This is the swarm's promise. Yimu cut off the conversation, simple and efficient. The location of the hero hatching pool had not been determined. It required worker bees to mutate, taking 60 seconds, and the special reward had a rapid mutation effect. Hack had no requirements for the hatching site, and Yimu ultimately decided to place it at a relatively rear position in the level 5 area, not easy to be disturbed. A worker bee lay on the fungal blanket, flapping its flesh membrane, its body splitting to begin mutating into a new structure, the flesh membrane enveloping it, expanding at an astonishing speed until it burst open. The hero hatching pool appeared. Its shape was similar to the split pool but more than 10 times bigger, with white bone fangs gripping the edges and a dark gleam on the surface, occasionally bubbling. Hack gazed at the hatching pool, sensing the rich essence of life, its heart racing, and instinctively stepped in. I sense that this place is different. I will gain change. I will. Becomes more perfect. Walking to the center of the pool, below emerged pieces of flesh membrane, slowly wrapping it into a giant egg shape. The giant egg began to powerfully expand and contract. The heart inside began to mutate and evolve. Abbasser watched all of this, joined hands and said, Hero incubation pool contains unknown essence, cannot be collected. The ancient demon race, Hark, will gain, swarm evolution. Evolution time unknown. Yimu nodded, and next, he only needed to wait for the birth of the fourth swarm hero. This Hark looks quite smart, just like that, it agreed to boss Yimu? Too easy, right? Could it be that the people of Xeris are so simple-hearted, so Hark agreed so easily? Boss Yimu promised that it would retain free will after evolution, so it agreeing is normal, right? Agreeing is one thing, I'm more curious about what Hark will turn into. +1, curious. The evolution of hero units takes a long time. Yimu did not pay much attention, but turned to look at the swarm and the fallen fortress. Although the fortress was captured, the number of swarms sharply decreased, their strength had not reached a peak, and they still needed time to recover. The passage to the unknown level 6 area was already opened. The swarm could enter the broader land at any time, but Yimu did not order them to set off immediately. Behind the swarm, thousands of insect nests continuously hatched basic troops, continuously gathering towards this area. The war fortress had fallen, and once the swarm stepped into the level 6 area, the dark beings would certainly counterattack, likely facing a large army's attack before even getting a foothold. The situation might be worse. Why hasn't Boss Yimu set off yet? Do you think the level 6 area is so easy to enter? It's like taking an exam in the capital. If you fail, you have to come back with dirt on your face. The level 5 area is 130,000 square kilometers. By convention, the level 6 area will be about 10 times larger. The Black Abyss realm has an area between 800,000 to 1,300,000 square kilometers, bigger than the Pearl River Delta, right? Such a large place, there's no picking up scraps. Instead, it's the most fiercely competitive, without 4 to 5 million swarms, who dares to poke their head out. With what you've said, it suddenly feels so hard. It's not that hard, as long as you get a foothold. With the expansion and mutation speed of the swarm, the strongest enemies will have to kneel. 6 hours later, Yimu finished his rest, opened his eyes sparkling as if glowing. He started a live broadcast and walked to the bench to check the situation in the other world, first looking at Hark's hatching condition. The giant egg had grown a circle larger, still continuing. What he truly cared about was the swarm. The fallen war fortress gathered an ocean of swarms. As far as the eye could see, Yimu expanded the regional troop count statistics. Race statistics. Essence, 16 million. Gas, 2.9 million. Unit information. Hero, Karrigan, psionic level 6, Zagara. Jump bugs, 3 million, leaping bugs 1 million, fission bugs 2 million. Poison blast bugs, 500,000. Spike snake, 170,000. Cockroach, 190,000. Abnormal bodies, 20,000. Piercers, 5,000. Strange dragons, 30,000. Hosts, 30,000. Explosion mosquitoes, 18,000. The total number is nearly 3.96 million, already a massive swarm, but Yimu remained unfazed. He issued an order: Karrigan, Zagara, lead the swarm to set off for the Black Abyss realm. The broodmother, Nazalis, responsible for guarding the safety of the existing territory. Understood, Master. Great Master, I Zagara will lead the swarm to eliminate all enemies. Great Master, I will not let you down. Behind the ruins of the war fortress, there was a passage leading to the Black Abyss realm, hundreds of meters wide, with cliffs on both sides rising thousands of meters, smooth as if cut by a knife, the stony ground covered with sparse dark green vegetation. Soon, shadows were cast from above, hundreds of bugs floated by slowly, the wind whistled, and strange dragons flew in the air. The ground began to tremble, fission bugs sprinted on 4 legs, with rolling poison blast bugs beside them. Polluted cockroaches, spike snakes, and abnormal bodies moved among the sea of bugs, while the jump bugs were responsible for clearing a path. Every so often, large hosts crawled by. Though enormous in size, their speed was not slow. Behind the swarm, a black fungal carpet spread accordingly. Yimu looked at this scene, feeling joyful. Though he still did not have Leviathans and other space giant ships to experience the scene of instantly covering a planet, at this moment the swarm finally had a semblance of a natural disaster. Scenes like this. In Yimu's live streaming room, it can be seen. Agreed. Other lords seem like they are just playing small games. That said, I still want to say, Goddess Euphemia is really beautiful. Over 3 million insect troops surged into the level 6 area. If my writing skills were better, I would surely write a poem to describe it. Yahuasha people are too happy too early. Normally in the level 5 area there are millions of enemies. How could the insect swarm go to the level 6 area without seeking death? Hee. As long as the insect swarm stands firm, the longer they hold on, the stronger they become. All enemies are no match. This Black Abyss realm is indeed terrifying. The first batch of insects rushed out of the passage and arrived at the Black Abyss realm. Before them was a gray sky, and the ground was covered with dark red rubble. Dozens of active volcanoes stood tall, with white smoke rising from the craters, and magma flowing like pus. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur, rarely finding any greenery. Yet there were quite a few crystal mines and surging gas geysers. Interestingly, this harsh land had many oases, where precious water sources, resources, and special plants provided ample nutrients. Karrigan and Zagara came here to survey the surrounding terrain. The Black Abyss realm was vast, covering over 100,000 square kilometers, making the level 4 and level 5 areas look exceptionally small in comparison. My queen, we are at a higher elevation now. There is an oasis ahead, and many dark hybrids are stationed. Zagara's eerie eyes gazed into the distance. Karrigan, beautiful in appearance and cold in tone, said, "Clear out a section first, and establish a hatchery for the insect swarm." Understood. I will take the children, and wipe out all these dark hybrids. Zagara led the massive insect swarm to launch an attack on a gathering place of dark hybrids. This gathering place had over 100,000 dark hybrids, which was not a small force, yet they had not constructed fortifications. When they saw the overwhelming swarm of insects coming, the dark hybrids panicked. It's the bugs. How could they be here? Quick, attack. How come the trash from the level 5 area didn't give advance notice? Quick, send someone to inform the master. The dark hybrids were stationed on high ground, which should have been easy to defend, but awkwardly, the place where the insects charged out was even higher. Over 3 million insects poured in endlessly, their numbers seemingly infinite, while the dark hybrids had no solid defenses, just an ordinary army. The aberrant forms crashed into the dark hybrid army, pushing through with little resistance. Above, the abnormal dragons spewed bone blades and corrosive venom. The entire sky was occupied by the insect swarm. On the ground, the jumping insects surrounded the dark hybrids, and those trying to escape were ultimately drowned by the sea of insects, vanishing without a trace. With the first battle victorious, Yimu did not show any joy. This was just an ordinary battle. He was more focused on how to build the first base for the insect swarm. Hundreds of bugs spread out to observe the terrain. This high ground was about the size of the level 4 area, around 10,000 square kilometers. Most of the area was obstructed by natural giant rocks, making it hard for the enemy to cross. However, there were 2 sloping paths on the east and west sides, each several kilometers long, leading in different directions. This terrain is good. If we hold the 2 passages, we can block the enemy's attacks. The level 6 area has isolation and signs of transformation, so it's normal to find advantageous terrain for defense. Only above level 7 are completely natural areas. I always feel something isn't right, the environment here is too harsh. Can the insect swarm adapt? Will the temperature be too high for the nests and fungal mats to survive? That's a good point. The insect swarm is after all made of flesh and blood, and this kind of environment might truly have an impact. The nests will definitely be fine. I have faith in the adaptability of the insect swarm. If Yimu knew the worries of the internet users, he would surely laugh. The strength of the insect swarm includes their adaptability. Even in the most extreme environments of the universe, they can often survive and even thrive. Across more than 10,000 square kilometers of land, the worker bees were evenly distributed, and they hatched 500 nests in one go. Karrigan and Zagara each led a route of insect swarms, guarding the essential paths to the east and west. Following Yimu's orders, before the base was completed, the insect swarm would not scout or expand outward. As time passed, the gathering insect swarm grew larger and larger. 500 insect nest bases have hatched completely. The black fungus blanket ignores the complicated terrain and high temperatures, constantly expanding, with some even just 1 centimeter away from the magma, showcasing its toughness. Split pools, exploding insect nests, and thorn snake nests also began to hatch, with a large number of worker bees collecting resources. Some have mutated into spine crawlers and spore crawlers, making the base's defenses increasingly tight, with the strength of the defense line gradually improving. Seeing this, Yimu allowed the swarm to send out jumpworms and eyeworms to scout the situation. Soon, the eyeworm discovered a battlefield 50 kilometers ahead of the base, by the edge of the magma river, where the Dark Faction and the ancient demon tribe were engaged in combat. Among the Dark Faction were many slave soldiers, and the ancient demon tribe had a large number of half-breed demons, both sides having very different styles. The Dark Faction used firearms and close combat weapons, while the ancient demons fought with forged cold weapons and their own strong physiques, continuously clashing. The battlefield was filled with bodies from both races. Many were already dried up, yet forces continued to pour in, advancing and battling. Notably, Yimu discovered level 6 combat units in the battlefield. A Titan warrior from the Dark Faction stood 6 meters tall, equipped far beyond its level 5 counterparts. The ancient demon tribe also had many giant beasts, over 20 meters tall, clad in thick armor and scales, charging into enemy lines to wreak havoc, showcasing their strong physique, able to withstand firearms. Did you notice? Hart did not lie. The ancient demon tribe is indeed pursuing a larger system and greater power. The ancient demons here are just like that. They are indeed strong and very imposing. How long have they been fighting? They are still sending troops. This must be just one of the skirmish points. The real relic area must be even more horrifying. I suddenly feel like the number of bugs seems really insufficient. Just the two races clashing here have terrifying forces. Can the level 6 forces be fewer? In terms of numbers, the swarm can definitely win. But more importantly, the quality of the units. Strong quality is key. The Dark Faction is definitely an enemy of the swarm. Can the ancient demons be swayed? Hark seems easy to talk to. Isn't he one of the leaders of the ancient demon tribe? Considering the combat style of the ancient demons, I don't think it will be easy to negotiate. At this moment, Yimu sensed Abbas's request. It seemed it had something to say. Speak. Great Master, I found the combat units of the ancient demon tribe and Dark Faction in the Abyss realm. Their biomass essence is special. Collecting it can modify and strengthen insect units. Abbas's eyes sparkled with green light, showing great interest in these stronger beings. When the war breaks out, I will send some to you. Abbas waiting, it calmed down and stopped speaking. An emergency situation arose. In the distance on the western defense line of the Abyss Realm Insect Swarm Highland Base, figures of the ancient demon tribe appeared, including large ancient nightmare beasts, their numbers gradually increasing, clearly plotting something sinister. At this time, Zagala obtained a dark spherical metal object inscribed with ancient patterns, resembling the Dark Faction's magic energy worship style. Is this sent by the ancient demons? What is it? Zagala puzzled and confused. Crack. The dark metal sphere suddenly split open, and purple-black magic energy surged out. Gathering into a monstrous head several dozen meters high, bearing 6 eyes, filled with tusks, and a prominent horn on its nose, it fiercely stared at Zagala. From far away, it spoke, I am Narlik, the tribal leader of the ancient demon tribe. Zagala responded with elegance, Narlik, I am Zagala, are you sending this message to plead for mercy? Plead for mercy. Ha ha. It spat tiny particles from its mouth, furious, your existence has polluted the ancient demon tribe. Just a bunch of slaves without free will. I, Narlik, the leader of the ancient demon tribe, will kill all you shameful bugs. It was filled with killing intent, yet Zagala's aura was just as strong. How dare you provoke my great master? Primitive creature, I will kill you myself and present you to the great master. Then wait and see, even if my tribe now has to deal with those foreign creatures. I can tear you all apart. Roar, ha, the metal sphere released white smoke and was destroyed, and Narek's phantom disappeared. Chapter 71, You up there can't break in, please continue reading. The conversation came to a sudden halt, and Yi Mu was momentarily speechless. He had barely said a few words before it was time to fight. However, there was one piece of information in the dialogue that caught Yi Mu's attention. Narek, the ancient demon leader, mentioned the existence of the swarm polluted the ancient demon clan and accused the swarm of being slaves without free will. Yi Mu was sure that there must be a deep connection between the swarm and the ancient demon clan. Once Hark finished evolving in the hero incubation pool, he could ask it about this matter. Right now, the most urgent thing was to deal with the ancient demon clan's attack. At that moment, he sensed Kerrigan's call. Master, a large number of dark servants have been discovered on the eastern front, well-equipped and numerous, and they are about to launch an attack on us. I'll leave the east to you. Yi Mu had great confidence in Kerrigan. In the entire swarm, no one could match her in combat command skills. He only needed to focus on facing the ancient demon clan in the west. I won't let them leave alive. Kerrigan's response dripped with an aura of dominance. Indeed, wherever the queen is, she remains a queen, her aura always strong. Yi Mu directed his gaze toward the gathering ancient demon clan in the west. The last time he faced the ancient demon clan, he mistakenly identified them as the three-eyed demons. Time has changed, the current swarm is no longer the same as before, and the ancient demon clan is certainly not comparable to those weak three-eyed demons. They were gathering in the limestone area, right next to a river of lava. From the aerial view of the eye insect, Yi Mu estimated that there were no less than 500,000 ancient demons in this batch. Moreover, they were very different from the dark beings. The dark race and its servants were generally not very large, even the cockroaches among the dark were considered big fellows. But these ancient demons, even the smallest, were several times larger than jumping insects, and some of the stronger ones were even bigger than the hosts. These ancient demons don't look easy to deal with, there are too many of them. Indeed, a scale of 500,000 is not small, and they are too massive, they look very formidable. The boss Yi Mu came to the level 6 area this time, and among the swarm he brought, more than 3.5 million are jumping insects and poison explosion insects. In reality, only about 500,000 can directly confront them. No, don't forget the eastern battlefield, the swarm still has to split half of its forces to deal with the dark beings. So, are the swarm numbers actually at a disadvantage? Of course not. Who can withstand the power of the poison explosion insect sea? It's just that in a direct clash, they might suffer losses. Let's see how boss Yi Mu plans to fight. I don't think boss Yi Mu will easily take action, he'll still let Zagala command the swarm, unless she can't hold on any longer. As everyone debated, the ancient demon clan no longer lingered. Most of them were mixed-blood ancient demons, but there were also true pure-blood ancient demons among them. The most powerful group used forearms to support their bodies, with bone spurs growing from their tails, their skulls fierce and vicious, emitting waves of roars. Clan members. Let these foolish servants perish here. Charge, kill them all. Kill these humble insects. The ancient demon army instantly surged, the ash-laden ground trembling, and the lava river bubbling more vigorously. The most basic mixed-blood soldier of the ancient demons was a hybrid ancient demon about 4 meters long. They resembled tigers or leopards, hairless, covered in scales, sprinting on 4 legs, capable of tearing enemies apart and releasing bone spurs from their horns. These were called poison spike beasts. The poison spike beasts ran wildly, charging straight at the swarm base. Zagala chose not to hold her ground. Instead, she sent out a large number of jumping insects and poison explosion insects as vanguards to confront the ancient demon clan head-on. Tens of thousands of jumping insects, their dorsal fins glowing red, let out deep roars as they rushed toward the ancient demon army. Rows of bone spurs shot out from the poison spike beast group, their penetrating power incredibly strong, easily piercing the armor of the jumping insects. What's even worse, the toxins in the bone spurs would paralyze the muscles of the jumping bugs. If their movements increased, it could even lead to death. The front row of jumping bugs fell in droves, but even more jumped out from the back. Among them, there were rolling poison explosion bugs. These poison explosion bugs seemed insignificant, and the ancient demon race knew very little about them. Until they leaped into the crowd of poison-spiked beasts, exploding with a loud bang. White smoke sizzled up, and large areas of the poison-spiked beast's flesh were corroded, dying instantly. Poison-spiked beasts, eliminate those rolling bugs. The leader of the ancient demon race roared. It seemed rough and wild, but in reality, it was very thoughtful. The front line of the ancient demon army was mostly poison-spiked beasts, and at this moment, large groups of poison-spiked beasts burrowed out. They were massive, resembling hedgehogs, and their bone spurs along their backs were especially dense. Every attack dropped several spikes in a line, each one formidable. The fresh blood gradually soaked the dry ground, and the attack of the poison explosion bugs began to be suppressed. In addition to the poison-spiked beasts and the poison-spiked beasts, there appeared another type of giant beast in the ancient demon army, the ash demons. Their size was comparable to that of the mutant beasts, and their dark mouths would split open, spewing large amounts of ash. After each time they exhaled ash, the ashes would ignite into flames, usually setting fire to large areas, causing the number of jumping bugs and poison explosion bugs to sharply decrease. In the raging flames, there were many charred bodies scattered everywhere. The ancient demon army slowly advanced, pushing closer to the insect base. Charge! Kill all these bugs and show them the power of the ancient demon race. The giant beast howled, rallying the morale of the ancient demon army. Unbeknownst to them, Zagara was communicating with a baser. A baser, are you ready? I can't let them move forward any longer. There are multiple mutated jumping bugs appearing in the insect swarm, carrying genes resistant to the poison spiked beast's toxins. They also have high temperature resistance, which can be integrated into the entire swarm. The sample collection is complete. Good, it's time to let them experience the power of the swarm. Zagara showed an expectant expression. Behind her, over 10,000 hosts began throwing out insect eggs, and the eggs cracked open in the air, hatching locusts. The locusts flapped their thin wings and flew towards the ancient demon army. Huge figures passed by her side, they were the rampaging mutant beasts. Under their feet, polluted miasma quietly spread. In the air, large groups of strange dragons flapped their wings, emitting sharp hissing sounds. Is this even possible? I'm shocked. By killing a large number of jumping bugs, we can select individuals with antibodies, then make the entire swarm possess this ability. This is terrifying. All creatures actually have this ability, but it takes many generations to select it. The insect swarm just compressed the process. If I had this ability, that would be awesome. I wouldn't have to eat chives and oysters every day. You upstairs, you're not right. This battle is so exciting. Both sides are evenly matched. Damn. Zagara used her berserk skill. That's so ruthless. Zagara's berserk skill could only be used once a week, and now, she decisively unleashed it. On the battlefield, jumping bugs, cockroaches, mutant beasts, and others, all exuded a faint purple aura, with speed, power, destructiveness, and vitality all dramatically increasing. Especially the mutant beasts, which were already in a berserk state, and when the two effects overlapped, they became like nightmare beasts, sweeping through the battlefield with their arms. Poison-spiked beasts and poison-spiked beasts died instantly. Even the powerful ash demons were easily knocked over, rolling across the cracked earth. A large number of jumping bugs began to maneuver and encircle, blocking the retreat path of the ancient demon race. Poison explosion bugs jumped into the ancient demon army, exploding one after another, causing massive casualties. The leader of the ancient demon army was furious. He repelled a rampaging mutant beast and roared. Ancient demon race, fearless, fight to the death. Kill. As time passed, fewer and fewer ancient demons stood by his side. The once 500,000 strong ancient demon army had dwindled significantly, corpses scattered across the entire battlefield. Even the powerful ash demons. One by one, they fell. Until finally, it was completely surrounded by countless swarms of insects, with massive alien dragons circling in the sky. It roared defiantly toward the sky, and its enormous body crashed down. Zagara moved on her 6 legs, arriving at this battlefield, looking down at the corpses of the ancient demon clan. She murmured to herself, the strength of these ancient demon clan members is quite good. Had it not been for my frenzy skill, the losses of the swarm would have been extremely heavy. However, your essence now belongs to the swarm. Collect their essence and hand it over to Abathur. Chapter 72, Beginning to Mutate, please continue reading. Yimu witnessed this war the entire time, and he found that Zagara had made significant progress compared to the beginning. She did one crucial thing, she used the group frenzy skill during the battle. This allowed the swarm to defeat the ancient demon clan army without suffering heavy casualties. The genetic essence of the ancient demon clan was extremely valuable to the swarm and would definitely promote some units to evolve. The swarm had just arrived in the level 6 area, the abyssal realm, and any early gains would snowball into overwhelming advantages. Great Master, I am Zagara. The ancient demon clan has been eliminated by us. They should not be able to launch another attack in a short time, and I believe the swarm can begin to expand outward. Zagara gazed into the distance. This land appeared barren but was actually rich due to volcanic eruptions bringing precious crystal mines to the surface. In the same 10,000 square kilometer area, the abyssal realm could collect resources that were 200% that of a normal world. This means that by occupying just 70,000 square kilometers, 1/20th of the total area of the abyssal realm, the swarm's resource income could double. All right. After receiving Yimu's authorization, over 10,000 worker bees crawled out of the initial base and spread out. Insects and alien dragons flew overhead to provide protection and surveyed the nearby areas. 50 kilometers to the north, the war between the Dark Ones and the ancient demon clan was still ongoing. The swarm's expansion area deliberately avoided that place, instead hugging the mountains to begin hatching thousands of insect nests. At this moment, Kerrigan on the Eastern Front had also annihilated the Dark One's army. She was even more decisive than Zagara, having already sent out a large number of worker bees while fully besieging the Dark One's army. In the relatively safe high-altitude areas, she constructed mutated insect nests, spore crawlers, and spine crawlers. Time flew by, and thousands of insect nests broke out of their cocoons, as the black fungal mat began to spread, covering the dry and lifeless ground. The fungal mat absorbed geothermal energy, nurturing the swarm army while still having surplus energy, all transforming into essence. Even without collecting crystal mines, relying solely on the surface's thermal energy could continuously hatch the swarm army, just taking a bit longer. Fish and worker bees appeared in every corner of the abyssal realm. The ground was scattered with over 4 million jumping insects, as the swarm army moved swiftly on the fungal mat to respond to attacks from the Dark Ones and the ancient demon clan. War was no longer a concentrated battle, instead, it turned into a sprawling front line of hundreds of kilometers, with clashes of small units becoming the norm. A large number of newly hatched queens took over the swarm to deal with the new battlefield. Thousands of eye insects floated in the sky, monitoring the nearby areas and the swarm's territory. Almost every so often, an eye insect would be killed and fall to the ground, but soon a new queen would mutate into an eye insect to replenish the numbers. Yi Mu's gaze swept across the battlefield, seeing that a Dark One squad was surrounded by the swarm and was gradually being annihilated. He also observed specially equipped Dark Ones leaping between highlands, destroying one insect nest after another. He paid no mind to the destruction of insect nests. Each single insect nest required only 400 essence to hatch, and the real cost was the longer hatching time. Long before the Dark Ones destroyed one insect nest, dozens of new insect nests had already begun hatching in other areas. Compared to the Dark Ones' unpredictable and changeable offensives, the ancient demon clan's attacks were far simpler and more brutal. They often deployed some hybrid ancient demons, concentrating their forces to launch surprise attacks on facilities like the split pool before retreating, or they would encircle the isolated insect swarm. In the midst of the battle, Yi Mu was eating watermelon, listening to music, and watching with ease. Yi Mu, the boss, is so relaxed, I envy him. I thought that once we reached level 6, the insect swarm would be in danger. I didn't expect it to be just small troop attacks. The dark beings and ancient demons are still fighting. No one dares to retreat first, fearing being pursued and collapsing, so naturally, they don't have time to deal with boss Yi Mu. Clearly, they haven't truly regarded the insect swarm as a real enemy. Once the swarm develops, the dark beings and ancient demons will regret it. I just roughly calculated that the current insect swarm has already occupied over 80,000 square kilometers. Resource income is soaring, and the number of insects is also rapidly increasing. Only a fool thinks that the dark beings and ancient demons are stupid. Their side is the real battlefield. Once either side seizes the relic treasures, your dragon kingdom will be finished. I disagree. With the expansion speed of Yi Mu's insect swarm, give it a few more days, and it will be an army of tens of millions. Who can withstand that? Even if it's an army of tens of millions, 9.5 million of them are jumping insects. How much combat power can they have? Debates erupted again in the live broadcast room, which had gathered netizens from around the world, so any dispute was not surprising. Yi Mu leaned back against the bench, quietly watching the insect swarm grow stronger bit by bit. The dangers hidden within the abyss realm were too many. He did not activate the 100-fold time acceleration. At this time, he sensed the call of a basser and turned his gaze towards the evolution chamber. The damp space had opened up much more than before. A basser crawled out from the pit, its emaciated arms closed together. Great Master, a basser greets you. After merging the genetic essence of the ancient demons into the insect swarm unit host, two relatively perfect variants were screened out. Oh. Yi Mu was very interested in the host. This siege unit performed well in both attack and defense. Location: a certain insect nest on the eastern front line of the abyss realm is under attack by an elite squad of dark beings. Begin testing the host variant. Rapid growth host. The eastern front line of the insect swarm base in the abyss realm belonged to Kerrigan's defense area. The vast area was separated by up to 100 kilometers, making quick support almost impossible. This insect nest was located on high ground, consisting of 7 nests, and had built structures like split pools and explosive insect dens. 2 spine strike crawlers were stationed at the outer perimeter of the defense area. Their tubular bodies swayed naturally, and upon sensing enemies, they launched an attack, but the effect was minimal. The elite squad of dark beings, consisting of 20 members, successively destroyed the 2 spine strike crawlers and began attacking a certain insect nest with their dark weapons. Out on the battlefield, 1,000 meters away, beneath a seemingly inconspicuous black fungus carpet, 5 enormous hosts, following a basser's order, burrowed out. Begin mutation. Rapid growth host. The cocoons wrapped around the 5 hosts began to mutate at an incredible speed. After 60 seconds, the 5 rapid growth hosts broke free from their shells. Their size and body structure didn't change, but the eggs in the insect nest behind them turned deep green, emitting faint energy fluctuations. Pop. Pop. The 5 hosts hurled out one insect egg after another. The eggs hatched into locusts in the air, flying towards the elite squad of dark beings on the high ground. 100 locusts landed, surrounding the dark squad, spewing corrosive fluid and bone spikes. Soon, the locusts began to fall behind due to insufficient numbers, but just 15 minutes later, a second batch of 100 locusts flew over. With their arrival, the situation reversed in an instant, and the Dark Squad was eliminated one by one, ultimately wiped out. Host variant rapid growth host, after merging with the ancient demon genetic essence, possesses an accelerated incubation effect. The time to gestate eggs has been reduced from 30 minutes to 15 minutes, allowing for the hatching of 20 locusts each time. Next. A Basser's eyes sparkled with light as it shifted its gaze toward a frontline battlefield in the Abyss Realm through the eye bug. Location: frontline insect nest base in the Abyss Realm, currently under attack by the ancient demons. Begin testing the host variant heavy locust host. At a swarm advancement base in the Black Abyss Realm, magma surged. The terrain was dangerous yet rich in resources. The swarm had hatched 20 nests here, attracting a large army of ancient demons numbering in the thousands, who were launching a fierce attack on the nests. The defending swarm suffered heavy losses, barely holding on by relying on the terrain. At the back of the frontline battlefield, 50 newly hatched hosts were on standby. Their numbers were considerable, but facing the ancient demons' forces and assaults, they had no chance of stopping this fierce onslaught. Heavy locust host mutation starting. The cocoon wrapped around the hosts, and a few minutes later, the heavy locust hosts broke free from their cocoons. The eggs on their backs turned from green to purple, and purple liquid flowed from their shells, pooling on the ground. The 50 heavy locust hosts crawled towards the front lines. Upon reaching the battlefield, their forelimbs dug into the soil, burrowing into the fungus carpet, while their backs spat out numerous purple eggs. These eggs were larger than before, quickly hatching after hitting the ground. Breaking open the eggs were alternative locusts. They could not fly, were over 3 meters long, clad in thick armor, and crawled on 6 legs. 1,000 heavy locusts surged toward the ancient demon army, spewing bone spurs, blocking the front line of defense. No matter how fierce the ancient demon's assault was, they found it hard to break through their armor, and the attack was firmly stalled. Gradually, when the allied dragons arrived in the air, the ancient demon army was completely annihilated. Host mutant heavy locust host, after integrating into the essence of ancient demon genes, greatly enhanced the locust's vitality and armor value, could withstand fierce enemy attacks, and possessed formidable offensive strength. Due to their heavy size, heavy locusts could not fly. 2 evolutionary choices available. Please make a choice. Dominator. Yimu fell into contemplation. I think the fast-growing host is stronger. The hatching speed is too fast. It's like double the locusts. Double locusts are good, but the heavy locust host is more practical. The swarm currently lacks high-end combat power, and high armor is just right. Why not have both? To have both would require building 2 corresponding infection abysses. It uses too many resources and is not worth it. While everyone was discussing, Yimu said, choose the fast-growing locust. The tactics can be richer. The Dominator has made a choice, starting to mutate the swarm hosts. A Basser's voice remained stiff. Chapter 73, Blood for Blood. Please continue reading. The swarm hosts scattered in different areas all began a unified mutation. They were wrapped in cocoons, transforming into fast-growing hosts. The already delicate balance on the battlefield was shattered again with the appearance of the fast-growing hosts, giving the swarm the advantage. Yimu surveyed the situation and soon noticed an anomaly. 50 kilometers north of the swarm's core nest, the war between the dark race and the ancient demons had ended. Neither side had a clear victory, yet they tacitly retreated without any hesitation. A slight heaviness appeared in Yimu's expression. True war was about to begin. Why have they stopped fighting? Isn't there still no clear winner? Can't you see? The dark race and ancient demons have temporarily called a truce to free up forces to annihilate the swarm. They have sensed the threat posed by the swarm. The swarm is expanding too quickly and has strange mutation abilities. If I were in their position, I would feel anxious too. So, a great battle is coming? But I don't think the dark race and ancient demons are that strong. Only a fool would think they are not strong. 2 experts have halted now, and are about to team up to beat you. Wouldn't you panic? In the Dragon Kingdom's think tank, dozens of people watched the retreating dark race and ancient demons with solemn faces. What do you think the swarm's chances of victory are? Optimistically, it's 50-50, but if not optimistic, they might face total defeat. From the reconnaissance information of the iBugs, the entire level 6 area certainly has more than 5 million dark race members, possibly even tens of millions. The ancient demons being able to hold out against them this long indicates their strength is at least on par. In other words, the swarm will be facing an enemy force 4 to 5 times its own size. Not only that, but there are too many jumping insects in the swarm. And the main combat power of the Dark Ones and the ancient demons is much stronger. But from another perspective, if Lord Yimu can withstand their offensive, or even eliminate them, wouldn't the entire Black Abyss realm become the world of the swarm? The premise is to survive first. Greed can be deadly. If one isn't careful, it can lead to self-destruction. Sure enough, he began to order the hatching of a new swarm. They could see through the giant screen projection that Yimu was checking the resource reserves. After the swarm arrived in the Black Abyss realm, it expanded in just a few days. Although the collection efficiency was high, time was still short, and with the consumption from the incubation base, the resource reserves were not particularly abundant. But even so, counting the endless input of resources from the rear, the essence still reached 46.5 million, and the gas was 16.5 million. This is undoubtedly a substantial reserve, but compared to the true main force of the Dark Ones and the ancient demons, it seems insignificant. After thoughtful consideration, Yimu issued the order, Kerrigan, Zagara, the great battle is about to begin. Stop expanding outward, build defenses based on the existing territory. Prioritize hatching fast-breeding hosts, and we can use the free locusts to consume the enemy's strength. You can assess the specific numbers for yourselves, resources have been allocated to you. He did not directly operate the hatching numbers, in this battlefield, he only needed to coordinate the overall direction, and managing too finely might not be a good thing. Yimu reserved 5 million essence and 2 million gas for special circumstances, to hatch a new batch of swarms for war when needed. Master, I am Kerrigan. The enemy's first wave of attack has begun. I need to use jump insects to block them, as the hatching of hosts takes time. Great Master, indeed. My children have spotted the movements of the ancient demons, their numbers are extremely large, exceeding 1 million. However, we are on elevated ground, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Hatching hosts is a wise choice. The atmosphere grew serious on the battlefield, almost suffocating. 11 magic energy warships appeared in the Dark Army, surrounded by thousands of magic energy airstrike aircraft. These aerial combat machines were 38 meters long, highly maneuverable, and had strong anti-air firepower. On the other side, the ancient demons' army revealed giant ancient demons. They stood nearly 50 meters tall, resembling giant gorillas with T-Rex heads, covered in scales, their fingers transformed into fearsome bone blades, exuding an aura of death. They stood in dark blood, clearly having just fought against the Dark Ones. Even the ashen demon standing beside them appeared small, an overwhelming sense of pressure rushed forth. There were more than 30 of these giant ancient demons, and perhaps even more were on their way. Wow, that's too exaggerated. On one side is the joint fleet, and on the other side are herds of monsters. Those giant ancient demons are such a size, they could smash Ultraman directly. How do we fight? We can only wear them down bit by bit. I can't think of any units that could achieve a quick kill apart from Queen Kerrigan. The most ridiculous thing is these might only be a part of the Dark Ones and ancient demons, their additional forces may still be in that ruin. Persian netizens expressed shock. The Protoss would definitely lose power and flee in this situation. If we were in the ancient pyramid nation, summoning deities to descend and annihilate these monstrous beasts would be easy. Sadly, that's not applicable here. An officer from the White Flag Nation passed by, stating that as long as we hold off the first few waves of attacks, the swarm's resources will increase, and the Dark Ones and ancient demons will not be a threat. I don't believe they will attack with all their might, after all, the enemy is an old opponent. The problem is they are too strong and do not need to exert their full strength at all. The offensive of the Dark Ones had already commenced, as 1 million ground troops began to surge against the swarm's defenses, fierce artillery fire raining down upon the black fungus carpet. Hundreds of thousands of Dark Warriors armed with battle rifles advanced alongside the artillery, with their rifles being effective both at close and long range, focusing firepower to relentlessly attack the weak points of the swarm's defenses. Around the Dark Warrior army, rolling venomous explosive insects occasionally burrowed out, jumping and exploding nearby. Significant casualties were caused. But they ignored the deaths of their kin and continued charging forward. The polluted cockroaches at the front of the swarm endured continuous bombardment, their armor cracked open, revealing the flesh beneath. In midair, hundreds of thousands of locusts flapped their thin wings and landed on the ground, blocking the assault of the dark-skinned warriors. Kerrigan appeared on the front lines, now a level 6 psionic adept. Her combat power was the ceiling of the swarm. Wherever she appeared, large numbers of Dark Warriors fell dead, easily torn apart. A ghostly purple energy filled the battlefield as Kerrigan stepped on the corpse of a Dark Warrior leader, her purple pupils gazing into the distance. The Dark Air Force was coming. 3 arcane warships, escorted by 500 arcane bombers, moved forward together with the ground troops, heading towards the swarm's defense line. Their main cannons began to gather arcane energy, and once in range, they would be able to eliminate large numbers of the swarm. Seeing this, Kerrigan commanded with her mental power, foreign dragons, explosive mosquitoes, destroy these arcane warships. She noticed behind the swarm, a large number of foreign dragons and tens of thousands of explosive mosquitoes swooping in. Thousands of foreign dragons surrounded the explosive mosquitoes, actively confronting the arcane bombers. These guardian fighters were not weak, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with the foreign dragons, allowing the explosive mosquitoes to break through the defense line. During the charge, 30% of the explosive mosquitoes were eliminated, but more explosive mosquitoes kept crashing in, destroying one arcane warship after another. The massive ships plummeted to the earth, triggering chain explosions, and towering flames shot up to 1,000 meters high. In the gray sky, the hazy clouds were dyed a deep red like sunset. Acidic raindrops began to fall, and a light rain started to pour down on the battlefield. Yimu witnessed the scene and calmly said, "Go, destroy them." In the past, the arcane warships fought against the swarm and were completely annihilated. The dark-skinned warriors did not know how the swarm used explosive mosquitoes to dive and destroy warships. The commander of the Dark Army, Steelzay, originally the ancient demon leader, retained here, witnessed the 3 arcane warships crash and his expression darkened as he ordered. Arcane warships lower their altitude and coordinate attacks with ground anti-air units. Eliminate any of those self-exploding insects first, ignore the foreign dragons. But just then, out of the hazy clouds in the sky, a large number of explosive mosquitoes suddenly surged out. They were numerous, diving at high speed towards the arcane warships. The arcane bombers could not intercept this terrifying number of explosive mosquitoes in time. The explosive mosquitoes sank their sharp teeth into the arcane warships, instantly exploding as if a spark ignited the entire swarm. Boom! 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 Tens of thousands of explosions sounded in succession, each massive ship billowing thick smoke as it crashed to the ground, triggering a series of explosions. Until the last explosive mosquito self-destructed, the last remaining arcane warship in the sky was also wobbling, struggling to maintain balance. Steelzay was furious, clenching his right fist but not lashing out. The arcane warships were dug up and modified from ancient ruins, incredibly powerful but limited in number. They were a crucial support for his advancement, and now they were all destroyed by a wave of self-exploding insects. It must be known that after battling the ancient demon race for so long, these warships were a key part of his combat strength, and now they were all gone. Attack! Eliminate these filthy insects. I want them to pay in blood for their debts. His voice echoed across the battlefield. Chapter 74 Evolution. In the live broadcast room. 666. Yimu's move was godlike. Over 40,000 explosive mosquitoes took out the dark-skinned warriors' arcane warships, a huge profit. The dark-skinned warriors seem furious. The ground assault is even fiercer. With Queen Kerrigan defending, the dark-skinned warriors have lost their warships and cannot break through the defense line in a short time. They can only grind slowly. Now the real challenge is the attack from the ancient demon race in the west, right? The battlefield against the ancient demon race resembled a hellscape, blood and bone strewn everywhere, both from the swarm and the ancient demon race. Reinforcements from the swarm continue to join the fight, even with over 2 million swarm members engaged. The defense line is barely holding, and may collapse at any moment. The ancient demon race is very different from the dark ones. Their skin is tough, their flesh thick, with strong attack power, excelling in both close and long-range combat. Especially the ash demons, who can often kill swarms of bugs over a wide area, truly a nemesis for the jumping bugs. When the ash ignites, any jumping bug finds it hard to escape death. Not to mention that within the ancient demon race, there are titan trolls, massive beings that cause severe casualties wherever they go, breaking and destroying many strong defense lines. Zagala felt the pressure and actively contacted Yimu. Great Overlord, I need support to eliminate those titan trolls. The swarm's defense line is likely to collapse. I have already arranged for a batch of stingers to be hatched. Let them deal with these big guys. Yes. Overlord, with the stingers, I can eliminate these titan trolls. Stingers are mutated from spitting snakes, able to burrow underground and launch spike assaults from below, capable of inflicting massive damage on heavy units. However, it has obvious drawbacks. Its attack efficiency is low, and targets smaller than it are hard to hit. But when dealing with titan trolls, these problems are easily solved. The battlefield remained deadlocked, day after day passed, and the offensive from the dark race and ancient demon race not only did not weaken, but intensified. The swarm holds favorable terrain, preventing the enemy from deploying their forces, while the dark race and ancient demon race, with their absolute numbers and strength advantage, are unable to capture the swarm's base. In the continuous days of war, the dark race and ancient demon race have lost over 1 million troops, achieving only to destroy some of the swarm's nests in the remote areas of the Black Abyss realm. This drove them even crazier, with various tactics, special troops, and war weapons taking turns on the battlefield. Abathar collected the essence from both races to quickly strengthen the swarm's combat units, strengthening the stingers, doubling their attack range and speed. Upgrading the burrow worms to omega worms, increasing their burrowing speed by 500% and transport speed by 200%. They can also withstand high temperatures, endowing the explosive mosquito flies with stronger visual perception, changing from air-to-air self-detonation to ground-to-air self-detonation. Though it consumes more essence, the tactical effect is extremely strong. Kerrigan also successfully advanced to a level 7 psionic adaptee, effortlessly able to wipe out a dark race army of thousands on her own. The 3 parties engaged in a battle of wits. The number of viewers in Yimu's live broadcast room continued to surge, even surpassing 1 billion online. Wow, I didn't know burrow worms could do this. I've learned something new. Burrow worms transporting stingers, this tactic is quite cool. At first, I was worried about not being able to hold, but now I realize I was too hasty. With burrow worms, quickly breeding hosts, and stingers, there's really nothing to worry about. But resource consumption is also very high. The swarm's reserves are too low right now. If anything special happens, we will be at a disadvantage. To be able to resist the siege of two major races with the strength of one race is already incredible. What more can we ask for? The main issue is lacking resources. If we could take another level 5 area, the swarm should be able to push back. The alien dragon brought some worker bees to expand, but the efficiency is too low, at most occupying level 2 and 3 areas, unable to take level 4 areas. The Hippo Nation, White Flag Nation, and Neon Swarm are too weak. If they were strong enough, the swarm wouldn't be lacking resources. Alright then, that's. Yimu looked at the tense battlefield. It was almost a replica of the previous days. The dark race and ancient demons were fiercely attacking the swarm's defenses, and when facing a regional crisis, Kerrigan would assist through the burrow worms, temporarily stabilizing the defense line. Suddenly, he received a call from the swarm mother Nazalus. Great Overlord, there is something unusual with the cocoons in the hero hatching pool. The ancient demon race leader hack is about to complete hatching. Oh? Yimu became energized. He had been waiting for this moment. The hatching time for hero units is highly uncertain, ranging from a few days to over 10 days. Yimu shifted his gaze to the hero hatching pool, and the giant egg in the center was accelerating in expansion and contraction. Hack had completed evolution and was about to awaken, breaking free from the giant egg's bindings. Ripples began to form in the pool. After several seconds, with a click, the giant egg unfolded into 6 petals, retracting back into the incubation pool, and the evolved Hark had appeared. It stood 3 meters tall, with dark gray skin, bipedal, sharp claws for hands, a powerful tail, and parts of its body covered in hard armor. Its pupils changed from grayish-white to gold, a small patch of goatee remained on its chin, and a row of razor-sharp teeth filled its mouth, with every inch of muscle tensed, containing astonishing strength. It took a deep breath, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings, and a low, powerful roar echoed. I have evolved. I am now Dihaka, the tribal leader of the primordial swarm. Yimu smirked. Sure enough, after evolving, Hark had become the leader of the primordial swarm, Dihaka. Dihaka, is that its new name? But why does it call itself the primordial swarm instead of the ancient demon or swarm? It looks obviously smaller, it seems even weaker than before. Did the evolution fail? Impossible. If Yimu is smiling, it means he's satisfied with Dihaka's evolution. I'm a bit confused, it's quite different from the previous swarm heroes. Confused +1, I don't see its kin, nor the powerful dark energy of a queen, and it looks less skilled than a bass. We'll know soon enough, no need to rush. I'm anxious. Super anxious. I just want to see the swarm crush the darklings and ancient demons. Want to see the darklings and ancient demons crushed +1. Having completed its evolution, Dihaka had merged with the swarm, but it was different, possessing a more independent will and thought, making it even more unique and full of possibilities. Master, I sense your presence. How does it feel after evolving? Very, very good. I want to fight, collect essence, to summon my primordial kin. Then you've come at the right time, ancient demons and darklings, pick one. Dihaka's golden pupils sparkled with light. Darklings, tasteless. I choose ancient demons. Ancient demons have always killed each other, stealing essence to grow stronger. They have more essence within them. Go, I look forward to your evolution results. Set off. It took slightly stiff steps, swinging its tail as it walked out of the hero incubation pool, entering the burrow worm. Soon, in the Omega area of the Black Abyss, a burrow worm opened its mouth, and Dihaka emerged from within. Its appearance caught Zagala's attention. Hark, how did you end up like this? You look more like an insect race now. I am now, the primordial alien insect. It swung its head, and its little whiskers naturally fluttered, stepping toward the battlefield. Chapter 75, I'm really worried he'll get killed. My name is Dihaka. Dihaka's figure disappeared from Zagala's sight, leaving her a bit bewildered. Zagala clasped her hands, her tone carrying a hint of pride. Does primordial alien insect mean going to fight by itself? Dihaka quickly arrived at a battlefield, standing on a high ground. Looking down, the large groups of jumpers and locusts were charging at the low-tier ancient demon race, with many stingers and cockroaches providing support behind. The low-tier ancient demon race continuously poured in, leaving behind fresh corpses in the brutal fights. I will collect essence. It let out a low roar. As it approached the killing ground, the freshly deceased bodies of the ancient demons seemed to be drawn by some kind of energy, with essence automatically flying into Dihaka's body. The process was quite strange. Not long after, it had absorbed a significant amount of essence. Its skin and armor began to shine, with life force, strength, and armor constantly increasing. Dihaka's actions caught the attention of the ancient demons, and a grey-ash demon roared. Kill that bug, it's stealing our ancient demon essence. A multitude of poison stingers and thorned beasts charged towards Dihaka to stop it from continuing to absorb essence. It raised its head, facing the swarm of enemies. Without dodging, it lifted its right arm claw and leaped forward, landing in the midst of the ancient demons. With a powerful slam of its foreclaw, a poison stinger was smashed down to the ground, letting out a painful roar. Really? Are you sure this isn't a joke? It's a hero unit. A single strike didn't even kill a small minion. If Queen Kerrigan were here, none of these dozens of ancient demons would survive. But I want to say this, Dihaka, clearly it cannot compare to Euphemia's new star spirit hero, Tassadar. Fate is fair, after giving you countless rewards, stealing luck will always be compensated. Those who understand know what this means. Why has Asan started to speak in a weird tone? What's up with your big, cow-dung country style? Laugh. Brothers, I am really worried it might get killed. In the continuous battle, Dihaka was injured all over, flesh torn, blood flowing. Facing the onslaught of many enemies, it became even more excited. At that moment, it suddenly opened its mouth and shot out a hook, grabbing a venomous beast. The hook contained a certain energy, and the entire venomous beast instantly died, turning into a cloud of blood mist, which flew back to Dihaka's face and was devoured by it. In the next second, the injuries on Dihaka's body healed instantly, leaving only minor wounds that were relieved but still recovering quickly. What the heck? Devouring. Instantly recovering from injuries, this ability is too overpowered. Those who just said Dihaka was weak, how's that for a face slap? It's just a devouring recovery skill, what's so surprising about it? After that, each time Dihaka was wounded, it would devour an enemy to heal itself. In just a short while, the low-level ancient demon race surrounding it was wiped out, leaving only one ash demon. This ash demon was huge. Witnessing what happened, it shouted, "Ancient demon race, come quickly!" Before it could finish, Dihaka, 100 meters away, shot out the hook, instantly shredding it into blood mist, which was then completely devoured. The contrast was astonishing. The ash demon was far larger than Dihaka, yet it died instantly, easily devoured. Ha! Dihaka exhaled white smoke, forming a cocoon to wrap itself. 5 seconds later, the cocoon broke open. Its appearance didn't change, but its height soared from 3 meters to 5 meters. The long tail naturally swayed, like a tyrannosaurus, its movements somewhat clumsy, yet it strode directly onto the battlefield. It fought, devoured, mutated. Wherever it went, it would swallow all the essence. Soon, even though its size didn't change again, the venomous beasts found it hard to break through its defense. Only stronger ancient demons like the spiked beast and ash demon could inflict some damage. Roar! It howled to the sky, visible shockwaves spreading across the vast battlefield. Hundreds of enemies felt dizzy, though not truly stunned, their movements became sluggish. Seizing the chance, Dihaka charged with the swarm, slaughtering fiercely. After absorbing enough essence, it was wrapped again by the cocoon and rapidly expanded. 5 seconds later, it broke free from the cocoon, its height growing from 5 meters to 10 meters, and its body length was astonishing. The claws on its right arm transformed, extending into 3 nearly 2-meter-long giant claws, glowing faintly, easily capable of slicing through enemies. Dihaka's movements still seemed stiff, but its speed had increased significantly. With its golden eyes fixed on the enemies, devoid of emotional fluctuations, it became a cold, emotionless predator, endlessly devouring, continuously evolving. A layer of light-colored glow clung to its surface, brimming with life. Brothers, I acted rashly. There isn't a single piece of trash in the swarm. The swarm is invincible. Lord Yimu is invincible. Dihaka is invincible. With such efficiency in devouring and evolving, how much can it grow to? Just looking at it feels terrifying. According to what it said, being able to collect infinitely, it must be able to evolve and mutate further, right? Currently, Dihaka's skills are leap, roar, devour, and after each significant enhancement, it seems to gain a new skill. So does it belong to an individual hero? Does it not have its own race? Dihaka walked on the battlefield, its size growing increasingly astonishing, catching the attention of the ancient demon race leader. This was a pure-blood ancient demon named Kral, having evolved after long hunts, sporting 2 pairs of horns, its massive form many times larger than Dihaka. Its red eyes fixed on Dihaka, it roared angrily, "It's you! Hack, you traitor of the ancient demons, Kral will take back the ancient demon essence you have stolen." Ancient demons, strange insects, no difference, only by collecting essence can there be eternity. If you want to come, I will take your essence first. Dihaka roared in response. The 2 giant beasts collided and began to fight fiercely. Rocks flew everywhere, and thick smoke filled the air. Klar was incredibly powerful, even stronger than Dihaka, its eyes turned even redder as all 4 limbs charged forward with astonishing impact. Along the way, ancient demons and insect races were smashed into meat paste, and Dihaka had to temporarily avoid the sharp force. But just then, a strange flying dragon suddenly appeared in the sky. It was decorated with ancient patterns, resembling a strange dragon, yet it was an ancient demon species, an ancient demon replica of the strange dragon. The ancient demon strange dragon let out a sharp scream, and before it could attack, Dihaka grabbed it with a hooked claw, swallowing it whole. Roar! Dehaka's injuries all healed, and facing Klar, it spewed out a scorching flame beam with tens of thousands of degrees of heat, striking from a distance. No, no. Klar roared in anger, ultimately pierced through the heart by the flame beam, flesh burnt and charred, collapsing in a heap of shattered flesh and stones. Dehaka stepped forward to collect the essence, once again transforming into a cocoon. This time, the hatching time exceeded 5 seconds. 10 seconds later, it broke free from the cocoon, standing 20 meters tall with a truly astonishing body length. Among the live units of the swarm, except for the king insect and the eye insect, there was no existence beyond it. Its back sprouted a hard bony sail, and with a gentle flick of its tail, rocks flew and the earth cracked, with destructive power that was absurdly strong. Golden eyes looked down upon the vast battlefield. In the distance, a fierce battle was ongoing as if it were a divine weapon descending, entering the ancient demon crowd where a flick of its tail caused numerous deaths and injuries. So ruthless. It's already 20 meters tall. I discovered another ability of Dehaka. After devouring aerial units, it can temporarily use high-temperature flame beams, and the power is incredibly strong. What? I really want to report it. You Dragon Kingdom must be cheating. This has nothing to do with the insect race, it's clearly Godzilla. Brother, where are you going to report it? Listen, in the future, when I, the Dragon Kingdom, take power, I will appoint you as the prince. Neon says, I don't like this kind of joke. Why should a prince be given to a rebellious child? How can you joke about such a thing? Our White Flag Kingdom has long decided to stand with the Dragon Kingdom. We are the strongest relationship. Sherba. The one who said they were going to report it wasn't us Koreans, it must be Neon impersonating and slandering us. While everyone was arguing, Dehaka was already unrivaled on the battlefield. It exhaled ashes, and in an instant, wiped out large groups of enemies, tirelessly. Even the observing Zagala marveled, its combat power is indeed unique. A day passed, and when Dehaka returned from the front lines to the swarm, it resembled a planet-sized beast. Its height exceeded the insect nest, casting a shadow over a large area. The powerful aura it emitted made many insects feel oppressed, not daring to act up in front of it. You did well. Zagala looked up in admiration. Dehaka looked down at her and said, I have collected enough essence. I can summon my primal swarm now. Summon the primal swarm? You have your own race? Zagala was very surprised. Dehaka ignored her and tried to communicate with Yimu with its mind. Master, I Dehaka, want to obtain your permission to summon the primal swarm. Its ability is derived from the swarm, the hero hatching pool belongs to the swarm, and the swarm belongs to Yimu. When it wants to summon its own race, it must obtain Yimu's permission. And the authority of the primal swarm lies highest with Yimu. Chapter 76, Four-Legged Balance. After completing the hatching, the primal strange insects began to fight each other, the victors devouring their kin, evolving once more. Through continuous consumption of essence, their forms kept changing. This scene brought immense shock and horror. For a time, the barrage in the live broadcast room decreased significantly. In the public channel of the players' lords. White Flag Kingdom, Julia, Brother Yimu, your swarm is terrifying. Neon, Shinkayui, not at all. Brother's swarm is the best. The primal swarm is incredible too. She is Yimu's #1 fan. Persia Euphelia, what is the primitive insect swarm? In a unique golden palace-shaped lord space, Euphelia's clear eyes are full of confusion. She hides a secret. Her race, the Star Spirits, knows of Yimu's insect swarm and calls it alien insects. Based on the Star Spirit hero's description of the alien insects, Euphelia knows very well how terrifying this race is. Therefore, every time she speaks, she is very careful not to offend Yimu and always calls him Boss Yimu. Just the alien insects have made her feel troubled, and now the primitive alien insects have emerged. She looks at her otherworldly planet, L. The Star Spirits are launching a full-scale attack on the level 5 area. Unlike the insect swarm, the Star Spirit race are humanoid beings, generally between 2.5 to 3 meters tall. With braided hair, they wear magnificent golden armor and carry light blades and light shields. Each Star Spirit warrior can take on 10 or even more. On the battlefield, tens of thousands of Star Spirit fanatic warriors form a strong formation, their consciousness connected. They can share perception with their comrades, possessing immense fighting strength, and their individual power and combat skills are impeccable. Behind these fanatics are dragon riders supported by 4 mechanical legs, providing long-range fire support. At the very front of the front line, there are 50 undying war machines, shining gold and extraordinarily sacred. The psionic light shields are incredibly sturdy, capable of withstanding massive attacks. Even if the light shield is breached, the psionic barrier on the armor can still absorb a lot of damage. Their 2 mechanical arms continuously launch attacks, and each beam of light that strikes down instantly annihilates and vaporizes large groups of enemies. This is the final battle. A Star Spirit hero wears golden armor with black ribbons and embedded blue psionic crystals. It stretches out its arms and releases a psionic storm, turning a diameter of 300 meters into a place of gathered lightning, causing large numbers of enemies to die instantly. It suddenly stops its attack, momentarily stunned. Primitive alien insects? No, I have never heard of them. I believe the Supreme Council would not know either. I see, then I won't disturb you. Euphelia murmurs. I can only wait for the communication opportunity after dawn. Today is the weekly communication time, and she curiously looks at the public channel. America Little Luofu, congratulations at Yimu for obtaining the primitive insect swarm. With the help of our ally Elizabeth, our America has restored its national strength, and I have also developed to level 3. I hope to have more cooperation opportunities with China. Big Yang Elizabeth, this is what I should do. I, Big Yang, value allies the most, and soon my magical civilization will be able to occupy level 5 as well. White Flag Country, Julia, even with 100 times acceleration, it is still several days later than Brother Yimu. Big Yang Elizabeth, are you saying the insect swarm hasn't activated 100 times acceleration? White Flag Country, Julia, it has, and it hasn't. Dog head emoji. Elizabeth's face darkens as she mutters to herself that the White Flag Country really has no good people, and she can only wait until dawn to communicate with the country to understand the development of the insect swarm. Time flies, and dawn has arrived. A total of 197 lords worldwide received a 3-minute opportunity to communicate with the outside, yet the reactions from each country were utterly different. Korea, if it really doesn't work, then let's rely on the Dragon Country. Golden victory? Aren't we supposed to surpass the Dragon Country? Korea, Yimu's insect swarm will likely capture the level 6 area after a while. Golden victory, I understand now. Korea, we have already fallen behind Neon. We need to seize the opportunity. Golden victory, but he doesn't pay any attention to me at all. How frustrating, he only takes in young and beautiful girls. Korea, we understand. Golden victory? He instantly feels a chill running up his spine, his intuition tells him. If his territory is destroyed once more, he will surely be voted out and another citizen-level goddess will be elected as the Lord. Golden Victory has a high education, is well-read in history, and understands such operating methods well. America, this is all the information currently available about the insect swarm. Little Luofu, you want me to surpass such a bug race? United States, we believe in you, just like we believe in the guns in our hands. Little Rofu, I understand. A determination sparkled in his eyes, he must work harder and find a way to surpass the swarm. Things are in human hands, the chosen people of God will never give up. Persia, this is the data on the original swarm. Euphelia, it's so little. Persia, we recommend that you form an alliance with Yimu. Euphelia, I want to, but he only wants vassal states. Persia/Bear Country, then we recommend you ally with Stuckfather from Bear Country/Persia, she has great potential for development. Euphemia/Stuckfather, I understand. After 3 minutes of communication, the situation of the Lord powers changed dramatically. The notifications on the public channel suddenly surged. Persia Star Spirit Clan and Bear Country Tyrant Clan formed an alliance, Guardians. India Divine Cow Clan joined the alliance, Free Alliance. Korea Jin Shingli joined the alliance, Free Alliance. Pyramid Country Ancient God Clan joined the alliance, Guardians. The world abruptly split into 4 strong camps, the Guardian Alliance led by Persia, Bear Country, and Pyramid Country. The Free Alliance led by Big Eagle, the United States, Kangaroo, Maple Leaf, and other countries. Many scattered forces that have not joined any camp or are weak, only verbal alliances, and finally Yimu's swarm. The swarm stands alone as a force, with only 3 vassal races. Though seeming weak, it ranks first in the Lord Power rankings in Blue Star. Yimu himself also ranks first in the most powerful Lord rankings, and the swarm ranks first among the strongest independent races. Faced with this situation, the think tank of Long Country started a discussion. We anticipated this situation long ago, we just didn't think it would come so soon. It's simply a different age of the warring states with 7 heroes. Yes, the influence of the Free Alliance is still present, with the largest number of members, likely to bring about change. No, judging by the current development, the strength of each race is becoming clear. In my opinion, the strongest is still the Guardian Alliance. In the Guardian Alliance, Persia, Bear Country, and Pyramid Country are not weaker than Big Eagle, they truly deserve our attention. Persia's star spirit has become increasingly powerful recently. The human race of Bear Country has obtained new technology and evolved into the Tyrant clan. I think it's not just a name change, and it deserves attention. Everyone expressed their opinions, the final discussion result will be sent to Yimu in the next week's meeting. Unknowingly, the time for the extraterrestrial invaders to arrive is drawing near. Yimu squinted his eyes, carefully thinking over the information sent by the think tank, and chuckled, interesting. The human race of Bear Country evolved into the Tyrant clan, the ancient god clan of Pyramid Country began to grasp the secrets of Ascenders, exploring the secrets of the Desert Emperor. There are many similar situations. The evolutionary paths of some lords' races and planets are surprisingly similar to some worlds he recognized in his previous life. But even so, the power of the swarm remains at a level of superiority. They just need to develop like a snowball. Yimu directed his gaze toward the Black Abyss realm. After more than 10 hours of development, the original swarm became even stronger. A large number of original worker bees headed to the core area of the swarm, hatching new original main nests to avoid devastating attacks on the original alien insects. The number of war nests increased from 40 to 200. After 60,000 original jumping insects fought among themselves, 30,000 predatory dragons were hatched. Dehaka led its tribe, joining forces with Zagara's swarm to plan a counterattack against the ancient demon clan. The Black Abyss realm is rich in resources and has complex terrain. If they can seize an area that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, the swarm can gain more resources and break the passive situation. And Dehaka happens to know such an area. It knows the Black Abyss realm better than the insect race, making it a living map. Chapter 77, As long as you are strong, the price is not an issue. 170 kilometers north of the swarm base, there is a highland, covering an area of about 20,000 square kilometers, but its resource reserves are enough to help the swarm break the current delicate balance. Can we occupy that place? Zagara had doubts. The swarm still needed to focus on defense and could not mobilize too many troops. Moreover, using tunneling worms casually in non-core areas might give the enemy an advantage, allowing them to invade the internal swarm through the passage. The mountain passage is hidden, the ancient demons are unaware. Dehaka deliberately shrank in size, leading the swarm through a little-known natural cave to reach the target location. 100,000 jumpers, 3,000 pollution cockroaches, 30,000 predatory dragons, plus Dehaka. All launched an attack on the ancient demons on the high ground. The number of ancient demons in this area even exceeded the swarm, reaching 200,000, with over 80% being poisonous stingers. There were also many spiked beasts and ash demons, and even a few titan ogres. The leader of the ancient demons quickly discovered the swarm, roaring, "It's the bugs, kill them! It's you, hack, how dare you show up? This is your burial ground." It roared in anger, rallying the 200,000 ancient demon army to collide head-on with the swarm. The sea of jumpers crashed into the tide of poisonous stingers. After the Abathor genetic enhancement, the toxins of the poisonous stingers could no longer threaten the swarm. 3,000 pollution cockroaches, relying on their regenerative advantages, blocked the front line, with battle cries and roars echoing everywhere. At this time, the 30,000 predatory dragons were 800 meters away from the enemy. They raised their heads, as if they had cannons in their mouths, with spherical corrosive liquid launching in a parabolic trajectory. Hidden within the corrosive liquid were unassuming bone spurs that could even penetrate the armor of heavy units. A large number of ancient demons were hit, suffering severe injuries, with some struck in vital spots, dying on the spot. Eliminate those bugs at the back, charge forward. The leader of the ancient demons roared, sensing the threat from the predatory dragons. However, the 100,000 jumpers and 3,000 pollution cockroaches fought fiercely, undeterred by death. They forcibly stopped the ancient demons' charge. The 30,000 predatory dragons continuously unleashed parabolic corrosive liquid, bombing large swaths of enemies, leaving the ancient demon army unable to counterattack, suffering heavy losses. When Dehaka leaped into the ancient demon army, he ripped through the enemy's defense line with one strike, killing the leader of the ancient demons. The predatory dragons kept their four eyes fixed on the distant enemy, their attacks never ceasing, with the air thick with swirling corrosive liquid constantly falling upon the ancient demon army. The destruction of this ancient demon legion was just a matter of time. I never expected that these predatory dragons would be ranged attackers. Primitive jumpers need 8 essence, 2 of them hatch 1 predatory dragon, costing 16 essence. A ranged unit for 16 essence, what a bargain! Not just a bargain, it's a blood profit. Predatory dragons have strong attack power, and their parabolic shots increase damage. Boss Yimu's essence will never run out, and now we have predatory dragons. It perfectly solves the consumption problem. Have you noticed? Some predatory dragons have already started consuming essence. I have a feeling that the swarm's counterattack is about to begin. Same feeling +1. After the complete annihilation of the ancient demon army, tens of thousands of worker bees and 100 primitive worker bees arrived at this resource point. 1,500 worker bees spread out evenly, starting to mutate. 100 primitive worker bees mutated into war nests on the spot until the nest broke out, and black fungi began to spread. After the completion of the 100 war nests, Dehaka said in a low voice, "Collect more essence, the new unit of primitive alien bugs, primitive cockroaches, will begin to hatch." The war nest spat out egg after egg, beginning to hatch primitive cockroaches. Can primitive jumpers mutate into predatory dragons? Can primitive cockroaches also mutate? As long as they are primitive alien bugs, they should all have this characteristic. Visually, it seems possible. Hatching primitive cockroaches is so expensive, they consume 25 gas more than the cockroaches of the swarm. As long as they are strong, price is not a problem. The primitive cockroaches finished hatching. Compared to pollution cockroaches, their shells were rounder and thicker, but their individual combat power was not as strong as the enhanced pollution cockroaches. Just as netizens speculated, 600 primitive cockroaches each sought out their opponents. A one-on-one slaughter. This is a very primitive fight, with no skill, relying solely on physical strength. In the end, the one that survives will definitely be the stronger one. Out of 600 primitive cockroaches, 300 survived. These 300 primitive cockroaches consumed essence and once again transformed, evolving into primitive fireflies. The size of the primitive fireflies is twice that of the primitive cockroaches, and their shells turn deep ice blue. The connecting tissues are dark blue, and they carry bone sides on their shoulders, resembling war blades ready to be drawn, with amazing destructive power. Their heads have also grown larger, and compared to regular cockroaches, they only have 2 small tusks. Primitive fireflies joined the battlefield. Following Dhaka's orders, 300 primitive fireflies dispersed, moving with 6 legs towards the breach in the battlefield's defense line. When they arrived, the ancient demon tribe's assault had already begun. A large number of venomous beasts, thorn beasts, and ash demons surged in, along with some newly appeared ancient demon species, such as the ancient demon sting snake. A primitive firefly appeared on the battlefield, its size striking and immediately attracting the attention of numerous ancient demons, with a large number of venomous beasts pouncing towards it. It lowered its head and suddenly spewed out a blazing flame, spreading at a 130-degree angle. Countless sparks splattered, with flames reaching up to 70,000 degrees, spreading 50 meters. The distance is not far, but any venomous beast that got burned had almost no chance of surviving. The primitive firefly's 4 ghostly eyes fixed ahead, once again spewing out a ball of flame, annihilating all enemies. 300 primitive fireflies held the line, turning the large ancient demon army into ashes. They are extremely efficient killing machines. In the rear resource point, more primitive fireflies and predatory dragons joined the front line. Primitive fireflies created a line of deadly fire at scale, while predatory dragons released corrosive balls from the back, piercing one enemy after another. Among the predatory dragons, some have been enhanced by consuming essence, with attacking ranges far exceeding those of ordinary predatory dragons. The individual combat power of these primitive alien insects is so strong. Although the hatching price is individual, fireflies truly deserve this price. Their defense is too fierce, one burn takes out a large area. Give me 300 primitive fireflies, I can push through 1,000,000 jumping insects in one breath. Jumping insects, are you polite? The Persian nation Euphemia's star spirit has successfully occupied level 5 area. Gained resources plus 5 million, gas plus 5 million, since this lord occupies level 5 area for the first time, randomly gained 1 unit of troop. This lord is the second to occupy level 5 area, gaining additional rewards, land area plus 100%, national physical fitness plus 175, all citizen spirit plus 25. Euphemia goddess still has something. Big bears, pyramid nations, and great bees are probably close behind. I still want to say, the performance of primitive alien insects is too outstanding. It seems that Master Yimu is about to conquer level 6 area. Please don't mention Master Yimu, leave some face for our Guardians Alliance. When the mountains of Dhaka appeared, the ancient demon army completely collapsed. Collect, essence. In a resource area of 20,000 square kilometers, the output efficiency even surpasses that of 40,000 square kilometers of ordinary areas. Essence and gas continuously generated, flowing back into Dhaka's hands. Yimu allocated all the collected resources of this area to Dhaka, giving it only one order: to occupy more resource points. Primitive alien insects are the disruptors breaking the battlefield's balance. Charge, primitive, alien insects. Dhaka led predatory dragons, primitive fireflies, and primitive sting snakes on raids, specifically targeting areas controlled by the ancient demon tribe. The vast abyssal realm has 140,000 square kilometers, always finding opportunities. Areas adjacent to its occupied territories were successively seized by primitive alien insects and gradually expanded. 2 days later, the primitive alien insects had occupied 90,000 square kilometers of resource points, bordering Zagala's swarm. During this time, the primitive swarm also added a brand new mutated unit, the primitive worm. They hide underground, with their heads and bodies standing 25 meters high, the defense units of primitive alien insects. Similar to spine-lance crawling creatures, they can defend against air and ground, with an attack range far exceeding that of spine-lance and spore crawlers, and their combat power is vastly superior to both. Light units, heavy units, they can break through defenses, and they even have a skill to release scorching, corrupting breath, with considerable power. Not only that, they can dig into the ground like burrowing worms, stealthily moving to the desired battlefield location. The only downside is that they are expensive, with each one needing 300 essence plus a primitive worker bee. Chapter 78, Too Cruel. Dhaka hatched a large number of primitive worms to defend the resource collection sites that had been seized. Because of this troublemaker's presence, Zagara's pressure drastically reduced, and the swarm began to counterattack, occupying more resource territories. On the other side, Kerrigan broke through her limits again, reaching level 8 in psionic energy. This humanoid war machine's combat power grew increasingly terrifying, able to instantly heal large numbers of alien insect troops. The Dark One's offense grew weaker, still ongoing, but the black fungal blanket had begun to spread. The territories that were once lost were again covered by the black fungal blanket, and it began to extend toward the Dark One's base. Stingers, alien dragons, jumpers, toxic burst insects, Kerrigan commanded the troops she excelled at directing. After seizing several resource points, some areas' nests had completed hatching and began to harvest resources. Everything was thriving, and although the swarm could not truly launch a counterattack for now, they had escaped danger and even started to grasp some initiative. In the Lord's space, Yimu lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, feeling that the time was ripe. He stared at the black abyss realm of the alien world, and in a few days, this place would completely belong to the swarm. He projected his consciousness into the black abyss realm to communicate with Dihaka. Master, I sense your arrival. Dihaka, where is the weakness of the ancient demon clan? It's time to consider ending them. The ancient demon clan is powerful, but here they are merely part of one tribe. As long as we cut off their path to the level 7 area East Continent. They are like fish without water, plants without sunlight, and leaves falling in the water, destined to perish. But there should be a large number of ancient demon clans stationed there, with strong defenses, right? A bold plan emerged in Yimu's mind. If it were in the past, this plan would be dangerous, but now, it was truly feasible. That's right. But their attention is limited, we just need to launch a full-on strike. We can seize it. Yimu considered for a moment, pressed his finger against his temple, and sent his will and orders to the entire swarm. All swarm, consolidate current territories, do not expand outward. Kerrigan, Zagara, Nizgalis, come here. The swarm has a great task to undertake. On a battlefield filled with slaughter, a terrifying phantom energy storm gathered around Kerrigan, while thousands of dark warriors before her looked at her in fear, as if gazing at a great demon god. But at that moment, she suddenly stopped attacking and instead withdrew the advantaged swarm quickly, showing no care for the resource point about to be seized. Zagara walked on the cracked earth filled with corpses, shouting to the nest, "Children, we should go back." The Queen Nizgalis was in charge of defense at the swarm base, needing no extra action. Witnessing this scene, anyone would know that the swarm was about to make a big move. Is Yimu planning to launch a full-scale attack? But that's too bold. The main force of the ancient demon clan is still there, still attacking the swarm base. As an American, I admire the spirit of adventure and fearlessness the most. Yimu is a true warrior, having defeated countless enemies. The strongest in the world is bound to win. Have you guys in the Free Alliance changed? To actually speak in human language. Don't be silly, they're just being sarcastic. As a working person, I'm very familiar with this kind of over-the-top flattery. Anyone who believes it is a fool. I want to know how Yimu intends to attack. The pathway leading to the eastern province is definitely heavily guarded by the ancient demon clan. With Kerrigan, Dihaka, and Zagara working together, they should be able to conquer it, right? Time flies, and Yimu activated 100 times time acceleration. The swarm has firmly established its position, so there's no need to worry about a sudden collapse. He can now act more boldly. 2 days later, in the Black Abyss realm. There are 2 roads leading to the eastern province, one occupied by the Dark Ones and the other by the ancient demon clan. The 2 roads are far apart, yet they are both targets for attacks. Because of this, the ancient demon clan stationed 800,000 troops in the area leading to the eastern province, establishing 3 layers of defense based on the terrain. The central area is the highest. Occupying the advantageous terrain, they stationed 200,000 main forces. In the outer layer, with slightly poorer terrain, there are 300,000 main forces. The outermost layer also has 300,000 troops, with some areas even being wilderness, where small teams of ancient demons patrol. If they discover enemies like the Dark Ones, they will call more of their kind to launch an attack. In the very core of the defense zone, there are many war beasts of the ancient demon clan, a type of unit mutated for battlefield defense. Some have even lost their ability to move and eat, requiring care from other beings, yet they perform exceptionally well in actual combat. Faint footsteps echoed in this treacherous land. A ghost was stealthily advancing. It was Kerrigan. She avoided the scans of reconnaissance units by being invisible as she infiltrated the heart of the territory. Yimu watched her actions. As expected of a ghost operative, she gracefully diffused numerous dangers on her way. She silently stood on the back of a sleeping ancient demon giant beast. With her sniper rifle aimed at a blank area, after locking on, an invisible beam fell on an ordinary limestone. What is she doing? How strange. The king bug and the eye bug of the swarm cannot penetrate here, and with no satellite positioning, she can only use this method. She is sending coordinates to the swarm, ensuring there will be no deviation, but what is the significance of doing this? It must be to use the Omega tunneling worms. But the tunneling worms will get killed, right? There are so many ancient demons here. Suddenly, a faint tremor came from the surface of the ancient demon base, causing some ancient demons to be alert. Did you notice? The ground seems to be moving. Could the Dark One army be trying to sneak attack here? Let them come. I will kill them all and seize their essence. I see nothing, unless they drill up from underground, but only bugs would drill from underground. Humph, how dare those lowly bugs come here? The ancient demons have been fighting with the swarm for several days, but since the swarm focuses on defense, they are not valued by these arrogant clans and are even looked down upon. Roar! A deafening roar came from underground, deep and powerful, and the ground was suddenly smashed. The roar echoed throughout the area as a 50-meter-high Omega tunneling worm burst forth, then slowly descended, crushing some unlucky ancient demons to death. And this was just the prologue. In this vast area, hundreds of tunneling worms broke through the ground almost simultaneously. The deafening roars merged into one, and a massive swarm of ignition bugs, predatory dragons, polluting cockroaches, stinging snakes, jumping bugs, and mutants emerged. But that's not all. Thousands of primitive worms also broke through the ground, launching fierce attacks, spewing corrosive flames that caught the ancient demon army completely off guard, disrupting their formation thoroughly. Kerrigan deactivated her invisibility, and a stream of light enveloped her, radiating with powerful ghostly energy. From within a giant Omega tunneling worm, Dehaka emerged, his massive tail sweeping out, and he hurled upwards, the shockwave making large groups of ancient demons dizzy. More than 50 tunneling worms continuously spewed out more swarm units, like a dam bursting. In just a few minutes, the size of the swarm here exceeded 100,000, mostly stronger units above cockroach level, with very few jumping bugs, and even if there were, most were predatory dragons. The entire battle was like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. The ancient demon clan was completely unprepared, as the enemy suddenly emerged from the core defense area, along with the difficult-to-deal-with primal worms, led by the heroes Kerrigan and Dehaka charging in. Quick, organize yourselves, don't fall apart. Kill them all. Destroy those worms. A leader of the ancient demons roared, but when the ancient demon clan began to form an organized front. Boom! An Omega tunneling worm burst out from their ranks, breaking through the swarm of polluted cockroaches and jumpers. Even in the second line of defense, tunneling worms kept appearing. A large area of the ancient demon territory collapsed, and when they finally reacted and tried to reclaim their land, they found that they had transformed from defenders to invaders. The swarm occupied the most advantageous terrain, with numerous predatory dragons and thorn snakes holding superior positions. The charging ancient demon army fell one by one under the ranged attacks. Roar! More tunneling worms charged out, sending in fresh troops. What the hell? This is crazy, insane. The Great Emu is ruthless. I'm stunned. I thought of using tunneling worms, but never expected the Great Emu would turn them into shared bicycles, with hundreds appearing together. This is an area defended by 800,000 ancient demons. It was breached so easily, it's absurd. I'm dumbfounded. Indeed, in terms of vision, the Great Emu is always above us. This is unreasonable. Where did you get so many troops? Is the base's defense no longer a priority? Unreasonable? The Great Emu's swarm occupies nearly 260,000 square kilometers of territory. The resources of the Abyss realm are essentially doubled, equivalent to 520,000 square kilometers. The essence collected in a day is described as a small target, claiming there are 300 million. I don't think that's an exaggeration. Viewers from the Free Alliance and the Guardians Alliance saw the explanations in the comments, then looked at the swarm ruthlessly occupying the ancient demon territory, feeling a wave of bitterness in their hearts. The newly formed alliance, which already had high morale, was instantly brought back to reality by this wave of attacks from the swarm. Chapter 79, No Essential Difference. Yimu realized again that the strength of the swarm wasn't a linear growth, but rather an explosive, exponential increase. In the livestream room of the Stick Nation, suddenly there was a wave of insults. Trash Gene Shengli. Seeing him makes me feel sick, Sam Ida. Why join the Free Alliance? This will offend Lord Yimu. Can't we vote to remove him now? Let's elect someone who can earn Lord Yimu's forgiveness. Die, Shiba. Gene Shengli was completely unaware, still pledging loyalty in the Free Alliance, hoping to gain more support. The war in the ancient demon's defense area leading to the eastern continent was nearing its end. Large numbers of fission worker bees and primal worker bees were mutating into larval nests or war nests. The black fungal blanket began to spread. Witnessing this victory, Yimu smiled slightly and issued another command. Kerrigan, you and Zagara go execute the next task. Use the same tactics to seal off the passage of the Dark Ones to the relics. Don't give them a chance to turn the tide. Understood, my lord. Great Master, my swarm can hardly wait. Zagara elegantly bowed in respect. This brief instruction brought great shock to the think tank of the Dragon Nation. Could it be that while he is attacking the ancient demon base, he still has the energy to assault the Dark Ones? In just 2 days of 100-fold acceleration, how many resources has the swarm gathered? From a strategic perspective, Yi Mu's arrangements are indeed far-sighted. Without a retreat, the ancient demons will surely go mad. The Dark Ones will likely shift from offense to defense, and with the threat of the ancient demons gone, their best option is definitely to hold on to the relics. According to Dahaka's description, the relics hide weapons of mass destruction and other secrets, which are indeed very important. These were all smart people who understood things quickly. Looking at Yi Mu, they felt even more deeply that this Lord of the Dragon Nation was truly strong. Whether as an individual or as a swarm. Among the 197 lords, he stood at the top. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. In the main army of the ancient demon clan, the leader Nalik was stunned for a moment after hearing the news of the rear falling, and then immediately erupted in fury. All ancient demon army. Follow me, Nalik. Kill all those insects and retake our territory. The ancient demon army was completely stirred up. Being blocked meant they would become trapped like fish in a barrel. If they weakened, there would be no more aid, no way to escape. Retaking the path back to the East Continent was vital for the survival of the entire tribe. Nalik charged at the forefront, with various leaders of the ancient demon clan following him. These powerful ancient demons, each different in appearance, enormous in size, and unique in features, emanated a strong, domineering, and wild air, instilling awe in ordinary demons. Led by Nalik, the leaders of the ancient demons guided their tribe away from the occupied oasis area. As they progressed, more and more ancient demons joined, with numbers increasing continuously. By the time they approached the battlefield, the number of the ancient demon clan had exceeded 5 million. This 5 million strong army was determined to fight to the death. The insect swarm they were about to face was equally formidable. Dakar commanded the primal insect swarm, and the insects originally defending against the ancient demon clan were also delivered here through tunnel worms. In such a vast area, the number of combat units was close to 3 million. Even after excluding the lower combat power of the fission insects, the main battle insect swarm still had nearly a million scale. Contaminated cockroaches, sting snakes, aberrations, piercers, rapid host organisms, etc. All managed by large numbers of insect mothers, guarding different areas. Dakar sat at the center, waiting for the arrival of the ancient demon clan, ready to engage in a decisive battle with Nalik. Whichever side devoured the essence of the other would inevitably become even stronger. Dakar narrowed his 4 eyes, appearing to rest, but was actually communicating with Yi Mu. In the Lord space, Yi Mu asked, "How does the ancient demon clan hatch ancient demon exotic dragons and ancient demon sting snakes?" Ancient demons and exotic insects are not fundamentally different. Dakar's voice was deep. In the original continent of Xeris, there is a pool of origins for all things. That is a holy place. It nurtures exotic insects and ancient demons. It is the origin of everything. Later, the insect swarm disappeared, and ancient demons became the strongest. The ancient demon clan has long been fighting, devouring, and changing each other. Until the invaders known as the Dark Ones arrived, things began to change. Listening to his somewhat laborious narration, Yi Mu did not respond immediately but fell into deep thought. In the live broadcast room, comments flew by. So, how exactly does the ancient demon hatch exotic insect units? He has said nothing. He explained quite clearly. The pool of origins gave birth to 2 children. The elder son is the exotic insect, the younger son is the ancient demon. The elder son later disappeared, and the younger son became the head of the family. The breeding method of the ancient demons may be similar to that of the exotic insects, which is why they can replicate insect swarm units. I think the tech nerd Abbas is furious, having painstakingly mutated and evolved insect units, only to be copied and pasted by the ancient demons. Copying will never have a future, only leading the trend can ensure survival. I boldly predict that the ancient demon clan is going to perish. After thinking for a moment, Yi Mu asked the most critical and concerning question: is the pool of origins in Xeris still there? Can it promote further evolution of the insect swarm? The pool of origins is alive. It flows. It does not die. But the insect swarm has already grown and changed, and can no longer evolve through it. Dakar shifted his tone. But Kerrigan is different. She is half human, half insect, with astonishing potential. If she can walk out of the pool of origins alive, she will become unimaginable. The entire Xeris will fear her power, including the oldest ancient demon Mo Xiang. I remember the original continent. Yi Mu kept this point in mind. In the future, when the insect swarm occupies the entire ancient continent, they can march towards the original continent of Xeris to acquire its most ancient power. As for the present, Yi Mu was more focused on the battlefield in the Abyss realm. The long-held balance among the 3 races had completely broken, with crises lurking in the chaos, yet also hidden immense opportunities. The 5 million strong army of the ancient demon clan was about to retake the base occupied by Dakar. After they left, the land they once occupied became a no man's land. Yi Mu smiled. What a great place, it's such a waste. Nazalus, lead the mother of insects to take over these territories, collect resources at full speed, and don't worry about anything else. Great Sovereign, I will immediately arrange for the worker bees to hatch insect nests in the area left behind by the ancient demon clan. Nazalus faithfully carried out the order. Among the swarm lords, she was considered a good baby, though this baby looked a bit fierce. The land once occupied by the ancient demon clan was vast, covering 35% of the Black Abyss realm, which could be considered half of the kingdom. Its total area was close to 500,000 square kilometers, about the size of 3 provincial-level administrative regions of the Dragon Kingdom. Thousands of kingworms and eyeworms floated in the air, flying toward the open area, monitoring the land, and conveying the orders of the mother of insects to the surface insect swarm. A large number of mother insects and worker bees advanced in sync, hatching insect nests, expanding fungal blanket tumors, and using suction chambers to collect gas, accelerating the efficiency of resource gathering. Chapter 80, The Advantage is Mine. Volcanoes were still emitting white smoke, and this land had turned black. 10,000 insect nests hatched simultaneously, and even Yimu was shocked by the sight. A large number of worker bees moved in a grand procession, starting to collect resources madly, temporarily piling them near the insect nests that hadn't finished hatching. Yimu's subordinate races, Juliet and Xi and Quanji, saw this shocking scene, and their admiration for Yimu deepened. Yimu, the male god, is so amazing. Xi and Quanji's little face turned red, and she wanted to send Yimu a private message. Yimu, the male god, can you adjust our lord's space to be closer? I want to consult you and learn. Please, I'm begging you. Pitiful expression. This private message was set by Yimu to be blocked in the live broadcast room, visible only to him. After reading it, he did not agree and replied, ask Julia first. Xi and Quanji instantly understood, you mean, merge the 3 lord spaces? Got it. To merge 3, not for any other reason, but because the relationship between the 3 sides would be the most balanced. That was Yimu's true thought, the most stable from every perspective. Yimu casually closed the private message and turned his gaze to the battlefield between Dihaka and the ancient demon clan's army. On the desolate and hot Gobi Desert, the vanguard of the ancient demon clan had arrived, 1,000,000 poison spike beasts. Similar to the insect swarm, the ancient demon clan was also mostly cannon fodder, followed by thorn beasts, ash demons, and other stronger ancient demons. The 1,000,000 poison spike beasts stomped on the cracked earth, with erupting volcanoes in the background. Their eyes gleamed with madness as they rushed across the land, shaking the ground. On the other side was another 1,000,000-strong group of fission worms. Overhead, hundreds of thousands of locust-like flying insects fell to the ground and collided with the ancient demon clan. The battlefront extended for dozens of kilometers, and the roars of battle echoed across the sky. The gray sky released fine acid rain, dissolving the blood on the cracked earth, making the ground appear stained red. Ash Clan's ancient demons, charge! Kill all these bugs! A giant ash demon appeared. It had been hunting and gathering essence for 100 years, standing 50 meters tall, with thick scales covering its legs like towering columns. The ashes it roared out ignited flames, instantly burning hundreds of fission worms, and the air was filled with the smell of charred flesh. The ash demon army then joined the battlefield. Titan giants, destroy these lowly creatures with me. A nearly 100-meter-tall giant appeared, with pillar-like legs and thick skin. One swipe of its claws could massacre a large group of enemies, and behind it followed thousands of Titan giants. Explosive tooth demons, charge! Eat them all! Another ancient demon leader appeared, with an imposing aura no less than the previous 2. On the battlefield, the 1,000,000 fission worms were on the brink of collapse. Behind the insect swarm army, hundreds of thousands of primitive fireworms, polluting cockroaches, and mutant creatures appeared on the horizon. The ground on the front line of the battlefield bulged with broken stones as over 1,000 primitive burrowing worms emerged, their 6 eyes fixed on their deadly enemies, spitting corrosive flames. Even the ancient demon leader dare not resist for long. A sharp cry echoed in the air as over 30,000 strange dragons flapped their flesh wings, blocking out the sun and charging towards the ancient demon clan's replicated strange dragon group. A large number of exploding mosquitoes also appeared in the sky, like self-destructing drones, although their accuracy was limited. When dense enough, they could inflict significant damage on the troublesome Titan giant demons. The war was a brutal slaughter from the very beginning, with dirty blood pooling into streams. Behind the 2 massive armies, Dihaka and Narek faced each other across the battlefield. Hark! You traitor of the ancient demon clan! Today I, Narek, will tear you into 1,000 pieces. Narek roared in anger, his voice carrying for dozens of kilometers, reaching Dihaka's ears. You have already failed. The future belongs to the alien insects. You cannot see the situation clearly, but your essence is very useful to me. Dihaka replied. Several dozen kilometers apart, the 2 giant beast leaders glared at each other, wishing they could immediately tear the other apart, as the air was filled with an increasingly pungent smell of blood. The livestream chat was bustling with comments. Brothers, I don't understand. Why isn't Dihaka defending? Why is he coming out to attack instead? Defense isn't just about hiding, it's also important to exhaust the enemy from the outside and demoralize them. The swarm was hiding before due to the vast troop disparity, but now it's 3 to 5, they can strike back. In a war of millions, it's hard for the troops to be fully deployed. After a bit more fighting, the nests and war nests will all hatch. Boss Yimu has already let Nazalus occupy more territory, resource income will skyrocket, and with resources as support, Dhaka's follow-up troops are nearly endless. Dhaka, 3 million versus 5 million, the advantage is mine. The war continued, with both sides engaging in a fierce frontal battle on this vast land. The insect swarm old nest constantly hatched alien insects, predatory dragons, primordial ignition insects, and more, which were then delivered to Dhaka's army through the burrowing worms. As time passed, countless insect nests broke through their flesh membranes, with fission workers delivering large amounts of resources inside. In the rear, 10,000 insect nests also mutated and completed, leading to a surge in Yimu's resource income. He checked the accumulated resources, the stockpile was very low, nearly all the resources had been rapidly put into the battlefield. Looking at the hourly resource income, it was already an astronomical number, 16 million essence and 4.6 million gas per hour. In the stage of confrontation, the war was all about logistics and support. The richness of the insect swarm's resources was directly reflected on the battlefield. Fission worms had rarely appeared, with more jumpers and predatory dragons. The ancient demon army found it increasingly difficult, every step was hard, although they numbered in the millions, they were trapped in an endless sea of insects. The war lasted a day, and they had failed to advance even a kilometer. The strength of the insect swarm not only hadn't decreased, but their offensive became fiercer over time. Large numbers of jumpers relied on their speed to continuously execute flanking attacks, making things even harder for the ancient demons. Some powerful ancient demon leaders began to fall one after the other. Narek, unable to bear it anymore, charged out of the ancient demon army, pounding his chest, creating a deafening echo. I can't take it anymore. Hark! I, Narek, challenge you to a one-on-one duel. You, turned into a weak insect, dare to fight? The alien insects and primordial alien insects automatically cleared a wide path, and Dhaka emerged, his size on par with Narek's, with golden eyes locked onto his opponent, striding forward. I will collect your essence. The small tuft of beard on his chin fluttered naturally. The fighting on the battlefield did not stop because the two leaders were about to have a decisive battle. Ha ha! Narek pounded his chest with both fists, the scales on his back buzzing, as if blood energy was spreading all over him. Die! His eyes red, the giant horns on his forehead glowing faintly, he suddenly broke through the air, raising a violent wind, crashing forward with the force of 10,000 tons, enough to shatter a small mountain. Ha! Dhaka leaped up, dodging the attack. Along the path of Narek's charge, countless alien insects and ancient demons were caught off guard, their broken bones and flesh littering the ground. The scene was extremely tragic. So ruthless. As expected of the leader of the ancient demon clan. I think this blow can smash through our community and even its foundation. Smash through +1. Scary. This impact is too violent, too wild. The two leaders thus began their fierce battle. Chapter 81. The ground is shaking. Everywhere they passed, strange insects and ancient demon corpses lay scattered, with heavy casualties. They fought their way to the foot of a volcano. Narek even crashed into the active volcano, and lava flowed down its long horn. Both leaders had many injuries on their bodies. Hark! You have weakened. I'm going to kill you. Narek laughed wildly. But when it turned around, it saw the dorsal fin on Dhaka's back exploding with a blue light, the light growing more and more dazzling, flickering constantly. Dhaka's momentum suddenly soared, its chest swelled violently, and a breath of scorching heat turned into a fiery roar that instantly enveloped Narek. Roar! Narek did not admit defeat, it charged forward with all four hooves, yet it remained wrapped in Dhaka's fervent flames. The stones on the ground were burned into lava, its scales began to crack, flesh and blood gradually lost their vitality, and finally, it fell to the ground, its pupils scattering. Ha! Dhaka, emitting white smoke, took big steps toward Narek, devouring its essence completely. Then, a huge insect cocoon wrapped it entirely. The cocoon was 100 meters high, shining white, and you could vaguely see Dhaka's shadow within. Its cell division and growth speed completely overturned the blue star people's understanding of life. However, biologists wore blank expressions, already numb. Only one thought remained in their minds: let's see what new tricks you insect swarms can come up with. Crack! The cocoon was torn apart by Dhaka's giant claws, and a shadow loomed over the land. Now it stood 150 meters tall, overlooking this battlefield, with each step it took causing the ground to collapse, and rocks to fly. The ancient demons fell into terror, the pressure emitting from Dhaka made it hard for them to have any thoughts of resistance. Only a few ancient demons still launched attacks, bone spurs, flames, corrosive liquids fell on Dhaka, but they could not inflict any real damage, only watching helplessly as it approached. The dorsal fin on Dehaka's back glowed again, the skill that killed Narek was unleashed once more. High-temperature flames covered a vast area, spreading further, burning everything in their path. Although there were still a million ancient demons, their defeat was already inevitable. This is the survival rule of Xeris planet: the winner devours, the loser is devoured. This size is absurd. I think Dehaka alone can destroy any other lord, even the star spirits can't stop it. Persian netizens say, "Spare us, our star spirits love peace." You can try with the Koreans, they claim to surpass the daddy country. Koreans, your chance has come. Love from Neon. You are slandering. From ancient times to now, our Korean country has never betrayed the daddy country, unlike you ungrateful ones. The netizens of Dragon Country only felt it was outrageous, but when they thought of the past deeds of these two countries, it seemed not too unreasonable. As the war came to an end, the ancient demons who had been forced into a corner by the insect swarm just days ago were now entirely annihilated, vanishing into the abyss realm. On the battlefield filled with bones, the primitive insect swarm's predatory dragons, primitive fire-starting cockroaches, and primitive thorn snakes became even more powerful by devouring the essence. Some of them grew 2 eyes, some sprouted bony wings, some increased in size, each evolving differently due to the essence they consumed. Among the vast insect swarm, the most astonishing was undoubtedly Dehaka, whose size had become unbelievably large. But in Yimu's eyes, this was still far from enough. As long as it continued to gather powerful essences, breaking the 1,000-meter height and even plucking a starship with one hand was not impossible. Change, adapt. Dehaka was once again wrapped in a cocoon, but this time the cocoon continued to shrink until it broke free, standing at a height of 5 meters, its body size reduced countless times. But anyone could see it was completely different now, its flesh, bones, scales, and armor were all strengthened to the extreme. It appeared smaller in size, but its combat power had not weakened. In certain battlefield areas, it could even unleash greater strength. Yimu watched all of this calmly, his mind already focused elsewhere. He pressed his finger to his temple, transmitting his mental power and will to all the insect swarm, Dehaka, Nazareth, all the brood mothers and insect swarms, assemble for battle. Coordinate with the Omega tunnel worms and meet up with Kerrigan and Zagara to eliminate the Dark Ones and completely seize the Abyss Realm. At your command, Great Overlord. Brood Mother Nazareth, begin gathering the hatching troops. Dehaka's tail swayed naturally as he responded to Yimu's order. Dehaka understands. Support the Queen, eliminate the Dark Ones. Wait for the Omega tunnel worms to dig. Millions of alien insects and primitive swarms began to move, gathering towards the base where the Omega tunnel worms were located. The excavation speed of the Omega tunnel worms was incredibly fast, but still needed time. Just right, during this time, both the hive and the war nest were hatching more insect swarms. This should be the final battle. It's apparent. Hundreds of millions of swarms are heading south. Invincible. This war is happening too quickly, it feels like just a few days, the ancient demon is gone, and the Dark Ones are about to be finished too. All the resources these days have been tilted towards Dehaka, the Queen and Zagara's side are actually quite difficult. I bet the Queen is already feeling stifled. Yimu, big boss. I want to see how the Queen is doing. In the ancient ruins of the Abyss Realm in the central area. This ruin has a complex structure. At its center is a black ancient building rising 1,000 meters high, with an outer platform hundreds of meters tall, and beyond that is desolate land and flowing lava. The platform covers thousands of square kilometers and requires strong defense in 4 directions. Among them, the eastern side is the key attack area for the ancient demon clan, where Kerrigan is leading the insect swarms to defend against millions of Dark One armies attacking. Every once in a while, the Dark Ones would launch a general attack here. They were well equipped, coordinated between air and ground, and had fierce firepower. If it weren't for Kerrigan breaking through to level 8 as a ghost energy adaptation, the defense here would have fallen long ago. And now, the general assault has begun again. Ugh, ah! Kerrigan erupted, and the purple ghost energy shockwave swept out, instantly annihilating all Dark Ones within a radius of hundreds of meters, while flying vessels in the air were destroyed, crashing down to the ground. Just then, thud thud, the ground began to tremble. Kerrigan's lips curled into a smile. Finally, the moment of the decisive battle had arrived. Hundreds of millions of Dark One armies were scattered everywhere, with camps nearly covering the earth, but most of the main forces gathered at the front line near the ruins of war. What's happening? The ground is shaking. It's the bugs. The roar of the Omega tunnel worms sounded across this vast world. Over 300 tunneling worms broke through the ground almost simultaneously, followed by over 3,000 primitive worms. A large number of jumping bugs, predatory dragons, aberrations, and primitive igniter bugs followed closely behind, their numbers in the hundreds. The Dark One army was caught off guard, just like the ancient demons before, stunned by this sudden attack, with their lines instantly torn apart, scattered and dashed by the swarms. Ah! What are these bugs doing here? I've never seen such creatures. What are they? We must block, bang boom. More ground bulged, and tunnel worms kept breaking through the earth. Yimu had enough resources in hand, filled with confidence, 800 tunneling worms, 7 million insect swarm armies. I don't believe we can't overwhelm you. The swarms poured out, and the originally defending swarms also gathered here through the tunneling worms. Over 50,000 alien dragons circled in the sky, engaging in fierce battles with Dark One's flying vessels and aerial servants. Yimu sat on the throne of the Zerg, his posture tall and imposing, with both hands resting naturally on the armrests, overlooking 7 million bugs sweeping across the entire battlefield. The exploding mosquitoes flew in a parasol shape, large swaths of flying machines exploded, thousands of flames surged in the gray sky, the sky itself seemed to be burning, and wreckage fell to the ground like fire meteors in clusters. Chapter 82, Why is the Chancellor laughing? This burning dark world resembled the arrival of the apocalypse, yet this was the apocalypse belonging to the Dark Ones. Kerrigan strode forward, days of passive defense had pushed her to the edge of patience, and at this moment, she held nothing back, killing with abandon. Zagara also joined the fray. As a hero-class queen, she had grasped 2 new skills during the days of war. Skill Rolling Exploding Bug, which could instantly catalyze the hatching of 100 toxic exploding bugs, whose destructive power far exceeded ordinary toxic exploding bugs by several times. Skill Stinging Snake Protector, which could instantaneously spawn a large number of stinging snakes. Though due to rapid hatching, their organs were incomplete, and they could only survive for 60 minutes, their combat power was extremely strong during these 60 minutes, with bone spikes that could even reach 2 kilometers, far surpassing ordinary stinging snakes. In the chaotic Dark One's army, a general asked in panic, "Commander, what should we do?" The Dark One's commander, Gangza, wore a grim expression. They were so close to success, but an unexpected change had occurred, which was truly frustrating. Gangza's face darkened. This was the most devastating defeat it had ever faced, and it immediately ordered, at this point, retreat. Leave the Black Abyss realm. Yes. I will arrange it right away. Gangza squinted slightly, secretly thinking, Bugs, Queen Kerrigan, we will meet again. In a broader world, I will personally wipe you all out. The Dark One's army struggled to hold off the enemy, and in the end, Gangza managed to bring out only 100,000 Dark Ones, suffering over 85% casualties. The swarm's pursuit was blocked by the rear Dark Army. Gangza donned its dark steel armor. Riding a giant beast, it rushed toward the exit of the Black Abyss realm. There was still hundreds of kilometers to go, and the atmosphere was oppressive along the way. The hatching speed and efficiency of the swarm are indeed high, even surpassing the hatching trees of the ancient demon race. But they are ultimately just bugs. If it were me, I would set an ambush here, which could at least make us lose another half of our army. One Dark One said. The commander is right. Millions of troops are nothing to us Dark Ones. When we reach the level 7 area, you will definitely have your revenge. Before the words were finished, the howls of the bug swarm came from behind, and the ground around them heaved, with over 100 Omega burrow worms bursting out of the ground, and the bug army continuously drilling out from it. Oh no! They set an ambush. Run fast. Do not engage, charge. Charge! Gangza roared, riding the giant beast in a mad escape, even throwing away the heavy weapon in hand. Seeing this through the eye bugs, Yimu suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. Was this the commander of the Dark Ones who had been fighting the bug swarm for days? After fleeing 200 kilometers, Gangza gathered the army again, but their numbers had sharply decreased by 50%, with only half escaping. The rest had become a burden to carry. I have mastered the combat methods of the swarm. Next time, I will wipe out all these despicable bugs. Gangza's voice was cold and cruel. Next to him, the Dark Generals hesitated, ultimately burying their heads in escape. Finally, the Dark One's army reached the base leading to the level 7 area, and along with nearly 100,000 Dark Ones stationed at the base, this should have been quite safe, and Gangza sighed with relief, jumping off its mount. If I were the master of the swarm, I would never let any enemy go. Stay vigilant, they might launch a sneak attack. As soon as he said this, Gangza sensed a slight tremor beneath his feet, and his expression changed drastically. This familiar feeling, this familiar frequency. Quick! One by one, the burrow worms burst out of the ground, transporting the bug army. Gangza turned his head, only to see a white cocoon rapidly swelling. Soon, the cocoon broke open, and the complete form of Dihaka appeared. Gangza looked up, his face full of astonishment. This is hilarious, this Dark One's commander. So you really take yourself seriously? Wei Wu was furious. He said he couldn't afford to lose this person. Is this self-fulfilling prophecy working out? It seems the Dark Race army is doomed. The Black Abyss realm is going to become a swarm. Looking forward to the rewards of the level 6 zone. Thank you, Lord Yimu. The day before yesterday, during the urban flooding, I lifted my Benzi with my bare hands, and after hours, it was saved from becoming a waterlogged car. If I get a reward, I will directly switch cars. The martial arts world says foreign boxing kings are no longer enough to fight. The bullet comments became cheerful. Most countries had not yet occupied the level 4 zone, while Yimu's swarm was about to take down the level 6 zone. The foreign netizens lurking were full of envy and jealousy, feeling sour inside, it was so unbearable. In the public channel of the Lord's space. Hippo Nation Chulla, congratulations, Lord Yimu. You are about to become the first Lord to occupy the level 6 zone. Persia Euphemia, are you serious? India Milhan, my divine cow clan has already penetrated into the level 6 zone. Neon Aragaki Yui, you just sold cows to the level 6 zone, how dare you say penetrate? My Lord Yimu is really about to conquer the level 6 zone. America Little Rofo, the enemies in the level 6 zone are between 8 million to 10 million or even more, has the swarm reached tens of millions? But why hasn't there been a reward prompt? Big Young Elizabeth, indeed, when Yimu's swarm first broke through 1 million combat units, there was a reward announcement. Logically, there should be one after crossing 10 million as well. White Flag Nation, Julia, you all are underestimating Brother Yimu's swarm. The swarm does not rely solely on quantity to win. I can only say a single hero of the swarm can annihilate any race present here. America Little Rofo, I want to believe your words, but objectively speaking, this is unlikely. The swarm has enough numbers. If such a powerful entity existed, it should have already occupied the level 7 zone. Neon Aragaki Yui, it's true. You absolutely cannot imagine how strong Lord Yimu's swarm is. Bear Country, Father Stook, I believe in the strength of the swarm, but I don't believe a single unit can destroy the entire Star Spirit race or Ancient God race. As he commented, a bullet comment appeared in the Bear Country livestream. I don't want to admit it, but Dehaka could indeed wipe out the current Star Spirit race all by itself. Its growth is terrifying. Looking at it from another angle, the ancient demon race collects essences, and Dehaka can rapidly grow by plundering them, but star spirits disappear into thin air after death. Is there any essence left? That makes sense. Fortunately, with such a terrifying hero as Dehaka, the swarm only has one. That's a relief. The perspective shifts back to Yimu, where the original swarm siege against the dark race continues, and Dehaka blocks the only escape route, leaving no survivors. Yimu then turned his attention to the ancient ruins of the Black Abyss realm. This could trigger a long-lasting war between the dark race and the ancient demon race, and its value must be extremely high. However, after truly witnessing these ruins, Yimu did not view it as a weapon blueprint. This was clearly a place for player lords to achieve accomplishments, just like the previous ruins that caught the dark race's greed and triggered the war. Kerrigan, go check the situation. Okay, Master. Kerrigan looked up at the ancient building in front of her. Its structure resembled a pyramid, dark all over, engraved with complex patterns, and no one could understand their meaning. According to Kerrigan, many underground passages existed in the neighboring area of these ruins. Chapter 83 Achievements are born to be kings. The magical warships, magical cannons, and magical aircraft possessed by the dark race could be traced back to the underground ruins. Later, they modified these equipments, turning them into usable weapons of war. She told Yimu all about these things one by one. So, the reason the dark race and the ancient demon race are sure that there are super weapons in these ruins is fundamentally due to the weapons left behind. Yimu suddenly realized. You could say that, but I think the situation here is different from that of the previous ruins. Kerrigan placed her hand on the black stone door. Release a small amount of ghostly energy. Sure enough. The massive black stone door, towering 100 meters high, slowly opened by itself. Inside the relic, it was dim, and Kerrigan held her sniper rifle tightly, remaining invisible, cautiously stepping into the relic, beginning her search within. Gradually, she was nearing the core area of the relic. There was no danger along the way, and even ancient fireflies flew in swarms, lighting the path ahead. At this moment, Yimu could already confirm that this relic, which had sparked the war between the Dark Ones and the ancient demons, was indeed where player lords achieved their accomplishments. Kerrigan arrived at a grand hall, with a dome soaring 300 meters high, truly magnificent. In the center of the hall connected a blue crystal 10 zhang tall, transparent and flawless, radiating brilliance, extraordinarily beautiful. The glow of the crystal reflected on Kerrigan's cheeks as she gently pressed her finger against the surface of the crystal, and the crystal was activated. It projected a blue light, and the light coalesced into a screen, exactly like the last scene, with 3 options needing to be chosen from. Kerrigan looked at these familiar words and said, Master, just like last time, I do not recognize these words. Let me make the choice, Yimu replied. Understood. Yimu carefully examined the page before him. Achievement reward page. Achievement, born to be king. Description, among 197 lords, you are the one with the deepest foundation and the first to achieve this title. You are also the lord with the most potential for development. You will receive generous rewards. Please choose one from the following options. Once chosen, other lords will no longer be able to select that option. Up to 3 lords can achieve this title. Option 1 is Celestial Legion. You will gain a powerful legion that will unconditionally join your faction. Option 2, Awakening Eye. You will acquire basic intelligence information about the world and continent you are in, knowing the enemies you will soon face. During the information presentation period, you will gain temporary permissions to communicate with the outside world, including but not limited to sending messages to designated officials, receiving information, and being able to see streaming information, etc. Option 3, Eye of Space. You can break through spatial limits and freely observe any space, any area. The Eye of Space can last up to 10 minutes. If the observed target is a player lord, the counterpart will discover your presence, and you can choose whether to converse with them. You can also specify a target area. There are a total of 3 options, exactly the same as when the achievement was first obtained, and only one can be chosen. Yimu did not make the decision immediately. After pondering for dozens of seconds, he said, "Kerrigan, choose the third one." "Understood. My master." She raised her finger, ready to point to the third option, Eye of Space. This effect could last for 10 minutes. What? Yimu chose the Eye of Space? This achievement reward seems quite average. What good will viewing information about other lords do? Agreeing with the one above, other lords are already at a disadvantage in development. Are you serious? Freedom to observe any space, any area. This is almost a form of omniscience, and it can last 10 minutes. I guess there will be some exciting scenes. I still think choosing Celestial Legion is the most useful. Maybe it's a super strong legion? While everyone was discussing, Yimu discovered the special aspect of the Eye of Space. After Kerrigan made her selection, he could remotely control it with his mind, viewing any space, any area, and the content of the imagery could be hidden from Kerrigan. Open the live broadcast. In the next second, the huge hall displayed the scene of the live broadcast room, where the bullet screen could be seen completely, yet Kerrigan was completely unaware of it. She could not sense these lights and information. Yimu scanned the bullet screen. Wow! So we can also open a live broadcast. This Eye of Space seems much stronger than the Awakening Eye. Yimu is amazing. Yimu is invincible. As long as you also support Yimu, we are like sisters from different parents. Yimu, my god. I love you. In just a few seconds, Yimu saw many comments roll by, mostly flattering, but they definitely felt good. As he looked at the comments in the livestream, a countdown appeared in the achievement hall, 9 minutes and 58 seconds. The duration of the Eye of Space is limited. This is a rare opportunity. View Blue Star. He decisively commanded. It has been a long time since he left Blue Star. He wanted to see with his own eyes what changes had happened in Lone Country since he became the Lord. A light curtain projected in the hall, showing the current Blue Star. From space, this planet looked quite different from before. Some countries' territories had disappeared, while some countries' land had expanded. Among all the countries, Lone Country is undoubtedly the strongest, with a territory area exceeding 30 million square kilometers. Every citizen living there was like a little superhero. Even a 3 or 5-year-old child's strength far surpassed that of the previous weightlifting champion. His gaze swept over the familiar landscape and discovered some strange natural wonders. There were Tianling Mountain, Zawogu Valley, Starry Giant Nest, and the magnificent Eye of the Universe, among others. These were all natural wonders obtained after he took the lead in occupying areas. Not bad, soon I should be able to add another one. Yimu gave a brief comment, feeling immense satisfaction in his heart. This sense of pleasure was incredibly strong. A person controlling a powerful race, fighting for a world. His actions impacted his motherland and over 1 billion compatriots, especially in contrast to the miserable conditions of some other countries, making this contrast even more intense. This is Blue Star viewed from space in our Lone Country. It's so beautiful. Why isn't the swarm from our America? It hurts. Compared to Lone Country, here is simply hell, and there is paradise. Sigh. No, over there, everyone says this place is the fairyland. Yimu withdrew his gaze from Blue Star and reopened the Eye of Space. This time, his target was Euphemia and her Star Spirit tribe. Crack. A rift appeared in space. On planet Air, the Star Spirit tribe had already conquered a level 5 area, digesting the resources of this world, mining minerals, and building more crystal stones and Star Spirit buildings. Suddenly, the fanatical warrior of the Star Spirit tribe, Dragon Knights, and Immortals all sensed the unusual movement in the sky. They looked up in shock. There was actually a space rift appearing in the sky. Through the rift, a pair of eyes veiled in mystery was staring at them, like a deity, emanating powerful energy, also carrying a strong aura of the swarm. Behind the hazy veil, it seemed like millions and millions of swarms were letting out bloodthirsty low roars. The noble Star Spirit warriors felt the pressure and indescribable fear. Chapter 84, afraid of being seen, yet afraid of not being seen. At this time, they sensed Euphemia's presence. Euphemia discovered this strange space rift in the Lord's space and felt a sudden jolt in her heart, thinking, could it be that an outsider invader is going to arrive early? But soon, she thought it was wrong. The Lord game said that the invaders would only come in 30 days. She tentatively asked, Big Brother Yimu? Yimu replied briefly. Euphemia became increasingly stunned, not expecting it to be Yimu. She anxiously asked, Big Brother Yimu, how did you appear here? Did you tear through space to invade my tribe? This time it's just a casual look. Your tribe is pretty good. Goodbye. After speaking, the space rift closed and disappeared, leaving Euphemia and her tribe stunned in place, still shaken. Euphemia's adorable appearance is so cute. Awesome. I've been noticed by the Big Brother. Persian netizens trembling, hoping Big Brother Yimu will pay attention to dating in America. F*******. What are you talking about? Yimu again used the Eye of Space, opening a rift to examine the ancient god tribe of the ancient pyramid country. On the Golden Beach, a large number of ancient gods were kneeling on the ground praying, and in front of them stood a giant god statue. A spatial rift appeared in the sky, and these devout believers regarded it as some kind of miracle from the god of death, prostrating on the ground, praying with increasing reverence. The netizens of the ancient pyramid nation felt embarrassed, realizing that their own race deified Yimu as a true god. Fortunately, this awkward moment didn't last long, as Yimu turned his gaze away. Next, he looked towards the Terran race from the Bear Country, which was another group he focused on. In a level 5 area, the Terran nation's steel bases, barracks, heavy factories, and other buildings were evenly distributed. A large number of humanoid mechs, SCVs, were collecting crystal ores, while kinetic mech warriors patrolled certain areas with firearms to prevent SCVs from being attacked by lurking enemies. Additionally, some vulture bikes sped across the wasteland, carrying the essence of the western wilds. Yimu observed carefully, paying particular attention to the Terran nation's hero unit. It was a bald man with a face full of flab, a cigar in his mouth, dressed in kinetic armor, more like a thug. He was laughing heartily in a tavern, completely unaware that he was being watched. At the same time, in Yimu's live stream room. We're doomed. Next, it's definitely our turn, Big Ing. And also for our country, the United States, and other nations in the Free Alliance. Are we really just going to let him see all the information and know the development status of our race? That's too unfair. You guys in the Free Alliance actually talk about fairness, it's really laughable. However, after Yimu closed the screen showing the development status of the Terran nation from Bear Country, he no longer looked at the development status of other players' races. Instead, he turned the Eye of Space towards the eastern continent of the ancient continent of Xeris, which was the location of the Zerg. What does it mean? Why is he not looking at other lord races but instead at the continent where the Zerg reside? Probably thinks other races are minor characters, not worth his time. Are you kidding? Our Big Ing is a level 5 magical race, only one level weaker than the Zerg. How could we be ignored? Weren't you just shouting about protecting freedom and fairness, not letting Master Yimu see your race? How is that not inconsistent? That's different. This is a contempt for our Free Alliance. You guys in the Free Alliance, apart from boasting, your strength is really mediocre. Among the 4 level 5 races, 3 are from the Guardian Alliance. What do you have to compare to the Guardians? The Eye of Space was examining the eastern continent of the ancient land. This vast land was already 15% completely occupied by the Zerg, and the total occupation of the area was just a matter of time. Yimu activated the viewing rights, and Kerrigan could also see the images from the Eye of Space. She was calm, having seen similar projection images during her last visit to the ancient ruins, even witnessing the secrets of the evolution of Xeris beings. Seeing the geographical features, strong race distributions of the eastern continent and the other 3 continents of the ancient land would greatly help the Zerg in completely occupying the ancient continent in the future. After briefly reviewing the ancient continent, Yimu even directed the Eye of Space towards the primitive continent of Xeris. That was the place where the ancient demon race was born and existed. He was searching for the primordial life pool mentioned by Dihaka. This life pool was mobile and changed location over time, so Yimu noted the geography around it in advance, hoping to find it before it moved again. The life pool appeared dark green, oval-shaped, with a diameter of over 5 kilometers. As the birthplace of life, there were no living creatures in the pool, resembling a forbidden zone for life. Primitive continent, the birthplace of the first life, Kerrigan murmured, witnessing this ancient life pool. A strange thrill and longing surged within her. She wanted to enter it herself. The feeling of completing a transformation, change, and evolution is incredibly strong. As long as she could survive there, she could transform back into the Blade Queen and even become stronger. Kerrigan suddenly realized, but inside, she struggled and was conflicted, unsure of what to choose. At this moment, she was still half human, half bug. If she evolved into the Blade Queen, she would gain indescribable terrifying dark energy and invincible power, but it also meant completely abandoning her human identity, and she fell into silence. Yimu sensed her emotional change but chose not to say much. These matters were still far away, there was enough time for her to think for herself, and whatever choice she made would be up to her. There were only 2 minutes left on the Eye of Space, not much time at all. Yimu gave the command, check the invaders from the foreign realm. Block their perception, and don't let them notice that I am observing. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately alerted and caught the attention of countless people. In this Lord challenge, the deepest threat was always the foreign invaders. After 30 days in the Lord space, the invaders would arrive, the strong Lord groups would survive, while the weak were doomed to perish, which was the deepest shadow in the hearts of the people of every country on Blue Star. And now, this layer of mystery was about to be unveiled. Long Nation, Persia, Big Sound, Bear Country, the United States, and others, the think tanks of every country held their breath in anticipation. Click. The space rift opened, and the light curtain in the hall suddenly became dim, revealing blurred shadowy outlines. The galaxy was filled with surging dark energy, a star burning for billions of years was being devoured, and countless massive shadows of magic filled the entire galaxy, any one of which could completely consume and destroy player lords. Countless shadows swarmed like locusts, surrounding the energy of the star. And in the distance of the countless floating horrifying shadows, suddenly appeared an existence that even the space rift could not fully reveal. In the last second of the scene, 3 equally massive starry shadows appeared, the last ray of light from the star also vanished, and the time of the Eye of Space ended. Yimu could no longer see the stream content. Fear, oppression, despair, and other emotions spread throughout Yimu's livestream. Those from Long Nation who possessed the bug race felt oppressed at most, but the netizens from some weaker countries could only feel immense fear. Such an existence that could devour stars was simply unmanageable, with absolutely no possibility of resistance. Yimu rarely showed a serious expression, the strength of these invaders far exceeded his expectations. His brain raced, no, the arrival of the invaders does not mean they will suddenly all descend, and every world also has native races, some of which possess powerful cosmic civilizations, which can buy some time too. In the end, it was the last function of the Eye of Space. Chapter 85, Elite True Path. Yimu had the ability to designate a target area and gain 7 days of observation rights, but he did not choose to observe the area where the invaders were located. Because it was meaningless, or even the stars no longer shone, it was pitch black, and the specifics were impossible to see. He used these 7 days of rights on the star spirit race of Euphemia, so that during these 7 days in the Lord space, he could check on the development status of the star spirit race at any time. At that moment, a notification popped up on the public Lord channel. Congratulations to Long Nation Lord Yimu for successfully achieving the feat born to be king. Long Nation has selected one of 3 special rewards. This achievement can be obtained by a maximum of 3 lords. I hope all lords will continue to strive. The public channel instantly erupted again, with discussions abounding. Meanwhile, Yimu activated a 100-fold time acceleration. Under his watch, the last force of the Darkborn perished in the ambush of the primal bug swarm led by Dihaka. The beautiful commander of the Darkborn, Steelja, was also devoured by Dihaka, losing its essence. The vast abyssal realm thus truly belonged to the bug swarm. In this 1.4 million square kilometers of territory, a large number of fission worker bees began to mutate into insect nests, preparing to digest this area. In Yimu's live broadcast room, the oppressive atmosphere had not yet dissipated, and the bullet comments started scrolling. Our waste lord from the stick country definitely can't stand up to the invaders from the outer domain, we are doomed. I thought the big baby was developing well, but now I'm starting to panic. No matter what, I believe in the great Yimu. The insect swarm is invincible. Then, a system prompt popped up. The insect swarm of Dragon Kingdom Lord Yimu successfully occupied level 6 area, Black Abyss Realm. Gained essence plus 10 million, gas plus 10 million, received special reward insect swarm main nest upgrade, all units of the swarm ascended. Because he is the first lord to occupy level 6 area, he received a super reward, Dragon Kingdom territory / all resources plus 100%. All citizens physique plus 200, all citizens awakening probability plus 50%. Obtained natural wonder, Great Joe Mountain, nationwide favorable weather, luck boost, all matters go smoothly. Announcement, the first lord to occupy level 6 area has been born. In 12 hours, the Lord Challenge version 2.0 will be updated. The news reached the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom, more than 30 million square kilometers of territory doubled directly, and resources such as minerals, freshwater, oil, forestry, and fishery also doubled. The more than 1 billion citizens distributed across various places became even more robust. For a time, scenes of people lifting cars and raising stone lions could be seen everywhere on the streets, and millions of people awakened their mental powers without warning. Such scenes were numerous. And when the Great Joe Mountain truly appeared, its towering peak made Mount Everest seem insignificant. It blesses the Dragon Kingdom with favorable weather, luck enhancement, and smooth progress in all matters, while neighboring countries tremble in fear. Not to mention seizing the newly added territory of the Dragon Kingdom, just seeing more than 1 billion energetic citizens has already terrified them to the core. In the Lord Exchange channel, the news also exploded. Dragon Kingdom Lord. Announcement, the first Lord to occupy level 6 area has been born. In 12 hours, the Lord Challenge version 2.0 will be updated. This bombshell news was thrown out, and 197 national fortune lords received prompts and hurried to check the news. Black Cross Country, Feng Shila, among the 197 lords, only Yimu is a real man. The noble Germans all think so. White Flag Country, Julia, no, you are not noble. Only Brother Yimu can be considered noble. I want to have a close interaction with Brother Yimu. Rainbow Shinkyoko, wow, Julia, you agree. That's great. At Brother Yimu. Big baby Elizabeth, so? Are you three going together? Sorry, as a lady, I shouldn't be imagining this. Persian country, Euphemia, I want to remain silent. Ancient pyramid country, Michelle, why is your focus not on the update in 12 hours? But on these boring gossip contents. United States, little ROF at Yimu, congratulations on successfully taking level 6 area. In 12 hours, the National Fortune Lords will update to version 2.0, I hope everyone can bury the hatchet and cooperate well. Hippo country, Chala, stop saying these hypocritical words. If you see the existence that Dad Yimu sees, you will understand what real terror is. Bear country, Dukefather, can you explain in detail? Thank you. Hippo country, Chala, without Dad Yimu's permission, I absolutely won't reveal anything. Everyone looks at Yimu's fanatic Chala, feeling helpless. This person refuses to divulge any information, and Julia and Shin Kyoko are the same attitude. Persian country, Euphemia at Brother Yimu, can you reveal a tiny bit of information? I would be very grateful. In a moment, the number of people at Yimu grew from Euphemia one to many, even more and more. At this time, Yimu, who had been lurking, finally surfaced. Dragon Kingdom Yimu, about that matter, you can talk about it, tell them the situation. At Julia. At Shin Kyoko. After replying, he went back to lurking again. Then, Julia, Shin Kyoko, and Chala began to describe the scenes they each saw, countless black shadows floating in the galaxy. A boundless giant that can swallow stars. It is even unclear whether they are biological beings or technological warships, and these will be the invaders from another world arriving on every Lord's planet in 10 days. The Guardians Alliance, the Freedom Alliance, and all the Lords felt a deep shock in their hearts, giving rise to fear and a sense of powerlessness. The enemy is so despairing, is there really still a glimmer of hope? Of course, there are also optimists among the crowd. Neon New Circle Ketsuki, I believe that Yimu is the strongest. No matter how strong the invaders are, they will be swallowed by the swarm. White Flag Nation Julia, you're right, hearing you say this, why should I be afraid? Don't we still have Brother Yimu? Persia Yuri, please be a little kinder. Great Yell Elizabeth, agreed +1. There are still 12 hours until the National Lord update, and it is still early, but the overall upgrade and evolution of the swarm have already begun. Yimu found that this evolution is quite unusual, he can freely choose to refuse or agree, from the hive to the jumping units, he must decide whether to evolve or not. Yimu opened the page and checked them one by one. The first option is the evolution of the hive. Hive Evolve Hive, after evolution, larva output +100%, can simultaneously hatch 2 mother bugs, vitality +100%, armor value +50%, hatching speed +50%. Essence consumption is 1000 points. Do you want to evolve? Note, once confirmed, it cannot be changed, the main hive has the same characteristics, resource consumption, 10,000 essence/3000 gas. A normal hive requires 400 essence, and the price increases by 600 essence after evolution. But considering the improvement in vitality, armor value, and larva output of the new hive, it doesn't weaken, but rather strengthens. From the perspective of swarm expansion, in level 1 and 2 areas, such a hive is obviously not cost-effective, however, in a high-level battlefield, +50% hive armor and +50% hatching unit speed is absolutely worth it. Yimu pondered, do I want an unlimited quantity? Or a certain quality of massive amounts? He recalled the ordinary jumping bugs in the stars, without a doubt, the interstellar swarm not only has a large number, but its individual combat power is also not weak. So he made up his mind and clicked on evolution. The hive has completed evolution. The main hive can be upgraded to main hive 2, the existing hives will be preserved, and new hatching hives will uniformly be in an evolved state. The live broadcast room immediately started to discuss. Heavenly longevity. Is the swarm following an elite route? Can't say it's an elite route, 10 million bugs becoming 5 million, isn't it still a swarm tactic? Moreover, many battlefields cannot deploy forces anyway. With the swarm's current resource output and hatching speed, combined with quality, there should be no more weak points left. The evolution chamber is also good, acceleration and research speed, higher value. Explosive bug nests and explosive mosquito nests automatically produce some explosive bugs and explosive mosquitoes at fixed intervals, isn't this free stuff? The spine crawler and spore crawler increased a lot. This is powerful, the current 2 are way too weak. Yimu ignored these discussions and continued to upgrade all the swarm buildings, then turned his gaze to the changes in unit types. Chapter 86, To the Death with Gambling and Poison. Jumping Bug evolved Jumping Bug, after evolution, Jumping Bug vitality +100%, attack power +50%, armor value +50%, can adapt to more mutations. After evolution, perfectly adapts to the characteristics of fission bugs and leaping bugs, essence consumption is 30 points. Do you want to evolve? Note, once confirmed, it cannot be changed, but the hero units can independently develop weaker versions of the jumping bug units. Yimu was delighted, this came at just the right time. In the level 6 battlefield, the cannon fodder properties of jumping bugs have become more and more obvious, even failing to break through the defenses of many enemies. The swarm does not lack essence, it lacks stronger jumping bugs. He decisively clicked evolve. Jumping bugs have completed evolution. The existing jumping bug units will be retained, and new hatching jumping bugs will uniformly be in evolved state. Next is the poison explosive bug. Poison explosive bug evolved poison explosive bug. After evolution, the explosive damage of the poison explosive bug plus 100%, corrosion effect plus 100%, explosion range plus 100%, can adapt to more mutations. After sublimation, perfectly adapted to the characteristics of the rolling explosive insect, mutation consumption, 20 essence, 50 gas. Would you like to sublimate? Note, once confirmed, it cannot be changed, but the hero unit can independently develop weaker versions of the toxic explosive insect. Yimu was deeply moved after reading this. This was the power the toxic explosive insect should have. He decisively continued to sublimate. The live broadcast room became lively again. Boss Yimu was going crazy with sublimation, still in the process of sublimation. Cockroaches and stinging snakes have had many attributes enhanced. If it were me, I would also sublimate everything. This is the wrong choice. You Dragon Country are wasting your future. The swarm relies on being numerous. Not just a slight attribute enhancement. The sea of insects is the real terror of the species. This is a weakening, it's a trap. If I hadn't seen the battle strategy against the fortress, I might have believed your nonsense. If the swarm had sublimated back then, they would have broken through the fortress long ago. The think tank of the Dragon Country, with dozens of people, nodded in agreement upon seeing the resource estimates and the bullet comments. After the leap insect's consumption increases, it can hatch 56 million jumping insects every day. It's terrifying. With the swarm's resource collection and expansion speed, sublimation is indeed a benefit. Sublimation is definitely not an accident, it's inevitable. In the future, every race will have opportunities for sublimation. If the swarm doesn't sublimate, it will be too disadvantaged. Yimu selected sublimation for the last unit, the primal stinging snake, and the potential power of the swarm surged instantly. He pressed his finger on his temple and conveyed his will to the entire swarm. Kerrigan, Zagara, Dihaka, your next task, expand and digest the resources of the Black Abyss realm, and sublimate all combat units of the swarm. Be ready to advance to level 7 areas. Overlord, I understand. I will fulfill your mission. Dihaka, understood. Then, Yimu activated the 100-fold time acceleration. In the Black Abyss realm, the insect nests and fungal blankets expanded, covering more areas. After completely occupying the entire Black Abyss realm, over 5 million worker bees began to collect resources, converting them into essence and gas, with the hourly harvest constantly breaking records. The insect nest, main nest, and burrows all completed upgrades, and buildings like the evolution chamber and spire also completed sublimation. They began developing the swarm's basic technology, enhancing the attack and defense of ground and air units. Over 7 million combat units of the swarm also completed sublimation, becoming even more powerful. In the blink of an eye, 11 hours and 50 minutes had passed in the Lord space. Because Julia's natural world, Neon's nymph palace, and the world created by Yimu were adjacent and merged, it added vibrant life here. Moreover, there was another benefit to the three of them being adjacent. For instance, when Yimu chose to take a short rest or relax, Julia and Shinjo Yui could help keep an eye on things. If any problems occurred, they could wake him up, unlike some unlucky ones before. In the 100-fold time acceleration, the destruction of the territory was unknown to him. Yimu awoke. He was now immensely powerful, but he still occasionally needed sleep. Dressed in formal attire, the aura of the swarm's overlord became even more pronounced between his brows. Arriving at the observation area, he saw Julia and Shinjo Yui. Both were young girls under 20, yet their styles were vastly different. Julia wore a light white gauzy dress. Her neck was elegantly white, with precious sparkling jewelry adorning her clavicle, her naturally golden curly wave hair paired with natural blue eyes. She was the epitome of a noble European woman. Both her appearance and temperament were outstanding. Shinjo Yui was the goddess of this world, with short, fluffy light brown hair typical of Japanese style. Her sweet and pretty face, especially when she saw Yimu, showed a naturally cute smile. Her fresh style of clothing radiated youthful charm. Yimu had previously had some maids, but due to the disparity in status, there was always a lack of a relaxed atmosphere. Looking at the two girls in front of him, his mood relaxed significantly. As expected, a mountain of the same type was hard to change. He was destined to have nothing to do with gambling and poison. Brother Yimu. Julia moved gracefully, her delicate fingers pinching the hem of her dress. Bowing slightly, Shinjo-kei came bouncing up to Yimu, looking much more familiar. She resembled a little fangirl, a shadowy companion. My idol, I have been keeping an eye on the swarm development, and during this time, some wars broke out, but the enemies have all been repelled. Good, thank you. Yimu naturally patted her head. You're welcome. Shinjo-kei's cheeks flushed slightly. Was this considered a head pat attack? In another 5 minutes, it will be time for the Nation Fortune Lord 2.0 update, Julia reminded. No hurry, Yimu said as he approached his insect tribe throne. This throne was inspired by various throne designs from his past life, mainly in black and gold, exuding a formidable presence, though slightly rigid. Once seated on the throne, he opened the live broadcast room and commanded, "Stop the hundredfold acceleration." After stopping the hundredfold acceleration, nearly 12 hours had passed in the Lord's space, while over 40 days had gone by in the other world, Xeris. During this time, under Yimu's command, the swarm had continued to expand outward, but the targets were only levels 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, not heading towards the level 7 East Continent area. The overall strength of the swarm had skyrocketed to an astonishing level, with all the resources in the levels 1 to 5 areas completely excavated. The sublimated worker bees now had terrifying collection efficiency. Even with the abundant resources in the Black Abyss realm, it was about to be thoroughly exhausted. Resource depletion meant the swarm needed new territory. Yimu ordered, "Open the statistics page." Race statistics. Essence, 17 billion. Gas, 3.4 billion. Nests, 27,000. Unit information. Hero, Kerrigan, Psionic level 9, Dihaka, Zagara, Abathur. Worker bees, 5.9 million. Leapworms, 15.2 million, including 10 million fission worms and 5.2 million leapworms. Toxic exploding worms, 2 million, all sublimated exploders. Predatory dragons, 3.5 million. Cockroaches, 1.2 million, contaminated cockroaches, original igniter worms included. Stinging snakes, 850,000. Mutants, 400,000. Hosts, 200,000. Otherworldly dragons, 300,000. Piercers, 50,000. Exploding mosquito flying worms, 400,000. The swarm's development was too overpowered. After Yimu reviewed it, he felt like he was dreaming. It was easier to understand why in many worlds the swarms were desperately expanding an enormous reserve, countless units. With the planet's resources depleted, how could they stay behind on this planet and scrape by? The comments in the live broadcast room instantly flooded the screen. Wow! 17 billion essence. Am I seeing things? And 3.4 billion gas, with millions of swarm units. This has robbed all the resources from the entire territory. The sublimated worker bees are too ruthless. Did a quick mental calculation, 17 billion essence can hatch 1.1 billion leapworms. I just woke up and opened the live room, seeing these resources, I'm dumbfounded. You say your dragon country is not cheating, do you believe it yourselves? The cheater says, don't talk nonsense, I'm not as strong as the great Yimu. With this amount of resources it looks like the swarm will soon conquer the entire ancient continent, taking over one of the 3 continents of Xeris. As they discussed, the feelings of netizens from the Free Alliance and the Guardian Alliance were complex. Chapter 87, so fast? Is everything arranged? The power of a swarm can match the sum of all their powers. Looking again at the young figure on the swarm's dominion throne gave off an unbeatable feeling. Many people even began to envy the White Flag Kingdom and the Neon Kingdom. Having pledged allegiance to the Dragon Country so early, becoming a vassal state, though losing sovereignty, at least there was a big shot protecting them. Yimu glanced at the race statistics a few more times before closing it, then his will descended upon the swarm. As the swarm continued to grow stronger, his own strength was also skyrocketing synchronously, with his will and mental power becoming increasingly formidable. In the east continent of the ancient world, in all the areas occupied by the swarm, every aberrant creature felt the arrival of this great will. It felt like a sun hanging in the sky, distant yet somehow seeming close at hand. Master! You have returned at last. Kerrigan greeted proactively. Great Master, you have been gone for a long time. Zagara spoke with confusion. Master, the original swarm has become even stronger. Master, becoming stronger. Great Master, Abathur has evolved more combat units and needs your decisions. More messages from the swarm mothers were coming through. Yimu's brain quickly processed this information, responding one by one. At this moment, time was up. The announcement prompt appeared. Announcement: the National Luck Lord Challenge 2.0 has been updated, bringing the following changes. New permission: Lord Cooperation. Introduction: some National Luck Lords may encounter insurmountable obstacles, and Lord Cooperation will help solve these problems. Each National Luck Lord can send an invitation to start a Lord Cooperation challenge. Willing cooperating lords can send one hero unit to lead their own group to help complete the challenge. Cooperating lords who complete the challenge can gain resource income from that area. 1. Cooperation can be initiated by any lord. Specific target lords can be invited or may appear on a cooperation list, chosen by willing lords. 2. Each cooperation can invite at most one National Luck Lord at a time. 3. During cooperation, a hundredfold acceleration is automatically activated, with the Lord's heroes leading the army to complete the goal, and the Lord cannot participate in command. If all members of either side are defeated, it is automatically counted as a cooperation failure. Heroes will weaken, and troops that are defeated cannot be restored. The resource sharing ratio for occupying area resources is up to 50%. Upon completing the goal, the area's resources will automatically transfer to the collaborator's territory, calculated according to the agreed ratio. 5. During cooperation, recalling a hero counts as a cooperation failure, and only the hero itself can be recalled. 6. Collaborators can deploy a limited number of combat units based on the cooperation target area's level, carrying a small amount of initial resources. Units produced in the cooperating area, after the task is completed, will all be recalled to their own race's world. 7. Each national luck lord can initiate one cooperation at most at the same time. The announcement appeared in front of every national luck lord and was also displayed in the live broadcast room. Is this the updated content? Simply put, it's like hiring mercenaries. This is much more ruthless than mercenaries. They can take away 50% of the resources. The swarm will be overjoyed. Lord cooperation, this is too strong. Many races are still stuck in level 2 and level 3 areas. They produce resources, and big shots help them pass the levels. How wonderful! Dahaka, Karrigan, Zagara, Abathur. Yimu can send out 4 heroes at once. After reading the information about Lord cooperation, Yimu understood, this is simply tailor-made for the swarm. They can go to other lords' planets to hatch swarms, eliminate enemies, bring back resources, and even bring back swarms hatched on other planets. He opened the Lord cooperation list page and found there were already cooperation requests, mostly from level 2 and level 3 areas, willing to give 10% or 15% of their resources. Yimu had no interest, those areas were too low level, and the resources were too little. Just then, a private message popped up. Persian nation, Euphemia, are you there? Yimu, I have a level 5 area and want to invite your swarm for assistance. I'm willing to give 30% of the resources. Yimu replied, 50% resources, and first, hatch a batch of swarm armies before taking down the enemy. Hatch a batch of swarm armies before taking down the enemy? With the swarm's gathering speed, isn't this exploiting a bug? No need to doubt, this is indeed exploiting a bug. As long as you think about it, the swarm can plunder all the resources of the entire area. So ruthless. This is not Yimu, it is clearly Yihei. The Persians must be furious. Goddess Euphemia definitely can't agree. Persian nation, Euphemia, alright, I agree. I am sending the invitation now. That was quick to slap the face. Your goddess is begging Yihei, ha. The Protoss are now facing a strong enemy, and they must be in a hurry to find outside help to solve the level 5 area's troubles. This is indeed the case. Soon, Yimu accepted her invitation. He briefly learned about the enemy situation. It was a group of extremely powerful dusk giants, belonging to level 5 area, with a scale of 3 million. Many of them were strong individuals with tenacious vitality, making it difficult even for immortals to cause them harm. The most important thing was that these enemies were extremely ferocious. Once provoked, they would launch an all-out attack regardless of the cost. After hearing Euphemia's description, Yimu chose to send out the hero, Dahaka, along with its original swarm. The initial resources and troop scale were as follows. Essence, 100,000. Gas, 50,000. Original drones, 1,000. Combat units, 10,000. And the hero, the true form of Dahaka. During the cooperative operation, this level 5 area opened 100 times time acceleration. Yimu and Euphemia could not control anything, only watching the battle dynamics and status, or withdrawing hero units, abandoning ordinary units. The Protoss sends out hero Tassadar. The swarm sends out hero Dahaka. After a simple information update, Yimu and Euphemia entered an interface where they could see the real-time situation on the battlefield, along with a communication window. Euphemia, so fast? Did you remind your hero Dahaka of the precautions? Yimu, no need. Euphemia, don't underestimate them. They are very strong. Yimu, it's already started. Euphemia was speechless and suddenly felt a bit regretful. Was finding the swarm really a reliable choice? The Zerg were indeed strong, but the number of combat units sent out was limited. Once discovered by those Twilight trolls, it would be catastrophic. With the 100 times acceleration activated, the original drones began to hatch the original hive, followed by the war hive. Euphemia was a bit curious. Is this the original aberration? Indeed, it is different from the ordinary aberrations, without a fungal carpet, and looks a lot better. What is Dahaka doing? Acting like a madman, is it going to die? Euphemia stared in shock, seeing the Protoss hero Tassadar trying to intervene but being ignored by Dahaka. Euphemia, what does your hero want to do? It will attract the enemy's attention. Soon, Dahaka burst forth from the chrysalis, towering over 150 meters, breathing fire and devouring everything. From behind, original swarm units kept coming in, including predator dragons, original igniter insects. The million enemies in the level 5 area were completely crushed just like that. Under the 100 times time acceleration, when the last enemy was eliminated. Cooperation ended, 50% of the resources from this level 5 area have been transferred to the swarm's territory. Yimu, is it all okay now? Euphemia, no, it's all done. It was a pleasant cooperation, your swarm really lives up to its name. Yimu, oh, I know. Euphemia had nothing to say, then opened the Guardian Alliance chat group and sent a message. Euphemia, what Julia and the others said might really be true. Michelle, what is true? Studek father, same question. Euphemia, a hero of the Zerg could really destroy any one of our races. Michelle, if it's true, how do you know? Studek father, did you receive some news? Don't blindly trust rumors. Euphemia, the cooperation with the Lord, I saw it with my own eyes. The Twilight Trolls I mentioned to you before have been completely eliminated by it. Michelle. Studek father? Chapter 88, Abathur, what should I do? Xeris is divided into 3 continents, with one of the ancient continents further divided into 4 regions. By now, the swarm has occupied nearly 20% of the territory in the eastern continent. The earliest hive of the swarm can no longer fulfill its central role. The new center of the swarm was established in a level 5 area located in the core of the swarm's territory. Original hive, war hive, splitting pools, and many other buildings were all present, and without exception, they were all top configurations. Among them, Abathur's hatching chamber was the most spectacular. It covered an area of nearly 1 million square meters, with a complex internal structure, allowing Abathur to conduct mutation experiments, as well as facilities for training grounds and battlefield simulations. Those queen mothers who had talent in transforming the swarm were all brought under its command. At this moment, in a cleared space in front of the evolution chamber, Abathur rarely crawled out from the evolution chamber. It clasped its hands, several eyes greedily staring at Dahaka. Dahaka squinted its eyes, warning. If you dare to move against me, I will collect your essence. Original aberration Dahaka is truly barbaric and rude. Zagara said angrily. The overmind is about to descend, how can you be so rude? Dahaka and Abathur, however, ignored her. At this moment, Kerrigan spoke up, be quiet. The overmind has summoned us here, it must be for something important, perhaps to launch an attack on the eastern continent. Ha, Dahaka exhaled white mist from his nostrils. At that moment, Yimu's will descended. The 4 heroes and leaders of the Zerg all presented respectful postures. I have summoned you for one reason, how to take down the eastern continent. In the Lord's space, Yimu looked at them, while Julia beside him was also curious. Her tribe was rapidly evolving, and she came to Yimu to learn. Dahaka was the first to speak. He was of the ancient demon race and had lived for 1,000 years, possessing great knowledge of this world. Outside the protective area, there are no more barriers from the Enlighteners. The eastern continent and the ancient continent are one. We must assess the situation of the entire ancient continent to make decisive judgments. What he said made a lot of sense. The barrier of the Enlighteners, or the protection zone of the nation's lord, is partitioned from level 1 to level 5, with each circle showing signs of transformation. This helps both defense and the operation of the entire base. But at level 6 and above, everything changed. The world here is identical to the real world, and the terrain is more complex. The 4 continents of the ancient continent are closely connected, and to take down the eastern continent, the overall situation must be considered. Kerrigan then said, Great Overmind, of the 4 continents of the ancient continent, besides the eastern continent, the ancient demons occupy one, the dark ones occupy another, and the last one is the Rebirth Dynasty. What is the Rebirth Dynasty? Yimu asked. It is the only dynasty established by a native race on the ancient continent. They are a parasitic race, calling themselves Reborn, but the Dark Ones and ancient demons refer to them as the Parasitic Dynasty. This dynasty has billions of people, with many legions. Yimu was not surprised. Being able to exist between the ancient demons and Dark Ones for so long shows that this parasitic dynasty indeed has its strengths. Moreover, according to Kerrigan's description, the eastern continent does not border the parasitic dynasty. From the topography, even the demon continent occupied by the ancient demons does not pose a great threat to the eastern continent. On the contrary, the dark continent occupied by the Dark Ones is a significant threat to the eastern continent. There are many areas between the two where there are no natural defenses at all, and they can only engage in direct confrontation. It can be said that to truly secure the eastern continent, one must first get through the Dark Ones. The situation is suddenly clear. The war in the eastern continent will definitely revolve around the Dark Ones and the Dark Continent. Who do you think Yimu will attack first, the ancient demons or the Dark Ones? Attack the ancient demons first, it's not that difficult to stop their expansion into the eastern continent, it should be easier to deal with. No. Definitely attack the Dark Ones first. If we attack the ancient demons first, the Zerg will be exposed, and the Dark Ones will be prepared. While everyone was discussing, the four heroes were also arguing about which race to attack first. Yimu made a decision. Dehaka, lead your tribe and restrain the ancient demon race. Rest assured. I will devour their essence. The number of ancient demons in the eastern continent exceeds 30 million, and their strength is far above that of the Narek tribe, but Dehaka is still full of confidence. Yimu continued to give orders. Karrigan, Zagara, you go deal with the Dark One's legions. Holding hundreds of billions of resources, Yimu did not plan to be stingy. He could attack both sides at once, taking down one punch after another. First, defeat the Dark Ones and the ancient demons, occupy the eastern continent, and then consider the Dark Continent. With only Abathur left, he didn't feel awkward and proactively asked, Great Overmind, what should I do? I will grant you authority. You can command the Zerg to go to other planets to fight, collecting the essences of different creatures to strengthen the Zerg units. Abathur understands. It was clear that he was very satisfied with this arrangement, as he could fight, test new soldier types, and harvest genetic essences to strengthen the Zerg. Yimu allocated resources, 70 billion essence, 14 billion gas, authorized to Dehaka. To fight against and eliminate the ancient demon race, 10 billion essences and 2 billion gas are used for the war against the Dark race. Dehaka took the original alien insects to the Black Abyss realm, just waiting for Yimu's order to launch an attack, and he would lead the swarm to strike. Before that, the swarm still needed to hatch a large number of combat units. The current scale of the swarm was not enough to launch a dual-line war. Tens of thousands of bugs scattered into the sky to scout the external situation. 27,000 insect nests began to hatch combat units. The cocoons spread throughout every corner of the swarm's territory, continuously expanding and growing, until they broke through their limits and joined the preparation army. Yimu activated 100 times time acceleration. In just over 10 minutes in the Lord space, a day had already passed in Xeris. The insect army gathered in the Black Abyss realm, their low roars forming a chorus. The dark mass of insects seemed endless, as if they were about to cover the entire land. How many swarms has Boss Yimu hatched? I don't know, the quantity is impossible to discern, it seems endless. 10 billion essences, 2 billion gas, even imagining it freely can't capture how vast the scale is. The Dark race has a strict hierarchy, a qualitative leap in power from level 6 to level 7. Our Tianju has already captured a level 5 area. Why is no one mentioning this? Is what you did called an attack? I'm too embarrassed to point it out. Look at Boss Yimu's swarm, that is called an attack. In the Lord space, Yimu, dressed in black, stood tall, his sharply defined face exuding overwhelming dominance. Swarm, begin the attack. Do not stop until the enemies are destroyed. With a command, the alien bugs and original alien bug army almost simultaneously marched out through the two passages leading from the Black Abyss realm to the Dark race and ancient demon race. In a passage several kilometers wide, the fission bugs led the charge. Their purple dorsal fins swayed naturally, running at great speed, their deep eyes staring ahead. In the surrounding places, there were similar fission bugs, crowding closely together, almost filling the kilometers-wide passage. Chapter 89, Open and Attack. Bang boom. A loud roar of shell bombardment came from the front. The sound became more and more intense, and the speed even quickened. In the midst of intense artillery bombardment, gusts of wind carried the smell of gunpowder, filling this vast valley. Under the artillery fire, flames ignited on the fission bugs' bodies, their shells exploded, yet they still did not die. They continued to charge forward, only to be truly killed after experiencing another round of artillery bombardment. Clearly, the sublimated jumping bug showed a significant boost in combat power. The swarm continuously emerged from the mountain gorge. Ahead stood a continuous steel warfortress, housing a guard of 1,000,000 dark troops, with thousands of cannons already aimed at the swarm. On the warfortress, a general roared, "Fire! Turn all these filthy bugs into mush!" Thousands of cannons roared together, spewing long tongues of fire, with a range of several dozen meters. The scene was magnificent, however the sublimated swarm was no longer so easily exterminated. Just beneath the surface where many fission bugs died from bombardment, dark bone spines suddenly rose from underground. Those were hundreds of thousands of cockroaches, burrowing underground, moving stealthily. The fission bugs charged forward without fear of death, and soon, shadowy giants loomed over them. Those were the sublimated violent aberrations. These towering monstrosities stood 20 meters high, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, as they charged out from the mountain gorge and spread out. They leaped onto the warfortress, striking violently at the Dark race's defenses with their claws, while sharp screeches echoed in the air. 100,000 alien dragons blotted out the sky, the ground, and the air were completely filled with the swarm. The continuous sound of bombardment became weaker and weaker, until the last cannon exploded, and the swarm army completely occupied the fortress. And in the mountain gorge, alien bugs continued to surge out. Their numbers had surpassed 3 million. It's still soaring. This is simply a natural disaster. So shocking. The sublimated swarm is invincible. Yimu also looked down at the territory occupied by the swarm, but at that moment, he suddenly felt a tightness in his heart, vaguely sensing that something ominous was about to happen. With his current strength, his intuition was sometimes more reliable than precise calculations. Kerrigan, Zagara, quickly escaped through the tunnel worms. Understood. Master. Yes. They were extremely loyal and immediately carried out Yimu's orders. Almost at the same time, in the eastern continent of the ancient land, in a seemingly ordinary valley 1,000 kilometers away from the battlefield, a dark magic light suddenly burst forth, instantly filling the entire valley. The ground trembled violently, and an astonishing magic energy giant cannon emerged from underground. This giant cannon had a diameter of over 10 meters, aimed at a location over 1,000 kilometers away. Magic energy constantly compressed, gathered, and compressed again, finally. Boom! It fired a heavily compressed magic energy shell. This shell broke the sound barrier. It traced a beautiful arc, tearing apart a floating eye bug in midair, blood raining down, further highlighting the severity of the situation. The light emitted by the magic energy giant cannon was like a radiant full moon, clearly visible even in daylight, heading straight for the darkened war fortress just captured by the swarm. When it was 500 meters from the ground, the heavily compressed magic energy destruction shell instantly exploded. A purple mushroom cloud rose over the war fortress, the million jumping bugs, cockroaches, stinging snakes, aberrations, and the 100,000 flying dragons swirling in the air seemed to be completely erased by an invisible giant hand. The dazzling beam of light surged without any blind spots, and the shockwaves continued to spread. Even the swarm in the valley was affected, with distant tremors felt in the abyss realm. 1,000,000 bugs simply vanished from the earth. The power of the explosion lasted for several minutes before gradually subsiding, leaving behind a deep pit of dozens of meters at the explosion center, charred black, with remains of bugs that hadn't completely vaporized or burned scattered all over, long lost their complete forms. My goodness! This is a mushroom bomb. The Dark Ones actually mastered the technological power of the mushroom bomb. This is simply the nemesis of the swarm. No matter how many, they are equal before the mushroom bomb. The Dragon Kingdom is doomed. This is a weapon that can destroy the world. They are too insane. With the Dark One's army cooperating and using the mushroom bomb to break through, the swarm simply can't withstand it. In the Dragon Kingdom's think tank, many people's expressions changed drastically at that moment. Every Blue Star person knew the power of a mushroom bomb, especially now that the world could not use weapons of mass destruction. This was simply unleashing a demon from its cage. No, this is not a mushroom bomb. Ha! Everyone looked towards the military representative. Although the time was short, if you look closely, this is not a mushroom bomb, but highly compressed magic energy. I suspect it was launched by this giant cannon, rather than by missiles or bombers, and the attack frequency of the giant cannon must be limited. The swarm still has a chance, he said confidently. The perspective shifted to Yimu. The shock of the explosion had ended. Kerrigan and Zagara looked far at the ruins left after the explosion. Their faces did not show much emotional fluctuation. In their memories, the swarm encountering mushroom bombs was simply commonplace. After an explosion, they would just hatch again. Besides, the swarm also had similar methods of attack. My queen, what should we do next? As long as the enemy keeps attacking, our swarm cannot gather. Zagara said worriedly. Kerrigan communicated with Yimu through her consciousness. Master, how should the swarm respond next? Yimu's expression was calm, showing no signs of worry. It was only 1,000,000 bugs that died. Compared to the vast total resources, it simply wasn't worth mentioning. Earlier, an eye bug was killed by that shell during its flight. Based on its position and height, the approximate source and distance of the attack can be calculated. Got it. What's next? Zagala asked. Yimu strategized. Since it loves to explode, let's let it explode as much as it wants. If 1,000,000 swarm isn't enough, then give it 10 million, 100 million, 200 million swarm. Is Yimu serious? It seems so, but this doesn't seem very reasonable, right? He's actually serious. This is amazing, I'm shocked. Hatch 100 million jumping bugs, then use tunnel worms to attack everywhere, gather firepower, and then find the source of the attack. This strategy is too fierce. The attack of the destructive demonic energy did not stop. Mushroom clouds continuously rose from the earth. Tens of millions of jumping bugs and fission bugs turned to ashes. However, the swarm did not halt. More jumping bugs and fission bugs were hatching and taking shape. In the eastern battlefield of Dongzhou, the Dark Ones faced over 100 million bugs that were fearless of death. They attacked everywhere, battling the Dark Ones and their servants, searching for the source of the attack. Finally, in a vibrant valley, a lost jumping bug discovered that devastating cannon. The defenses here were strict and hard to penetrate. But when millions, or even more, of the swarm gathered here and mutated into sublimated toxic bomb bugs, the rolling poison explosions blazed like a prairie fire, leaving nothing alive in their wake. They charged forward, jumping and rushing, completely destroying the Dark One's devastating super weapon. The corrosive liquid eroded the metal barrel, and countless Dark One's corpses dissolved in the corrosive liquid. Yimu issued the command, "Prepare for battle." Chapter 90, Stealth Infiltration. After the giant cannon, comparable to a supernuclear weapon, was destroyed, Yimus will spread throughout the entire swarm. Kerrigan, Zagala, and many brood mothers acted according to the plan, preparing to expand into Dongzhou. Prepare for battle? Hadn't the swarm and the Dark Ones already started fighting? For Yimu, those hundreds of millions of jumping bugs roaming and attacking probably can't be considered a real battle. Without the Dark One's destructive weapon, the swarm can truly begin to expand and hatch nests. From the swarm's characteristics, this round is actually quite a loss, using so many resources to take out one Dark One's cannon. Hatching tens of thousands of nests, gathering resources for a few days, and it could all be recovered. If the Dark Ones have one devastating cannon, can't they have a second one? You Dragon Country people are too optimistic. So what if there are two? Hundreds of millions of bugs can still pierce through you. Let's just say you know nothing about weapons of mass destruction. If they were that effective, there wouldn't have been a case of 100 million being obliterated back then. Neon is furious. Damn cow dung country. The Dongzhou region was extremely vast, covering over 10 million square kilometers, with the Dark Ones occupying half of it, controlling a wide area. Thus, a massive number of iBugs were needed for reconnaissance. Yimu sensed Abathur's consciousness exchange. Great Overlord, during your absence, Abathur modified the iBugs so they can hatch a deforming bug, capable of freely transforming into the target's appearance, useful for stealth infiltration. Oh? Yimu raised an eyebrow. This was indeed good news. Intelligence is often more important than legions. It's not easy for the swarm to infiltrate due to their appearance, and the deforming bug perfectly fills this gap. What other new units have you developed? Infecting bugs. Hatch cost is too high, low combat power, and low practical value, but can control a target through parasitism, but for a limited time. How many do we have now? A total of 5 have been hatched. Send them all out under my command. Understood. Overlord. Yimu became excited. With a large number of iBugs able to hatch deforming bugs, and with the addition of infecting bugs, their combination might bring unexpected results. As for large-scale warfare and expanding nests of the swarm, that was enough to leave to Kerrigan and the others. With the cover of units like the alien dragons, large numbers of iBugs appeared over the Dark Ones in Dongzhou. Despite the danger zone being unreachable, spawning amoebas in the nearby area makes it easy to do so. Yimu's gaze locked onto a remote jungle, and over 1 billion viewers in the livestream focused their attention there as well. According to the iBug's reconnaissance, at least 5 Dark Scouts were lurking in this jungle. Gurgle, gurgle. More than 100 clumps of black muck fell to the ground, from which a corroded head emerged, its flesh dark purple, devoid of skin, with 2 long arms. It moved silently, with only a pair of eyes gleaming with cunning light, crawling forward on the grass with its arms, dragging and rolling its slime-like body. In the dim night, over 100 such monsters suddenly appeared, the desolate jungle rustling with the wind and leaves falling, shadows constantly jumping. Yimu, please don't be this eerie. You scared me to death. So disgusting and terrifying, but although it's scary, it's exciting. I see it can stretch freely, and I have a bold idea. The brother upstairs is ruthless. Whoa, they transformed. So this is the amoeba. More than 100 clumps of muck quickly stood up, soon transforming into the appearance of dark race warriors, 3 meters tall, wearing dark armor, with no noses on their faces, and mouths split to the roots of their ears, exuding a hint of eeriness. These dark warriors held weapons and marched deeper into the jungle. Which unit are you from? A Dark Scout shouted, poking his head out. You come over first, then we can talk. The 5 Dark Scouts hesitated for a moment but still walked over. The leading amoeba grinned sinisterly. We pledge loyalty to the sovereign. You. Run. Soon, a splattering sound was heard, for Dark Scouts were eliminated, leaving only one behind. It roared angrily, hollering, "You are not dark beings, you are insects. Despicable creatures." At that moment, a mound of earth suddenly bulged in the distance, quickly coming closer. The creature that broke through the ground stood 4 meters tall and 8 meters long, its head covered with thick armor, supported by 6 legs, its abdomen swollen, emitting a faint purple mist. It was the infection bug, a new unit mutated from a basser. Due to its high cost and slow energy recovery, it was deemed to have low combat value, but now it proved useful. The infection bug approached the Dark Scout, injecting parasites into its body. The scout quickly stopped struggling, his expression became calm, standing up to brush off the mud on his body, maintaining a clean and tidy image. Follow me, I know where the Dark Race's headquarters is. 4 amoebas worked together with it to form a small team of Dark Scouts. Other amoebas cleaned the scene and buried the bodies, while the infection bug burrowed underground again, accompanied by 4 other infection bugs. The infected Dark Scout and the amoeba team moved smoothly, dealing with dark checkpoints with the help of the infected Dark Scout, and letting the amoebas take over. By the end of the night, this dark team had grown to 100 members. They looked exactly like dark beings, and even the individuals controlled by the infection bug retained their original habits, memories, behaviors, and ways of talking, but their will had completely changed. This operation by the insect race makes my back crawl. Fortunately, there are no such insect races in reality, they're too scary. I thought the insect swarm only excelled in battles, I didn't expect them to be so good at infiltration. Did they really get into the dark race's main camp? This infection bug is a bit strong, it can even infect the close bodyguard of the dark race's physician. In the dark race's main camp in Eastern Continent, within a magnificent building, there was a vast grand hall. The decoration here was extravagant, quite different from the style of the dark race. In this magnificent hall, the real heavyweights were only two dark beings. One was the commander of the Eastern Continent's dark race, Moors. It was nearly 4 meters tall, with a purple mark on its forehead, having removed its armor, wearing a luxurious robe, adorned with amethyst jewelry, its aura resembling that of a tyrannical king. The Dark One conversing with it comes from another continent, fully ruled by dark beings. His name is Ross, his aura is no less impressive than Moss, and he is the envoy of the Xeris Dark Empire, here to convey important information and understand the current situation. But he has no idea that the personal guard standing behind him has recently been controlled by infected insects. Yimu watched the scene with great interest, he was lucky, perhaps he could obtain some useful intelligence. After the pleasantries between Moss and Ross, the two powerful dark beings began to communicate. Moss, I see your people are using firearms and other weapons, in such a short time, your servant's development level is quite high. No. Moss picked up a glass of red drink and savored it carefully. These weapons come from humans and dwarves, these lowly creatures. After the Dark Ones arrived, they foolishly rebelled, and now they have been exterminated, the Dark Ones inherited these supplies. Among them are some things they initially failed to develop, quite interesting. I gave them a deadline, if they can repair all 5 doomsday cannons within that timeframe, they will receive a pardon. Hearing the 3 words doomsday cannon, the live stream room instantly boiled over. 5 doomsday cannons? They can't possibly be the kind of ultimate weapon that produces a mushroom cloud. Humans and dwarves have been exterminated, so there definitely aren't 5 repaired. Am I the only one concerned about the extinction of humans and dwarves? The advisors of the Dragon Kingdom also looked grave, once again feeling the cruelty of another world. Extermination, extinction, hearing it come from the other party's mouth was surprisingly casual. Ross said dismissively, so, these humans and dwarves did not succeed in repairs? No, they did very well, putting their heart and soul into it, I am quite satisfied. Moss shook the transparent cup in his hand, but the final button for the doomsday cannon must be pressed by a Dark One. That one short sentence was filled with chilling coldness, making countless people in the live stream room feel a wave of discomfort. Repairing the 5 doomsday cannons was the last hope for the ancient continent's humans and dwarves, but just as it was about to be completed, the final key step was taken over by the dark beings. The final credit would be claimed by the Dark Ones, and the 2 races would then be completely exterminated. It is not hard to imagine how tragic that scene was back then. But fate is so coincidental, the insect swarm is about to sweep East Continent, and the master behind the swarm, Yimu, is actually human. Indeed, excellent weapons should be controlled by the Dark Ones. Ross agreed with Moss's approach. I heard that a new race has appeared in East Continent, the insect swarm. Moss said confidently, although the insect swarm is numerous and good at mutation, they extremely rely on lower-grade crystal resources. As long as we deplete their numbers, they are hardly a worry. My 30 million dark army has already formed a defensive line, combined with the 4 doomsday cannons, the insect swarm has no chance of winning. But if the insect swarm is really as dangerous as rumored, you can seek help from the level 7 Lord of Dark Continent. Your level 6 half-dark army is still a bit weak. Ross spoke without mercy, directly pointing out the fact that Moss's race was relatively weak, despite this weakness being merely in comparison to the level 7 Dark Leader. Moss's expression darkened. If they could seek help, they would have done so long ago. The passive defense strategy in depleting enemy numbers is a cautious tactic, but it is not the mainstream style of the Dark Ones. However, the Dark Leader of Dark Continent is his own brother. The birth of Dark Ones is quite special, typically, a batch can produce millions. Among siblings, there is not the slightest affection, instead, they compete with each other and even kill one another. The fewer dark beings in a batch, the more resources they can divide, and the higher the chance of becoming stronger. Moss knows very well that his brother is more eager to see him dead than the insect swarm. If it weren't for the 5 doomsday cannons forming a deterrent, he would have long been eliminated by his brother through various means. Without any support, I can defeat the swarm. But your strength does not support this confidence. I must see the swarm destroyed, and it must be fast. Ross showed no mercy. I am the Dark Lord Mose. I am the only master of this dark army. Anyone who dares to provoke me, I will completely annihilate. Whether it is the swarm, ancient demons, or any existence. Mose clenched his right fist, roaring, as if to prove his own strength. He raised his right arm, and the power of the mana adapters erupted completely. Terrifying mana surged and swept through the huge hall, forming a strong vortex filled with intertwining lightning. Low-level dark beings were instantly torn apart, dying on the spot. Ross's 2 guards also did not escape, including the one controlled by the infected bugs. The scene and sound came to an abrupt halt. Yi Mu frowned slightly. The dark guard killed by Moz already had a lot of insect race genes and flesh tissues in his body. This matter would definitely be discovered. It would be nearly impossible to carry out such a perfect infiltration again. This Dark Lord is really incompetent and has put his own people in a tough spot. He is not incompetent at all, on the contrary, he knows the weaknesses of the swarm very well, so he wants to engage in a war of attrition, naturally winning by wearing down the resources of the swarm. Then why doesn't he use the 4 destruction cannons? It's merely to relax the swarm's vigilance, waiting to deliver a fatal blow when he attacks. Why is the Dark Lord so angry that he won't ask the level 7 Dark Lord for help? Anything is possible, maybe it's an old enemy, or maybe there are conflicts of interest, or perhaps other grievances. Inside the Dragon Kingdom's think tank, most people remain silent, frowning and pondering. In another day, it would be time to communicate with the Lord, meaning that the results of their analysis and suggestions would be time-sensitive, no longer like before, which mostly served as cases for Yi Mu's reference. The man at the forefront smiled and asked, "What do you all think?" Some mysteries have answers, such as the previous mana worship and the so-called archaeological ruins, which are very likely weapons that the human and dwarf races did not complete. Exactly. The dark beings have strict hierarchies. As a higher-level existence, Moz does not want his subordinates to know the truth, fearing they would delve deeper, so those previous dark beings mistakenly thought it was treasure in the ruins. In other words, Moz may have the mana worship capable of unleashing full power, as well as 4 destruction cannons that have not been destroyed. Humans and dwarves' technology cannot be fully absorbed by them. Science and technology are not that simple. I'm more worried about the level 7 Dark Lord of the Dark Continent. How strong is it? From Moz's angry performance, it looks more like incompetent rage. Clearly, he knows his strength does not compare to the level 7 Dark Lord. This point must be analyzed carefully. What if the level 7 Dark Lord appears on the battlefield? We should not worry too much about the level 7 Lord. We should concentrate our forces to crush Moz as quickly as possible. As long as it is defeated quickly enough, the level 7 Dark Lord will not come to support. But what if? What if? If we cannot defeat Moz for a long time, it will definitely attract the army of the level 7 Dark Lord. Their discussion gradually became sharper. In the vast sky above the East Continent, nearly 10,000 iBugs floated, monitoring Moz's dark army and that solid defense line, outlining a relatively complete situation map. A dark army of 30 million formed a magnificent defensive formation. Moz's Black Fortress was located at the core position, having the most in terms of terrain, resources, number of troops, and even the supply of destruction cannons. This was also the stronghold of Dark Lord Moz. Taking Black Fortress as the core area, it radiated towards the east and west. On the east side, there was a war fortress stationed with 5 million Dark Army troops. The configuration on the west side is the same as that. These war fortresses are built magnificently, far surpassing those fortifications encountered by Yi Mu's swarm army when they entered the Black Abyss realm. Black Fortress City and the 2 war fortresses echo each other, forming a parasol layout, and at the widest diameter of this parasol, there is a continuous line of defense. Chapter 92, How have things changed so much in just a few days? Here lies a dark army of 10 million, covering a defense area of nearly 600 kilometers. It seems that the Dark Ones are only passively defending, but in fact, there are hidden dangers. Those 4 doomsday cannons are enough to cover most of the eastern continent, and outside their attack range is the territory of the ancient demon clan. Boom! Bang! The 4 doomsday cannons successively fired mushroom bombs, cutting through the sky, falling towards the 4 areas where the swarm is concentrated. Under the bombardment, not a single blade of grass survives, whether it's the jumping bugs, cockroaches, or hosts, they are all wiped out completely. And this kind of bombing will come once every 20 minutes. Even the foreign dragon swarm in the sky will suffer sudden attacks. When the mushroom bombs explode in the air, the damage caused in the covered area even exceeds that on the ground. This is simply a dimension-reducing strike. Yi Mu witnessed this scene and began to ponder countermeasures. This dark commander is too treacherous, always wearing down the swarm's strength with the doomsday cannons. The swarm has developed to this point. This is the real opponent I have seen, understanding the swarm and attacking its weaknesses. Oh, isn't this the insect race of the Dragon Kingdom? It's been a few days, and look at how they've weakened. The unity policy of my Tianzhu is indeed the most efficient. Even with 100 billion resources, it can't withstand such struggles. Once the resources of the Black Abyss realm dry up, won't they just have to shrink back? Don't forget, the intruders from beyond the realm are pressing closer every day. Shrinking back to the Black Abyss realm will only lead to more dangerous enemies. If you ask me, just give up and turn back to fight the ancient demons. Who knows, maybe we can open up a new battlefield. That makes sense. If we can't win, can't we just run? Go for it, Yimu big shot. The swarm is invincible, surely we will win. Tisk, TSK, is this the fanaticism of the believers? People in the Dragon Kingdom are worried, while the people of Neon are confidently certain to win. Unfortunately, I see no chance of victory. At this moment, a message popped up: the Lord of Bangwei Jean Shengli's tribe has been annihilated. Bangwei is punished, national resources reduced by 50%, territorial area reduced by 50%, all attribute bonuses revoked. Due to the failure of this lord twice, citizens can vote on whether to choose a new lord. The people of Bangwei are wailing and cursing, their already small territory has become even smaller, and resources are gradually drying up. In reality, domestic officials gathered together, their expressions grim. According to the predetermined Plan A, let's begin. No, wait. The swarm is currently being besieged by the Dark Ones, and their power is strong, there might even be higher-level beings descending. What do you mean? What I mean is, the swarm is not invincible. Why must we rely on it? This is a rare opportunity. If we choose the strongest new lord, join the Free Alliance, we will receive initial assistance. As long as we get off to a good start, the future might not be unable to surpass the Dragon Kingdom. By that time, the Dragon Kingdom will have to look at our faces, and Neon will be our vassal nation. As long as we bravely, fearlessly, and firmly take this step. The young man became more excited as he spoke, standing up, gesturing with his hands. However, when he looked at everyone, he found these older big shots all wore friendly smiles. It's a blessing for us that the young man has vitality, but some things may not be fully considered by the young. Right now, the call within the country to become a subordinate race of the swarm is very high, we must follow the public opinion. Exactly, the mutation ability and hidden strength of the swarm are extremely strong, they will definitely defeat the Dark Ones. Then we should hurry, who knows, we might even manage to become a subordinate race of the swarm before Yimu Big Shot takes the 7th level area, gaining some benefits for free. Hey, what are you all talking about? The Master of the Realm will. Shiba, shut up. The Shanjun was a story I personally wrote, selected from over 600 years ago, how can you still believe it? Relying on the swarm is the future, Simida. The young man stared in shock at his superior in front of him, listening to their heated discussion, one moment saying to stay pure and natural. And the next moment claiming to be a crazy fan of Yimu. He gritted his teeth and said, being a sycophant has no future. Useless. We have supported the Dragon Kingdom for over 1,000 years, hasn't it been all good? The crowd nodded in agreement. The young man's face turned ashen, and he collapsed in his chair. He wanted to turn and leave, but remembering he still needed to make a living, he stayed in his seat and didn't say a word, coldly snorting in his heart, time will prove I am right. This was just the tip of the iceberg among many events in Blue Star. Almost every country was secretly observing the war between the swarm and the dark race. Many experts had already begun to publicly declare that this would be the battle that determined the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Once the swarm failed, all the property bonuses of the Dragon Kingdom would be completely revoked, and the whole nation would plummet from heaven to hell. Similar remarks even appeared in Yimu's livestream. What kind of monsters have appeared again? Speechless, the war has just begun, and a group of people is already pessimistic. What's their problem? Just seeking attention, gaining traffic, arguing with them is pure waste of time. I'm still curious how Master Yimu will break the deadlock. There are quite a few ways to break the deadlock, I wonder if the burrow worm tactic will work. Burrow worms can't penetrate strongholds, but they are good for auxiliary attacks. To achieve victory, we must first destroy the Doomsday Cannon, the best way is to use the explosive mosquito swarms. Wow, brother, what a prophecy. Master Yimu really organized the explosive mosquito swarm. On the battlefield, 200,000 explosive mosquitoes scattered, maintaining a distance from each other. Even if the Doomsday Cannon attacked, it could only kill a very small number at a time. They flew toward the Eastern War Stronghold, where there was a Doomsday Cannon. Destroying this cannon would significantly weaken the firepower coverage of the Dark Race. Yimu watched through the eye worms as the massive group of explosive mosquitoes surged toward the war stronghold. But just as they were about to arrive, a massive number of anti-aircraft guard fighters suddenly flew out from the enormous war stronghold, numbering in the tens of thousands. Behind these guard fighters, astonishingly huge warships slowly emerged. These were demon energy warships, but they were fundamentally different from the previous demon energy warships. These were not modified versions, but original models. The pitch-black hulls like ink emanated a murderous aura, energy shields enveloped the gigantic warships, and anti-aircraft firepower networks swept toward the explosive mosquito swarm. Seeing this, Yimu knew that this wave of explosive mosquitoes was doomed to fail. The ground anti-aircraft cannons of the war stronghold could easily crush the formation of explosive mosquitoes. At this time, eye worms from various places discovered the demon energy giant warships. They flew out of the war stronghold and formed an aerial fleet with the guard fighters, floating above the impregnable war stronghold, exceeding 100 ships. Even above the non-war stronghold and along the extensive war defense line of the Dark Race, demon energy giant warships appeared. These steel warships, 500 meters long, each one a massive killing machine, simply floating in the air brought a strong sense of oppression. The members of the Dragon Kingdom's think tank turned pale upon seeing this. We were right. They really have demon energy warships, and they are the complete versions of the demon energy giant warships. Chapter 93, Tunnel Warfare. Please keep reading, don't keep the book, family members, or you will be raising it to death. This is even more troublesome. For doomsday cannons, plus the demon energy giant warships in the air, this is simply double insurance. Is there any way to penetrate in? For example, using the infection bugs from before. Infection bugs are too expensive, and the number of enemies we can control is limited. I'm afraid not. Let's see how Lord Yimu responds. While they were talking, a fleet of 8 magic beast ships emerged from the fortress above the Darkborn War Fortress. With a terrifying might, they sailed out of the fortress, dominating the aerial territory. Shadows covered the earth. The magic beast ships not only had a tight air defense network, but while the number of ground weapons was reduced, their power significantly increased, especially the main cannon. After charging, a shell fell down with an outrageous force, enough to turn an area into scorched earth. They advanced along fixed routes, bombing everything in their way, whether it was aerial bugs, newly hatched ground nests, or hosts hidden underground. Wherever they passed, the ground turned black, thick smoke billowed, leaving only piles of corpses behind. In Black Fortress City, the Darkborn commander sat on the throne, arrogantly raising his chin. What do you think? The swarm is destined to perish. The Darkborn envoy from another continent, Ross, nodded. I can trust you once. He did not expect that Mose had so many magic beast ships. Seeing Ross reveal a satisfied look, Mose felt somewhat displeased in his heart. In his plan, the magic beast ships must never leave the defense line's radiation range easily, but now, to prove their strength and avoid trouble stirred by this envoy, he had no choice. Though it's a bit reckless, with the annihilation cannon stationed, the swarm can't make much of a wave, Mose thought silently. The vast battlefield raged from day to night, the magic beast ship's fleet still patrolled, repeatedly bombarding the surface. The annihilation cannon targeted the mountains blocking the black abyss, bombarding them continuously. They attempted to demolish this barrier so that the annihilation cannon's attacks could extend into the black abyss, reaching the swarm's stronghold. This is too passive, completely suppressed. But why do I feel that Lord Yimu seems pretty relaxed, even a bit amused? I feel the same. Despite the seemingly fully suppressed battlefield, the sounds of rocks cracking and the earth rumbling became increasingly deafening. 100, 200, even 300 meters underground, swarms of Omega tunnel worms were moving, forging an underground network of tunnels. The space they developed was not narrow, the tunnel diameter often exceeded 50 meters, and in some well-supported areas, they even created underground worlds resembling caves. And all of this continued, the underground world being constantly excavated and expanded. Kerrigan and Zagara, the two heroes, walked through the underground tunnels. Isn't it going to collapse here? Kerrigan looked up. The space was unusually vast, even capable of accommodating aberrant units like the swarm. Abathur has strengthened the Omega tunnel worms, they fortify the surrounding soil and rocks while digging, and unless attacked by enemies, they won't collapse. My queen, our nest is just over here. Zagara said, walking on 6 legs, leading Kerrigan to a certain area. Along the way, jumpers and spine snakes kept passing by, and even a splitting pool mutated on the spot, merging with the terrain and emitting a ghostly green light, making this place even more eerie and sinister. Yimu's gaze also turned to this place, wanting to see how the swarm's underground network had been constructed. Sensing Yimu's consciousness descend, the swarm responded in unison. Master! Great Master, you have come to see us. Master, it will take time to fully construct the tunnel network. When we counterattack, countless swarms will surge out from underground, drowning the enemies. Good. Yimu could even hear the thumping sounds and the cracking of rocks underground that was the noise of many tunnel worms transforming the underground world. Though it seemed the Darkborn army had control over everything, with the swarm's traces hard to find on the surface, Yimu couldn't help but sigh. Silence here speaks louder than words. Millions of viewers in the live broadcast room were shocked. Incredible. I always thought the swarm could only retreat, but unexpectedly they are opening up space underground. I knew Yimu definitely had a way, the swarm's operation is so impressive. Guerrilla warfare, a traditional skill, the swarm plays even better. Oh my, they're even starting to hatch nests underground, how ruthless. The Shadow's destruction cannon and fleet can't hit underground, right? This is a secure plan. I have a bold idea, dig out the underground, let the Shadow's fortress fall, and that's an instant victory, right? Brother, this idea has a chance of working, but how much time will it take? In the underground space opened by the burrowing worms, some areas are already hatching nests, and the surface is covered with a fungal blanket. A large number of worker bees are transforming the underground environment, some are collecting crystal or constantly sending resources to the hatching nests. Yemu instructed Kerrigan and Zagara to continue using cheap units like jumpers to attract the attention of the Shadow Army. Occasionally, they could launch feigned attacks. At the same time, the swarm must rapidly develop the underground tunnel network, hatch more underground nests, and gather resources. Then, he activated the 100-fold time acceleration. Under the 100-fold acceleration, everything sped up. Yemu watched as the underground tunnel network expanded and spread like the capillaries of a human body. Connected places resembled major arteries, with nests hatching out, and the tunnel network even extended to the Shadow's rear, spreading to the borders of East Continent, while the Shadows remained completely unaware. Yemu paused the 100-fold time acceleration. Just over an hour had passed in the Lord's space, but more than 5 days had passed on the Xeris planet. In these more than 5 days, the underground world of East Continent experienced a tremendous change again. The underground worm paths crisscross everywhere. Some areas are extremely spacious, covered with black fungal blankets. In the dim, human worm paths, nearly 200 million swarm creatures lay hidden, mostly leapworms and splitworms. They would drill out at intervals to try and harass the Shadow Army. This attracted bombardments from the destruction cannon and airstrikes from the arcane behemoth ships. This made the Shadow Army more and more arrogant, believing the swarm had no foothold in East Continent. Even if some bugs showed up, they would be quickly eliminated. Moss's mood got better and better. According to its plan, as long as the destruction cannon blasted through the natural mountain barriers of the Black Abyss realm, they could strike at the nests in the Black Abyss realm. Once the swarm's resource area was destroyed, the swarm would become a well without water, a tree without roots, soon headed towards extinction. But it was completely unaware that at this very moment, the swarm's resources not only hadn't decreased but were rapidly increasing. On the surface of East Continent, everything seemed normal, but the crystal veins underground had long been quietly mined by the swarm. Yemu opened the resource page, specifically checking only the swarm's resource situation. This included the 10 billion essence, 2 billion gas he initially brought from the Black Abyss realm and other territories, along with some resources allocated later. Chapter 94, Endless Killing. Please keep reading. Race Statistics. Essence, 10.5 billion. Gas, 2.1 billion. Nests, 6,200. Unit information. Hero, Kerrigan, Psionic level 9, Zagara. Worker bees, 2.49 million. Jumpers, 180 million. Toxic bombers, 3.7 million. Cockroaches, 1.2 million. Stingers, 2 million. Aberrations, 300,000. Hosts, 100,000. Piercers, 20,000. With a large number of combat units and nests continuously hatching, resources not only didn't run out but actually broke through the 10 billion mark. How many burrowing worms are expanding space underground? Even Yemu himself couldn't say clearly. The number of combat units is simply ridiculous. Essence has broken 10 billion. I wonder how the Shadows feel about it now. It's hard to say how the Shadows feel, but on the Free Alliance side, someone might be crying, huh? I just finished scrolling through the forum. There are so many fewer people stirring the pot. Staying underground to develop is indeed stable, but if you want to expand quickly, shouldn't you make an appearance? When will you counterattack? With the swarm's current units, a hard attack on the fortress is definitely a no-go. Attacking the fleet doesn't seem cost-effective either. What about Abathur? Didn't he develop any new units? Yemu sensed Abathur's psychic fluctuations. The gaze turns to the main base of the insect swarm, this area forgotten by war, where even the dark race, no matter how strong, cannot project their combat power here. In the dark, damp evolution chamber, a baser crawls out of the pit, sensing Yemu's consciousness descending. With hands clasped, he bows, Great Sovereign, a baser has mutated a new unit of the swarm based on the collected genetic essence, the Corruptor. Oh? Yemu's interest is piqued. The Corruptor specializes in aerial combat, with a massive body that cannot be fully displayed within the evolution chamber. It can inflict huge damage on airborne targets and possesses strong mutation potential. Please follow me to look outside the evolution chamber. Yemu's gaze shifts outside the chamber, where a gigantic black shadow projects on the cave wall. In the sky, a colossal beast suddenly hovers. Measuring a full 150 meters in length, covered with a dark, glossy shell, multiple tails whip about like squid tentacles, and its mouth, filled with sharp teeth, spews corrosive slime, clearly able to launch corrosive bombs. Its appearance alone exudes a terrifying ferocity. The Corruptor can mutate once the spire is unlocked. It is an excellent aerial unit. A baser adds. Yemu glances at a larva beside the hive, and indeed the Corruptor option has been added to the hatchery list, requiring 5,000 essence and 3,000 gas to mutate. Without hesitation, he orders the hatching of 10,000 Corruptors in one breath. The consumption of 50 million essence and 30 million gas is nothing but a drop in the bucket compared to his billions of resources. Hatching requires 6 hours, but the evolved hive can enhance hatching speed by 50%, so it only takes 4 hours. While the corruptors are hatching, Yimu adds an order for an additional 100,000 Lyathandras and 100,000 bomb mosquitoes, then initiates 100 times time acceleration. The white glistening cocoons swell and crack rapidly under the acceleration, and the bomb mosquitoes and Lyathandras break free in succession. In the end, over 10,000 corruptors stretch their massive bodies and soar into the sky, their dark figures blotting out the sun, resembling an alien fleet, bringing a tremendous sense of pressure. Yimu overlooks this spectacular scene, his lips curling slightly. It's time for the dark race to meet some new friends. Above East Continent, the majestic beast fleet patrols at an altitude of 2,000 meters, 8 main ships accompanied by 10,000 fighter jets, their cannon mouths locked onto the million-strong insect swarm below. This group of bugs, no matter how much we kill, they won't end. The commander said, to deal with bugs, we must keep killing. One day, they will run out of resources and bring about their own extinction. Then let's kill them all. Fire. The 8 main ships fire simultaneously, flames tearing through the sky, and as the shells hit the ground, they create a massive sea of fire. Large swaths of jumping bugs and cockroaches turn to scorched earth in the explosion, while the bone spikes shot by the stinging serpents only splinter against the ship's shields, unable to breach the defenses. It seems like a struggle in vain. Fire. Turn them into dust. On the bridge of a majestic beast ship, the dark race captain licks his fangs, reveling in the thrill of controlling the life and death of these creatures. Just then, bzz, the ship suddenly emits a piercing alarm, and the radar screen is instantly filled with dense red dots. Captain, a large number of airborne insect units detected, exceeding a scale of 100,000. They are bomb mosquitoes and Lyathandras. They seek their own deaths. The dark race captain sneers, concentrate fighter jets to clean up the bomb mosquitoes, and the majestic ships will lock onto the Lyathandras. He has experienced scenes like this many times. Bomb mosquitoes are weak and can easily be torn apart by the fighter jets. Although the Lyathandras are tough, they cannot break through the shields and thick armor of the majestic ships, and victory seems a foregone conclusion. Captain. An urgent shout comes from the communicator. What's the panic? Detecting an unknown signal. Over 10,000 in scale, massive in size, it is an entirely new type of insect air force. What? The dark race captain stands up suddenly, fixing his gaze on the radar. In the sky, the two air forces are about to collide. 10,000 fighter jets spread out in a net formation, cannons aimed at the bomb mosquitoes charging toward them, but whoosh! A 1-meter diameter green corrosive bomb streaks across the sky. A precise hit on a Guardian fighter jet. The corrosive liquid instantly devoured the cockpit, and the fighter jet burst into a fireball in the sky, its wreckage plunging straight to the earth. What the hell is that thing? It's a new enemy. Dodge quickly. The dark soldiers watched in terror as 100,000 explosive mosquitoes darkened the sky, followed closely by 100,000 alien dragons. Behind them, those terrifying giant beasts, each 150 meters long, swung their tails, closing in at a speed far greater than the alien dragons. Before the Guardian fighter jets could enter range, the corrosive bombs began to rain down, with planes exploding one after another, flames lighting up the sky like blooming death fireworks. Worse still, massive swarms of explosive mosquitoes broke through defenses, rushing towards the magic energy giant beast ship. Despite the frantic anti-aircraft fire from the ship, which shot down swaths of flying insects, some managed to collide with the ship's hull. Amidst the continuous explosions, the energy shield flickered violently, on the verge of collapse. This fleet that had suppressed the insect swarm for days was collapsing and disintegrating at a visibly rapid pace under the corroding attack. The dark captain's eyes bulged with rage as he roared the order, "Send a signal. Request for support. Hurry!" Thousands of corrosive bombs fell like a dense green rain, simultaneously smashing into a magic energy giant beast ship. The shield was instantly devoured and torn apart by the corrosive goo, exposing the 10-meter thick alloy armor underneath. With a sizzling sound, the outer layer of armor dissolved at a visible rate, cracks spreading like spider webs. This attack far exceeded its tolerance limit. Boom! The massive ship exploded mid-air, a scorching shockwave spreading thousands of meters, shattering nearby Guardian fighter jets, their wreckage plummeting to Earth, creating charred deep pits. Next, the second magic energy giant beast ship followed suit. The explosion's fire lit up half the sky, and the airwave it generated made the ground swarm tremble. The remaining 6 magic energy giant beast ships were shrouded in fear, their hulls trembling under the continuous bombardment of corrosive bombs. The dark, dense insect air force loomed like storm clouds, as alien dragons' claws tore through the wreckage of fighter jets, explosive mosquitoes crashing into the ship's body one after another. Meanwhile, the corroding giant mouths continued to spew deadly green bombs. Inside the bridge, the dark captain's roars were drowned out by alarms, as they watched the damage data on the screen jump in red and felt the violent shaking of the hull. Finally realizing this air hunt had long turned into a massacre by the swarm against them. Amidst the thick smoke and flames, the third and fourth magic energy giant beast ships exploded in succession, their massive bodies crashing to the ground, as if the sky was being ripped apart. Once invincible, the fleet felt as fragile as paper toys in front of the newly emerged corroding entity, soon to be completely devoured by the swarm. Chapter 95, Infiltration is my specialty. So satisfying to watch. So relieving. Finally, we struck back. Ahaha, well done. This battle was thrilling, taking out Guardian fighter jets in one sweep, concentrating fire to destroy the giant beast ship, and retreating just before the annihilation cannon fired. After this battle, the Dark Ones will probably have no courage to send out fleets again. Agreed. With the giant beast fleet's annihilation, the Dark Ones have effectively lost a leg, and the wild areas completely belong to the swarm. I was wrong about you, Lord Yimu. You are invincible. I should never have doubted you. The country of the stick has sent a congratulatory message, preemptively wishing Yimu's swarm to annihilate the Dark Ones and occupy the entire eastern continent. Yimu looked at the wreckage of the Dark Fleet, thinking that after this lesson, they should be more subdued. Now he just needed to wait for the next opportunity, but he never expected the opportunity to come so quickly. Not long after, he sensed Abbas's consciousness communication, and his gaze turned to the evolution chamber. He saw Abbas with hands clasped, staring directly at him. Abbas, what is it? Great ruler, according to the infiltration intel of the infected insects, we learned that the Dark Ones have inherited the biological research facility of the former humans and dwarves. They're stored a large amount of gene essence, conquering it might strengthen the swarm. Once, the human race and the dwarven race's biological research institute was inherited by the dark race. Yimu's spirit lifted, joy overflowing his expression, and opportunity has come. Humans from the ancient continent could create war machines like magic energy giant beast ships and destruction cannons, so their biotechnology must not be bad either. It's just a biological research institute, just now I wasn't this happy destroying the magic energy giant fleet. This can't be compared, the destruction of the giant beast fleet was inevitable, the power gap between the two sides was too great. But a research institute is different, it represents possibility. If the swarm could capture this research institute, perhaps they could mutate stronger units. What I'm curious about is, shouldn't the dark race know the characteristics of the swarm? If so, why not destroy the biological research institute and instead give the swarm a chance? This is probably the real reason why Yimu is so happy. This research institute is important to the dark race and must be absolutely significant to the swarm too. Such an important place, the defenses must be very strict, a small force can't take it down, and a large force will easily be targeted by their destruction cannons, right? There is indeed a certain level of difficulty. According to Abbas's introduction, the Biological Research Institute is located in a valley to the southwest, far from the dark race's Black Castle City. From the outside, it maintains its original ecology, showing no signs of biological activity. But in reality, 50 meters underground, there is a giant research institute, with tight security and a very high level. To infiltrate, they must first destroy the communication devices to avoid external contact, then send a small force to sneak in without being detected. It's recommended that the Queen execute the mission. Although the human form Queen is not as strong as the Blade Queen, she possesses level 9 ghost energy, enough to take down the whole research institute. Okay. Yimu agreed to the plan, using his consciousness to contact Kerrigan, conveying the mission objective. Infiltration? This is my old specialty, leave it to me, overmind. Kerrigan was full of confidence, holding a sniper rifle, putting on tactical goggles, she instantly disappeared into the air, as if she had never existed. And Yimu, relying on his mental power and lord authority, could see that layer of transparent invisible film. In the dark, lightless underground world, the Biological Research Institute lay hidden here. The first underground level is the logistics area, with spacious spaces and passages, the metallic walls are mostly silver, and the entire area is brightly lit, visibility is extremely high. In a silver bright room, 2 teams of staff wearing colorful jackets were organizing things, surprisingly, they were humans. What's that vibration? It's been like this lately, don't ask too many questions, be careful of getting your throat cut. Boom. Bang. With a loud noise, the wall exploded, ghost energy surged into the room, and ghostly purple energy shock violently spread. 2 weak human beings had their internal organs instantly crushed, dying on the spot, limp on the ground, no longer breathing. Outside the broken wall was the open mouth of a tunnel worm. Due to its large size, it inevitably caused a commotion when it broke through the wall. However, it was Kerrigan who destroyed the wall. Step. A faint sound of footsteps echoed as Kerrigan stepped into the chaotic room, looking down to see the 2 corpses, a bit surprised. Humans? Haven't they been exterminated by the dark race? Perhaps they are the surviving tools, imprisoned here by the dark race to work. What a disgrace. Kerrigan flicked her finger, and the scattered documents on the ground were lifted by an invisible force, floating before her eyes. The words on the document, which she had already mastered, were in the languages of the human race and dark race, recording logistics supplies, distributions, and other content. She quickly analyzed, overmind, I estimate this research institute has 7 levels, and perhaps there's an 8th hidden level. Just as I thought. Kerrigan, go first to destroy the communication devices and occupy the first level area, don't give them a chance to communicate externally. Okay, overmind. It's time to execute the mission. I feel a bit out of practice with this long-lost feeling. She used ghost energy to open the outgoing door, discovering that the defenses were indeed exceptionally strict. The earlier commotion had already attracted the attention of some guards. A small squad of 6 lizardman guards appeared, fully armed, equipped with high-tech weapons. The noise came from here, right? The door is open? Puff. The leading lizardman captain's head exploded, blood spraying everywhere, and the remaining force of the bullet went on to blast another lizardman guard's head. WH. Puff. 2 more lizardmen went down. The last 2 lizardman guards shouted in terror, pressed the emergency button quickly, but were grasped by an invisible force around their throats, their eyes bulging, floating in the air, blood seeping from the corners of their eyes. Kerrigan's figure appeared, purple ghostly energy flowing at the corners of her eyes, staring at the 2 lizardman guards. You have a choice, tell me the location of the communication device and die immediately, or, die slowly. Don't dream. Well said. The lizardman guard was thrown into the room, his body swelling and deforming, enduring excruciating pain. Boom. He self-destructed, blood staining the room. The other lizardman guard was terrified, pointing in a direction. I don't know the exact location over there. Over there. Good. Kerrigan's silver combat suit glimmered, and she disappeared into the air, stepping away. The lizardman guards behind her just breathed a sigh of relief when suddenly their hearts tightened, and they collapsed on the ground, lifeless. This place was heavily guarded. Almost every 10 steps there was a sentinel, with many hidden surveillance devices capable of accurately locating concealed targets. Every step contained danger. Kerrigan eliminated enemies along her path in stealth mode, temporarily interfering with detection devices using ghostly energy, her movements clean and smooth, like flowing clouds. The live stream viewers were stunned. This is called being out of touch. Agents are terrifying, especially female agents. This is your queen, amazing. The defenses here are too strict. I really don't know how anyone else could infiltrate. Chapter 96, something worth noting. Soon, Kerrigan successfully found the location of the communicator. After eliminating a large number of guards, she looked up at this giant communicator. It could send signals to the outside world. Go. Kerrigan compressed ghostly energy in both hands, forming a destructive ghost energy ball, which she threw past. The ghost energy ball easily tore through the metal armor, drilling inside, causing an explosion that completely destroyed the communicator, making it unable to send signals anymore. I am Kerrigan, I have destroyed the enemy's communicator. Good. I am now going to a lower area. Level -1 needs to be sealed by the swarm to prevent enemy escape. Zagara and the infection bugs will arrive soon. They will take control of level -1. You just need to scout downward. Understood. Kerrigan arrived at the elevator leading to level -2 and took the elevator down. The height of the laboratory exceeded 30 meters, indicating the complexity of the internal structure. After she left, Zagara and the infection bugs crawled out from the worm tunnel. Zagara glanced around. I don't like this architectural style, it's too monotonous. Saying this, she commanded the infection bugs to control some staff members, suppressing all movements. Soon, the swarm completed penetration of this area. Meanwhile, Kerrigan had arrived at the underground 5th level. In previous underground levels 2, 3, and 4, she had seen some biological experiments and data. Some experiments were quite special, but not enough to enhance the swarm. Her infiltration was perfect, and so far, no one in the research facility had discovered any traces of the swarm. Kerrigan walked down the brightly lit corridor. This was a top-secret area. Behind half-a-meter-thick reinforced transparent glass on the left was a precision biological laboratory. On the operating table, several human experimenters were performing vivisection on a spiked snake, conducting tests. She continued forward, discovering a closed space that held more than 30 fission worms and leap bugs, which had lost contact with the swarm, reverting to a wild state. At this moment, alarm sounded, and shallow green mist was injected into the closed space, gradually filling the entire area. The leap bugs and fission worms struggled but soon all fell down dead. Only a few barely survived and couldn't stand up. Damn! They are using the swarm for biological experiments. This is reckless. No wonder the Dark Ones are reluctant to destroy the research facility. They must be developing something against the swarm here. Not only that, giant lizards, lizardmen, steelback tribe, ancient four-armed monsters, almost all races have been captured for experiments. But from another angle, since the Dark Ones are so crazy, there must be something even more valuable here. Kerrigan scouted all the way down to the 7th underground level. Here appeared distorted forms, hosts, and piercing creatures, big experimental bodies being dissected for study by workers, some even attempting to clone and hatch incomplete jumping bugs and worker bees. Abathur, seeing all this, showed great anger, extracting biological essence and modifying the swarm as the foundation of the swarm's existence. How can it be controlled by other races? This is utterly ridiculous. This place must be destroyed. Eliminate all life. This was the first time Yimu saw him angry. Abathur, they are just researching some surface things. Ridiculous. The swarm absolutely will not allow this behavior. It must be eradicated. Eliminate the Dark Ones, eliminate all races here. Fine. Yimu didn't bother to persuade him again. This tech nerd was clearly furious. Kerrigan continued to scout inward, discovering more research projects, some quite peculiar, like combining stab snakes with machinery, then using biotechnology to attempt control. Similar experiments were numerous. Moreover, the researchers here clearly found the swarm's genes to be special, possessing very strong mutation abilities, and could perfectly merge with cells from many races. Humans, lizardmen, ancient monsters, even the Dark One's own kind, were all used to merge with swarm genes, creating some strange things. The place grew increasingly eerie, with twisted corpses and embryos and biochemical liquids everywhere. Kerrigan glanced over these and commented, "The technology of the human race here is not bad, although rough, there are already some results. Sovereign, I believe the 8th level truly exists. However, I need to create chaos to find the opportunity for infiltration. This is simple, I can extend my psychic power to the research facility, causing the swarm to riot here." Yimu, as the swarm's master, had absolute control over it, and many of the devices here were not flawless. He projected his psychic power into the research facility, and soon, chaos and the sounds of wild roars erupted. Where Kerrigan had tampered, the swarm successfully broke through their confinement, wreaking havoc and releasing more swarm and various monsters. Guards, researchers, the swarm, and various experimental bodies were in a free-for-all. Run! Those bugs are charging in. No, I don't want to die. I have served the Dark Ones need me. Ah! Get out of the way. Don't block the road. Quick, over there. The entire research facility was in disarray, quickly spreading to the 7th underground level. Kerrigan observed the researchers and soon spotted a visibly flustered high-level human researcher running alone in a certain direction. Kerrigan squinted. Sure enough, there was an 8th level. She quietly followed. The high-ranking researcher's hands trembled as he entered a password, and after passing through a checkpoint, he suddenly turned around, his forehead glistening with sweat, not noticing any people or bugs, and he sighed in relief, thinking he was just being paranoid. Hurry, hurry. He walked into an elevator and pressed a button marked with a skull. The elevator kept descending, taking over a minute to reach its destination. As the elevator door opened, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck, and his head flew off. Kerrigan stepped out of the elevator in his place, walked through a long, winding corridor, turned a corner, and when she glanced ahead, she was shocked by the sight before her. A gigantic shadow loomed over her, and looking up, it was a fierce beast nearly 50 meters tall, with 6 red eyes, its mouth and nose emitting white smoke, glaring ferociously at Kerrigan. 30 sets of giant mechanical arms and devices were tightly restraining its head, neck, legs, and claws. Yet even so, the metal restraints occasionally made creaking sounds. As if it could break free from these constraints at any moment. Roar, roar, roar. It let out a roar, the shockwave from its sound engulfing the entire vast test site. Kerrigan instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. Roar. The roaring echoed in this enormous space, lingering for a long time without dissipating. Its size rivaled a mountain, the gray shell as hard as steel, and 6 giant legs steadily supported its massive body. On its fierce face, 6 pupils flickered with a vicious light, and 2 pairs of giant bone sights grew from its body, each one a third of its body length, clearly unstoppable. 12 groups of giant mechanical arms firmly bound its 4 bone sides, with specially made chains straining tight, producing a creak sound. It threw its head back and let out a long roar, the sound deafening. Through the screen in the live stream room, countless people felt a shiver of fear. This gigantic beast was truly too fierce. A violent aura erupted like a volcanic explosion, and if it were to break free from its bonds, those 2 pairs of giant bone sides would undoubtedly destroy everything in front of it. Many people didn't even dare to look directly into its eyes. What kind of monster is this? It's so scary and terrifying. I wasn't scared when I saw Dahaka, but this thing. I'm shaking so much right now, I'm terrified. My God, when it roared, my dog directly freaked out and wet itself. Facepalm. This research institute really has something, no wonder the Dark Ones were reluctant to destroy or shut it down. Chapter 97, The New Zerg Unit. Its armor is too thick, even the Doomsday Cannon might not get through. Impossible, the power of the Doomsday Cannon should be able to withstand everything except Kerrigan and Dahaka. The think tank of Dragon Nation was overjoyed. The swarm was about to welcome a change. As long as they obtained the biological essence of this giant beast, the swarm might give birth to new combat units and become even stronger. In fact, the moment Yi Mu saw this giant beast, a thought popped into his mind: the war in the eastern continent should come to an end. Though this beast was not perfect, it already had the shadow of one of the strongest land combat units of the swarm, the Thunder Beast. What kind of existence is the Thunder Beast? Even a nuclear weapon might not kill it. Some Thunder Beasts can mutate after enduring high-intensity radiation and explosions. He heard Abathur's excited voice come through. Target organism, powerful strength, containing essences from multiple races, can be integrated into the swarm, nurturing stronger combat units. We must obtain it. Kerrigan, kill it, take the essence. Yi Mu issued the command: Zagara, evacuate this biological laboratory. Nazareth, arrange tunneling worms to break through the 8th floor of the biological research facility and take the biological essence. The orders were issued in succession, and the giant beast became even more furious. Kerrigan carefully assessed it again, gathering the psionic energy in her palm and striking towards the giant beast's forehead. This giant beast was completely under control and could not dodge at all. The psionic ball, emitting purple mist, exploded, releasing terrifying destructive power in an instant. The wind howled, and this energy was sufficient to instantly kill any unit, including the aberrations. As the shockwave from the psionic explosion dissipated, the armor on the giant beast's forehead shattered, 5 of its 6 eyes blinded, and its massive body fell silent. But in the next second, the one remaining eye suddenly opened wide, revealing a fierce light. One of the 4 giant scythes suddenly exerted force, violently tearing off the mechanical arm impacted by the psionic energy. The point of fracture exploded, sending sparks and thick smoke into the air. Roar, roar, roar. The fierce giant beast roared, swinging its 1,000-foot-long giant bone scythe towards Kerrigan. The stench of blood howled, the bone scythe crashed through metal walls and equipment, with explosions of fire flashing repeatedly. Just 10 centimeters from Kerrigan's forehead, an invisible force blocked it, preventing any further advance. Kerrigan was somewhat surprised, then revealed a look of admiration. You are one of the most resilient life forms I have ever seen. The swarm will fully utilize your essence. After speaking, she raised the sniper rifle, infused the bullet with ghost energy, and aimed at the shattered head of the giant beast before pulling the trigger. The ghost energy bullet exploded, completely shattering its head. Even so, the giant bone scythe went insane, wildly slashing everywhere, turning the entire testing ground into a mess until its life force gradually dwindled. It finally collapsed to the ground with a thud, completely dead. The Omega burrow worm detected Kerrigan's location, violently crashing through the laboratory wall, releasing a large number of worker bees to collect the essence from the dead giant beast's corpse and transport the body away. Staying here was meaningless. The multi-headed Omega burrow worm drilled into the lab, sending in a large number of jumping insects, stinging snakes, cockroaches, and completely occupied the entire testing facility. Half an hour later, the swarm detected the Dark One's doomsday cannon firing. 4 consecutive doomsday shells landed on the testing ground, the first one uprooting the soil, destroying the -1 floor of the lab. Then it drilled underground, completely annihilating the entire testing facility. The -8 floor was also detonated, and all living beings were obliterated. But this could no longer affect the swarm. The essence they truly needed had already been collected. In the dark castle of the Dark One, in the conference hall, Commander Moss had a gloomy expression. It had not anticipated that the biological testing facility would be exposed and did not know what the swarm had gained. You made a stupid mistake, and no one knows what consequences this mistake will bring. Ross suppressed his anger. The swarm was best at mutation, absorbing essence, and metamorphosis. Upon learning about the biological testing facility, Ross sensed a wisp of trouble. That testing facility has been completely destroyed. The swarm has gained nothing. Moreover, the signal disruption does not necessarily mean an invasion by the swarm. Even if they obtain something, what could they do about it? The power of the doomsday cannon is strong enough, no insect can withstand it. Thinking of the power of the doomsday cannon, Ross found that this made sense. But I do not want you to make such a low-level mistake again. It won't happen again. The swarm won't last long. The doomsday cannon will soon be able to break through the barrier of the abyss. In the core base of the swarm, in the evolution chamber, Abathur, after receiving the biological essence of the giant beast, worked tirelessly day and night. Finally, it crawled out of the pit in the evolution chamber, sensing Yi Mu's consciousness, reporting. Great Master. Based on the genetic essence of the giant beast, I have created the strongest combat unit of the swarm. Oh? Yi Mu looked over, full of anticipation. Whether this war could end depended on Abathur's research results. Abathur moved its hands naturally. Great Master, please see my latest mutation result. Come out. The largest pit opened, and a giant beast emerged, causing the entire meat walls of the evolution chamber to tremble slightly, indicating its incredible weight. Roar, roar. It let out a near-splitting roar, standing at the edge of the pit, presented before Yi Mu. It was 30 meters tall, its head covered in thick armor, 6 red eyes, with 2 pairs of giant bone sides, standing on 6 legs, every inch of flesh and blood protected by armor. Its single horn on the forehead pointed skyward, and whiteness spewed from its mouth and nose. New unit of the swarm, Thunder Beast. It possesses the strongest attack power, life force, and armor, capable of inflicting massive damage on enemies and withstanding severe attacks. Hatching a Thunder Beast requires a structure, Thunder Beast Denver. This Thunder Beast is a test version, a weaker version. The true Thunder Beast cannot fit in the evolution chamber. Very good. Yi Mu exclaimed. The weakened version of the Thunder Beast already gave a sense of crushing everything. Past aberrations, hosts, etc., paled in comparison to it, with no comparability at all. Yi Mu selected worker bees from various swarm bases to mutate the Thunder Beast Den. Each Thunder Beast Den required 100,000 essences and 50,000 gas. Its cost exceeded that of the bioengineered main nest, highlighting its uniqueness. Abathur introduced, the Thunder Beast contains thin ghost energy, making it the most special combat unit of the swarm. The dark energy can give the Thunder Beast greater destructive power, defense, and vitality, allowing it to resist enemy dark energy attacks, and remain in a state of rage forever, immune to any mental shock, unaffected by any mental state. As a price, hatching the Thunder Beast requires a large amount of resources. Can other insect races integrate dark energy? Yi Mu asked. Integrating dark energy requires powerful genes. Currently, only the Thunder Beast can achieve this. In the future, it may be possible to collect special creatures, integrating their traits to strengthen the swarm, giving them corresponding abilities. Listening to its description, Yi Mu rested his chin on one hand and murmured, special creatures, magic races, ancient gods, demon races. Chapter 98, leading by 100,000. The livestream's bullet comments flooded the screen instantly. The great roar is furious. How dare you think of collecting the noble magic race's flesh and blood? Netizens from the ancient pyramid country tremble in fear, begging Yi Mu to spare them. This Thunder Beast is ridiculously strong. Other swarm units are simply not on the same level. Not on the same level +1. Waiting for the Thunder Beast Lair's mutation to complete, it takes 24 hours, how slow? Yi Mu activated 100 times time acceleration. More than 10 minutes later, he stared at the main nest area, and the mutated meat mountain was finally complete. The insect membrane burst open, revealing the Thunder Beast lair before his eyes. This building was incredibly powerful, standing 150 meters tall, like a mountain. The entire Thunder Beast lair was covered in thick armor, with an area resembling the Thunder Beast's head at the front, filled with fangs, shining coldly, occasionally emitting a rancid wind from within. There were many other Thunder Beast lairs that had also completed mutation. The moment the mutation finished, Yi Mu turned off the 100 times time acceleration. Without hesitation, he selected a larva next to the main nest to check the battle units that could mutate. In the hatchable units, the Thunder Beast appeared. Hatching a single-headed Thunder Beast required 50,000 essence and 20,000 gas, with a hatching time of 24 hours. This is outrageous. A single unit requires 50,000 essence and 20,000 gas, that could mutate 10 corruptors. Resource conversion is fair. With such high consumption, its combat power must be incredibly strong. Honestly, seeing this consumption, I can only feel amazed. The swarm lacks resources, what it lacks is stronger units. Let's see how Yi Mu chooses. It's so expensive and still requires hatching time. Yi Mu noted that the hatching time was 24 hours and said, since the hatching time is so long, let's hatch 100,000. Just 100,000? Hatching 10,000 consumes 500 million essence and 200 million gas. 100,000 means 5 billion essence and 2 billion gas. This is ridiculous. Persians are crying over this, so many resources. Even the Thunder Beast is just flesh and blood. Can it really withstand the doom bombs? I doubt Yi Mu's decision to hatch 100,000 at once. Americans, don't pretend to be neutral, okay? I will always support Yi Mu. Yi Mu activated the 100 times acceleration again. As the base of the swarm erupted with frenzied roars, the ground of the entire base began to tremble, and everyone understood, the real war, the swarm's counterattack, was about to begin. On both sides of the Dark Alliance's war fortress, millions of swarm creatures suddenly appeared. Leaping insects, fission insects, polluted cockroaches, hosts, and even stabbers, etc. Each war fortress was garrisoned by a Dark Legion of 5 million, along with a large number of air support. Yet outside the war fortresses on both sides, the number of swarm creatures had already exceeded 500 million, and was still rapidly increasing. They charged wildly towards the defense line of the war fortress. On the ground were swarms of jumping insects, while in the air, locusts flapped their wings, lunging at the defense line. Two places erupted into war simultaneously, on an unprecedented scale. Artillery fire exploded on the ground as giant magic behemoth ships slowly flew over the sky, their shadows engulfing the earth, aiming at the ground and continuously firing, bombarding the densely packed swarm. In the bridge, the Dark Alliance's officer looked at the frenzied swarm below. Have these bugs gone mad? Why are there suddenly so many? It must be that the barrier of the abyssal black domain is about to be completely shattered. They are desperate, haha. Looks like we can soon eliminate these bugs, the captain said confidently. No matter how many bugs there are, it's a dead end. Fire the annihilation cannon. Hundreds of kilometers away in Black Fortress City, 2 annihilation cannons finished charging and fired almost simultaneously, creating mushroom clouds over 4 areas. The number of swarms sharply decreased, suffering heavy losses. At the rear of the battlefield, Kerrigan stood on a high ground, with Zagara beside her, gazing at the distant mushroom clouds. On the charred Earth, the craters were filled with the corpses of the swarms. My queen, can we launch the final assault? My children can't wait to tear apart these enemies. Thunder Beast Army, attack. Destroy the enemy's fortress, kill all enemies. Kerrigan commanded. Understood. Zagara exclaimed joyfully and immediately issued the orders. The ground of the entire battlefield started to tremble in a rhythmic pattern, even the Dark Ones in the Grand Fortress felt it. The ground bulged, accompanied by a deafening roar and beastly howls, as the tunnel worms broke through the earth, towering nearly 50 meters high, debris and soil flying everywhere. Then, thousands of Omega tunnel worms appeared almost simultaneously at the center of the battlefield, maintaining hundreds of meters distance from each other, nearly covering the entire battlefield and surrounding the fortress. The entire battlefield echoed with the roars of the tunnel worms, the sound resonating through the sky. Another battlefield displayed the same scene, countless tunnel worms pressing forward. With their emergence, the earth at the edges of the fortress began to collapse, jumpers surged forward like a tide. The number of jumpers on the battlefield exceeded 200 million, with even more hiding in the underground tunnel network. The tunnel worms opened their massive jaws, and finally, the thunder beasts from the modified zone pressed into the battlefield. When the first thunder beast charged out, the Dark Army in the fortress was shocked to see this huge and fierce enemy, a wave of helplessness rising in their hearts. The thunder beast stomped on the ground with its 6 legs, violently swung its head, 2 pairs of giant bone sickles looking imposing as it marched forward, surrounded by a dense swarm of jumpers. It emitted a signal, and thousands of tunnel worms burst forth from the thunder beast, one after another, continuously. These thunder beasts, standing 50 meters tall and nearly 100 meters long, with armor several meters thick, gazed at the fortress ahead with 6 eyes, their pupils revealing fierce light, growing more and more violent. Shells fell on their heads, and after the explosions, the thick armor left only black marks and minor dents, suffering almost no substantial damage. Roar, roar, roar. The thunder beast charged wildly across the battlefield, rushing toward the fortress. On the front line, almost all artillery concentrated their firepower on the thunder beasts, and the giant warship in the sky also began to open fire densely, charging its main cannon, firing towards the area dense with thunder beasts. A mushroom cloud erupted, but as the smoke cleared, every Dark One fell into terror. Except for the thunder beast at the explosion center that died, more thunder beasts were still alive, continuing to charge towards the fortress. Finally, one by one, the ghost energy shells from the annihilation cannons fell. The battered earth suffered another heavy blow, and the tremors spread for dozens of kilometers. The strong light from the mushroom cloud could be seen from 100 kilometers away. The captain of the giant warship in the sky and the dark generals of the fortress finally breathed a sigh of relief, their pressure eased significantly. After the shock of the explosion disappeared, a kilometer-wide crater appeared on the ground. At the edge of the crater, with a huge bang, a thunder beast actually drilled out from the underground mud. Its head and back showed cracks and damage on its armor, yet it still retained life. It took great strides, charging towards the fortress. Alongside it were tens of thousands of thunder beasts. Even under the bombardment of artillery, their steps only paused briefly before they continued to charge forward fiercely. Upon reaching the fortress's defense line, the thunder beasts swung their 4 giant bone sickles, striking at the fortified defenses built by the Dark Ones. The 15-meter-wide defenses were instantly torn apart, crushing and destroying the dark forces hidden within. Tens of thousands of thunder beasts violently swung their giant bone sickles over 30 meters long, each strike carrying the force of 10,000 tons, enough to smash any defensive equipment into pieces. Above, the magical giant beast ships continuously bombed downwards. While they could destroy some thunder beasts, compared to the vast number, it was merely a drop in the bucket. This once impenetrable war fortress, difficult even for swarms to erode the outermost line of defense, now shook in the wind and rain. Chapter 99, Strawberry, 4,000 words, please continue reading. The attack of the annihilation cannon fell again. Not only did it destroy the outermost defense, but half of the thunder beasts within the attack range perished on the spot. However, the surviving half became even more furious. They charged madly, slashing with unstoppable force. All around the war fortress, flames erupted into the sky, with turrets and anti-aircraft guns being completely torn apart. As the anti-aircraft guns fell into disarray, tens of thousands of corroding beasts, strange dragons, and exploding mosquitoes blotted out the sky, bearing down on this war fortress on the verge of collapse. The air battlefield also erupted into fierce combat. One by one, magical beast ships fell, trailing thick smoke or exploding in midair, crashing down towards the fortress. Yimu watched everything before him. Fiery infernos devoured steel structures, sparks flew past the thunder beast's sickles, and its 6 eyes glowed red, looking like demons from hell. Above the war fortress, thick smoke billowed like signaling smoke, while strange dragons and corroding beasts broke through the smokescreen, attacking the surviving magical beast ships and escort fighters. In the end, the sea of insects would surely drown this place. In the livestream, netizens from Longwa, Persia, Pyramid, Dayang, America, and the Bear Nation watched as the swarm tore apart the war fortress and fought rampantly, with mixed feelings. Especially for the Bear Nation's netizens, their Tyrant race also relied on mechanical power. Seeing the Dark race's mechanical fortress fall, they couldn't help but feel a sense of sorrow for the dead rabbits and sad foxes. I really didn't expect such a sturdy war fortress to fall like this. The defense of the Thunder Beasts is too strong. No wonder it is so expensive, even the Annihilation Cannon can't kill it in one shot. Persian netizens said they are already numb. Whatever, you say this is a bug race, so it is a bug race. Hey, Persia, aren't you forming an alliance with the Pyramid to compete for territory? The odds aren't high, and your Yi god is about to capture the 7th level area, right? At this moment, I must say, Yimu is awesome. The insect swarm is invincible. These war fortresses can't hold out for long. Not necessarily. If the Dark race uses the Annihilation Cannon to fire 2 shots at the same place, the Thunder Beasts won't withstand it. The upstairs is a prophet. Quick, get together. More than 100 million split beasts and jumping beasts rushed through the torn defense gap into the war fortress, and the sounds of counterattacking gunfire gradually weakened until they completely disappeared. The Annihilation Cannon was now just within reach. Toxic blast bugs and gluing bugs surged towards it, with continuous explosions corroding its sturdy outer shell. The metal melted, and the entire giant Annihilation Cannon became a heap of scrap iron. The eastern war fortress of the Dark race was occupied by the insect swarm. Soon after, the western war fortress also exploded, the entire fortress devoured by over 100 million insects, leaving no trace of Dark race activity. Both war fortresses fell completely. In the Dark race's stronghold, Black Castle, no more news was received from the war fortresses. In the vast royal court, MOC's face was darkened to a terrifying degree. The throne made him feel as if he were sitting on needles. Not long ago, everything was going smoothly. The insect swarms were completely suppressed by the Dark race and could only huddle in the soil, not daring to show their heads. The Annihilation Cannon was about to pierce through the barrier of the Black Abyss realm, covering the insect nests of the swarm. But in the blink of an eye, the war fortress station with 5 million Dark races had fallen. Even without the fortress, the wild area skirmishes should not have collapsed so quickly. He darkened his face and looked at the Dark race general kneeling in the royal court. Commander! The mutations of the insect swarm are too terrifying. They have new types of insects appearing, comparable in size to powerful ancient demons, with 2 pairs of giant bone sickles, and cannonballs and annihilation cannons cannot kill them quickly. Only continuous bombardment can truly inflict damage. Even the magic energy adapters cannot kill a single one quickly. There are at least 200,000 of these terrifying bugs. We must seek help from our kin in the Dark Continent. Otherwise... The Dark General suddenly became speechless, his eyes wide open, staring in terror at Commander Moss. Moss's mouth stretched into a grin reaching his ear, his fierce gaze exposed. Must we seek help? The Dark race has continued to fail because of useless people like you. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, his mouth wide open, and the Dark General felt darkness before his eyes. With a crack, Moss bit down. Filthy blood splattered across the royal hall, the headless corpse collapsed on the ground, dragged away by Dark servants for cleanup. Beside them, Ross calmly watched the scene. Because of your foolish greed, the swarm obtained subjects for experiments and mutated into new bugs. Now they will soon reach here. I won't stay to die with you. After saying this, he stood up. At this moment, Moss suddenly turned his head, his fierce glare fixed on Ross, making him very uncomfortable. I am from the Dark Race continent. Go die. Moss suddenly launched an attack, unleashing the full power of an 8th level magic energy adapter, smashing Ross's head. Sensing the rich smell of blood, he roared. Activate high-level gas energy, destroyer cannons bombard continuously. Attack the same area twice to wipe out all those bugs. High-level gas energy is extremely precious. It can only be harvested in certain places of level 7 zones, rare across the 4 continents of the ancient land, and the only impoverished gas mine in the eastern continent has already been depleted. This is also the reason why the level 7 Dark Lord of the Dark Continent, Moss's brother Biolo, has always coveted the eastern continent. Moss clenched his bloodied hand, the power of an 8th level magic energy adapter rampaging in the royal hall. Bugs, I will exterminate you. While he roared in anger, at the area where the destroyer cannons were located in Black Fortress City, the Dark General furrowed his brows. Why suddenly use high-level gas? Is the situation that dire? Execute the order. The commander is very angry. He shivered all over, not daring to disobey. Hurry. Switch to high-level gas, high-frequency attacks, hit the same area twice to eliminate those bugs. After the destroyer cannons switched to entirely new energy sources, the compression of magic energy accelerated dramatically. Terrifying energy spread, the muzzle flashing with a hidden craft aura's ribbon of light. Bang boom! Bang boom! The giant cannon suddenly recoiled, the shockwave from the muzzle spread, the loud noise reverberating throughout Black Fortress City. The shells flew like meteors from the sky, traversing hundreds of kilometers, crashing into the fallen war fortress. A mushroom cloud rose violently, followed by yet another. Without pause. The ruins of the war fortress were instantly shattered into powder, steel melting into splashes of molten iron, the sky obscured by rampant magic energy. Leaping bugs and fission bugs were instantly turned to ashes, even the polluted cockroaches could not escape. Even the thunder beasts could not withstand 2 consecutive destroyer cannon bombings in such a short time. Both the eastern and western war fortresses suffered bombings simultaneously, wave after wave, as if the end of the world had arrived. Kerrigan and Zagara, wary of the threat of the destroyer cannon, did not enter the fortress, standing nearby to sense the fierce impact, their surrounding jumping bugs grasping the ground to avoid being blown away. The eye bugs in the air swayed uncontrollably, some even shattered their eyes, plummeting to the ground. This sudden change caught everyone off guard, even Yimu was surprised, did not expect the destroyer cannon to have such power and attack frequency. For a time, the surviving thunder beasts suffered heavy losses. What's happening? Why did the destroyer cannon's attack suddenly become so strong? This attack frequency and firepower make my scalp tingle. It feels like an overload state. But this attack shows no sign of stopping. Why didn't the dark race use it from the start? There must be drawbacks. The bugs are sure to win. The thunder beasts can still hatch again. I believe in Daddy Emu, the swarm will definitely win. From the love of the stick. Get lost, stick, you are no longer a vassal of the daddy country now. Every 5 minutes, a round of destroyer cannon bombardment would fall. The dark beings hysterically bombarded for several hours. The swarm retreated through tunnel networks back to the underground world, with less than 20,000 thunder beasts remaining from 100,000, suffering heavy losses. It wasn't until the bombing completely ended that the eye insects and jumping insects returned to the scarred land and battlefield. The scene was one of desolation and despair, with strong winds sweeping yellow sand, burying countless bones. After a large number of jumping insects patrolled back and forth, Yimu sent in contaminated cockroach-like creatures to infiltrate underground, seemingly searching for something. What is the great Yimu looking for? I don't know, there shouldn't be any living insect species left here, right? I get it. The insect species are amazing. Ha! What do you understand? I understand too. So, are we all on the same wavelength? What is actually happening? At that moment, a meteorite crater with a diameter of 1 kilometer appeared, and a large number of worker bees arrived, busy with their tasks. Gradually, a thunder beast revealed itself. It had endured countless bombings. 2 pairs of bone sickles had broken 3, the remaining one was already cracked, the massive armor on its skull was missing 4/5, exposing flesh and blood, the eye tissue completely destroyed, the flesh around its legs and back was filled with exposed bones. Yet even so, its heart was still beating strongly, with the flesh desperately trying to repair its body. The worker bees continuously delivered biological essence to feed it. After a while, something astonishing happened. It produced a cocoon, wrapping its enormous body inside. 10 minutes later, crack! The cocoon was torn apart by the bone sickles. The 2 pairs of giant bone sickles completely broke open the cocoon, and the thunder beast emerged unscathed, its sturdy armor shimmering. It charged out, brandishing a 10-jang-long giant sickle, stirring up this area where its furious roar echoed across the desolate land. A baser had been watching this place, stiffly introducing. Enduring the continued strikes of the destruction cannon, the thunder beast has produced a mutated individual. Its genes contain regenerative abilities. After receiving devastating attacks, it can be transformed into a cocoon for rapid hatching, then return to a complete state. This reborn thunder beast can achieve a maximum of 2 rebirths, with each interval not exceeding 2 hours. The corresponding genes have been extracted, and can be injected into all thunder beasts of the swarm, causing them to begin mutating. Yimu's lips curled up. This is precisely the strength of the swarm. No matter how destructive the blows, not only can they not be crushed, but they also birth new individuals, making them stronger. The thunder beasts themselves possess robust vitality and defense, and with the additional rebirth ability, they are truly like a tiger with wings. Yimu glanced at the resource list. The available essence was 7.5 billion, gas was 1.2 billion, enough to hatch 60,000 reborn thunder beasts. He pressed his finger against his temple and issued an order to the swarm: hatch 60,000 reborn thunder beasts. Once completed, end Black Fortress City. Understood, great ruler, I will accomplish your task. Nazalus respectfully replied. The hatching time for the thunder beasts was long, so Yimu activated a 100-fold time acceleration. A day passed in Xerxes' time, and the hatching of 60,000 reborn thunder beasts was completed. They entered the underground tunnel network, joining with another 20,000, gathering underground around Black Fortress City. A full-scale attack was about to begin. Meanwhile, the two destruction cannons continued to bombard the mountain barriers of the Black Abyss realm. When the last stone mountain barrier was shattered, the depths of the Black Abyss realm were revealed, and Mose, sweeping away the gloom, laughed wildly. Attack! Destroy all these filthy insect nests! The two destruction cannons gathered magical energy, aiming at the Black Abyss realm, and 4 destructive magic energy shells flew out, crossing over 1,000 kilometers to land in the densely populated insect nests, with 4 mushroom clouds rising, hundreds of insect nests, along with their insect mothers, being erased, and the black fungal blanket on the ground evaporated. Keep going. Fire! Mose was like a gambler, betting everything they had. But at that moment, it felt the ground trembling violently beneath its feet, the roar of tunnel worms echoing. Standing high, looking outside the city, it saw tunnel worms emerging from the ground, with over 100 million jumping insects surging forth. The newly reborn Thunder Beast stepped onto the ground, charging toward the defense line of Black Fortress City against the rain of cannon fire. This giant city houses nearly 20 million Dark Ones, with 9 lines of defense, but tens of thousands of cannons, firearms, and other attacks cannot stop the onslaught of the Thunder Beasts. The destruction cannon turned its muzzle, a mushroom cloud rose in the dense area of Thunder Beasts, completely disregarding the Dark One's troops in those areas. After 2 consecutive shots of mushroom clouds, looking at the carcasses of the Thunder Beasts, Moss still did not relax. But he saw those corpses turning into cocoons, rapidly swelling, and the attacks of shells and other weapons were ineffective in stopping them from hatching again. Only the main gun of the airborne magical beast ship could cause some interference. When the cocoons were torn apart, the reborn Thunder Beasts appeared unharmed, their 6 eyes showing fierce light, raising 2 pairs of giant bone sickles and charging towards the Dark One's defense line. More than 80,000 reborn Thunder Beasts surged from all directions, and the airborne aberrant dragons and corrosive ones screamed, sealing off the entire area. Moss watched the scene before him. Thunder Beasts broke through the defense line, the magical beast ship crashed to the ground, and no matter how the destruction cannon bombarded, they could always be reborn. Behind the swarm, Zagala rallied the troops. Charge, my children! It used the group rage skill, and the already enraged Thunder Beasts were enveloped in purple mist, becoming even more frenzied. Some even smashed through the defense line, which was more than 10 meters thick, their mighty bodies unstoppable. In the Lord's space, Yimu was flanked by Xinxiaojie on the left and Julia on the right. The 2 girls witnessed the Thunder Beast's furious attack, deeply shocked and feeling fortunate to rely on Yimu. These Thunder Beasts would never become enemies of their tribe, but rather protectors. Brother Yimu, here, a strawberry. Xinxiaojie pinched a red strawberry, her gesture intimate. The defenses of Black Fortress City were being breached layer by layer, and the airborne aberrant dragons and corrosive ones completely sealed off the place. No Dark One could escape. In the King's Hall of Black Fortress City, Moss sat on the throne, his expression surprisingly calm. He watched a figure walk in. It was a graceful woman, clad in a silver combat suit, radiating the unique aura of the insect race. The visitor was Kerrigan. Human? Or insect? You have come here to deliver yourself to death? Moss looked down at Kerrigan, who approached. I am both human and the swarm. At this moment, I will represent humanity, and also the swarm, to end all of your existence. Kerrigan responded with a powerful tone. Then I'll kill you first. Moss suddenly leaped up. As an 8th level magical energy adept, he unleashed all of his magical energy. The surging energy rampaged wildly in the King's Hall, even the mural on the dome was peeling off in layers. Kerrigan's eyes were enveloped in purple mist. Facing Moss's attack, she did not dodge at all, simply raised one hand and effortlessly pinned down his right arm. What? Moss was filled with shock. After all, he was an 8th level magical energy adept. It's over. Kerrigan's other hand gathered dark energy. Moss couldn't break free from her grasp, he could only watch helplessly as the dark energy drilled into his body. His body continuously swelled and twisted, eventually exploding completely. The explosion's shockwave brought the entire King's Hall down with it. With this, the Dark Ones of the Eastern Continent were completely annihilated. Master, I have eliminated the Dark One's commander. Are there any other tasks? Kerrigan transmitted her spiritual perception to Yimu. Gather the swarm and use the tunnel network to support Dihaka. Today, the Eastern Continent must belong to the swarm. I will do as you wish, Master. Hundreds of millions of insects were immediately mobilized, rushing wildly toward another area of the Eastern Continent. The primitive aberrant insects led by Dihaka had been fighting the ancient demon clan for a long time. Unlike the Dark Ones, the ancient demon clan had continuous reinforcements, making Dihaka's advancement extremely difficult. But Yimu was not worried. Tens of thousands of Thunder Beasts plus a massive swarm would easily conquer the entire Eastern Continent. The eye insects had already begun to spread over the entire sky of the Eastern Continent, and worker bees were drilling up from underground. On the surface, the worm nest was hatching, and a black fungal blanket gradually covered millions of square kilometers of territory in the Eastern Continent. At this moment, Yimu was feeling relaxed and content. While having Xinchuanji feed him fruits, Julia poured him a cup of happy water. Envying Yimu's life, controlling billions of insects, with the goddess lord taking care of him. You'd better wash up and go to sleep. After this battle, the insect swarm is likely to quickly take over the level 7 area, the entire eastern continent. The rewards must be even richer, right? That's for sure. But I'm more curious, what will the next hero of the insect swarm be like? Abathur, Zagara, Karrigan, Dihaka, each one is very strong, it's so exciting. Every time the insect swarm surprises us, who knows? Time flows slowly. In the Lord's channel and live broadcast room, a prompt suddenly popped up. Persian nation Lord Euphemia's Protoss united with the ancient god tribe, Pyramid Country, successfully occupied the level 6 area. Gained essence plus 10 million, gas plus 10 million, received special reward, Protoss unit sublimation. As the second Lord to occupy the level 6 area, received super reward, 100% of all resources in Persian territory. All citizens physique plus 200, all citizens awakening probability plus 50%. In the Lord's space, Yimu was attentively watching the battlefield. The insect swarm had already destroyed the last base of the ancient demons and was about to completely occupy the level 7 area. Seeing this prompt, he was not surprised. It was reasonable for two powerful races to jointly occupy the level 6 area. What caught his attention was that the Protoss had also achieved sublimation, which was just as he had expected. After the level 6 area, the Lord's race would undergo a huge evolution. His gaze once again turned to the battlefield, accelerating 100-fold, witnessing Dihaka leading a large number of reborn thunder beasts to crush the last enemy. The insect swarm was about to fully occupy the level 7 area. Under 100-fold acceleration, 3 seconds equated to 300 seconds, 5 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, another prompt popped up in the public Lord channel. Dragon Country Lord Yimu's insect swarm successfully occupied the level 7 area, eastern continent. Gained essence plus 100 million, high-grade gas plus 10,000, received reward, choose insect race hero *1, randomly unlock that hero's special unit. As the first Lord to occupy the level 7 area, received super reward, 100% of all resources / ecology in Dragon Country. All citizens physique plus 250, all citizens lifespan plus 50 years. Gained natural wonder, floating mountain range, which can drift within the borders. The falling energy waterfall has a chance to produce spiritual treasures. As soon as the prompt appeared, over half of the 197 lords were shocked and stunned. Not long ago during the external communication, they had learned that the insect swarm was being contained, and the darklings and ancient demons had joined forces to wipe out over 100 million insect units. The enemies even possessed war fortresses and millions of battle soldiers. Many had secretly rejoiced, thinking that the insect race was developing too quickly, and now it was finally being held back. But unexpectedly, just a while later, the insect swarm actually occupied the entire eastern continent, this level 7 area that had over 30 million darkling troops and ancient demons. Euphemia from the Persian nation smiled helplessly. The joy of conquering the level 6 area was instantly diluted by 70%. Compared to Yimu's insect race, the Protoss and ancient gods were simply too far off. She couldn't help but sigh. I originally thought that digging out the aircraft carrier would give me an advantage, but it seems the insect race also has more and stronger units. Looking again at the public channel. Neon Chinshuanji, congratulations, brother Yimu sniff sniff, you are so handsome, brother. Hippo Country Zara, congratulations, Daddy Yimu, for conquering the level 7 area. Your heroism, from another world to our 197 worlds, to the whole world, is known by all and seen by all. In the future, you will surely become the true ruler of humanity, and everything will pale before you. White Flag Country, Julia, witnessing brother Yimu's victory, seizing the level 7 area. This calm demeanor, unflappable nature, and strategic poise really taught me a lot. I will become your best student. Neon in New Circle K, why do you all speak in such scripted ways? She suddenly realized, it must be because they learned the art of flattery when communicating with the outside world not long ago. National Fate Lord, only I chose the insect. Yimu glanced at the public channel and saw 3 people sending congratulations in a row, while the lords of the Free Alliance fell into nearly simultaneous silence. Only a few, like Euphemia, sent their congratulations, and others like Victoria just politely echoed a few words. Then, he turned his attention elsewhere. On the Dragon Kingdom side, as soon as the announcement of the level 7 region was released, various resources soared again. Unlike before, this time there was also an ecological boost of plus 100%, which included rare plants, animals and insects, marine life, and even the sky had turned a brighter blue. Every citizen felt their physique getting stronger, exuding vibrant vitality from within. A 50-year lifespan bonus was a tangible benefit. In the core region of the Dragon Kingdom, there was a natural wonder among the mountains, the starry sky giant nest. It was incredibly vast, making ordinary bird nests seem particularly small by comparison. At the foot of the giant nest stood a school, the Phantom Academy. Today, it was the supreme institution in the Dragon Kingdom and even the world, solely because it could train the most powerful spiritual / phantom energy adapters. The Academy had over 50,000 phantom energy adapters, all gifted individuals selected through layers of screening, and they represented one of the strongest deterrent forces in the Dragon Kingdom. Even if all the countries in Blue Star combined, they probably couldn't muster a team to match it. At this moment, Phantom Academy was in an uproar. Thousands of students rushed to the training ground, square, or the windows of the teaching building, their eyes turned to the distant sky, shocked at the sight of the floating islands in the air. The islands looked like fairylands, shrouded in mist, with luminous green vegetation, beautiful flowers and birds, waterfalls cascading like star rivers, spilling onto the earth, with rainbows arching between the multiple fairy islands. Then, the islands slowly floated towards the nest of the starry skybeast, creating a scene filled with magic, fantasy, and even a sci-fi sense. Brothers, it feels like a dream. This is too magical. I feel like I suddenly became so much stronger. It must be that Elder Yimu conquered the new region. Elder Yimu is so invincible. If I weren't a man, I really want to. Get lost, it's not your turn. We're all waiting in line. Can you boys stop dreaming? Such good things, of course, we have priority. While they were conversing, someone spotted a blue moon appearing in the sky. As it got closer. Wow! That's an egg. My goodness, it must be 5 kilometers in diameter. This blue moon smoothly landed in the nest of the starry skybeast and became still, its surface covered with intricate patterns that hid unknown secrets. All of this quickly spread across the internet and appeared in Yimu's livestream. The new wonder was a floating fairy island, and the Dragon Kingdom had also welcomed a starry skybeast egg, which seemed to harbor no malice. The livestream's comments flooded in. American netizens are crying, just a month ago, we were still the most prosperous country. In the past thousands of years, we, the Hindus, were the most powerful country in the world. When it comes to sorrow, it shouldn't be you Americans. The great Tang Wangxuanzi is laughing and crying, in those years I single-handedly defeated certain 3 countries, ha. I feel so strong now. Too bad all the cows in my village have been beaten, I feel like I can crush 100 cows. East 100 Silver here, preparing to capture a big cat, it hasn't realized yet, haha. Actually, I'm more curious how strong is Elder Yimu now. It's said that a lord's strength is closely related to their group. Blue Star can no longer contain Elder Yimu's awesomeness. As everyone was passionately discussing, Yimu unfolded the detailed rewards of this announcement. Since it was a level 7 region, the rewards were particularly special, and the insect swarm received 2 rewards, one was randomly drawn. Another option is self-selected. A blue window floated before Yimu. Unlike an ordinary web page window, the options above were select hero and draw unit. Yimu pondered for a moment, feeling that selecting a hero was more of a priority, and units could be drawn later. After all, adding a new hero would allow for more possibilities when drawing new units. He clicked on Select Hero, but found it different from what he expected. Instead of listing all the Zerg heroes for selection, it first selected 2 from all the Zerg heroes and made him choose one. Select Hero. Hero 1, Stetman, name can be changed. Introduction: a mechanical swarm army created by combining Terran technology and Protoss technology, requires high-level gas consumption, choose carefully, can deploy A-star, satellite, to enhance the abilities of mechanical combat units. Hero 2, Stukov, name can be changed. Introduction: a mutated combat army with both human and Zerg abilities, possesses extremely strong infection capabilities and can spread a wide area of infectious fungal blanket. The information on the 2 options was very clear, which left many question marks in Yimu's live broadcast room. Persian netizens expressed confusion. Protoss technology? Russian netizens also confused. What is Terran technology? My intuition tells me Protoss, Terrans, and Zerg must have some connection. Well, I admit, I'm an insider. It's not a big secret that Protoss knows about the swarm's existence. Hearing you say that, Euphemia and Yimu seem to have quite a pairing vibe. Are you sure it's a pairing vibe and not mortal enemies? The 2 have completely different styles. Yimu clicked on the option, confirming the selection of Hero 2, Stukov. While Stetman was good, he relied too much on high-level gas. Yimu currently had only 10,000 units of high-level gas, still the achievement reward for level 7 region. In contrast, Stukov wasn't weak either, and in some respects, the mutated combat army was even better than the Zerg swarm, clearly representing the golden flag of swarm tactics, a blue that surpasses the blue. Stukov is now hatching due to the unique nature of the unit. A refugee camp will also hatch together, taking a longer time. There is actually a prompt. Yimu was a bit surprised. In the past, hero hatching and such situations were completely random with no prompts. However, the specific hatching time for Stukov still remained unclear. Next, Yimu selected the second reward, unit drawing. He did not hesitate at all, pointing his finger to confirm the start of the draw. The curious new circle Koki and Julia looked at the rapidly flashing patterns on the screen. A few seconds later, a pattern froze. It was a combination of mechanics and biology, resembling a thunder beast but far larger, with light green pupils, exuding a chilling aura. Draw complete, obtains Stukov's special unit Apocalypse Behemoth. Apocalypse Behemoth can attack ground and air, possesses destructive power, cannot maintain combat status for a long time. When everything is normal, it can single-handedly destroy several powerful legions. Yimu didn't know whether to feel happy or helpless. The drawn unit was indeed powerful, however, it was Stukov's unit, and he had to wait until Stukov hatched completely to summon the Apocalypse Behemoth. That's amazing. Koki quickly clapped, playing the role of the mood lifter as usual. Julia sighed, my entire elf race probably isn't even a match for it. Yimu bluntly replied, you overestimate the elves, they might not even beat 10 thunder beasts. Stop talking, have some shame. Julia's cheeks flushed, recognizing how miserable she was as a lord. Put. Koki couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yimu glanced at her, your succubus race can't even beat a single thunder beast. Are you feeling proud? Koki's eyes widened in surprise, looking bewildered, why was the criticism directed at her? Yimu was too straightforward. No, ordinary people would call this straightforward. The great Yimu calls the domineering president. The elf clan and succubi indeed develop relatively weakly, now with lord cooperation, they should be able to be led. Being led is also good, gaining 50% resources, plus 100-fold acceleration and swarm units available. Am I the only one paying attention to Stukov? Its name sounds like the bear Stukov. According to the hatching speed of swarm heroes, by the time he comes out, perhaps the outer invaders will be arriving soon. Yimu observed the development of the swarm, the nest had begun to hatch, and for now, there was no outbreak of war. The 4 hero units were idle, so he immediately gave orders. Zagara, you are in charge of the security of the eastern continent, protect the territory of the swarm. Kerrigan, Dihaka, Abathur, you will carry out the Lord Cooperation task, take the swarm to battle in other worlds, and enhance the strength of the affiliated races. The 2 girls, Shinkyoka Yui and Julia, showed joy on their faces, this was exactly what they wanted. Although 50% of the resources would be taken by the swarm, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Brother Yimu, I will go arrange for the heroes right away. Chapter 101, The Elementary School Students Upstairs. As the 2 girls left, their footsteps were light and bouncing. As the war calmed down, Yimu, feeling bored, decided to pay attention to the cooperation of the lords. The swarm was leading the elf clan and succubi, continuously launching attacks on high-level areas. Kerrigan, Dihaka, Abathur, almost all had the same configuration, worker bees paired with resurrected thunder beasts. As soon as the battle broke out, the 100-fold time acceleration state activated, and the resurrected thunder beasts were the first to strike. Countless enemies, thousands upon tens of thousands, could not shake their armor at all. The giant bone sickle swept across, leaving no grass to grow, whether it was the enemy's ancient castle or other buildings, all were destroyed, annihilated. Shinkyoka Yui's race level quickly rose, continuously breaking through level 3 and level 4 areas. Every race that first occupies that area will receive certain rewards. Because the swarm is their sovereign race, Yimu and the Dragon Kingdom continuously received feedback on rewards, and attributes like spirit, charm, and physique were continuously growing. Until the challenge to level 5 areas began. Dihaka led the initial 30 thunder beasts, plus newly hatched units like the fission bugs after the swarm's nest mutated, sweeping away millions of enemies. Neon, Shinkyoka Yui united with the swarm. Due to the Dragon Kingdom, swarm being the sovereign race, receiving a 100% bonus, domestic resources plus 50%, national physique plus 150, and national charm attribute plus 25. Similar prompts kept appearing. Until that evening. The Lord of the White Flag Kingdom, Julia's elf clan united with the swarm, Dragon Kingdom, successfully occupied the level 6 area. Gained essence plus 5 million, gas plus 5 million, 50% goes to the swarm, received special reward, elf race unit traits. As the third lord to occupy the level 6 area, received super reward, total resources of territory plus 50%, another 50% goes to the sovereign race Dragon Kingdom. All citizens physique plus 100, all citizens awakened as nature mages 25%, 50% goes to the sovereign race Dragon Kingdom. After this prompt appeared, most of the 197 lords could not sit still. In the public channel. Persian Kingdom, Euphemia? What's going on? Pyramid Kingdom, Michelle, the swarm is too strong. Bear Kingdom, Stukov, level 7 area has been taken down, level 6 area doesn't seem to be much anymore. United States, Little Rofu, Ahamet Yimu, I am willing to offer 50% of resources, hoping to help me conquer the level 6 area. Begging Elizabeth at Little Rofu, I think we should consider the bigger picture, the Magic Clan has better foundations. At Yimu, I am also willing to provide 50% of resources. Hippo Kingdom, Chara, even if we want to collaborate, it should be my turn now, at Yimu, I am your most loyal vassal, my daddy kingdom. And just at that moment, Neon Kingdom Lord Shinkyoka Yui Succubi, female, united with the swarm, Dragon Kingdom, successfully occupied the level 6 area. Hippo Kingdom, Chara, ha ha ha. The next one is me. Envious, right? This is the power of my daddy kingdom. The swarm is invincible. Looking at his smug appearance, Elizabeth and others felt a lot of pressure, and their hearts were not feeling well. Yi Mu's affiliated races had already taken down the level 6 area. But they still haven't done it, and inevitably, there will be some people in the team who will have other thoughts. However, Yi Mu did not take these intrigues to heart. In the face of absolute power, everything else is meaningless. As for the private messages pledging loyalty, he chose to ignore them directly. The swarm may need resources, but it is not to the point of doing odd jobs for other lords for resources. Yi Mu is amazing. Reborn Thunder Beast is so invincible. Units in level 6 areas are almost completely unable to threaten them. Indeed, its crushing power. Yi Mu is invincible, Dragon Country is invincible. The Zerg is invincible. Your most reliable supporter, the love of the Stick Country. The Stick Country is really shameless. Neon is even more shameless. Stirring up conflicts between us and Father Country. You all stop talking, let me say this, historically, our Monkey Country was originally an inseparable part of Dragon Country. Please let us return. The netizens of Dragon Country were left speechless, watching these three oddballs mock and satirize each other, and once again deeply feeling the world has really changed. And the one behind all of this, Yi Mu, was overlooking the development of the Zerg swarm. The surface of the old continent was covered with black Zerg swarms, jumper bugs, fission bugs, polluting cockroaches, rapid growth hosts, piercers, alien dragons. Reborn thunder beasts. Billions of Zerg hid in underground tunnel networks, or hovered in the air, gathering in their nests. The entire ancient continent's full view gradually became clearer before his eyes. His gaze locked onto the next target, Dark Continent. That was the main base of the Dark lineage on the ancient continent. Bugs and king bugs floated in the sky of East Continent. It had been days since the Zerg invaded this world. During these days, except for the continuous attacks by the ancient demon clan, the Zerg hadn't faced any attacks from the Dark lineage. The Dark lineage's legion seemed to be unaware that the Zerg had devoured the Dark lineage of East Continent and had remained silent the entire time. In the Lord's world, Yi Mu paused the 100-fold time acceleration and checked the development of the Zerg swarm. Race information. Essence, 9.2 billion. Gas, 2 billion. High-level gas, 9,500. Nests, 53,000. Unit information. Hero, Karrigan, Psychic level 10, Dihaka, Zagara, Abathur, Stukov, not yet hatched. Worker drones, 12.9 million. Jumper bugs, 190 million. Poison explosive bugs, 2.45 million. Cockroaches, 1.35 million. Stinger snakes, 1.6 million. Mutants, 160,000. Hosts, 120,000. Thunder beasts, 72,000. The information on units like the original alien bug and primitive fire bug is omitted. Yi Mu quickly scanned through this information. Overall, after nearly 5 days of the East Continent battle, the Zerg strength had not fully recovered to its peak. Units like the poison explosive bugs, cockroaches, and stinger snakes were relatively fewer. But this was actually a good thing. Last time, when the 100-fold acceleration was used, Xera's time had passed more than 50 days, and the Zerg had only developed to 16 billion essence and over 4 billion gas. Now, just after 5 days, adding the original reserves, the essence was nearing 10 billion, and gas had surpassed 2 billion, showing that the resource output of the Black Abyss realm plus East Continent was quite considerable. Closing the race information page, Yi Mu didn't want to launch an attack on Dark Continent just yet. He planned to activate the 100-fold acceleration again and develop for another month. Once the army was strong enough, he would take action. This would only take about 7 more hours in the Lord's space. At this moment, he sensed Abathur's call. Great Overlord, Abathur reports to you, breakthrough progress, high-level gas, powerful and usable. This relates to the Zerg's next evolution and change. Yi Mu turned his gaze to the Zerg base. Now, the Zerg base had once again relocated, moving to the Black Abyss realm. The evolution chamber was dark and damp, its flesh walls were dark in color, with sharp hisses and creaking sounds coming from time to time. Every time Yi Mu observed this place, he felt like he was walking through a haunted house. Abathur, are you polite? Abathur says next will be evolution and change? This time will be a breakthrough progress. Based on my 9 years of compulsory education experience, energy transformation is the real change. For example, animal power agricultural civilization, steam engine industrial revolution, electrification era, etc. Alright upstairs, I know you are a 6th grade student who has been in active service for 3 years of kindergarten. Isn't that obvious? High-grade gas is the symbol of the new era. I'm even more curious about Abathur's evolution. It wouldn't be to let the swarm evolve into insect people, mastering the power of tools, would it? I laughed, even 100 human beings wouldn't be enough for the swarm to devour. If that were the case, it could only be called devolution. Persian netizens are secretly observing. Bear Country +1, Davarishi, let's go diving together. In the evolution chamber, a bastard crawled out of the pit. Compared to before, it had some changes. It had grown larger, its arms were still thin, its head was huge, with multiple eerie eyes shimmering with green light. Sensing Leaf Moo's gaze, a bastard's multiple hands came together. Great Master, high-grade gas contains powerful and stable ghost energy, which can change the stability of racial genes, promote beneficial mutations, and make the swarm stronger. After repeated attempts, the swarm's genes finally created the first experimental body, perfectly merging with high-grade gas. As it said this, a pit opened behind it, and a leap bug crawled out. But this leap bug was clearly different. It was 2 meters long, clad in dark purple armor, shouldering a bone sickle. Its overall structure appeared not much different from ordinary leap bugs, but purple mist leaked from the corners of its eyes, and its breath was even more violent, with purple light occasionally shimmering on the surface of its bone sickle. Evolution experimental body, swift bug. Start testing. A bastard said stiffly. The internal space of the evolution chamber was large enough. A sealed meat wall suddenly opened, and 10 jumping bugs rushed out. The jumping bugs had wings and were extremely fast. After seeing the swift bug, they instantly went wild, madly flying towards it. Deep roars echoed in the enormous evolution chamber. The swift bug also regarded the jumping bugs as enemies and charged fearlessly toward its 10 times larger opponents. Sharp cries and the sounds of armor clashing followed one after another. The bone sickle of the jumping bug stabbed at the back armor of the swift bug but saw the hit spot emit a purple glow. The bone sickle couldn't penetrate at all. Roar! The swift bug roared violently, swinging its bone sickle, which carried purple energy, repeatedly slashing. The level 2 armor of the jumping bug was like tofu dregs, easily split open, and its head was cut off as blood sprayed out. Roar! The swift bug became increasingly aggressive, enduring the jumping bug's attack and retaliating madly. Shattered armor, broken bone claws, and fragments of wings flew everywhere in no time. All the jumping bugs were killed. At this moment, the swift bug seemed to be exhausted, unable to continue using that peculiar purple energy. Its armor and bone sickle instantly returned to normal levels, only slightly stronger than the jumping bug. The jumping bug's bone sickle seized the opportunity to break through its armor, tearing apart its thin wings, until one jumping bug ripped off its head, and the swift bug fell. Abastar explained, the swift bug contains energy similar to ghost energy, which can greatly enhance armor value, attack power, and its own potential, returning to a normal state after the energy is depleted. Is there a way to permanently enhance the swift bug? Leaf Moo asked. It can be done. Swift bug experimental body 2, experiencing a special imperfect mutation. An inconspicuous pit suddenly opened, and a swift bug crawled out. Its size had changed significantly. It was over 4 meters long, much larger than the jumping bug. Swift bug experimental body 2, unable to use energy, consumes essence and high-grade gas, no practical combat value. Leaf Moo rested his chin on one hand and ordered, Abastar, I have a task for you. Combine unit gigantification with high-grade gas energy, preferably applied to cockroaches or thunder beasts, to make the barrier super strong. Cockroaches, thunder beasts, consuming high-grade gas, resources insufficient, unable to carry out the experiment. High-grade gas resources. Leaf Moo pressed his fingers against his temple and issued an order to the entire swarm, all insect mothers. In the East Continent, search for a special gas mine, high-level gas. Abathur will tell you its characteristics. Suddenly, he thought of something. High-level gas is a powerful energy source. When the 2 destruction cannons of Black Fortress City suddenly unleashed greater destructive power and faster attack frequency, could it be that the energy had changed? Zagara, lead the swarm to investigate the 2 destruction cannons in the ruins of Black Fortress City, focusing on searching for relevant resources. Understood, Great Overlord, I am nearby and will start searching now. Not long after. Great Overlord, this is Zagara. My children have found a special gas, but its quantity is limited. It is now being transported to the hive base by the queen worm. Yimu glanced at the information and found that the amount of high-level gas had increased from 9,500 points to nearly 60,000 points. This batch of high-level gas, although scarce, was still several times more than the swarm's current reserves. At the same time, a joint think tank from Persia, Mother Bear Country, and Pyramid Country gathered together, watching the live broadcast in front of them. So that's how it is. The increased power and attack frequency of the destruction cannons is all because of this high-level gas. Not only that, it is like nuclear energy, an epoch-making change. Mastering this high-level energy could even allow for a counterattack against the swarm. Exactly, think about it. The Protoss are already powerful individuals, but if fortified with high-level gas, an elite army could even destroy tens of millions of swarm units. And our ancient god race might even be able to summon more powerful ancient gods. The Apocalypse Cannon of the Dark Ones has already proven that artillery can utilize this energy. If our siege tanks also use this gas, could they break the defenses of the Thunder Beast? They all regarded the swarm as a hypothetical enemy. The strength of the extraterritorial invaders, their specific units, no one knew, but in their understanding, the swarm was undoubtedly the peak of combat power. But the weekly communication has just ended, we have no way to send messages. Unless a lord's territory is destroyed, we can't relay the information. Stop thinking, no one would want to do that. Besides, we have to send the information in first to command a lord to self-destruct, it's a perfect closed loop. The expressions of most of them instantly changed from joy to disappointment. The information about high-level gas was only known to the swarm, and the plot would obviously take a turn. For example, if jump bugs evolved into swift bugs, a single one could challenge a Protoss Templar. What would they do then? They couldn't even win a one-on-one battle against swarm units. The perspective shifted back to Yimu. He activated a 100-fold time acceleration, pausing every 15 minutes to listen to the heroes and the queen's report on the situation of the swarm. Great Overlord, this is Nazalus. I have found a special gas mine, it has been exhausted, but a trace of high-level gas remains. Oh? Yimu looked over and indeed saw that at an abandoned gas mine, a small amount of high-level gas remained. After detection, this high-level gas mine has a reserve of about 1 million units, but it has long been exhausted. Overlord, I am arranging for more worker bees to search and see if there are any uncollected high-level gas mines. The possibility is slim, such good fortune does not come easy. Such a precious strategic resource must have been explored countless times by the Dark Ones. To find a new high-level gas mine, unless, to go to new places. For example, the Dark Continent, the Demon State, or the Parasitic Dynasty. It's time to prepare to march into the Dark Continent. The total area of the Dark Continent is more than 20 million square kilometers. It is not only more than 5 million square kilometers larger than the East Continent but also holds a vast amount of gas mines. That's why the strength of the Dark Ones in the Dark Continent is exceptionally strong. All this vast territory is under the control of the Dark Ones. According to Dehaka's description, the number of Dark Ones in the Dark Continent is no less than 100 million. Very special. They seem to have no intention or thought of attacking, instead they stay hidden, planning something unknown in the dark web. Neither the ancient demon clan nor the parasitic dynasty are willing to provoke them for no reason. The dark race of the East Continent and the dark race of the Dark Continent belong to two different branches. The dark race of the Dark Continent is the pure dark race of the Zhang Huangqi. Their combat style is also the authentic way of the dark race, completely different from the evil Mo's dark race legion. Considering the strength of the dark race in the Dark Continent, Yimu has always been very restrained and did not infiltrate the Dark Continent. But now, the resources of the swarm have recovered to a certain extent, and with the treasure of the high-level gas mine, he wants to obtain it as soon as possible. It is necessary to take some actions in advance. Yimu issued an order, Zagala, send the tunnel worms to infiltrate the underground world of the Dark Continent. Master, I have already tried some things, but the tunnel worms cannot penetrate into the underground world of the dark race. There is a special energy blocking them. Moreover, there are many strange giant purple crystals and giant statues in the area where the Dark Continent borders the swarm. Hearing Zagala's description, Yimu thought of a possibility, which was also his long-held suspicion, but he had not been able to verify it. Through the vision of the eyeworm, Yimu looked at the junction of the Dark Continent and the swarm's territory. The black fungal blanket has completely covered the territory of the swarm, while the opposite side is rubble and sparse grass, exuding a sense of desolation and barrenness. Gazing into the distance, 30 kilometers deep, indeed. There is a giant purple crystal, about 100 meters high, with a pyramidal shape, crystal clear, emitting a dazzling glow. In front of the giant purple crystal stands a 100-meter-high giant stone statue. The giant stone statue resembles the dark race, wearing armor and holding a giant battle spear, standing before the purple crystal. Identical giant purple crystals stand every 2,000 meters. It is they who release a kind of repulsive energy, blocking the tunnel worms from penetrating underground. Master, I once heard Dekaka say these crystals can only be possessed by dark race legions above rank. The crystals can condense incomplete dark race warriors. Those dark race warriors are not afraid of death, their lifespan is very short, but they will continuously produce. We must destroy them as soon as possible. Otherwise, they will generate a large number of dark race warriors, posing a threat to our swarm. Zagala glared fiercely at the giant purple crystal and standing stone statue in the distance. Yimu pinched his chin, he had anticipated this situation, and its appearance now was not surprising, it even made him more excited. The swarm grows stronger against strength, devouring the essence of others, it will surely mutate into more interesting units. Mobilize the swarm, especially the reborn thunder beasts, prepare for attack. Yimu just issued the order. Along the 300-kilometer border of the Dark Continent, 150 purple crystals simultaneously erupted with purple light. The purple light poured down onto the ground and soil like a spring. At a visible speed, dark race warriors burst out from the ground one after another. Some hold shields, some wield swords and spears, others carry bows and crossbows, along with giant war beasts over 20 meters tall. The Swarm, Yimu, the live broadcast room, and others, over 1 billion pairs of eyes gazed at the Dark Race Legion emerging from the purple crystals. The Dark Race warriors formed dense and orderly rows, each one standing a full meter tall, dressed in dark purple full-plate armor, lined up at the forefront. Each Dark Race crossbowman and magical archer was of similar build to the Dark Race warriors, closely following behind. Among every 100 warriors, there is one super warrior. Their size is about twice that of an ordinary warrior, their armor shining purple, wielding a blood-red greatsword or a heavy energy cannon. And among every 500 Dark Race warriors, there is also a giant war beast, 20 meters in size is not particularly large. Compared to the Swarm units, there was nothing special, but the flowing magic energy on its surface fully indicated that it was being reinforced by high-level gas. And such an elite Dark Race Legion, a single amethyst could summon 100,000 at once. The continuous 300 kilometers of contact defense line, 150 amethysts, altogether summoned exactly 15 million Dark Race Legions. They were so numerous that the entire defense line couldn't hold, the Legion spread back a full 2 kilometers. The Dark Race Legion at the front formed battle formations, marching in neat steps towards the Swarm's border. The stones on the Gobi Desert trembled, the air rang with the sounds of the Dark Race Legion marching and their battle roars, deafening. They were like an unbeatable legion forged from steel, their gathered aura and military posture crushing any enemies encountered before the Swarm. Moss's Dark Race Legion, in comparison, was like thugs from Copper Harbor colliding with regular troops, simply seeking death. It's hard to imagine that this was a temporary legion, with a very short lifespan. 20 kilometers away from the Dark Race Legion, the Swarm was already on high alert. Countless mother bugs observed through-eye bugs and mobilized the Swarm. In the underground tunnel network, leaping bugs, polluted cockroaches, and toxic explosion bugs began to gather and accumulate power, waiting for war to break out. A baser observed everything happening here and said, "The amethyst is similar to the host of the Swarm, containing a large amount of energy and high-level gas, capable of producing incomplete Dark Race Legions that survive for 120 minutes, after which they can summon legions again. Their combat method is special and efficient, worthy of being absorbed by the Swarm." Oh? Yimu was a bit surprised. A baser was usually arrogant, openly commenting on the enemy and giving high praise was rare. At the same time, the Swarm is being too aggressive. The dark races in the Dark Continent are very strong. As long as the crystals keep summoning, no matter how many the Swarm has, it won't help. A 3, can you first capture the level 5 area before making noise? Okay. Although I'm American, objectively speaking, the dark races of the Dark Continent are very strong. Summoning free dark soldiers for a consumption battle, they still have more forces yet to unleash, which is a very tricky enemy. No matter what enemy it is, Dad Yimu can definitely win. Support from the Stick Country. Stick, roll away. You're not an appendage of Dad Country, don't be shameless. Anger from the White Flag Country. I'm even more curious about the giant stone statue of the Dark Race, it should not just be for decoration, I wonder if it can withstand the Thunder Beast. The think tank of the Dragon Country had similar doubts. Not long ago, they would have believed that the Thunder Beast was invincible. But after witnessing the Swarm experiment with high-level gas, transforming ordinary jumping bugs into powerful swift bugs, these obviously possessing high-level gas energy dark races could perhaps truly break through the defense of the Thunder Beast. Chapter 103, Old Shanglin Ante. Look! New situations arise again. These amethysts have extended purple rainbow bridges. Indeed, it looks like some kind of energy track. Could it be used for the Dark Race Legion to move quickly? If that's the case, the situation becomes even more troublesome and unfavorable. Absolutely, 15 million elite Dark Race Legions, plus a steady stream of reinforcements. If more legions keep being summoned, the Swarm definitely won't be able to keep up. Everyone voiced their thoughts, all eyes turned to Yimu. They saw him relaxed, casually saying, "Zagara, let them see what we can do." Yes. Great ruler, I will show them that the Swarm is invincible. In an instant, the surface of the black fungus carpet, a muffled roar came from underground, the Omega tunnel worms broke through the soil. Along with their emergence, many areas of the ground collapsed, light shining through the collapsed surface, illuminating the dim underground world. Roar! Several fission bugs surged out from underground, behind them, the stabbing snakes waved their tails, raising a pair of skeletal sickle-like foreclaws. Then it rushed out. On the long front line, in an instant, the insects swarmed. More swarms kept emerging from underground, and larger, furious mutated beings also appeared. The number of insects broke 100 million, and the once powerful and invincible Dark Army suddenly appeared weaker. With over 10,000 warriors, it could already be considered boundless, not to mention a scale of 10 million, without comparison, there is no harm. I was really foolish, truly, knowing that the number of insects was invincible, yet still worried that the purple crystal would refresh more dark warriors, really. Old Xiang and Lin saw. As soon as the swarm appeared, I instantly felt that the Dark Army was just that. I can no longer distinguish the exact number, I only see endless dark warriors on one side and countless insects on the other. The swarm is too bugged, I strongly demand the swarms be nerfed. Things from the monkey country, get lost. Be careful, I will tell Master Yimu to destroy you. Bro, I was just joking. I was wrong, don't take it seriously. On the battle line stretching 100 kilometers, the swarm clashed with the Dark Army. Charging at the front was a fission worm. Roar! A fission worm leapt with astonishing power, lunging at the heads of dark warriors. Its bone side struck, but was blocked by a shield, creating sparks, leaving about a 5 cm deep claw mark on the metal shield. The dark warriors behind pierced the fission worm's abdomen with their war tridents, penetrating its armor, blood splattered. The fission worm, despite being seriously injured, did not die, it kept struggling and let out sharp howls. The bone spikes rising from the ground drew closer. With a puff. Bursting out of the ground was, remarkably, the polluted cockroach. It was like a small tank, flipping the fission worm and surrounding dark warriors. Its front claws pierced a dark warrior's shoulder, and its multiple eyes saw distant shining points, those were magic energy arrows. The cockroach quickly withdrew its head, one layer of its 3-layer armor had been pierced, releasing hissing white smoke. With a loud boom, a giant hoof landed beside it, followed by the furious mutated being's arm sweeping across, sending more than 10 dark warriors flying. Its towering body blocked the dense rain of magic energy arrows. There were also numerous stabbing serpents in the back, bone spikes fell like heavy rain. Rolling jump bugs landed in the dense area of the Dark Army, exploding and corroding the enemy. In the air came the shrieks of alien dragons, large groups of locusts flew into the battlefield, attempting to outflank the Dark Army. The distant earth collapsed as the reborn thunder beast stomped into the battlefield, its enormous pairs of giant bone sides sweeping lightly, causing countless dark warriors to die or be injured. Advanced dark warriors and war beasts tried to kill the reborn thunder beast, the magic energy cannons they carried were extremely powerful, and even polluted cockroaches could hardly withstand 2 attacks. But when the continuous magic energy shells landed on the thunder beast's armor, it seemed to have the ability to resist magic energy. Although the shells could shatter parts of its armor, they could never inflict true harm. The 10,000 reborn thunder beasts were like invincible generals, unstoppable. Thick smoke rose from the battlefield, and over 100 million insects surged like a tsunami hitting the shore, the dark resistance gradually exhausted, and the line began to collapse. Just then, the 100-meter giant rock standing in front of the purple crystal suddenly opened its eyes. Its eyes gathered magic energy beams, sweeping towards the swarms. The attack range of that magic energy beam reached 8 kilometers, and after it shot towards the distance, the beam spread out, covering an area of 100 meters in diameter, sweeping away. All jump bugs hit by the magic energy beam instantly turned to ashes. Even the stronger polluted cockroaches could not last 3 seconds. The furious mutated being was engulfed by the beam, roaring in anger. The meat lumps on its back continuously supplied life force to the wound, supporting it for 5 seconds before the life force was depleted, collapsing on the scorched earth. Even the reborn thunder beasts could not withstand it for too long. It howled in anger, kneeling on the ground, then transformed into a cocoon, reborn from the shell once more. I give up. Is the attack of this giant stone statue a bit outrageous? Very reasonable, there must be high-level magic energy support, it's normal for the power to be strong, what's abnormal is that the thunder beast can endure for 15 seconds. Not 15 seconds, it can endure another 15 seconds after reviving. Considering the thunder beast's size, the giant stone statue can only do this. So, that means one thunder beast dies every 30 seconds, and with 150 giant stone statues, that's 300 thunder beasts dying in a minute. What a loss! Given the hatching price of the thunder beasts, 300 thunder beasts would consume 15 million essence plus 6 million gas. It's simply burning money. If we don't break through the defense line quickly, there will be even more dead thunder beasts. 10 minutes later, the Dark Army was completely shattered, unable to form a defense line any longer. The swarm of insects overwhelmed the 100-meter-tall stone statue, with poison explosion bugs, bone spikes, giant scythes, and so on. Various attacks fell upon the surface of the amethyst. When that 100-meter stone statue collapsed, white stones rolled down and crashed onto the ground, and the amethyst also exploded, shards flying and scattering across the battlefield. Yimu watched as one amethyst after another exploded, feeling not surprised. With the strength of the swarm, annihilating them was not difficult. However, nearly 3,000 resurrected thunder beasts died in this battle, which still made him a bit heartbroken. When the last amethyst of the Dark Army remained, it suddenly erupted with a brilliant purple light. That purple light cast a giant projection, towering 100 meters high, revealing a purple crystal throne and the imposing Dark Emperor sitting upon it. He naturally placed his hands on the armrests, looking down indifferently at the swarm, like an ancient emperor who could decide the fate of millions with a single thought. Under Zagara's command, the swarm temporarily stopped attacking. The fission bugs, aberrants, thunder beasts, and others surrounding the amethyst let out low, deep roars, appearing restless, wanting to shatter it immediately. I, Polos. The absolute ruler of the Dark Continent, the three-striped commander of the Dark Race. Swarm, you have defeated Mos, well done. You have also shown your potential before me. The time of judgment is about to arrive. I grant you an opportunity to become my humble slaves, and you shall have a chance to live. Otherwise, you will witness the power of the Dark Race with your own eyes, witness my authority. And you shall be completely destroyed like those foolish tribes before you, exterminated. He raised his chin, his attitude extremely arrogant.